here is another in NBC's great parade of new shows. Now, Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective.
Hello there. This is Diamond. You know, I'm sure a lot of you people have never seen this big city of New York that I live in, but you ought to. It's really worth seeing. I don't mean a 4-bit tour in a bus. I mean that one time that you stop along the way and really take a good look. Maybe it's from a building 40 floors up. You brace yourself against the stiff morning breeze and you lean out and watch the biggest city in the world wake up, stretch, roll up its progressive sleeves and go to work. Or maybe it's 6 o'clock in the evening and you're on your way home. You hold up at a busy intersection and you feel the Colossus even before you see it. You look behind, to the right, the left, and then up. And there it is. You could only take in 3 blocks maybe, but the pushing crowds and towering buildings are a common denominator for the Bronx, Park Avenue, and Flatbush. The rest you have to imagine because your dinner's waiting. Well, I'm lucky in a way. My dinner's ready when I start throwing nickels in the automat. My meals and my time are freelance, and my work is a ringside ticket to the biggest city in the world. Sure, it's lonely sometimes, and trouble walks the streets on a 24-hour beat. But that's how I pay my rent. Trouble's my silent partner, and he sends me everything from divorce labels to some marked City Morgue, DOA, dead on arrival. One night last week, old man Trouble was sitting curled up on a doorstep watching 2 thugs hiding in the shadows of a building. Trouble had a big smile because he was cooking up a king-size mess for yours truly.
Hey, Lou.
Yeah?
Ain't he ever gonna come out?
He'll come out. We just gotta wait, that's all.
Hey, Lou.
Yeah, what is it?
I hope he comes out soon. That cop car is due in a little while.
Yeah.
Hey, supposing they drive up the street just when he comes out.
And we don't use the artillery.
We don't?
We follow him and get him someplace else.
Okay. Hey, Lou.
What?
Here he comes.
Yeah. You ready?
Yeah, sure. Look, he's got his 2 big watchdogs with him.
Get set. Now.
We better get going.
Don't run, stupid. You think we was being clocked?
Hey, Lou.
There's that lousy cop car. Come on.
Where you going?
In this club. Come on, hurry.
Hey, Lou, supposing the cops come down here.
Shut up.
Table, gentlemen?
Yeah, for my friend and me.
Right this way.
Sure, like a souvenir picture to take.
Lou, are you crazy? We can't sit down at no table. They'll have the whole neighborhood covered in a few minutes.
We can sit for a second, and we'll go out the back door.
Here you are, gentlemen. Is this all right?
Oh, just standing.
Yeah, this is just fine, thank you.
Very good, sir. I'll send a waiter right over.
Oh, now, come on, Lou. Let's blow this joint.
Wait till he gets further away.
Please, Lou.
Okay. Now you go first. Take your time, I'll follow you.
Picture, sir?
Huh?
No, miss, we don't want no photographs.
Yeah, we don't want none.
Thanks, just the same.
Oh, that's okay. Picture? Like a souvenir picture to take home? Yes, thank you.
Well, come on.
Right behind you.
Now, hold it right there. No. Don't move. Thank you. That will do you develop, shorty.
Hey, Mel, hold it a minute.
Yeah, what is it?
It's that dame.
This is no time to start looking at dames.
No, you fathead. The one with the camera.
So she's got good-looking legs, but we got... Uh-oh.
What's the matter?
There's a cop in the door.
Get going, but take your time. I'll tell you about the dame later.
Oh, Lynn,
Yeah? What is it, Monsieur Davis?
where are you going?
Back to the dark room to develop these pictures? You always said not to keep the customers waiting, didn't you, Monsieur Davis?
I'm glad to see you listen to your employer. I'll just come along to see how this batch turns out.
This batch isn't any different from the last 100 batches.
We'll just go along and see.
Oh, that does it.
I beg your
I
pardon.
said that does it. You cornered me in that dark room once, and it was all I could do to keep you away from me.
Lynn,
If you think that just because you run this place, you got a right to make passes at me, you better get yourself a new girl.
maybe that isn't such a bad idea.
Come to think of it, I kind of go for it myself. And as long as I'm quitting, here's something you've been asking for a long time.
Oh, hey, what do you think you're doing?
Now get out of my way. That phony French accent may fool the customers, but it doesn't fool me.
You get out of here. Pick up your check and get out of here this minute. You little... Oh!
Now, what were you going to say, Mr. Davis?
Get out. Get out.
Diamond Detective Agency, if you've lost a body, let us dig it up.
Oh, Rick, that's awful.
Depends on who we dig up and how long he's been there.
Rick,
Hello, Helen, baby.
you're simply gruesome.
I know it, but my tongue matches my shirts.
What do you do when you wear stripes?
I tell everybody I've been licking barber poles.
Oh.
Nah, thought you'd catch me, didn't you?
No, I don't think I'll ever catch you.
Oh, I think you're the prettiest little old gal in the whole dang blasted state.
Flattery will get you nowhere. Have we got a date tonight?
Only if the elevator's still running.
Mr. Diamond?
Oh, I'll call you back later, honey. I think I just sighted the client.
Mr. Diamond, please, I've got to talk to you.
Well, honey, go back and shut the door. If too much smoke gets out of here, the ceiling will cave in.
What? Oh, yes. All right.
Rick, did I hear a girl's voice?
I think so. But maybe she just wears those clothes because her mother never had a haircut.
What does she look like?
I can't tell you right now. I'm parked behind a curb.
There. The door is closed, Mr. Diamond. Now may I speak with you, please?
Helen, I'll call you later.
I don't care if she is a prospective client. You face the window when you're talking business.
Well, there's a cigarette ad out there. Why look out at an ad when the slogan's right here in my office?
Slogan?
Yeah, you know. So round, so firm, so...
Rick.
Bye, baby. Now, you were saying...
I want to hire you to protect me, Mr. Diamond.
I know an easier way. Wear a diving suit.
Mr. Diamond, put your eyes back in your head. And please listen to me. My life is in danger.
There's an answer for that, too, but go on. Tell me the story.
Well, my name is Knight.
Miss?
Yes.
Yes.
In the last 2 days, there have been several attempts on my life.
By whom?
Well, I don't know.
Swell. Do you know why anyone would want to kill you?
No, I don't.
Well, now we're getting someplace.
Don't be funny, Mr. Diamond. I tell you that twice an attempt has been made on my life.
How?
Well, the first time a man followed me home and tried to break into my apartment. I screamed and frightened him off.
Maybe he was lonesome. What about the other time?
Well, I don't know whether it was the same man or not, but the next night a man jumped out of a car and tried to make me go with him. I kicked him and ran down the block.
Sounds more like a kidnapping than attempted homicide. Why didn't you tell this to the police?
Oh, I did. They investigated, but I couldn't give them enough to go on, so they just put a man watching my apartment.
I bet he has to stand in line. Didn't they give you an escort?
No. They seemed to think I was after some kind of publicity or something. They told me it was all right to go out in the daytime, but to stay in my apartment for the next couple of nights.
Sounds reasonable.
Will you help me, Mr. Diamond? I'm afraid this will happen again.
My dear, my fee is $100 a day in expenses.
100 a day? Oh, Mr. Diamond, I don't have that kind of money.
Well, neither do I, but if I starve, I do it with dignity. I can't lower my fee, Miss Knight. I never have.
Well, then, I'll have to find another detective agency.
There are a lot of good ones. I'm sorry, the rule might bend a little, but it won't break. If I took the job knowing you couldn't pay half the fee, 10 minutes later, some guy from Texas with an oil-soaked wallet might want to hire me to count his gas stations. Sorry, but it's a tough world, Miss Knight.
Yeah. Well, thanks, Mr. Diamond. Maybe you could recommend someone?
Oh, any of them are good. Just close your eyes and open the classified.
Well, goodbye, Mr. Diamond. I'm sorry.
So am I. My conscience just slit its throat.
Like you said, Mr. Diamond, it's a tough world.
The toughest.
Goodbye.
Yeah. No, nuts. Yeah, what is it?
Diamond?
He's hiding his head in the desk. I'll get him for you. Come on out, you heel.
Look, I don't know who this is, but put Diamond on the pipe.
This is Diamond. Wait till I get the bad taste out of my mouth.
Look, you can wet your whistle later.
I've always wondered what happened to people who said that.
Is there a dame in your office named Knight?
Well, there was. She left just before you called.
Well, let me give you a little tip. If she hired you, you're going to start feeling overworked right now, so tell her you don't want the job.
Oh, I am, huh?
Yeah. Or your nearest relative is going to have to come down and identify the body.
You know something?
No, what?
A couple of minutes ago, I proved that a good businessman can start looking like a big fat heel for a lousy $100 a day in expenses.
Huh?
Don't work on it too long, but stop in sometime, Buster. I'd like to help you spit out your teeth.
You better listen to what I say, Shamus. You're way out of your class in this one.
I'm always out of my class when I talk with slobs. And if you don't like it, look me up. I'll be working for Miss Knight. I went out of my office in a hurry. When somebody tries to push me around, it's like giving a kid a slingshot in a hothouse. You can tell him all night not to do it, but by morning he's busted every window in the place. I hoped I might catch Miss Knight before she got to the street, so I grabbed the elevator and went down to the first floor. I couldn't find her in the lobby, so I went out on the sidewalk. The street was crowded, but those curves showed up like a covered wagon on Madison Avenue. She was just starting across Broadway when a big black sedan pulled up and a guy climbed out after her. I took off as fast as my little 175 pounds would carry me and cut kitty corner across the street with an eye on the black sedan. The guy had her by the arm, and I knew when she stopped struggling, he'd showed her his gun. I was on a dead run, going to make like a big hero, but his .38 changed my mind. He missed with the first one, then he shoved the girl away from him and tried again. I could hear the slug whine past my head, so I hit the sidewalk right next to the girl. He jumped for the car. I just lay there and watched him drive off.
Did you get the license number?
Oh, it was covered with mud.
Gee, I guess we must look pretty silly just sitting here.
Yeah. Got some jacks? I'm a whiz at forces.
Maybe you believe me now, Mr. Diamond.
Yeah. Here, let me give you a hand up.
Thanks.
Now, come on, let's get out of here. We're collecting a crowd.
Where are we going?
I know a policeman who can't understand attempted assault. He says it's not necessary. And believe me, baby, he's got a cure for it. Come on.
In just a moment, we will return to Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell. But first, the National Safety Council reports that in almost every motor vehicle accident, there is one or more violations of the law, speed, drink, and carelessness being the worst offenders. The difficulty is that people continue to think of the horror of accidents as always happening to someone else. It never occurs to us that we may be killed dashing out to lunch tomorrow. Yes, it can and does happen, for it's the careless little chances each one of us takes every day that cause the big accident totals. Every motorist and pedestrian is urged to support actively the safety movement in his own community. Be careful. The life you save may be your own. And now, back to Dick Powell and the second act of Richard Diamond, Private Detective. Diamond is hurrying with his pretty client to see Lieutenant Levinson, head of homicide.
I hailed a cab, and 10 minutes later, Len Knight and I were walking into the 5th Precinct Police Station. Sergeant Otis looked up and started to say something, but when he saw what I was with, he changed it to a low whistle. Oh, stop puckering, Otis. You look like you've been unstopping sinks.
Oh, very funny, wise guy. How about the introduction?
Miss Knight, Sergeant Otis. Homicide's answer to mercy killings.
Hello, Sergeant.
Yeah, don't pay no attention to him, Miss Knight. He was born with a nasty disposition.
Is the lieutenant in, Sergeant?
Yeah, go ahead. He'll see you. Nice meeting you, Miss Knight.
Nice meeting you, Sergeant.
Otis.
Yeah?
Stop clucking. You'll have every rooster in town in here. Hello, Walt.
Who's that with you?
This is Miss Knight.
Is she dead?
Walt, say something nice to the lieutenant, dear.
After that last remark?
Oh, look, Miss Knight, I'm sorry, but this guy you're with has a talent for finding homicides. I'm suspicious of everyone I see him with, because even if they walk into my office with him, he'd do it just to confuse me.
Well, I'm quite alive, Lieutenant.
Then let me give you a friendly tip, Miss Knight. Stay away from this guy. His sense of humor will turn your hair white.
Oh, isn't he a dream? Walt, Miss Knight wants protection.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
Walt, now stop gnawing on the desk and listen to me. Miss Knight is in line for a murder or for kidnapping.
I knew it.
She wants protection, and you're going to give it to her.
That's not my department.
This is homicide, isn't it?
Of course it is, but you know very well we don't go to work until you're dead.
Well, honey, I guess you'll just have to run out and get yourself killed. It's the only way.
Now you stop that. Send her to another department. They'll give her all the protection she needs.
She's been there. They stuck a guy out in front of her apartment. Now, look, I just saw a hood try to muscle her into a car. He took a shot at me, and you know bullets give me that let-down feeling. Now, put one of your boys with her until I can do something about clearing this thing up.
What's your full name, Miss Knight?
Lynette. Lynn, for short.
Where do you live and where do you work?
I live at 419 West 48th Street, apartment 309. I quit my job 3 days ago.
Where was this job?
The Circus Club on 52nd Street. I took pictures.
Took pictures?
Yeah, you know. Souvenirs of the customers.
Oh. Why'd you quit?
Well, my boss got grabby. I slapped him around.
Hey, wait a minute, honey. Did you say Circus Club, 52nd Street?
Yeah? What about it?
Walt, didn't somebody gun down Al Rigoletta and two of his boys right near there?
Say, you're right. 3 nights ago.
You didn't see that shooting, did you, Miss Knight?
Well, no, but I read about it the next day.
Well, if you didn't see it, they couldn't want to get at you just because you were a witness.
Oh, this is screwy. What have we got to work on?
You just put a man to guide her. I'm going to see what I can do.
All right, but only because I owe you a favor. Otis.
Yeah, Lieutenant?
Get in here.
Otis?
Yes, Otis. He's not as stupid as he looks.
Want to bet?
He couldn't be and live.
You want me, Lieutenant?
Not for keeps. I want you to stay with Miss Knight here until I tell you to come home. Somebody's trying to get rough with her. Got it?
Yeah.
Walt, have you found any eggs around the office?
Eggs?
Otis, where do you hide your nest?
Oh, Lieutenant, make this guy lay off from me.
Yeah, Rick, lay off the poor guy. Otis.
Yeah, Lieutenant.
Stop standing on one leg and wait outside, you mallet head.
Oh, yeah, Lieutenant.
Walt, I'll keep in touch.
Okay.
Mr. Diamond.
Yes?
Thanks. I'll make it up to you some way.
Don't strain yourself. I like an obligation to be fun.
It will be.
Rick.
Yeah?
Bye.
I left the 5th precinct and headed for the Circus Club. It was a small place with sawdust on the floor and colored decorations like the inside of a circus tent. The place was still closed, but a short, dapper little guy in a gray business suit answered my knock.
Yes, you're from the police?
Why? You need them?
I just put in a call. Someone burglarized the place last night.
Oh. You know a girl named Knight?
Lynn Knight?
That's it.
I most certainly do. I fired her 3 nights ago. If she's in some kind of trouble with the police, she deserves it.
You must run this place.
That's right. My name's Davis. Would you like to take a look at the room that was broken into?
I certainly would. What did they steal?
That's just it. I don't know. They turned it upside down, but I can't imagine what they were after. It's a dark room.
A dark room?
Yes. I have several girls that take pictures of the customers. They developed the prints in the back of the cafe. Right this way.
Forget it.
But I thought you wanted...
I'm not from the police, Mr. Davis. I'm a private detective. Tell me, did Miss Knight turn in all her film the night she quit?
I fired her.
Difference of opinion. Did she turn in all her film?
Why, no. As a matter of fact, she didn't. She left with her camera, and several customers got rather angry when the pictures weren't developed.
You mean her last roll was still in that camera?
It must have been. She didn't leave it in the dark room. I looked.
Where's the phone?
Right over there.
Lieutenant Levinson, homicide.
Walt, I think I've got something.
Diamond, I've got something, too. A sour stomach and headache.
What's the matter?
Otis followed that night dame halfway home when some guy stepped out of an alley and split his head with a sap. He's down in emergency getting his skull crocheted.
What about the girl?
We don't know. Otis can't remember.
Oh, that's dandy. I'll call you back.
Now, you wait a minute.
I can't. Bye. I had one of those muscle-bound hunches. And I had to work fast or Lynn Knight was going to get herself kicked around and maybe end up in the city morgue. I remembered her dress. And 15 minutes later, I was standing in front of room 309. I could hear the phone ringing from somewhere inside, so I waited to see if anyone answered it. On the 3rd ring, I tried the door. Well. Hello?
Who is this?
This is Diamond.
Oh, thank goodness. This is Lynn Knight.
Well, where the devil are you? Lieutenant Levinson said you'd disappeared.
I'm in a bar on 50th Street. That man who tried to shove me into his car this afternoon hit Sergeant Otis on the head, and I've been running ever since.
How did you know I was here?
Oh, I didn't. I called your office and got no answer, so I just took a chance maybe you'd gone looking for me.
I was, but I was looking for something else, too. Tell me, baby, have you got a camera?
Why, I did have.
Did have? What happened to it?
Well, I sort of sold it.
Oh, you mean you hocked it?
Well, I didn't need it anymore, and I did need the money.
You stay right where you are, and I'll be down. What's the name of the place?
2320 Club. Please hurry, Mr. Diamond. I'm scared.
Okay. I want to ask you something else.
Hello?
Hello?
Oh, I thought you'd hung up.
No, I thought you... Lynn,
Yeah?
is there an extension on this phone?
Why, yes, in the bedroom. Say, you don't think...
I don't know. Wait a minute. Hey, what are you guys... Oh!
Mr. Diamond? Mr. Diamond, are you still on the...
Okay, Mel. Let's go get the dame.
Hey, that was pretty smart waiting around and listening in on the extension loop. What do you want me to do with the shamus? He looks like he can still hear things.
Well, turn them off.
Sure.
Okay.
Okay, let's go.
What are you limping for?
I kicked him with the wrong foot. I got a lousy ingrown toenail.
I laid there trying to crawl back to a more sensible way of life. He'd kicked me so hard that it shook my eyes loose and they'd run back into my head to hide. Everything was suddenly crammed into a long funnel that disappeared into the floor, and I felt pretty sick. I was stuck in an acre of colored molasses, and trying to get myself loose was like pulling a pillow through a garden hose. When I finally made it, I stuck my head under a sink and let the cold water bring me back to normal. Then I headed for the 2320 Club in a hurry.
Something I could do for you?
I'm looking for a girl, but I don't see her.
They come and go. It's like that around here.
She had on a green skirt and a jersey blouse. Couldn't miss her unless you don't like girls.
Oh, her. She used the phone and then she left.
Alone?
No, a couple of ugly-looking guys came in and she left with them. Hey, you know her?
Yeah.
Well, she forgot her purse. You might tell her.
Her purse? Let me see it.
Oh, no.
Here's the badge, Buster.
Oh, okay.
He handed me the purse, and I went through it. Nothing much but a pawn ticket. I looked at it, and that hunch started biting my leg, so I took off for the pawn shop.
Good afternoon.
Here's a ticket. I want to claim the article.
Sure. A11249. Here it is. Ah, lovely camera.
Bingo.
Did the girl sell it to you?
No, she just wants me to claim it for her.
Well, be careful. She said there was still some film in it. She wanted to come back and get it when she got a new job. $15, please.
Here you are. Is there a place around here where I can get the film developed?
Right across the street. You can see it from here.
Thanks.
Here it comes. Yep, it's coming up, but we'll leave it in a little longer. Hey, maybe I'm nosy, but what's so important about this roll of film?
I'll tell you better when I look at it.
Well, I'll turn on the light. There you are.
Yeah. Well, nothing on this one. Nope. Hey, look at this.
Oh, some old guy with his wife. Is that what you wanted to find?
You see those two guys in the background that look like they're just sneaking out of a chicken house?
Yeah, so what?
The one in the back is Lou Garzoni.
The gangster?
Yeah. Give me that negative. Let's get out of here.
Well, you two holding hands in there?
Hey, who are you and what's the gun for?
Take it easy, Doc. He shoots people.
That's right. Now back into the room.
All right, but take it easy with that gun.
Give me that negative, Shamus.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, where's the picture?
It's still in the juice.
Well, get it.
I'll get it.
That's better. Well, come on.
I can't seem to find it.
Oh, yeah?
Look for yourself.
I'll look.
See?
Say, you threw it in his face. That stuff might blind him.
So now he can't see to kill you.
My eyes. Get me to the doctor, quick.
After you tell me where the girl is.
212 West 45th Street, apartment 513. Harry, I can't stand it.
Call a doctor for this guy and then get hold of Lieutenant Levins in 5th Precinct. Tell him to meet me in front of 212 West 45th and to step on it.
Yes, all right.
I'll take those pictures.
I can't stand it. I'm blind.
Sure you can. It's no fun looking at the electric chair anyway.
Apartment 513, he said? Oh, here it is.
Yeah. If Lou Garzoni's in there, we got to take him by surprise or he'll knock off the girl.
Otis is down in the alley, so he won't get out that way. Well, here goes. I hope it works.
Yeah, who is it?
Mel had an accident. He sent me up to tell you.
What's your name?
Tony Vega.
Wow, why didn't you say so?
I thought you was in stir. Coppers, you dirty cops ain't gonna...
How about it, Walt?
He's on his way. Where's the girl?
Probably in the other room. Yeah. Take it easy, baby. All right. I'll get the gag on. There you are.
Oh, Mr. Diamond. Mr. Diamond, he was going to kill me.
Yeah, I know.
Is she all right?
Sure, Walt. Oh, how about Garzoni?
No hurry for the wagon.
Oh.
Now, will you please tell me how you knew Lou Garzoni was in this apartment?
Well, he and his boy were after a picture Miss Knight took. Yeah, this one.
Ah. Here they are in the background.
He was an old enemy of Al Rigoletto, wasn't he, Walt?
Yeah. Why?
Oh, I bet he was the one who rubbed him out. Then he and his boy ducked into the nightclub. Garzoni saw his picture taken, so they went after LYNN.
Why, Mr. Diamond,
Oh, what's the matter?
you finally called me Lynn.
Well, LYNN. You go home and take it easy. I might stop by tomorrow.
What's the matter with tonight?
I've got a piano lesson. Bye.
Otis!
Yeah, Lieutenant? Is it all over?
Yes, you hammerhead. Now get out of that garbage can and see if you can find your way back to the station.
Oh, Rick, stop it.
Okay.
Rick, tell me about the girl in your office.
Oh, nice kid, lovely eyes.
I'm jealous.
Good for you.
And I'm mad.
You're so busy.
You like the new piano?
Oh, yes, yes. It's a big one. Must have taken a herd of elephants to make the keyboard.
Sing something.
What does Rita Baby want?
I don't care.
Okay. Oh, I don't care. I don't care.
Rick.
Well, that's what you said. You said that. Yes, you did.
Something nice.
All right. Everywhere you go, sunshine follows you.
Oh, that's such a beautiful tune.
Really? Everywhere you go, skies are always blue.
Rick.
I'm going to finish it. Children love you, they seem to know. You bring the roses right out of the snow. The whole world says hello. Everywhere you go. Do you suppose the guy who wrote that song ever got shot at?
Oh, Rick, you idiot. Come here.
Oh. This is much more fun than piano lessons.
You have just heard Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell. Helen was played by Virginia Gregg, Lieutenant Levinson by Ed Begley. Also in our cast were Wilms Herbert, Joan Banks, Paul DuBois, Herbert Ellis, and Sidney Miller. Music was under the direction of Frank Worth. Richard Diamond is written by Blake Edwards and directed by Richard Sandville. And now, Dick Powell.
Friends, I want to remind you of the wonderful group of programs NBC has on tap for tomorrow afternoon and evening. Shows like Hollywood Calling, Guy Lombardo, Four-Star Playhouse, The Ethel Merman Show, and the NBC Symphony. For the best in radio listening tomorrow and always, keep your dial tuned to your favorite NBC station.
Dick Powell soon will be seen in the screen version of the best-selling novel, Mrs. Mike. And don't miss the interesting story, My Mr. Powell and His Mr. Diamond, in the September issue of Radio Mirror, now on your newsstand. Now, this is Eddie King, inviting you to be with us again at this same time next week, when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
Tom Wilkins. Wilkins at Global Casualty, Johnny.
Oh, hi, Tom. How you doing?
Lousy. Right now I've got one big headache, $100,000 headache.
Try an ice bag and go back to bed.
A bag of ice would cure me, all right, but not the kind of ice you're thinking of.
Hmm?
$100,000 worth of uncut diamonds, Johnny. They've been stolen, and we wrote the policy on them.
100,000? That's a fat lot of rocks, Tom.
And a fat fee if you can recover them for us. You interested?
Oh, that's the understatement of the week.
Tonight, and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the Home Office, Global Casualty, Hartford, Connecticut. Following is an account of expenditures during my investigation of the picture postcard matter. Expense account item 1, $1.25. Taxi to the office of Global Casualty, where Tom Wilkins was waiting for me.
Looks like we're bucking a pretty well-organized outfit in this deal, Johnny. The way they pulled the job shows they'd planned it out pretty well.
How did it happen, Tom, and where?
The diamonds were being taken by special courier from Zurich, Switzerland to Amsterdam. They got lifted at the Zurich airport.
How?
The airport was crowded. The courier was carrying the diamonds in a leather briefcase strapped to his wrist. A fight broke out suddenly. In the confusion, the courier was slugged and the case cut loose from him.
After which the fight suddenly stopped, huh?
Yeah. It was obviously a rigged brawl. By the time the police arrived, the people involved had disappeared.
With the uncut diamonds.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds like their timing was pretty good.
Too good.
How about the courier? You get a look at the guy who slugged him?
No, it happened from behind.
Anybody in the airport crowd able to describe the guys who'd rigged the brawl?
Well, no clear description. Somebody mentioned that one of the men involved was stocky, sort of a bull neck.
Oh, great. Probably only a couple of million people answering that description.
True.
Zurich police turn up anything?
Not a thing.
Well, look, Tom, I'm an insurance investigator, not a magician. You better get yourself another boy.
Whoa, Johnny. We got one lead, and it could be enough if it's on the level.
Oh? Well, let's have it.
The robbery was day before yesterday. This morning, I got an airmail special delivery letter from Zurich. Here, take a look.
Regarding the recent diamond matter, I have information which may enable you to recover them.
For a reward.
So I see. And he wants to talk to somebody about it.
Yeah. And I nominate you.
It's signed Sebastian. Any idea who he is?
None at all. As you see, I was to reply to General Delivery in Zurich. I did. Told him you were the one.
How do I find him?
I'll read on. You're to register at the Polo Hotel in Zurich. He or she will contact you there.
You think it's on the level?
I don't know.
Could be a phony. Somebody trying to ace in and promote a fast buck. It's happened before.
Sure, and this could be another one. But right now, it's the only lead we've got. We got to take a chance and go along with it.
I can't say I care for the postscript here. Extreme caution necessary.
Leads me to think there's one thing you'd better be real sure about, Johnny.
What's that?
That you don't get contacted by the wrong guy.
And so, with the sun sinking slowly in the west and my morale slowly following suit, I said goodbye to my cheerful friend and set sail for distant shores. Item 2, $622 plane fare and incidentals to Zurich, Switzerland. It was a quiet, uneventful flight, and I had a lot of time to think. But I didn't much like what I was thinking. Whoever had lifted the uncut stones wouldn't exactly like the idea of an informant spilling the beans to me, and I had a slight hunch I'd be lucky if beans were the only thing that got spilled. My plane landed at Zurich in the late afternoon. I hired a cab, that's item 3, $1, to take me to the Polo Hotel. The city looked bright, fresh, and clean. It gave me a lift. And the sight of a very pretty girl walking quickly to my cab as we were ready to pull away from the airport didn't hurt either.
Oh, darling,
Well, hello.
I'm so sorry. I've made a mistake.
Darn it.
I thought you were...
That was somebody else. Yeah, that's the trouble with having an ordinary-looking face.
Well, I wouldn't call it ordinary. But please...
Well?
Please, I wonder, could I share your cab into the city?
Oh, by all means.
I guess my friend was not on that plane after all.
Oh, that's rough. Okay, driver.
Well, this is very good of you.
Well, I'm a real prince when you get to know me, Miss...
Schaefer. Ilsa Schaefer.
Johnny Dollar. And speaking of getting to know me...
Driver, please, pull up.
Well, Hey, how come?
Oh, I am so sorry, Mr. Dollar. I just remembered something I have to do.
We were just beginning to get acquainted.
I know. A pity, isn't it?
Well, look, wait, don't...
But perhaps this will make up for it.
Well, offhand, I can't think of a better start. Now, if you'll only...
Goodbye.
Hey, Ilsa, wait! Well, if this is the customary Swiss hospitality driver, sign me up. Then I realized that Ilsa had forgotten her purse. I had the driver cruise around a few minutes, but we didn't see her anywhere. So I dropped her purse off at the Lost and Found office of the taxicab company, then went on to the Polo Hotel. It was in the newer quarter of Zurich, on the lower slopes of the Zurichberg. I went inside and started for the desk in the lobby, but I didn't quite make it.
Turn here, please.
Sorry, I'm heading for the desk.
I said turn here, please.
You know, I can't say I care for the way you keep nudging me in the ribs. That wouldn't be a gun, would it?
Yes, it would. Now, if you will please come with me.
Okay, mister. Where to?
To the side entrance.
I'll say one thing. I sure didn't expect all the reception committees. The first one I like much better.
Skip it, will you? Outside. That car over there.
Hey, look, isn't it about time you told me what this is all about?
There's no use pretending you do not know. The diamonds.
Oh. You think I've got them, maybe?
I do not think. I'm sure of it.
Well, this may come as a nasty surprise to you, mister, but
I have no time to waste. She entered your cab with a purse.
She?
And
Ilsa?
And left without it. And she was, shall we say, very friendly to you.
Oh, that I remember. And I have no complaints, believe me, but she didn't give me any diamonds.
I warn you.
They weren't in her purse either. They checked the contents at Lost and Found.
Get into the car.
Hey, look, this routine won't get you anywhere.
Into the car.
Hey, take it easy, friend. You're trying to poke a hole in my ribs. Okay, relax. Take it into the car. I jerked the door open suddenly and I knocked him off balance. I swung at him, but he ducked and lunged at me. I went sprawling into the street in front of an oncoming car. The fenders hit me a glancing blow, and I bounced against the curb. By the time I could get to my feet again, my friend with a gun had disappeared, and so had his car. I wasn't hurt, but it took several minutes to convince the very scared cab driver who'd accidentally hit me. He should be scared. Expense account item 4, $12.75. Telephone call to Tom Wilkins at Global Casualty Bank in the States.
I'm glad you called, Johnny. Any luck so far?
No luck, but sure a lot of action.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, first off, an attractive little doll shares my cab for a few blocks, plants a kiss on me, and scrambles out, leaving her purse behind.
What?
Then a strong arm collars me and tells me the girl must have passed the diamonds to me in the cab.
Oh, but that doesn't make sense.
Well, anyway, that's what happened so far, plus my almost getting run over in the process.
Look, Johnny, I knew this wouldn't be an easy assignment, but...
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Don't worry, Tom. I'm still all in one piece. But I'm beginning to realize what Sebastian meant in his letter about extreme caution being necessary.
Has anyone contacted you yet?
No, only the aforementioned pair. No sign of this Sebastian, whoever he or she is.
Well, I still don't understand
Neither
why...
do I. Either the boys who stole the diamonds have lost them, or there's another outfit trying to get their hands on them. In which case, I'm right in the middle.
Johnny, Sebastian's still our only lead. You gotta give him plenty of chance to contact you.
Yeah, I know. Will do.
But be careful.
Look, I'm with you, believe me. I went up to my room and stretched out on the bed to wait. 2 hours went by. Nothing happened. Finally, I went down to the lobby. Expense account item 5, 30 cents, 2 English language newspapers. I settled down in the most conspicuous chair I could find and waited some more. Still nothing. I worked my way through the newspapers slowly. Then, finally, somebody came over to the chair that was back to back with mine. I took a quick look. He was well-dressed, dark wavy hair, medium height. But he paid no attention to me and started reading his newspaper. Looked like a wrong guess. Maybe I'd have to wait until tomorrow. So I started to get up.
Mr. Dollar.
What?
Please, put your newspaper in front of your face and do not turn around.
Okay. Who are you?
Sebastian, who wrote the letter to your company in the United States.
Oh?
It must not appear we are talking to each other.
Somebody watching us?
I would not doubt it.
So you want to talk about the robbery of those uncut diamonds? How do I know you have any real information?
I will give you proof presently. But first, let us talk about the reward. What is the amount?
Depends on how good the information is, Sebastian.
I am talking about the diamonds.
Oh?
Suppose I were to tell you that I was in a position to guarantee their return.
Go on.
For $25,000 and no further investigation, I will arrange for the return of the diamonds.
I'd have to have proof that you know what you're talking about.
Of course. Let me see. My back is to you. Is it your right hand which is closest to the wall and shielded from the lobby?
Yeah.
Put it down beside your chair. Do not take the newspaper away from your face.
Okay.
Here.
Picture postcard.
Yes. Addressed to me, as you see.
The writing's in German. What does it mean?
It is the equivalent of your American expression, having wonderful time, wish you were here.
Signed by F. Gruner. Who's he or she?
A friend. Look at the picture on the other side.
The Kleibach Inn?
Yes. An inn in the town of Kleibach in the Alps, several hours from here.
Hey, wait a minute. Are the diamonds at the Kleibach Inn?
No. But this postcard is part of the key to their location.
Part of the key? Oh, now, look, Sebastian, this just isn't good enough. I can't...
Someone is coming. I cannot talk further with you here. It is not safe.
Well, look,
do not worry. I will furnish all the proof you need.
When?
Tonight. Now listen carefully. I am going. I will leave my newspaper on the floor beside my chair. Wait a few minutes, then get up. Drop your paper, and when you pick it up, pick up mine also.
Then what?
On an inner page of my paper, I have written my address. Come there in 2 hours. If I am not there, wait for me.
Now, just a minute. How can I...
Please. There is no time for further questions. 2 hours, Mr. Dollar. In my room.
Two hours later, I went to the address he'd given me. A small apartment in another part of the city. No answer. He hadn't arrived yet. I went inside and waited. 15 minutes went by. No sign of Sebastian. And then something started pecking away at my brain, a faint sound. I finally pegged it. A dripping faucet. It came from the bathroom. The bathtub was full. In it, floating face down, was Sebastian.
Now here's our star to tell you about tomorrow's episode of this week's story.
Tomorrow, a perfect stranger wants to get acquainted, and a beautiful girl asked me to go skiing. Trouble is, either or both of them could be trying to kill me. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by Robert Reif, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
Inspector Herniger of the Zurich Police, Herr Dollar.
Oh, yeah, Inspector. I talked to one of your men last night.
Yeah, when you report the murder of this man called Sebastian.
Yeah, any line on this killer?
Not as yet. We are somewhat at a loss as to motive.
That I think I can supply.
So?
Sebastian apparently had information about the robbery of some uncut diamonds here in Zurich.
So?
Yeah, and he was willing to sell his information. But somebody called off the sale permanently. So find the man who lifted the stones, and we'll have Sebastian's killer.
Perhaps.
You don't sound convinced.
It appears quite possible, Herr Dollar, that Sebastian was killed by a woman.
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the Home Office, Global Casualty, Hartford, Connecticut. Assignment, the picture postcard matter. Location, Zurich, Switzerland. Expense account continued. Item 6, $1 even, cab fare from the Polo Hotel to police headquarters. Inspector Herniger was a big man who moved and talked slowly. But one look at his very cold, slate-gray eyes told you his brain was moving a lot faster.
Herr Dollar, I believe you told my lieutenant last evening that you were an insurance investigator.
That's right, Inspector.
And that you are in Zurich to investigate loss of 100,000 American dollars in diamonds at the airport a few days ago.
Right.
Well, perhaps you had better supply me with such background as you may have.
Gladly. The robbery itself, of course, you know about.
A fight broke out at the airport. We know that it was, as you say, rigged to create confusion.
Yeah, and in the confusion, the courier who was carrying the stones was slugged. His briefcase was cut away from his wrist.
Whereupon the assailants quickly melted away into the crowd. The exactness of their timing suggests that they were well organized and had planned the robbery in some detail.
The next day, the company I'm representing got a letter from this man, Sebastian. He claimed to have information on the robbery and would help us recover the stones for a price.
And you were sent to contact this Sebastian?
Yeah. Or rather, I was sent here so that Sebastian could contact me.
And did he?
He did. But as it turned out, he practically had to stand in line.
I am afraid I do not follow you.
Well, first off, a very attractive young lady popped into my cab as I was leaving the airport for the hotel, asked to share the cab.
Oh?
2 blocks later, she had the driver stop, planted a kiss on me, and jumped out.
Indeed. You Americans seem to work fast, Herr Dollar.
Yeah, I'm afraid I can't chalk up the incident to my personal charm, Inspector. She left her purse in the cab, and I gather the idea was to make somebody else think she'd passed the diamonds to me.
And who would this somebody else be?
A guy who jumped me in the lobby of the Polo Hotel. He was pretty convinced I had the stones.
And how would the dead man Sebastian fit in?
Well, it's my hunch. Sebastian was a member of the outfit who stole them in the first place. He could have been trying to play both ends against the middle.
How do you arrive at that conclusion?
Well, look, we know there were several members of the group. Okay, so they're bound to take a big loss when they fence the diamonds. They'd be lucky to get half the value, which would be $50,000.
True.
Split 3 or 4 ways, that would cut the shares down considerably. But if Sebastian could engineer the return of the stones and collect a $25,000 reward for it, he'd be way ahead of the game.
And Sebastian was secretly negotiating with you?
Yeah, behind a newspaper in the hotel lobby. He wanted me to meet him in his room later so we could talk. I went there. I found him in the bathtub dead.
And he had given you no specific information as to the location of the diamonds?
Only this, Inspector.
A picture postcard?
Uh-huh. The Kleibach Inn. He told me Kleibach was a small resort village up in the Alps.
I know the place. The card is addressed to Sebastian and signed by F. Gruner.
He said Gruner was a friend of his.
Perhaps the diamonds are at the Kleibach Inn?
He said no, that this card was only part of the key to finding them.
And he gave you no indication as to what the rest of the key to their location was?
No, none at all. I gathered that's what we were going to talk about in his room later. But somebody else apparently had different ideas.
Yeah.
Say, look, you said over the phone that Sebastian's killer could have been a woman.
Well, he was struck on the head from behind, but only hard enough to stun him. His death was due to drowning in the bathtub. Many times in our experience, women have chosen such a method.
The woman, then, could be Ilse.
Yeah. Or perhaps one of Sebastian's gang who learned of his plans. Very annoying, Herr Dollar. Many possibilities.
But nothing tangible. Well, I'm heading for that place on the postcard, Inspector.
The Kleibach Inn?
Yeah. At this point, part of a key is better than none. Expense account item 7, $16.20 American. Transportation and incidentals to the Klybach Inn. The postcard didn't do justice to the place. The village nestled in a little meadow below some towering peaks. Oh, above it was the inn, a chalet-type building that looked out over the valley. And it was a peaceful scene. A few cows in the meadow with jangling bells. A lot of snow on the peaks. A sky of startlingly clear blue and a few wisps of clouds nudging the peaks. Inside, the inn looked spacious and comfortable, with a friendly fire crackling in the huge fireplace, and a friendly-looking fellow behind the desk.
Welcome to the Klybach Inn.
Well, thanks.
Please sign here.
Okay.
Thank you, Herr Dollar, is it?
Yeah. You the manager?
Yeah, I am Otto Friedrich, your host.
Well, maybe you could help me, Otto.
I am at your service.
All right. Take a look at this postcard. Oh, what's the matter?
That is not so good picture of the inn. I had some new ones made. You see, the lighting is wrong in this picture. The entire north wing is in the shadows. Now, in the good picture...
Yeah. Well, what I want to know is, do you sell these cards here?
Not those cards, no. I have the new cards. See, here's one. Now, see how much better...
Well, how about in the village? Do they sell the old cards there?
Yeah, I'm afraid so, in one or two shops. I have told them 100 times I will give them the new ones if only they will. You see, it's...
Yes, it's the lighting. You ever hear the name Sebastian around here?
Sebastian.
No need to memorize it. Just tell me if you've heard it, please.
Is it a first name or a last name?
There you've got me.
Sebastian. No, I do not remember hearing that name. I'll be glad to check my register for you.
How about F. Gruner? He's the one who sent the card to Sebastian.
Gruner. Perhaps I heard the name in the village somewhere. Or I will see what I can find out.
Okay, thanks.
In the meantime, I hope you'll be comfortable here and enjoy your visit. Ski equipment is at your disposal.
Thanks. But I'll enjoy my visit a lot more if I can find F. Gruner. Okay, coming. Yeah?
Oh, I say, I'm looking for a chap named Dollar who's supposed to be occupying this room.
I'm Johnny Dollar.
You? You certain?
Reasonably, what?
Oh, what a pity.
Well, I'm sorry, old man, but there's not very much I can do about it.
Oh, I didn't mean that. I say you must forgive me.
Must I?
Well, you see, I used to know a chap in London named Dollar. Delightful fellow, really. Incidentally, I'm Geoffrey Harris. We had ripping times together.
How jolly for you.
Yeah, and when I heard that a chap named Dollar had registered here at the inn, well, naturally, I thought it must be old Bunny.
Bunny?
Yes, old Bunny Dollar. Oh, Bunny was just a nickname, you see.
Well, that's reassuring, Harris.
You know, there is a bit of a resemblance. You wouldn't mind a chance be his brother or cousin, would you?
No.
Well, after all, Dollar's a bit of an odd name, and I thought...
No, I'm sorry. If you'll excuse me, I'm on my way downstairs.
Oh, splendid. Well, so am I.
Oh?
It's quite a coincidence,
Is it?
Well, running to you in this way, I mean, you're absolutely sure that you don't know Bunny Dollar?
This I can guarantee.
Oh, what a pity. He's really worlds of fun.
Oh, yes, I can imagine. But what do you know?
What's that?
Oh, nothing. I just spotted an old friend over at the bar. See you later, Harris.
Oh, I see. So I can see your point, old man.
Well, hello, Ilsa. It is Ilsa Schaefer, isn't it?
Why, you're the one.
Yeah, that's right. Johnny Dollar, the one you shared a cab with back in Zurich.
Yes, of course. What a coincidence.
Isn't it?
Incidentally, Johnny, I want to thank you for turning my purse in. It was foolish of me to leave it in your cab.
Just an oversight, huh?
Well, yes, of course.
I mean, you didn't by any chance leave it in the cab on purpose, huh?
Well, of course not. Why would I do a thing like that?
Oh, maybe so somebody else would think you passed something along to me in that cab, besides a kiss.
That kiss. I suppose I shouldn't have been so impulsive.
Oh, I didn't object to that. But I did object to a muzzle man jumping me and acting like you had given me something.
Oh? What was I supposed to have given you?
You don't have any idea?
No, honestly, I don't.
Okay, we'll let that ride for the time being. Mind if I ask what you're doing here at the Klybach Inn?
Oh, this is a favorite spot of mine. I like to ski.
Oh?
You don't seem convinced. I really am quite a good skier, Johnny.
Are you?
As a matter of fact, I plan to go skiing in the morning. Would you like to come with me?
Well, now, that might be pretty interesting. Just a minute. I'll go check with Otto, see if I can borrow some skis. Be right back.
All right, Johnny.
Ah, Herr Dollar. And how are you enjoying your stay so far?
Just fine, Otto, fine. Look, about that girl over at the bar.
Fräulein Schäfer. Oh, a most attractive young lady, no?
A most attractive young lady, yes. This seems to be a favorite spot of hers.
I am very happy to hear that, Herr Dollar.
I suppose she comes here often, huh?
This is her first visit to the Kleibach Inn.
You're sure about that?
Of course. I would certainly remember a young lady like her. Yes, this is her first visit, but I hope it will not be her last.
Don't count on it, Otto. So Elsa was lying about coming here often. That could mean she'd lied about a few other things, too, like leaving her purse in my cab accidentally. She might have been trying to make it look like she'd passed the stolen diamonds on to me and thus take the heat off herself and whoever she was working with. I remembered what Inspector Honegger had told me, that Sebastian's killer could be a woman. I went back to the bar.
Did you arrange for the skis?
Yeah, I guess I'm all set.
Good. Tomorrow morning, then.
All right, where?
Well, I had in mind the North Slope, but perhaps you would not like that.
Why not?
Some people consider it too dangerous.
Oh, I don't think I should worry about the danger, do you? Mm-hmm. After all, Elsa, I'll be in the best of hands.
Thank you.
I'm sure you'll take good care of me.
I will certainly try to, Johnny.
Now, here's our star to tell you about tomorrow's episode of this week's story.
Tomorrow, well, skiing's a strenuous sport. So is hunting. Put them together, and it's liable to kill you. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by Robert Reif. It is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
This is Otto, the innkeeper. I have a telephone call for you from Police Inspector Honegger in Zurich. I will put him on. Go ahead.
Hi, Inspector. Any line on Sebastian's killer?
Not yet, Herr Dollar.
That also means no line on the stolen diamonds, huh?
I do not know. You recall the picture postcard Sebastian gave you before his death? The picture of the Kleibach Inn?
Sure. He said it was part of a key to the location of the diamonds. That's why I came up here to the inn. But I haven't found any sign of them.
We have been watching Sebastian's apartment. This morning, the second part of the key arrived in his mailbox.
Another postcard?
Yes. I am sending it on to you. See what you can make of it.
Looks like we're in the middle of a game of some kind.
Have you been able to locate the missing murder suspect, Ilse Schaefer?
I've not only located her, in 5 minutes I'm going skiing with her.
What? Herr Dollar, do you think that is wise for you?
It's one way of finding out if she ties in. I just hope it doesn't turn out to be the hard way.
Tonight, and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the Home Office Global Casualty in Hartford, Connecticut. Assignment, the picture postcard matter. Location, Kleibach, Switzerland. Expense account continued. Item 7, $3 American, rental on ski equipment. Ilse Schaefer told me she'd come to Kleibach to go skiing, and I wanted to make sure that was her reason. There'd been too many coincidences about her to suit me. First, the way she'd popped into my cab in Zurich, then popped out 2 blocks later, leaving her purse behind. Right after that, I'd been jumped by a strong arm who was sure Ilse had passed the stolen diamonds to me. And now she turns up suddenly at the Kleibach Inn. I spotted her waiting for me at the ski lift.
Come on, Johnny. You're late.
In her skiing outfit, she could have passed for Miss Switzerland. But one nasty little thought kept coming into my brain, kept marring the picture. She could also be Sebastian's killer. We rode the lift up to the top, then took off along the ridges. She skied like she was born to it. Easy, smooth, and gracefully. It had been 4 years since I'd last been on skis, and as I struggled to keep up with her, I must have looked like a rusty snowplow. We worked our way out on the crest of one of the ridges.
Let's stop here a moment.
Well, that suits me fine. Whew.
You winded?
This is not exactly sea level.
You'll get used to it. You see, I really can ski, Johnny.
Oh, that's an understatement.
Do you have a cigarette?
Yeah, sure. Here.
Thanks. Isn't it beautiful up here, Johnny?
Yeah.
You see that little dot way down there? That is the inn.
A long way down.
That's what I like about skiing. Everything is so remote, so far below. When you're up here, all that down there, it just doesn't exist anymore.
It's always there when you get back, though.
You are too practical, Johnny. But you know, it's fun being with you.
Thanks.
I still can't get over it.
What?
Well, the coincidence that I should share your cab in Zurich and then run into you again at the Kleibach Inn. But I am glad. Aren't you?
Can't say that I...
Johnny!
Hey, must have come from that other ridge behind the rocks. Closer. We're sitting ducks on this ridge.
Quick! Down the left side of it. There is a shortcut.
Let's go. Keep low, Elsa.
Who could be shooting at us?
We'll figure that out when we get out of range.
Oh.
He's still right with us.
We'll be out of sight in a moment.
Could be a moment too late.
There. We are past the shoulder.
Yeah. Slope's pretty steep here.
This is the quickest way. The shoulder of the ridge will keep us out of sight.
Maybe.
What do you mean?
We get going much faster and we're going to take off. Hey, ahead of us, a cliff.
Johnny, stop!
What do you think I'm trying to do?
Johnny, watch out!
Can't. Oh, brother.
Johnny.
4 feet more and I'd...
Thank heaven.
This was a real great route you picked, Ilse.
Oh, I can't tell you how sorry I am.
Sorry I didn't go over the edge.
Oh, of course not. I mean, I'm sorry that in the excitement, I forgot about the avalanche.
Avalanche?
Yes, several months ago. It took away part of the slope and left this sheer drop.
Forgot about it, huh?
Well, I just told you I did.
I noticed you didn't have much trouble stopping in time.
But I was behind you.
Oh, yeah, that's just where you were, behind me.
What are you trying to say, Johnny?
Just that this is one coincidence too many, Ilse. We just happened to stop on the top of the ridge, right where I make a grade A target. Then you just happen to forget there's a sheer drop on this shortcut you got me to take.
But I explained
Come on, we're
that...
going back to the inn.
The fire feels good, doesn't it? Johnny, what is it? What's the matter? All those things you said up on the ridge.
I'm waiting, Elsa.
Waiting for what?
For you to open up and tell me what this is all about and how you fit into the deal.
Deal?
Oh, cut it out, will you? You didn't just happen to share my cab back in Zurich. The whole thing was rigged so it would look like you passed those stolen diamonds along to me.
Stolen? Johnny, I don't know anything about stolen diamonds.
I suppose you also don't know anything about a man named Sebastian.
Oh, yes, I know Sebastian. What has he got to do
Or about
with...
his murder?
Murder? Oh, no.
Oh, yes.
Why, I can't believe it. Sebastian dead.
Yeah, and you've already admitted you knew Sebastian. Now let's have the rest of the story, straight.
Oh, well, Sebastian was a friend of mine.
Friend?
Nothing more. He had asked me to share your cab at the airport and to leave my purse in it.
Why did he want you to do that?
I don't know. He said he was in some kind of trouble and needed help. He said if I would do that, it would help him.
Ilsa, you'll have to do better than that.
But I am telling you the truth.
No, you... Hey, wait a minute. You claim you didn't know what kind of trouble Sebastian was in?
No, he didn't tell me.
You also claim you don't know anything about the diamonds? $100,000 worth?
What? I read about that in the newspapers, but... Oh, wait a moment. Are you saying that Sebastian was involved in it?
Up to his ears.
I'm sorry to hear that, Johnny. But you must believe me. I did not know anything about it.
You're either telling the truth or you're a whale of an actress, Ilsa.
I'm telling you the truth.
Okay.
But about that taxi cab in Zurich, I don't understand.
Sebastian was trying to double-cross the rest of the outfit by negotiating with me for the return of the diamonds. But apparently there was another outfit after the diamonds. He wanted to make it look to them like he'd passed the diamonds along to take the heat off.
You said a man attacked you after I had left your cab.
Yeah. He obviously thought you'd slip me the diamonds.
Oh.
So Sebastian was setting me up as a patsy on the one hand and negotiating with me on the other.
Who could have killed him?
Good question. Could be the outfit trying to grab the stones. Or Sebastian's own crowd found out he was trying to sell them out.
And the person who shot at us up on the
Same
ridge?
two possibilities. Which reminds me, you still haven't explained how you happened to come up here to the Kleibach Inn.
Oh. Well, Sebastian told me he had unfinished business in Zurich, and he would meet me here in a few days, and we would go skiing.
I see. Tell me, did you know any of Sebastian's friends?
One or two, slightly.
Was one of them big and powerful, thick features, almost bald?
No. Why?
Well, he's the one who jumped me in the hotel lobby after my cab ride with you.
Oh, no. I am certain I would remember him the way you describe him. Oh, there was a man Sebastian spent a great deal of time with, but he was short and stocky with very thick neck.
Well, that fits the description of one of the men in the robbery at the Zurich airport. Do you know his name?
Why, Brunner, I think it was.
Could it have been Gruner?
Yes, Gruner.
The man who sent the postcard to Sebastian. Yeah, that ties in all right.
Postcard?
Oh, well, skip that. Was one of Sebastian's friends an Englishman?
Not that I know of. Why?
Well, a fellow named Jeffrey Harris here at the hotel's been trying to strike up an acquaintance with me. Claims he thought I was old Bunny Dollar, a friend of his from London. Oh, well.
Johnny, if you'll excuse me, I'm very tired and upset about this news of Sebastian. I think I'll go to my room.
Yeah, okay, Elsa.
If there's anything more I can do...
Don't worry. I'll let you know.
All right. I'll see you later.
Herr Dollar?
Oh, Otto.
Did you enjoy your skiing?
Well, let's say it was real interesting. Got a question for you, Otto.
Huh?
As a man of experience, how do you tell if a woman is lying?
Okay, Herr Dollar. As an innkeeper, I learned long ago that one listens to a woman, agrees with her, smiles politely, keeps his eyes open, and believes what he wishes about her.
Yeah, well, I guess that's as good advice as any.
Herr Dollar, this letter arrived for you from Zurich by special messenger while you were out.
Oh, yeah, I was expecting it. Thanks, Otto. One more thing.
Yeah?
Did anybody else go skiing this morning?
From the inn? No.
I see.
But the Englishman...
Jeffrey Harris? What about him?
He likes to climb the rocks. He went out for a while.
Climbing rocks, huh? Thanks a lot. Yeah. Jeffrey Harris could be my boy, all right. But at the moment, I was more interested in the contents of the envelope Police Inspector Honegger had sent me from Zurich. I tore it open and examined the postcard inside. Expense item 8, 2.5, long-distance call to Zurich and Honegger.
You received the postcard, Herr Dollar?
Yeah, from Gruner to Sebastian, a picture of a chalet on the side of a mountain. You say this card arrived in Sebastian's mailbox?
This morning. Apparently, Gruner is unaware of Sebastian's death. What do you make of the card?
Well, the chalet in the picture is sort of a small halfway house for skiers.
Is it attended?
No, empty most of the time.
Herr Dollar, possibly the first postcard of the inn was simply for the purpose of guiding Sebastian to Kleibach. This second is perhaps a picture of the actual location of the diamonds.
That's what I'm going up there to find out. The trail up the mountain started in back of the inn. I worked my way up the ridge slowly, keeping an eye on every clump of rock, just in case my friend with the rifle was still on the prowl. Near the crest, I stopped for breath. Suddenly, I spotted something moving far down the slope below me. Someone was descending from rock to rock, almost down to the inn. It was too far to tell for sure, but it looked like the Englishman, Jeffrey Harris. I started my climb again. 10 minutes later, I reached the halfway house, the place on the postcard. It was small, just a shelter, and there was no sign of life. Inside, the place was in a shambles, completely torn about. If this had been the hiding place of the stolen diamonds, somebody had sure beat me to it.
Now, here's our star to tell you about tomorrow's episode of this week's story.
Tomorrow, a third part of the key turns up, in the form of a corpse. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by Robert Reif, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for
Johnny Dollar.
Inspector Honegger of the Zurich Police, Herr Dollar.
Hi, Inspector. Where are you?
Downstairs in the lobby of the inn. I came up from Zurich to see if that picture postcard I sent you was of help in locating the stolen diamonds.
Afraid not, Inspector. I located the chalet on the postcard, all right. It's sort of a shelter for skiers up on a ridge.
Well?
Well, when I got there, the place had been turned upside down. If the diamonds were hidden there, somebody sure beat me to it.
I see.
So it looks like we're at a dead end.
Perhaps not.
What do you mean?
You recall that in Zurich, a large man attacked you thinking that you had the diamonds?
Recall it. I've still got the lumps to prove it. What about him?
A man answering that description bought a railroad ticket here to Kleibach last night.
Oh?
We have reason to believe that he is somewhere here in the village now. That could mean that the diamonds that he and you are looking for are here after all.
I'll be right down, Inspector.
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar. To the Home Office, Global Casualty in Hartford, Connecticut. Assignment, the picture postcard matter. Location, Kleibach, Switzerland. Expense account continued. Item 9, 70 cents. 1 pot of coffee for Inspector Honegger and myself at the Kleibach Inn.
Most perplexing case, Herr Dollar. A skillfully timed robbery of the uncut diamonds at the Zurich airport last week, and then these puzzling postcards supposedly giving the location of the diamonds.
Yeah, they've got to be the key, Inspector. If we can only figure them out. Look, we know now that Sebastian was in on the robbery and was trying to negotiate secretly for the return of the stones.
Yeah, and he told you before he was murdered that the postcard he gave you was a part of the key to the location of the diamonds.
That's right. It was signed by a man named Gruner. And according to Ilse Schaefer, Gruner was a friend of Sebastian's. Her description of Gruner matches one of the men in the robbery at the airport.
What of this young lady, Ilse Schaefer? What do you make of her?
Well, that's a good question, Inspector. I wish I knew the answer. I hope she's in the clear.
Hope? Oh, I see.
All right, so I'm normal.
Yeah, she is a very attractive young lady. But there is also the chance that she is involved, that she killed Sebastian.
I know. She could be involved, or she could be innocent. It's a 50-50 proposition, I guess. Pay your money and take your choice. More coffee, Inspector?
Please. Thank you. What is her story?
Well, I finally got her to admit she didn't share my cab in Zurich and leave her purse in it just by coincidence. It was Sebastian's idea to make it look like she'd passed something along to me.
But why would Sebastian wish to make it appear that you had the diamonds if he was trying to negotiate with you for their return? That does not make sense.
Actually, I think it does, Inspector. It could go together this way. After the robbery, the gang split up. Gruner was to hide the diamonds, then get word to Sebastian as to their location.
Of this much we are fairly certain.
Okay. But now Sebastian gets the bright idea of double-crossing his buddies. He gets in touch with the insurance company I represent, and they send me to Zurich to negotiate with him.
I still do not...
In the meantime, though, another outfit has moved into the picture and is trying to grab the stones from Sebastian and his boys.
Yeah, that would explain many things.
Sure it would. That's why he rigged that deal with Ilse in my taxicab, to make it look to the other outfit like I had the stones. That would take them off his neck for a while. Yeah, he was playing me for a patsy. But I've got to admit it was a pretty fair scheme.
Then later, Sebastian contacts you and gives you the first postcard.
Mm-hmm.
He tells you it is part of the key to the location of the diamonds.
That's right. But Sebastian didn't move fast enough, so he wound up dead.
But his confederate Gruner sent him a second card.
Oh, probably mailed before Sebastian was killed.
It is possible. Now, the first postcard is a picture of this Kleibach Inn.
Yeah, and according to Otto, the innkeeper, it's not the best picture of the inn. I asked him about Gruner. He said he thought he'd heard the name somewhere, but that Gruner hadn't been a guest here.
Perhaps he is down in the village.
Well, I'm going to check that today. But if the diamonds are in the village, why the postcard of the inn? And why the second postcard of the ski hut on the ridge?
I do not know. Is there anybody here at the inn that you suspect of being an accomplice of Gruner and Sebastian?
Ilse Schaefer, for one. She claims Sebastian told her he'd meet her here in a few days for some skiing.
I see. Anyone else?
An Englishman named Geoffrey Harris. He seems pretty interested in me. Claims he thought I was a friend of his from London.
He might be telling the truth.
Yeah, he might be. But I found out he likes to climb mountains. And he was up there somewhere this morning when Ilse and I were skiing and got shot at.
Do you think Fräulein Schaefer could have maneuvered you into that position?
Well, if she did, she had a lot of confidence in the marksmanship of her buddy in the rocks.
And you told me she suggested a route of escape which ended suddenly at a cliff.
Which I almost went off of. Yeah, Inspector, I hate to say it, but she could be the one. And I've got to find out one way or the other. Which means I'm going to stick pretty close to her for the time being.
I gather that prospect is not entirely unpleasant to you. But be careful, Herr Dollar. She could be dangerous.
So could Geoffrey Harris. On my way to the ski hut this afternoon, I spotted him down the mountain from me.
And the ski hut had been torn apart.
Yeah. If the diamonds were there, they're gone now. And Harris could be the boy who beat me to them.
If he or anybody attempts to leave Kleibach, one of my men at the railroad station will report it. Well, I must be getting back to Zurich, Herr Dollar. Who knows? Perhaps these postcards are just decoys.
And the stones are still in Zurich? No. No, I'd bet my bottom dollar they're here in Kleibach somewhere. If I could only figure out the meaning of those postcards.
Yeah. Otherwise, why would the man who attacked you in Zurich have come here?
He must be hiding out in the village somewhere.
Well, perhaps I can turn up something else of help in Zurich.
Right now, Inspector, anything would be of help, believe me. After Inspector Honecker left, I studied the postcards again, but I got nowhere. One of the inn, the other the ski hut. What did they mean? I went out on the balcony outside my room and looked up at the mountains. But I couldn't see the ski hut from there. A ridge was in the way. I did see something else, though. 3 rooms down the balcony, Jeffrey Harris's French doors were open. His room was empty. So I decided to have a look. I wasn't sure just what I was looking for. Something, anything that would indicate whether or not Harris was involved in the whole thing. I worked my way to the closet, turning up one big nothing. His clothes were hung neatly in place, and in one corner was stacked some climbing gear. I reached around behind it, and my hand touched metal. I pulled it into view. A rifle with a telescopic sight. I sniffed at the barrel. The gun had been fired recently.
Good evening, Herr Dollar.
Hello, Otto. Look, have you seen Jeffrey Harris lately?
The Englishman? Not since late afternoon. All day long he was out climbing the mountain.
Yeah, I know.
He no sooner got back than he went out again. Before dinner. And it was a good dinner tonight, too.
Any idea where he went?
None.
Could be in the village. Look, tell me something. When he arrived here at your inn, did he have a gun case in his luggage?
He had a lot of climbing equipment, but I did not notice a gun case.
Well, he could have taken it apart and packed it in his suitcase.
Why do you ask, Herr Dollar?
Oh, skip it. I'll see you later, Otto.
Johnny.
Oh, hello, Elsa.
I've been looking for you.
Yeah?
Have you been able to find out who was shooting at us up on the ridge this morning?
I'm not sure yet.
You still do not trust me, do you?
I don't know, Elsa.
What can I do to prove to you that I am not involved?
In what?
Anything. The diamond robbery, the murder of Sebastian, the attempt on your life this morning. I like you, Johnny. I don't want you thinking such things about me.
Look, let's talk about it later on.
Why not now?
I have to go into the village.
Well, perhaps I could go with you, Johnny. Do you mind?
No. Matter of fact, that might be a good idea.
Nice in the village tonight, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Quiet, too.
You seem to be looking for something, Johnny.
For someone, Elsa.
Who?
The Englishman, Jeffrey Harris.
Oh?
You told me you'd never seen him before you came here to Kleibach.
That is right.
Then he wasn't a friend of Sebastian's.
Well, not as far as I know.
Well, an hour ago in Harris's room, I found a rifle with a telescopic sight.
You mean that Harris is the one who shot at you this morning?
Otto, the innkeeper, told me Harris went mountain climbing today. I saw him on his way down late this afternoon. But he isn't at the inn now.
You think he's down here in the village?
Maybe. That's why.
What's the matter?
Hold it, Elsa. Well. Looks like maybe the village isn't so quiet after all.
What do you mean?
I think somebody's following us.
What?
Come on, now, start walking. Yeah.
Where?
Across the street and back a ways in the shadows.
Oh, what are you going to do, Johnny?
Figure out a way. Wait a minute. That alley up ahead. We'll turn into it.
Oh, Johnny.
Don't turn your head, Elsa. Okay, into the alley now. Good. He can't see us here.
Who do you think it is?
I don't know. Gruner, Jeffrey Harris, even the guy who jumped me back in Zurich thinking I had the diamonds. Keep going.
You think he'll come into this alley?
That's what I'm hoping. All right, now here we are. The doorway here will do very nicely. Look, Elsie, you keep going down the alley, cut across to the next street, and go back to the inn.
But What are you going to do?
Wait for him. Go on now, go on.
No, Johnny.
Look, you do as
I want to stay with you.
Don't be silly. It could get a little rough around here all of a sudden.
Johnny.
There's nothing you can do here, Ilsa. So do what I tell you. Now get moving. Now. She looked at me a moment, then went down the alley and out of sight. A couple of minutes went by. Nothing. Then I heard steps. He was approaching the alley, whoever he was. Now he was at the entrance. I pressed back into the doorway. A few more feet. Oh, wait a minute. He decided not to bite. I edged out of the doorway and back to the mouth of the alley. Then I stuck my head around the corner. Nobody. He must have ducked into a building or down the street. It sounded like Ilsa from the next street. I cut through the alley. Then I spotted a couple of people in front of a small hotel down the street. They were jabbering excitedly. There was a man crumpled up on the ground. Ilsa saw me and ran over.
Johnny. Oh, Johnny.
What's the matter, Ilsa?
He fell out of the upstairs window, almost in front of me.
Who is it?
It's Sebastian's friend, Gruner.
Gruner. The guy who'd been writing postcards to Sebastian. Gruner. The only man in the world who knew where the diamonds were hidden. My one lead. Dead.
Now, here's our star to tell you about the final episode of this week's story.
Tomorrow, the wind-up. I find out some people will not hesitate to kill anyone who gets in their way. And that's not so good when the man in the way is me. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by Robert Reif, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours Truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
This is Otto, the innkeeper, Herr Dollar.
Oh, good.
I was away from the desk for a few minutes and just received the message that you called.
Look, Otto, I'm at the little hotel down in the village.
You're not planning to move out of the Kleibach Inn, I hope?
No, listen. I want you to do me a favor.
Of course.
Have you seen Jeffrey Harris?
The English gentleman? No.
Then keep a sharp eye out for him. Oh. Yeah, and the minute he gets back to the inn, call me. But don't let him know you're calling me.
Whatever you say, Herr Dollar. But is something wrong?
Plenty. This man named Gruner I've been looking for.
You have found him?
I've found him, all right. Dead.
What?
And it looks like his killer is here at this hotel.
Tonight, and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account. America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar, location Kleibach, Switzerland. To the Home Office Global Casualty, Hartford, Connecticut. Assignment, the picture postcard matter. Expense account continued. The murder of Gruner meant that I had lost the one solid lead I had on the whole case. Unless, of course, I could round up whoever put him away. Item 10, $1 to the desk clerk for watching the rear entrance of the hotel in case the killer should try to get out that way.
Well, what are you going to do, Johnny?
Go upstairs and take a look.
I'm coming with you.
No, stay here.
I won't. I'm coming with you.
All right, I don't have time to argue. Now, tell me again just what happened, Elsa.
You realized we were being followed along the street. You decided to wait in that alley, and I was to cut through to this street and go back to the inn.
Yeah. Go on.
Well, when I got to the street, I heard a man cry out. Then I saw Gruner fall from an upstairs window. He was dead.
He fell from a corner room?
Yes.
Well, that'd be this door over here. Okay. Get back against the wall, Elsa.
All right. Be careful, Johnny.
Yeah. Empty.
Maybe one of the other rooms, Johnny.
Yeah. Hey. Somebody just locked up.
That was down the hall.
Yeah, come on. That room at the end. Get back, Elsa. Go on.
The window.
Yeah. Oh, great. A fire escape. Uh-oh.
You see someone,
Just
Johnny?
a flash as he disappeared around the corner.
Could you recognize him?
There wasn't much light, but it looked like the big boy who jumped me back in Zurich.
Then it was he who killed Gruner.
Could be. And Gruner was my last lead to those stolen diamonds.
You think that man who got away now has them?
I don't know. If he does and tries to leave town, Inspector Honegger's man will pick him up at the railroad station. Well, let's go back to the inn. We did. But only because it meant being someplace where I could quietly sit down and think. Try to put together and make sense out of what meager information I had. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized that I was stymied.
More coffee, Johnny?
No, thanks, no.
What's the matter, Johnny?
Oh, what's the matter is I'm beat.
The stolen diamonds.
The stolen diamonds. Unless I can figure out the meaning of those picture postcards Gruner sent to Sebastian, I'm licked. And so far, I've drawn nothing but big blanks on them.
Postcards? You didn't say anything to me about postcards.
I know, Elsa. Well, look, you may as well know it. Right now, you're about my last hope. You claim you weren't involved in any of this, that you want to help me.
Oh, yes, Johnny, and I mean it.
Okay, here's your chance to prove it.
How?
Take a look at these postcards. They're all addressed to your dead pal, Sebastian.
Sent to him by Gruner.
That's right.
A picture of the Clyback Inn here, and a picture of the ski hut on the ridge.
Do they mean anything to you?
Well, you're staying here at the inn, and I have seen the ski hut on the ridge. Beyond that, nothing.
You're sure?
Yes. What is it all about, Johnny? The postcards, I mean.
Sebastian and Gruner were together in the diamond robbery back in Zurich. Then they split up. Gruner hid the diamonds and sent these postcards to Sebastian. They're supposed to be the key to the location of the diamonds.
And now both Sebastian and Gruner are dead.
Which means that if I can't figure out this key, I'll probably never recover those stones.
You told me this morning you thought there were others after the diamonds.
Yeah, and they probably knocked off Sebastian and Gruner trying to get them.
These postcards, the inn and the ski hut. Have you searched this inn?
As well as I could.
And the ski hut?
When I got there, the place had been ransacked. Somebody beat me to it. I saw Jeffrey Harris in the vicinity on my way up to the hut.
The Englishman?
Yeah. He could be my boy. Maybe whoever knocked off Gruner in the village was working for him.
Maybe Mr. Harris already has the diamonds then.
I hope to find out if and when he comes back here to the inn. I somehow doubt that he's found them, though. They went after Gruner after the ski hut was ransacked.
And that would indicate they are still looking for them. Yes. The inn and the ski hut. Wait, Johnny. Perhaps the diamonds are somewhere on a line between the two places.
I thought of that, but it doesn't work. You can't see the ski hut from here at the inn. A ridge cuts it off. And where on a line between the two? They're about 5 miles apart.
I wonder if...
Hold it, Elsa.
What is it?
Jeffrey Harris, just coming in. See you later, Elsa.
Well, it's the dollar chap.
Yeah, that's right, Harris. The dollar chap.
Enjoying your stay at Clyback, old man?
Well, let's say it's been interesting.
Delightful place, really. I'm a bit of a mountain climber, you know.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, you do? Oh, I didn't think my reputation had spread that much. Oh, I'm really just an amateur, but it's great fun.
You did some climbing today, I believe.
Yes, matter of fact, I did. Splendid face of rock up there. It gave me quite a workout.
And you were down in the village this evening?
Oh, yes. I say, old chap, you seem to be rather an inquisitive sort. Why all the questions, huh?
Well, this morning I got shot at up on the ridge.
What's that?
This evening a man was murdered in the village. Both times you were in the vicinity.
Oh, now, look here, Dollar. Let's not be absurd, right? I'm sorry that someone was potting away at you this morning, but I assure you I had nothing to do with it, and I didn't even know about the murder in the village.
Plus the fact you've been pretty interested in me ever since I arrived here at the inn.
Yes, but I've explained all that. I thought at first that you might be my old friend Bunny Dollar from London.
Look, let's quit talking about old Bunny Dollar and start talking about that rifle of yours with a telescopic sight.
Don't be ridiculous, old boy. I don't have any rifle.
Well, I just happened to have found one in your closet today.
I say, you are a snooper, aren't you? But you must have gotten to the wrong closet. I tell you, I don't own a rifle.
It was there, all right, and it was your closet.
Well, then somebody left it there by mistake. Now, look here, Dollar. I haven't the slightest idea what you're driving at, but I assure you I am in no way involved. And I must say I don't care for your attitude or behavior. You'd think I had you confused with old Bunny. Well, you're not in the least like him. You're prowling in my closet.
I guess I drew a blank there. Elsa, where did she...
Herr Dollar.
Oh, Otto. Where did Elsa go?
Why, I do not know. She was sitting there a few minutes ago. Perhaps she went up to her room.
Yeah.
Herr Dollar, this man you were looking for, Gruner.
I'm not looking for him anymore, Otto. Like I told you over the phone, he got himself killed in the village this evening.
I know. And that is what made me think you might be interested in this.
Oh, hey, another postcard. Where'd you get it?
It arrived today. It was addressed to the man called Sebastian in care of my inn.
That means Gruner didn't know Sebastian was dead. Hey, this could be the missing part of the key.
Key?
A picture of the village square.
Does that mean something to you, Herr Dollar?
I'm sure it means something, all right. But I'm not sure what. I went to my room and put the 3 postcards side by side. The inn, the ski hut on the ridge, and the village square. The trouble was I couldn't be sure this was all there was to the key. Maybe Gruner had planned to send more cards, but he wouldn't be sending any now. Yeah, from any point of view, I was getting nowhere. Then I stopped cold. Point of view. I looked at the cards again. You couldn't see the ski hut from the inn, and you couldn't see the inn from the village. But maybe, just maybe, there was some point from which you could see all 3. I went downstairs and outside. It was a moonlight night. I started walking slowly toward the village, keeping the inn in sight behind me. Finally, I came to a point in the road where I could see both the inn and the village square in the distance. But I still couldn't see the ski hut. There was a ridge in the way. I started cutting across a field. It looked like a little deserted farm. A shed loomed up in front of me, a small, broken-down barn. And then, just as I got to the barn, the ski hut on the ridge came into view. I stopped and checked. Yeah, I could see the inn, the village square, and the ski hut. And this was the one point from which the scenes on all 3 postcards were visible. This had to be it. I went inside. The barn was empty except for some straw in one corner. I ran my hands through it, and I pulled out a leather case. The moonlight streaming through the broken roof told me I'd finally found the uncut diamonds. Wait a minute. Somebody outside. I froze against the wall in the shadow. He came in. I let him get close. Then I dove at him. I gave him a couple to the midsection and he crumpled. I dragged him to his feet.
No, let's go off.
Well, my old friend who jumped me back in Zurich. Who are you? Come on.
No, don't. No, I am Anton.
Your outfit was trying to get the diamonds away from Sebastian's boys, huh?
Yes.
When you jumped me in Zurich, you thought I had them. Then you followed me here to Kleibach. And you killed Gruner trying to make him talk. Okay, who are you working for? Spell it.
No, nobody. I am working alone.
Don't give me that. You haven't the brains to mastermind a deal like this. Now, who's the boss?
I can't tell you.
Open up, Anton. Start talking.
That is enough, Herr Dollar.
What? Otto.
Stand very still.
Well, so the little innkeeper is Anton's boss.
You stupid fool, Anton.
Yeah, well, what could I do, Otto? I didn't know he had had me approaching.
One blunder after another.
But
I think I get it now, Otto. It was you who shot at me up at the ridge this morning. Then you planted the rifle in the Englishman's room.
I realized after I had missed that perhaps it was just as well, Dollar.
Sure. You realized I might be able to help you. You couldn't figure out the location of the stones, although you had one of the postcards. But you knew I had the other 2 and might be able to figure out the 3 of them.
Why not?
So you gave me the 3rd card, hoping I'd lead you to the diamonds.
Which you very obligingly did.
Give me the diamonds, Dollar.
I will take them. Stand back, Anton.
What? But Otto...
Sure. You don't think he's really going to split with you, do you, Anton?
What do you mean?
Otto.
Stay where you are, Anton. You have served your purpose.
After all I have done for you, why you then back?
Anton started for Otto, who took his eyes off for a second. That's what I was waiting for. I dove at him just as his gun went off. Anton crumpled, and after a fist in his face, Otto did likewise. I knelt down and picked up his gun. All right, Otto. Just hold it where you are.
But my shoulder, I'm hurt.
Don't worry, Anton. There's enough of you left to talk to the police. And you know, I got a hunch you're going to be a real cooperative witness. Expense account, 14th and final item, $678.50, transportation and incidentals home. Total expenses, $1,723 even. Remarks? Otto and Anton were turned over to Police Inspector Honegger. The diamonds are in safekeeping. About Otto. Well, greed is one of the 7 deadly sins. It sure turned out to be the deadliest one for Otto. About Elsa? Well, please consider me available for any future assignments in Switzerland. End of report. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Now, here's our star to tell you about next week's story.
Next week, there's uranium, they say, in the Arizona hills. There's also a killer with 3 victims behind him. And he's looking for another. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by Robert Reif, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Heard in our cast were Lucille Meredith, Victor Perrin, Forrest Lewis, Stan Jones, and Ben Wright. Musical supervision by Amerigo Marino. Be sure to join us on Monday night, same time and station, for another exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking.
The Ethel Merman Show, previously scheduled for this time, will be heard at a new time and date to be announced shortly. Transcribed is Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective.
Hello there. This is Diamond. Hey, I got a beef. I went shopping for my girl Helen Asher the other day. You know, stuff for dinner. This town's gotten hotter than a blast furnace in Death Valley, so you got to pick out things that make for a cool meal, like salads, cold cuts, beer. Real picnic style. Well, I figured I could whip up a fancy tossed salad or something. Until I got around to the tomato counter. Have you glommed onto the price of tomatoes lately? Now, what's with that? So the cost of living is inflated. So a T-bone makes like it just arrived direct from the Sultan's classiest cow. Okay, a T-bone I can understand. But what's with a tomato? When it costs so much, it should be hanging from a charm bracelet instead of lying in a salad bowl. Who needs it? So I bowed from the waist and figured you could still do a lot of things with a plain head of lettuce. I got another beef, too. Why can't people start their killings in December when it's cool? Now, about a week ago, I got mixed up in a case, and before it was over, I took so many salt tablets, I am now the best seasoned private detective in New York. It started last Tuesday morning about 11 o'clock in an apartment on the Upper East Side.
Ginny?
Yeah, genius.
No cracks.
No cracks. We're both waiting for old Gibson to turn us into the cops, and you say no cracks. This whole rotten mess is your fault.
Well, how did I know the old goat wouldn't fall for it?
Well, he didn't, so we better start packing.
What for?
Because I don't want to play hostess to a lot of little men in blue. I'm allergic to handcuffs.
Relax, will you? They won't find us.
They can trace me from the other apartment.
How? Gibson don't know your real name. Did you leave anything in the other place, or we'll leave him here?
No. Cleaned out everything except the clothes. I didn't have time to move them.
Notice you got away with the mink.
What do you want me to do? Leave it behind?
No, we can hock it.
Hock it?
Yeah. You want to blow town? Takes cash. Cash I ain't got.
You're telling me.
Look, baby, if Gibson does go to the police, I'll have to hock the coat so we can blow this joint, see?
All right. You go get rid of it, and I'll start throwing some things into the suitcase.
Who's that?
How would I know? Maybe it's the landlady.
Oh, I forgot. They're painting this floor today.
Yeah, I saw the painters in 206. They'll probably start on this room in a couple of hours.
Okay. Duck that coat. I don't want the landlady to spot it.
Yeah.
Yeah, what? Gibson.
So you really are married, huh?
Who is it, Harv?
Hello, Virginia.
Mr. Gibson?
Yes, I waited around in front of the other apartment and followed you here. I wanted to be sure to send the police to the right place.
Look, Mr. Gibson, look.
You look, whatever your real name is. I don't like being blackmailed or threatened.
But please...
No, Virginia, my mind's made up. In a way, I'm sorry for you, but you didn't think about me. I'm past 60, and I'm tired of being made a fool.
Look, why don't you give her a break, Mr. Gibson? Now, I'm not asking for
That's
me.
very noble of you. You should have thought about that a few hours ago when you accused me of making love to your wife. You're not really married. There is no need of displaying your indignation. There'll be plenty of time for that when the police arrive.
Harv?
Yeah. Come in.
Hey, how dare you? Take your hands off me.
Look, you ain't calling nobody. You gonna listen to me?
You take your hands off me.
What are you going to do, Harv?
I'm gonna change this old goat's mind about calling the cops.
You can't threaten me.
No.
Oh, you struck me.
How'd you guess?
Harv, take it easy. He's an old man.
Your concern is misplaced, my dear. I can take care of myself. What?
Why, you... Give me that can.
I'll be glad to give it to you across your shoulders.
Give me that.
Harv, be careful.
Hit me with a can, will you?
No, young.
I'll shut you up for good.
Harvey! Harvey! You idiot.
Huh?
You big, stupid idiot. Look what you've done.
All right, so what? No better next time. Throw some water on him. Well, did you hear me? Throw some water on him. What's wrong? Come on, Gibson. Come on. Holy cow.
Listen.
Yeah. Oh, shut up. Gotta get him out of here.
Why'd you have to hit him with a cane? Now you're in trouble.
I'm in trouble. We're in trouble, baby. We. Stop that crying all over the place. Help me get him out of here.
How are we going to do it? It's broad daylight.
Yeah. Can't get him out of the building like this. We'll have to wait till the night.
We can't leave him in here.
Why not?
The painters.
What do you mean? What?
They'll be here in a little while.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Now what, genius?
Shut up, will you? I gotta think.
Diamond Detective Agency, murders financed while you wait.
Oh, you idiot.
Oh, is this Toodles Asher, the belle of Park Avenue?
This is Helen Asher, the girl that goes steady with the Diamond Detective Agency.
Sounds like a fine organization. Are they reliable?
Very seldom.
Oh.
I'll tell you better as soon as I find out what I'm going to do tonight.
You're going to give your butler the evening off, and the Diamond Detective Agency is going to march through your front door single file and show you a shortcut to spend the bottle.
What time does all this begin?
How long will it take you to pucker?
About 2 seconds.
Well, I won't get there until 8. Don't hold it or you'll end up looking like a Ubangi.
You're terrible.
Yeah, but I'm pretty.
So's a baboon.
Oh, what you said.
You won't be late, will you, Rick?
I don't know. After that last crack, I think I'd better start going steady with King Kong.
Rick.
No, I'm mad.
Ricky, I love you.
Only because I can hang by my tail and my fangs have that toothpaste smile.
I think you're the most wonderful man in the world.
Well?
I think you're the handsomest, the strongest, the smartest.
Well, all right. Now tell me something I don't already know.
Rick.
Bye, baby. See you at 8.
Bye.
A, I'm adorable. B, I'm so beautiful. C, Now, look, honey, I can't make it till 8 o'clock. I got a fan dancer who's a client. She wants to go out and trap an ostrich this afternoon.
Is this the Diamond Detective Agency?
Huh? Oh, yeah.
Is this Mr. Diamond?
Yeah, what's the matter? You sound like you're standing on a body.
Oh, Mr. Diamond, please, you've got to help me. I just don't know what to do.
Now, take it easy. Who is it? What's wrong?
I thought it moved.
What moved?
The man sitting in my chair.
Well, that happens now and then. Why shouldn't he?
Oh, well, because he's dead.
What?
Yes. I came home this afternoon from girls' camp, and when I unlocked my door and went in, I found this, corpse sitting on my Hepplewhite.
On your what?
Hepplewhite? I don't know how he could have gotten there.
Hepplewhite?
No, the dead man.
What about Hepplewhite?
Who?
The guy this corpse was sitting on.
Oh, no. That's a chair. Hepplewhite's an old antique chair.
Oh.
Oh, now I'm so confused.
Well, move over, honey. Now, take it easy and give me one thing at a time. Who's the dead guy?
Well, I don't know. I never saw him before in my life.
Okay, now why haven't you called the police?
Well, I thought about that, but I'm a school teacher, Mr. Diamond, and I was afraid of the scandal. I read a lot of detective stories, and the first thing that came to my mind was calling a private eye.
Private eye. Mm-hmm.
You had the biggest ad in the phone book, so naturally.
Naturally. Well, give me your name and address, and I'll be right over.
Oh, Esther Blodgett, 419 East 79th Street, apartment 108.
Okay, Esther. Now, don't let anyone in and don't touch anything.
Oh, I know that, silly. After the initial shock wore off, I found myself in complete control.
What's the matter?
I'm so nervous. I just lit a cigarette. It tasted so good, I offered one to the dead man.
Well, if he takes it, remember how you did it. I'll be right over. Hepplewhite. Oh, is Walt going to have fun with this?
Homicide, Sergeant Otis.
Hello, Otis. Let me talk to the lieutenant.
Diamond?
No, this is Black Beauty. I just did a mile in 1:12, and I want to report that I've been doped.
Very funny.
I thought so. I didn't win the race, but I was the happiest horse on the track. Now, put the lieutenant on the phone.
Lieutenant Levinson.
Diamond, Walt.
I don't want any. You take your killings to another precinct.
Oh, now don't be a sorehead. Giving you business is just my way of showing my friendship.
Can't we just be buddies at a distance? I'm getting tired of chasing corpses.
Well, grit your teeth and get over to 419 East 79th Street, apartment 108.
Homicide?
Yeah. A dame named Esther Blodgett reported it. She lives there.
Who's dead?
Well, I don't know. Oh, yeah. A guy named Hepplewhite.
Hepplewhite?
You ask Esther about it. She'll put you straight.
Are you coming over?
Yeah. Bye. As I went out of my office, I thought about Esther Blodgett and wondered how mad she would be when the police turned up. I had to call them whether she wanted a scandal or not, because homicide comes first in my book. I'm an ex-cop, and I still follow the rules. It's not a conscience. I just like staying in business, so when someone turns up with a killing, I always let Lieutenant Walt Levinson know about it. I grabbed a cab, and 20 minutes later, I was standing in Esther's apartment along with Walt, the dead man, and Hepplewhite.
Oh, you're a swell fella, you are.
What's the matter, Walt?
I've been going through that Hepplewhite routine for the last 10 minutes. I just found out it was a chair, that one right over there, the one that stiffs in.
Mr. Diamond, why did you call the police?
I thought you'd ask that.
Because that man's been murdered, Miss Blodgett. That's what good citizens do when they find a dead man in the apartment.
But the scandal? I'm a school teacher. What will my students' mommies and daddies think?
Honey, just confuse them with that Hepplewhite routine. What did you find out, Walt?
Not much. The coroner will be here in a few minutes.
Looks like someone gave him a pretty good beating. What's that all over his clothes?
Isn't that blood, Mr. Diamond?
Yeah, he's been bleeding all right. I mean that brown stuff, Walt. Looks like lint or something.
I noticed that, too. I don't know what it is. We'll have the lab analyze it.
Tell me, Esther, you said when you came in you unlocked the door.
Yes, that's right.
Are you sure it was locked?
Why, yes, it has a catch lock. Besides, you have to turn the key and then use the other hand to turn the knob.
Did you touch anything? Open any windows?
I touched nothing.
Oh. Well, there's a good one, Walt.
Yeah, a corpse sitting in a room with the door and all the windows locked. Do you always lock the windows when you go out, Miss Blodgett?
Well, I've been away for several weeks at a girls' camp.
Aren't you a little old for that sort of thing?
Oh, I've been counseling. One of the teachers who goes along to take care of the young girls.
What do you think, Rick?
Well, he wasn't killed in this apartment.
No signs of a struggle.
There's only blood around the chair and on the body. He must have been carried in.
There would be blood trails on the floor.
Not if he was carried in something. You say you never saw this man before, Esther.
Never in my life.
Any identification in his wallet?
Yeah, name's Gibson. Leland Gibson. No money taken either, so that eliminates the robbery angle.
Any address?
Yeah, he's got an old driver's license. 12 East 64th Street. Pretty classy district.
Judging by his clothes, he was well fixed. Tailored. Good store.
As soon as the coroner arrives, I'm going to check this apartment building. Maybe somebody heard something or saw something.
Let me check the 64th Street address for you.
This is a police job. Why do you want to check it?
Oh, because poor Miss Blodgett looks so unhappy.
I am, Mr. Diamond. I am very unhappy.
She was?
So she's unhappy. If you want to check the place on your own, go ahead, but I'm sending some men over anyway.
Mr. Diamond, I like you.
Well, thank you, Esther.
No.
I want to hire you to catch the killer and free me from this awful policeman.
Awful policeman? Do you know how I got this way, Miss Blodgett?
Oh, I'm sure it wasn't easy.
Good for you, Esther.
I got this way because of this private detective.
Just call me Blue Eye.
Ever since he stopped working with me and left the force, I've gotten mixed up in more screwy cases than an alcoholic in a whiskey truck. There isn't 1 week that he doesn't turn up with 1 or 2 killings.
My, he gets excited, doesn't he, Mr. Diamond?
And in his spare time, he intimidates my sergeant.
Just call me Rick, dear.
I've taken enough bicarbonate in the last year to stop Vesuvius erupting. And if he doesn't give me a little peace and quiet, I'm going to end up solving a killing of my own.
Rick. My, that's a nice name.
How did you ever get to be a school teacher? You don't look the type.
Are you listening to me?
Oh, what makes me so different?
I've seen signs on highways that say it better than I can.
What are you two babbling about?
You mean the ones that say, danger, stop, look, and listen?
Well, that fits, but I was thinking about curves and soft shoulders.
Oh, no. Now, you listen to me, Diamond. This is serious business. A man's been killed in Miss Blodgett's apartment. If you want to take her on as a client, go ahead. But any questions from here on in will have to be gotten down at police headquarters.
You are taking me in, Captain?
Lieutenant. Yes, you'll have to come down for questioning.
Rick?
You go along with the big bad policeman, dear. I'll have you out in no time.
Well, all right, if you say so, but this has never happened to me before.
Oh, that's unfair. Walt, stop blubbering. Yes, what is it? Oh, you get out of here.
Oh!
Otis! Where the devil is Otis?
I left Walt jumping up and down in front of Esther and the corpse and headed for 12 East 64th Street. It was an old brownstone in one of the wealthier districts. And when I rang the doorbell, I got another surprise.
Yes?
Yes. Don't tell me you're a school teacher.
I beg your pardon.
You forget it. It's the landmarks that threw me.
What do you want?
Oh, do you know a Mr. Leland Gibson?
Yes, he's my father. Now, just who are you?
Name's Diamond. I'm afraid I've got some bad news for you, Miss Gibson.
It's Father. Something's happened to Father.
May I come in?
Oh, I'm terribly sorry, yes. Now, please, what is it? What's happened to Dad?
Well, he's dead.
Oh, no. No.
Look, I know this is tough, but you've got to help me. The police will be here in a minute.
The police?
Yes, your father was murdered.
Oh, I knew something like this would happen.
You did? Well, tell me about it.
Well, I don't mean that I expected Dad to be...
Okay, now, just take your time. Cry it out.
I'm sorry. Have you a handkerchief?
Sure, here.
Thank you.
Now, think you can talk about it?
Dad left the house about 3 weeks ago and moved into a hotel.
Did you have a fight or something?
Oh, no. Everything was fine, but...
No, hang on.
Things couldn't have been better, and he was in wonderful spirits when he left.
No arguments, no hard feelings? He didn't leave mad?
Oh, no, nothing like that.
Then, have you got any idea why he suddenly packed and moved into a hotel?
Well, I'm not sure, but I think it was a woman.
A woman?
Yes, he told me one day that he'd met someone he liked very much. The day after that, he moved to the hotel, but I never saw her, and he never said anything more about her.
Weren't you a little worried?
Naturally. Father isn't a young man anymore. I mean, wasn't.
Just one more question. What hotel did he move to?
It was the Adams on Madison Avenue. He used to go there 3 nights a week for dinner and a game of bridge before he decided to move in.
Well, thank you. Are you all alone?
Yes.
Got any friends you can call?
A few, I guess.
Well, call them. It's better not to be alone. And bawl your head off. It'll do you some good.
I'll send you your handkerchief, Mr.
Diamond. Richard Diamond. It's in the book. For some reason, I've got a talent for leaving people emotionally disturbed. Walt hops around like a rabbit in a cabbage patch, and Otis always tears his hair out by the handsful. Miss Gibson was less active about it. She just tried to smile and shed enough grief to fill a tub. I grabbed another cab and headed for the Adams Hotel.
Yes, sir. Do you wish to register?
No, but I want to find out about someone who did 3 weeks ago.
Oh?
Yeah, Mr. Leland Gibson.
Why, yes, he's staying at the hotel.
From now on, that's past tense.
I don't understand. He hasn't notified us that he's leaving.
Well, that might be a little difficult. If you'll run down to the morgue, I think you'll find out you're stuck with an empty room.
The morgue?
Yeah. Mr. Gibson has taken over one of the slabs, rent-free.
Oh, my goodness. What happened?
He's kind of dead. When did you last see him?
Early this morning. He left the hotel around 10.
Know where he was going?
Why, no.
Do you remember him having any visitors in the last 3 weeks? A girl, I mean.
No. Are you looking for a girl?
Yeah. Mr. Gibson's daughter seems to think he was running around with a woman since he moved into the hotel.
Oh.
You say that like you knew what I was talking about.
It was common gossip around the hotel.
What was?
Well, Mr. Gibson has been coming to the hotel for many years. He used to eat dinner here 3 nights a week and then play bridge with some of the hotel regulars. Now, about a month ago, we took on a new waitress.
Uh-huh.
Now, it was very obvious that Mr. Gibson was quite taken by her. So much so that he moved into the hotel and ate at her table every night.
Oh, what was her name?
Virginia Pelgrim. Quite good-looking. About 5'3", dark brunette, very well,
I'd like to see her.
That's impossible. She left the hotel about a week after Mr. Gibson arrived.
Oh, swell. Wasn't Mr. Gibson unhappy?
Oh, no. He was rather happy, in fact. I believe he wanted her to move so he could see her more often.
Now, what makes you say that?
Some of the things she said in the kitchen to the other girls.
Do you know where she might have moved?
No. But, you might check with the flower shop. Mr. Gibson used to send flowers every day.
Well, thank you. Well, I wasn't sure just where I was going, but Virginia Pelgrim was my best lead, and maybe she could tie the Gibson murder up with a silk ribbon. I talked to the flower clerk, and he gave me the address that the flowers had been sent to every day. It was a nice apartment in the village, and the landlady stuck her nose out like she was trying to smell me instead of see who was calling.
Yes?
I hope that door doesn't slam shut sometime. You'll have a bloody nose for weeks.
What do you want?
Roll out an eye with that nose, and I'll show you my badge.
Aren't you cops ever polite to anyone?
Well, there's a face that goes with it. I'm looking for a girl, about 5'3", dark brunette.
You're in the wrong place.
Her name's Pelgrim.
Oh, hush. She lives upstairs.
She does, huh? Is she in now?
No. Went out this morning. Hasn't come back.
And she probably won't. She have many visitors?
Only a couple. Men.
That figures. Ever see an elderly man, gray hair, about 60?
Sure, every day.
Know his name?
No.
You said she had a couple of visitors. Who else?
Another man. Younger, kind of greasy. Only came around a few times. Old man was there this morning, had an argument.
Could you hear what they said?
I don't snoop.
Anyone else?
No.
Who paid her rent?
She did. Cash.
Mind if I take a look at her apartment?
Got a search warrant?
No.
Then you can't.
Okay, thanks. You've been charming. I left the old bat and headed back to the schoolteacher's apartment. If I was right, I'd seen setups like this before. But there was still the problem of finding out how Gibson was killed and how he got into a locked room. When I pulled up, I saw the wagon, complete with corpse and coroner, pulling away for the morgue. And when I went in and knocked on the door, I was certain that they'd forgotten one of the bodies.
Oh, it's you, Shamus.
Why, Otis. They're leaving without you.
Who is?
The hearse. Shouldn't you be lying down or something?
Now you stop that Rick and get in here.
Hello, Walt. What's new?
Well, Rick.
Well, Esther, has Otis been using his rubber hose on you?
Oh, no, but I was getting lonesome. I'm glad you got back so soon.
You are.
As soon as you two stop rolling your eyes, maybe you can tell me what you found out, Mr. Diamond.
Yeah. Walt, send Otis down to the station for a search warrant. Then tell him to get over to 9 West 12th Street and see what he can find in the Miss Virginia Pelgrim's apartment.
Who's Virginia Pelgrim?
The only person who was mixed up with a murdered man. There was another man who used to see her, but I can't find out who he was.
All right. Otis, go get the warrant.
Yeah, Lieutenant. Thanks, Diamond.
A pleasure, Sergeant. What did you find out, Walt?
There were 11 people in the building at the time of the killing. None of them ever saw the guy before. Here's a list of the names. 3 people on this floor, 5 on the second, and 3 more on the third.
Have you talked to the landlady?
Certainly. She doesn't know any more about it than the rest.
What about that funny brown lint on the dead man's clothes?
We're checking on that right now. The lab said they'd call me.
Did the landlady say she had a key to this apartment?
Sure, but she hasn't used it but once since Miss Blodgett was away at girls' camp.
When did she use it?
3 days ago, when she had let the painters in. And she says that the windows and door were definitely locked, because after she aired the paint smell out, she locked them herself.
Painter, huh?
Yes, and I've been looking. You know, I think they did a terrible job. Why, the kitchen alone... yes, Rick?
Later, dear.
Yes, Rick.
Walt, did they paint the whole building?
They finished the second floor today. Oh, I'll get it, Miss Blodgett. Probably the lab.
Rick, do you know who did it?
Yeah.
I got a hunch.
Oh,
I see.
You're wonderful.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Lab, Walt?
Yeah. That lint you spotted on the dead man's clothes is from the mat that they put under rugs.
Mm-hmm. Walt, you were on all the floors. Did one of the apartments have a rug missing?
They're all missing from the second floor. The tenants took them down to the basement when the painters moved in.
Any off this floor or the third?
No, just the second.
Well, your killers are on the second floor, Walt.
How do you figure?
Well, let's look at what we've got. Dead body in a locked room. Blood on body and floor around body, but nowhere else in the room. Carried in a rug. Bullseye.
Oh, this is so exciting.
Esther.
Sorry.
Yeah, but how does a dame called Pelgrim figure into it? There's no Pelgrim listed in this building.
Well, there shouldn't be if I'm right. The dead man met Virginia Pelgrim while she was working as a waitress in his hotel. She gave him a pitch and he fell. He put her up in an apartment so he could see her more often.
So what?
I think she was working with another man. A man who was seen around her apartment by the landlady.
Then how did the body get over here?
The guy the dame was working with probably lives here.
What about the motive?
Well, my guess is that Gibson was being blackmailed, and he followed the girl here. He was probably going to yell cops, so they killed him.
Okay, now what about the locked room? Explain that.
I'll let the landlady of this building explain it, Walt. Go ask her one question. Who had this apartment before Miss Blodgett?
Esther.
Oh, I'm sorry, Esther.
Well, I can tell you that. A Mr. and Mrs. Austin, they moved to a smaller apartment and let me have this one. It's more rent, and they couldn't afford it, I expect. This is a better apartment, though. It has very...
Esther, what apartment did they take?
Oh, it's on the next floor. Apartment 209.
According to this list of people who were on the second floor at the time of the killing, the Austins are the only couple. What did Mrs. Austin look like, Walt?
Oh, about 5'3", dark brunette, very, very well.
Oh, say no more. Come on, Walt.
May I come?
No, Esther. You stay here. I'll be back later and discuss the better features of your nice little apartment.
Yeah?
I want to talk to you again, Mr. Austin.
Why? Told you everything I know.
Where's your wife?
In the back.
We're coming in.
Okay, you don't have to shove.
Who is it, Harv?
Them cops again.
Well, hello, Virginia.
Do I know you?
Where's your rug, Mr. Austin?
What? It's down the basement.
Miss Pelgrim, how long have you been married to this man?
About 3... Hey, how'd you know me?
Shut up.
Know your name? You might as well tell the lieutenant everything. Why did you lie about knowing Mr. Gibson?
I didn't. I never saw him before in my life.
I didn't tell you the dead man's name was Gibson. How'd you know that?
Don't answer that.
Oh, shut up. You and your husband killed Mr. Gibson and carted him downstairs in a rug.
Why'd we do that?
Because the painters were on their way to paint your apartment. You had to get him out without being seen. You dumped him in Miss Blodgett's apartment because you knew she was out of town. And you used to live there, so you still had a key.
You shut up.
We've got enough to hold both of you on. The rug will have bloodstains on it.
Oh.
Get out of my way. Get out, Walt.
Why, Walt, you're so rough.
Yeah.
I didn't kill him. Harvey did. I didn't kill him.
Okay. You can tell me all about it down at the station. Hey, where are you going?
Well, it's 6:30. I got a date.
What about Miss Blodgett? She's going to get lonesome again.
She was born that way. I've got to see a girl who's going to hold a pretty interesting class of her own. Bye. Hi. Well, don't you look comfortable? Where's Francis?
I gave him the night off, like you suggested.
You're cute.
I've got a cool dinner in the library.
School day, school day.
You sound happy.
Well, I was just thinking about a school teacher I knew once. That looks mighty toothy.
Sing for your supper.
What?
Got a new tune on the piano.
Oh, honey, I'm hungry.
You sing first, and then you can eat.
Oh, all right. What is it?
Right here. So in love.
Oh, okay.
Strange, dear, but true, dear. When I'm close to you, dear, the stars fill the sky. So in love with you am I.
Oh, keep going. I'll get it.
Even without you, my arms fold about you. You know, darling, why so in love with you am I.
It was some girl asking for you.
Oh, some girl. Wow.
I told her there was no one here but the piano tuner.
Oh? She leave her name?
Uh-huh. Hepplewhite.
Hepplewhite.
Yes. Who's she?
Come here, baby.
No. I want to know who she is.
I said come here.
No, Ricky.
Mm-hmm.
Who's Hepplewhite?
Oh, just a chair, baby. A cute blonde chair.
You have just heard Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell, transcribed. Helen was played by Virginia Gregg, Lieutenant Levinson by Ed Begley. Also in our cast were Wilms Herbert, Georgia Ellis, Tony Barrett, Joan Banks, and Norman Field. Music was under the direction of Frank Worth. Richard Diamond is written by Blake Edwards. Now, this is Eddie King reminding you that Dick Powell soon will be seen in the screen version of the bestseller novel, Mrs. Mike, and inviting you to be with us again at the same time next week when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. Saturday night brings some of the week's best radio entertainment when you tune for the stars on NBC. Stay tuned every Saturday for a great lineup of programs, including Hollywood Star Theater, Ralph Edwards' Truth or Consequences, Your Hit Parade, A Day in the Life of Dennis Day, The Judy Canova Show, and Grand Ole Opry. All the best on NBC.
MP to all cars. Armed robbery on security vehicle now. 4 men.
MP to Gulf 1-1. Suspects on premises now.
Tango 1 to Tango 3. Can you assist 3 vehicle heading your direction? Driver believed drunk in charge.
Detective, stories of crime and detection in London, written by Robert Barr, with Ray Brooks and Stephen Garlick. This week, The Trap.
CID room, Sergeant Harrison. Who is that? Oh, hold a minute, he's just come in. Dave?
Yeah?
For you.
Who is it?
Ryson, the lawyer.
Oh, again? Sergeant Brooke here. Yes, Mr. Ryson. The court appearance is Friday. No, it can't be hurried. Your client will have to wait. Well, you can try, sir.
Trouble?
Oh, it's one of those weeks up to my neck.
I know the feeling.
If anyone wants me, I'll be getting a cup of tea.
You want it now, the old man.
Oh, right. Come in, Mr. Roach.
Come in, Dave. Busy?
You have to ask.
I've had a note from the commander. The replacement's through.
About time, sir.
It's a DC from Southwark. Should be here today.
Do I know him?
Shouldn't think so. He's 23. His name's Tully.
I hope he's useful.
Yeah, and I had a call from the governor of Brixton. Brady wants to see you.
Oh, did he say why?
He's still on remand, isn't he?
Sir, look, I've got 4 on remand. They all want to see me. and I've had no real help for 2 months.
How long has Brady been in Brixton?
6 weeks, and it could hang out for 6 months. There were 3 on that job. The cash is still missing, and all we got to show for it is Brady, and he's being no help. He's an insolent sod.
Oh, I think you should see him.
Is that an order, sir?
It's a hunch, but I'll make it an order. See him this morning.
Yes, sir.
Oh, and Dave?
Yeah?
Let the governor know you're there.
All right.
All right, Brady. Through you go. Wait for it. Eh? Wait for it. Carry on. Here we are. Here's your man, Sergeant. Thomas Brady. Do you want me to be present?
No, thanks. If you'll wait outside.
Sure. In you go, then.
Well, Brady?
What kept you?
I was only told this morning.
That bloody governor. It takes weeks to get action in here.
What's it about?
Can I sit down?
Yeah, sure.
You've got a fag.
They're bad for your health.
So is this jail. I'll have the fag.
Yeah.
Cheers.
You asked to see me. What's it about?
It's about you. What else? You've had me banged up for 6 weeks all on my own. How much longer?
That's something you asked your brief.
He says you're getting nowhere.
Does that bother you?
How long can you keep me in here?
That's another thing you ask your brief. You're paying him enough.
I'm asking you. You're calling the shots.
All right, if you want it. You're not walking out of here free. Even if I can't find your witness, I've still got a charge against you, and don't forget that. You were found in possession.
It wasn't my gun.
It was in your car.
It wasn't my bloody gun!
Got the screw worried.
Trouble, Sergeant.
No, it's all right. I'll call you if there is.
Right.
Do yourself a favour, Brady. Keep your voice down. Are you saying the gun was planted?
No, I'm not saying that. It got left in the car, but it wasn't mine. You know I've never used a shooter.
You've never been caught with one until now.
You mean you'll do me on it?
Unless you give me a name.
You're a bastard. How long will I get?
Well, armed holder, standing alone in the dock because you refused to name your fellow villains, no recovery of the money, and in possession of the gun that was used. With your record, I'd say 7, if you're lucky. 10, if the judge wants to make an example of you.
That's what my brief says. 10.
Well, if that's the lot, I'll be off. And the next time you want to talk about your chances, send for your lawyer. Don't bother me.
Sergeant.
Yeah?
That isn't why I sent for you. My brief's a dead loss. Come back, will you?
Okay. So, I'm back.
Brooke, you know that wasn't my shooter. No, don't look like that. You know it wasn't.
So?
You could do yourself a favour. You're keeping me banged up until the trial, right?
Right.
And I'm here on my own because I'm playing it fair. I've said nothing, and you know that.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think I get for keeping my mouth shut?
Tell me.
Do you know how much we got on that job?
120,000 quid.
I've got a wife and 2 kids. In the 6 weeks you've held me here, not one of the sods has been near my wife. No one's bunged her a penny.
Maybe they can't touch the cash. It's hot.
Wake up, will you, Brooke? 2 lots of it have been fenced already.
You sure?
Of course I'm sure. I'm not out of touch. I know how much it was sold for. And not a damn penny went to my missus.
Not nice, is it?
I play fair by the jokers, and now I'm out the way, they don't want to know.
How much has been sold?
Enough.
What was the price?
With traceable notes, not a lot. 65 pence in a pound. They've unloaded 50,000 quid's worth at that price. They got 35,000.
Who bought it?
Now you're asking too much. Anyway, even if you knew, you couldn't prove a thing. Not now.
So, what's the deal?
Another batch is being offered this week. Being spread around. A different fence. I could get you a place and time.
And what do you get out of this?
You don't pin that gun on me. And you put in a word so that I only go down for a 3.
Well, that'll be up to the court.
You can put in a word.
I'd have to see my governor.
I'll take a chance on that.
Okay. The time and place?
It isn't fixed yet. I'll know tomorrow at visiting time. If your governor goes along with it, come back, and I'll mark your card.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll see what can be done. Oh, you can keep the fags.
What is it then? A pint?
Yeah.
How'd it go at Brixton? Brady, wasn't it?
Yeah, thinks the world's being unkind to him.
Miss, 2 pints, please.
Right, coming up.
Unkind to him? How?
Nobody looking after his wife and kids.
Nobody looking after his wife? You kidding? Have you seen her? Half the town would like to look after her.
Yeah, that's why he's worried.
My heart bleeds.
Here you are, your pints.
Cheers.
Oh. He was asking your help?
Yeah, to go easy. I'll have to square it with the old man.
You better drink up. He's got a meeting at 2.
Well, Dave, how did it go?
Brady's getting nervous, worried about the gun.
The one found in his car?
Yeah.
Do you think it was his? There were no prints on it.
Well, it has to be down to somebody. If he doesn't give us a name, it's down to him.
Has he come up with any names?
Not yet, but he might. He has a problem, his wife. Says the money's being fenced, but none of it's going her way. He thinks they're cheating on him.
And?
He might give me a place and a time to pull them with the rest of the cash.
Chief Inspector Roach? Yes, I remember. I'm on my way. A meeting with the super. I have to go. Anything else about Brady?
I can see him tomorrow. Wants us to go easy on him.
If you get a result, we might go easy. Oh, and your new DC has arrived. Is at your desk. Tully's his name. Here's his file. Introduce yourself. Oh, and see me later.
Right.
DC Tully?
Yeah? I'm Sergeant Brooke. Making yourself at home, then?
Oh, well, the Chief Inspector said to sit here until you came.
And he said you could go through all my papers?
Well, yeah. He said I could look through your caseload, get familiar with it.
Are you always so nosy?
I've got an inquiring mind, Sergeant.
So, you've been through my workload. What do you think of it?
Piling up, isn't it?
Well, that, Tully, is because I've been short of help, and I expect you to put it right.
Yes, Sergeant.
What you haven't seen among that lot is that we've got a case coming to court on Friday, 4 cases on remand, an arrest we expect to make this evening, and 6 legal aid forms to complete. Can you do legal aid forms?
No, Sergeant.
That's a good start, isn't it? Didn't they teach you anything at Southern? Well, let's see how you are at answering the phone.
Right. CID room, DC Tully. Yeah? Who is it? Yeah, hold on. It's for you.
Who is it?
You won't say.
Right, sorry. Sergeant Brooke, who's that?
It's Tommy, Mr. Brooke. I've got something for you. You're looking for Chris Thompson, aren't you?
Yeah. Have you seen him?
Well, I know where he'll be this evening. He'll be at the Palm Beach Club.
Where's that?
In Kent Street. Very popular with the kids.
It's not the easiest kind of place.
Well, it's the best I could do, Mr. Brooke.
Where will he be before that?
No, I knows that, Mr. Brooke. He's going there with a bird.
All right. What time?
No one knows that either. It opens at 8 and it goes on till 2 in the morning. He will be there.
Okay. Thanks.
More work?
Yeah, part of the arrest we're doing tonight. It's going to start in a club, so I want you to do that bit.
What, on my own?
Yeah, on your own. You'll go in and bring him out of the crowd. His name's Chris Thompson, do you know him?
No.
Good. Well, he knows me, he doesn't know you. So you go in there looking for him and con him into coming out quietly.
But why should I be looking for him?
Because his cousin Steve sent you to find him. You got news about his brother, Gary.
What news?
That his brother's been arrested. He's in the nick at Camden.
And is he?
No, but he will be. The Thompson brothers are violent and always together. Taking them needs half the squad, but Chris, the young one, is going out with a bird tonight. So we take him at the club and then take brother Gary at his house in Camden.
How will I know if I have the right bloke?
He's about your height and weight. Here's his photo there.
They're evil. I wonder what the bird sees in him. What's the charge?
Housebreaking. They didn't get enough in the house, so they gave the owner, an old lady, a right banging about. 20 stitches in the head, arm and jaw broken.
This bloke?
And his brother. I want him for that and 2 other jobs tonight.
What if he has mates with him?
Well, if you're windy, I'll send a DC to keep an eye on you.
No, I didn't ask that. I can handle myself. I just asked if he has mates with him.
Well, we'll take another DC anyway. We don't want any trouble, not with a large crowd there. So you play it like a well-behaved lad sent by Cousin Steve to tell him that brother Gary wants him.
Yeah, I'll do that.
No, what time is it?
About 2:30.
Right, well, we've got time and work piling up. Get a typewriter. Get these reports typed on the right forms. You should be through by 6. Then get ready for the club. Nothing fancy, jeans. Like you'd come in a hurry looking for it.
Yes, Sergeant.
And if we'll be working together, I better know your first name.
Oh, well, it's John, but I prefer Jack.
All right, Jack it is. Now, get on with that work, and at 7, book out a car and meet me in the yard.
Right.
Jack? Do you know Tim?
Oh, hello.
Hello.
Tim O'Brien.
Yeah.
Can
You new here, are you?
Yeah, just been transferred from Southwark.
Yeah, Tim will be spare in case Thompson makes a fight of it.
Oh, yeah.
The club's in Kent Street. I'll drop you at the corner, and you can make your own way.
Right. Are the clothes all right? Will I pass?
What do you think, Tim?
Yeah, looks good. What's that say on your T-shirt?
Eh? No. I support Crystal Palace.
You must be the only one, son. Where'd you get it?
Borrowed it off my brother. Millwall's my club.
Millwall? Yeah. Your family certainly knows how to pick the winners, doesn't it?
All right, Tim, leave it off. Now, do you remember what you got to do, Jack?
Yeah, I don't know Thompson by sight, but I've been sent to find him. I've got a message from his cousin Steve. He does have a cousin, Steve.
Yeah, that's the one that will bring him out. He's very close to his cousin. Okay, we'll drop you here. It's in the next street.
Right.
Hold on, here, look, take this radio. Our call is Alpha 1. All we want to know through that is if he's there and if he's with friends.
Yes, Sergeant.
Now listen, he's a tearaway. Watch him. And keep your radio open so we can hear how you're getting on.
Right.
And one last word. If there's trouble, walk away from it. Let us know and we'll come in.
Okay.
And good luck.
He's in.
Yeah, better him than me. Can't stand all that row.
Oh, it's not so bad, Sarge, when you're there.
Quiet.
Alpha 1. I think I've spotted him. He's with 2 birds and 2 blokes over by the wall. They all look a bit high. I'll wait until they split. Out.
Hi. Me? You talking to me? I'm looking for Chris Thompson. Do you know him? Is he about?
Who ought to know?
His cousin Steve wants him. Is he here?
Who are you?
Look, mate, if you know him, just point him out. I've got a message for him.
Okay, I'll take you to him.
It's family. It's about his brother Gary. Look, if you're going to waste time, I'll find somebody else.
No, wait, just wait there. I'll tell him. Chris?
Yeah?
There's a bloke looking for you.
Where?
Over there, by the blonde.
What, the big bloke?
Yeah.
We seen him before?
Nah.
Well, I don't know him.
There's Steve sent him with a message from Gary.
Hold on, then. You, looking for me? Chris Thompson? Do I know you? Oh, no. I was asking for you. Steve said to find you. Gary's in trouble. What kind of trouble? He's been nicked, hasn't he? The old Bella holding him at Camden. Where's Steve? Well, he's waiting for you there. Said you can help. But I can take you to him if you like. What's your name? Sorry, Jim. Jim Gray. Got wheels? Yeah, across the street. Okay. Get me. We're leaving.
Oh, do we have to? I'm enjoying myself.
We're going right now.
Oh, okay.
What's going on, Chris?
A bit of trouble, that's all.
Do you want help?
Nah. You ready, Kathy?
Yeah.
Here comes Tully, Sergeant, with a bloke and a bird.
Keep low and be quiet.
This way, Chris. It's the Blue Austin. This one? Yeah.
In you come!
Get out!
Thompson, you're next.
My bloody hell!
Keep your hands back.
Get your hands off him!
Get down, Thompson!
O'Brien, get the cuffs.
Right down here, Sunshine.
All right, that's enough, miss. Your boyfriend's been arrested. You get back to that club or you'll get done too.
Kathy! Tell Bill I'm next! Tell him to phone me brief!
I'll do that, Chris!
Both of you okay?
Yeah.
What now?
We take Mr. Thompson here back to the station, then go over to Camden and pull Brother Gary.
Hey, you're looking cheerful this morning, Dave.
Yeah, we nicked 2 last night. One down to Tully, one down to me.
You letting him have one?
Sure, he earned it. Went in, brought Thompson out. All we got to do now is the paperwork.
Yeah, Mr. Roach is waiting.
Oh, yeah.
Ah, Dave, how did it go?
Yeah, well, we got the Thompsons. The young one put up a bit of a fight, but Gary came without trouble. He had a lot of stuff in his rooms, about 5 jobs.
Well done. Now, what about your visit to Brixton to see Brady?
Yeah, well, I can see him after visiting time. Did you speak to the commander?
Yeah. If you score, we'll go easy on that gun. When will you know?
His visitor comes today.
Okay. See him and let me know.
Right.
Did you speak to your governor?
Yeah, and he spoke to his governor.
What did they say?
If we get a result, the gun needn't be tied to you.
Can I have a
fag?
Yeah.
I should give that up. It's costing me a fortune. Yeah.
Cheers. So, you'll put in a word?
Yeah, if you help us. Did your visitor come?
Yeah. He says the fence this time round is being a bit careful. He won't name a place. He wants to meet the man with the cash in public and then lead him to a hotel.
Where are they going to meet?
In Oxford Street at 5 this evening.
In the rush hour? To hell with that. They could both get lost in the crowd.
They're not daft, you know. They play safe. But you can do it. You see, the carrier has to follow the fence. So you follow the carrier. And when they're in the hotel, they change the cash. Hot money for spending money.
How much?
50,000 again. Same rate. So the fence will be offering 30,000 for it. And if you're smart, you'll get both lots. 80,000. Makes what I'm asking cheap at a price.
Where in Oxford Street?
Outside D.H. Evans, at the curb. The carrier has to be standing there at exactly 5 o'clock. And to show that he has the cash, he will be carrying it in a plastic shopping bag.
What kind of shopping bag?
A D.H. Evans one. Like he'd just come out of the store. I mean, no one would think there's 50,000 quid in a plastic bag.
Yeah. Anything else?
Yeah. Out the top of the bag will be sticking a newspaper, The Sun. The fence will then show himself and the carrier will follow him.
Who is the carrier?
You'll recognise him.
How's the wife and kids?
Well, if I pull a short sentence, they'll be all right.
Okay then. I'll be off.
Right.
Oxford Street? You must be joking. Where do we park in Oxford Street?
For 80,000 quid and the chance to nick 2 villains, it's worth making a traffic warden's day.
Yeah, okay. We'll park in the side street off Cavendish Square and have men on the pavement. A hotel. Oh, that area is lousy with hotels.
Some very discreet and expensive ones, sir.
Oh, with that kind of money, they can afford them. Take a look at the map over here.
Yeah.
Now, if it's a hotel, they can move north or south of the street, so we need 4 cars. One in Hollis Street, in Harwood Place, in Stratford Place, and Davis Street. Now, that should box them in. And the men on the pavements, Sergeant Harrison and D.C. O'Brien, you and D.C. Tully.
Yeah. And what if they jump on a bus?
You note the number, and the bus will be stopped at Marble Arch or Oxford Circus. And we have the tube stations covered. Well, that's it. Let's hope it's a quiet little hotel nearby. The operation is called Handover. The call sign is Delta 1, and I'm in charge of this one.
Right.
So what we're looking for?
A man with a plastic carrier bag. DHL.
Plenty of women carrying them, but no men. Wait a minute, there's one. And his bag looks heavy.
No, he's walking away. What time is it?
Coming up for 5.
Our man should be at the curb.
Hey up. There's a bloke on the other side. And he's got the right kind of bag.
Where?
Crossing towards us. Through the traffic, see him?
No.
He's standing by the curb.
Oh, yeah, I see him.
Do you know him?
No. And he doesn't have a copy of The Sun sticking out. Keep looking.
It's crazy, isn't it? It's like every shopping bag has 50,000 quid in it. Grab them and it'll turn into the family joint. Sergeant Harrison's coming.
Hi, Jim.
You see anything?
No. Where's Mr. Rudge?
Over there, on the Bond Street corner. It's almost 5 o'clock. You'll be wondering if Brady's messing us about.
No, I don't think so. Yeah, Jim, look, hold on. Someone has arrived. See at the front door there? He's got a plastic bag and a paper on top. What time is it?
5 o'clock precisely.
Brady said I'd know him when I saw him, and I do. It's Jarrett. He's bad news.
Why?
With Jarrett, if there's cash in that bag, he's carrying a gun.
A nice time to find that out.
Tell Mr. Roach it's Jarrett, and I think he's armed. And tell the lads in the cars.
Right.
He's moving now. He's spotted someone. Get ahead, Jack, and see if you can spot who he's trailing.
Okay.
Brook to Delta 1. Jarrett has seen the fence. He's following. Going your way. Over.
Delta 1. Message understood. We've spotted the fence. It's Frank Harper. Jarrett's close behind. Close in, but keep your distance. Over.
Understood. Over.
Delta 1. They're now in Melton Place. Going into a hotel. On the corner. The Carsdale. I want the hotel blocked off. And I want Harrison, Brooke, and Tully here. We're going in. Over.
Yes, sir. Can I help?
Mr. Harper came in a moment ago with a friend. Will you give me his room number, please?
Can I have your name, sir?
We are police officers. Chief Inspector Roach. Can I have the room number?
It's number 12.
Jim, Dave, Tully, upstairs and wait at the door.
Right, sir. Have arms been issued, sir?
There's no time. We'll rely on numbers. Wait quietly at the door. I'll phone the room. When you hear the phone being answered, unlock the door and go in. Could I have the pass key, Miss?
Yes, sir.
When the lift reaches the first floor, wait for the phone to ring.
Yes, sir.
All right, miss. Ring room 12 now.
Yes, sir. It's ringing, sir.
Who is that?
Mr. Harper.
Yeah?
I have a message from Mr. Jarrett.
Oh, yeah?
Will you bring him to the phone, please?
Harrison here. You there, sir?
Yes, I'm here.
We're in. A big surprise.
Here you are, Mr. Roach. 2 lots of money. It was being counted when we walked in. Do we count it or put it back in the bags?
Tully and O'Brien can count it.
And a gun, sir. A Browning. Jarrett had it in his shopping bag.
In this week's story of Detective Sergeant Brooke was played by Ray Brooks and Detective Constable Tully by Stephen Garlick. Thomas Brady, Stephen Greif. Detective Sergeant Harrison, Peter Cleo. Chief Inspector Roach, Stephen Yardley. Tommy, Michael Ripper. Bill, Michael Jenner. Chris Thompson, Peter Aker. Detective Constable O'Brien and Prison Warder, Anthony Jackson. Kathy and Hotel Receptionist, Eileen Tully. Detective was written by Robert Barr and produced by Martin Fisher.
MP to all cars. Armed robbery on security vehicle now. 4 men.
MP
to Golf 1-1. Suspects on premises now.
Tango 1 to Tango 3. Can you assist vehicle heading your direction? Driver believed drunk in charge.
Detective, stories of crime and detection in London, written by Robert Barr, with Ray Brooks and Stephen Garlick. This week, a bit of a grudge.
All right, Dale, hold it there. Tully, take his mate in the other room.
Yes, Sergeant. Come on, this way, Saunders. Come on. All right.
Now, Dale, in you go. Sit down. All right, Billy. Let's have it.
Have what?
What were you doing tonight?
Me?
Yeah, you.
I was just talking to my friend, Mr. Brooke.
In an empty street at 1 o'clock in the morning, you meet to have a talk?
We didn't meet there. We were on our way home. We were just finishing our talk.
Outside a chemist shop?
We didn't notice it was a chemist's. Honest, Mr. Brooke. We just stopped to finish our talk. He lives near there.
Talking about what?
About getting him a job.
What, in a chemist shop?
Oh, come on, Mr. Brooke, leave it out.
You want to make a statement? Put it on the record?
Why? There's no need.
If you want to play it your way, there's every need. Right, what time is it? 1:48. Name, William Dale. Home address 15 Clayton Street. You see, I remember it, don't I?
Yes, Mr. Brooke.
Now, what I want to know...
I was wondering, Sergeant...
Tully, you don't interrupt when I'm busy. You wait.
Sorry, Sergeant.
What is it?
Well, I thought you might need me.
I don't. But since you're here, you can stay. Now, close that door.
Yes, Sergeant.
All right, now, where were we? Yeah. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. 2 lads who are not unknown to us stop to have a talk. It happens to be in front of a chemist shop.
It was just a coincidence. It could have been outside any shop. I know how it must look to you. I'm taking treatment. You know I am. But I haven't been in trouble again. There are no new marks.
I could take a look.
I don't care.
Tully, check his arm.
Let's have a jacket, then. So, could you roll up your sleeves, please? Just a few old needle marks, Sergeant. Nothing new.
Now do you believe me? Can I go now? Me old woman's expecting me home. She worries.
Worries about you? She gave up worrying a long time ago. Sit down. And you haven't answered my question. What were you doing outside the shop?
You think I was going to break in, don't you? To get some stuff. But I wasn't. We were talking, that's all. And you're not going to do me for talking.
What were you talking about?
Oh, God, you've got it wrong. We were just talking. About friends, about anything. The old woman looks after me now, Mr. Brooke. I'm being cured. Don't set it all back, please. I've never given you trouble. When I was caught, I always try to help you. You know that.
Do I?
Yes.
All right. Let's see if you can help me now. Forget about tonight and tell me this. Where is your friend Cavill?
Paul Cavill?
How many Cavills do you know?
He isn't a friend.
Go on.
I used to work in his car showroom, that's all.
You used to run errands for him. When did you last see him?
How could I see him? You sent him away. He's in jail. Isn't he?
He was in jail, Billy. He appealed. He was given bail. He scarpered last week. Have you seen him?
I only saw him when he was on bail. I haven't seen him since, I swear it.
Did he speak to you?
Yeah.
About what?
Just to say hello. Ask how I was.
Oh, don't give me that, Billy. There's a warrant out. Coppers are looking for him. He's not going to wander around saying, hello, how are you? What did he want from you? You could be in trouble.
It was nothing. Just to take a message for him.
When was this?
On Wednesday.
That was the day he skipped. Are you sure you haven't seen him since?
Nobody's seen him since.
Who was the message to?
His girlfriend.
Do you know what the message said?
I'm paid to run messages, not read them, Mr. Brooke.
Where does his girlfriend live?
I don't know. I had to wait outside Tesco's and give her the message there, that's all.
So you know her?
Yeah.
What's her name?
Janet.
You can do better than that.
No, I know her just as Janet. Look, she used to live with him, but she moved out when he went to jail.
How do you know she moved? We know she moved. How do you know she moved? Because he gave you her address, didn't he?
No.
I thought you always helped me. You're not being very helpful, are you, Billy? I need that address.
Yeah, all right. It's near the park.
How near?
Woodside Place.
The number?
4.
How often did you go there?
Only twice.
And did you see him before the Wednesday?
Yeah, once.
When?
The Saturday before at White Hart Lane. The Tottenham Arsenal game. He's a Spurs fan, never misses a match. He meets all his friends there. Bought me a couple of drinks, that's all.
OK, Billy. That's it. Your old woman's waiting.
Can I go?
Yeah. Push off. And take your mate.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Brooke.
He's scared.
Yeah.
Was that why you lifted him? About Cavill?
I didn't lift him. I asked him to come and answer some questions.
About a chemist shop?
About anything I want to ask, and don't be so bloody nosy.
No, Sergeant.
Let's get back to CID. Get me Paul Cavill's file.
Right. This one here?
Yeah. That's Cavill, and that's his girlfriend. Take a look. You'll know her if you see her.
Yeah, not bad.
Her name is Janet Yates. Also calls herself Janet Stevens. We have her new address. You get a car, go there and keep watch.
What, now?
Now. And you watch the house all night. See if anyone arrives or leaves, especially Cavill.
Is that important?
To me, he's very important. So don't make any mistakes.
And if I see him?
You tell me and you tell him.
Where will you be?
Right here.
All night?
All night.
Look, can I say something?
Yeah.
About the interview room. Interrupting and everything. I'm sorry.
Do you know why you should be sorry?
Yeah, I know.
Well, get going.
Night.
Morning, Joe.
Yeah, morning. What time is it?
Early turn's coming on.
Oh, hell. Control room, please.
You look rough.
Yeah.
Control room, who is it?
Sergeant Brooke. Has there been anything in the night from DC Tully in Delta 3?
Hold on. Yes, there was a message at 0812. The girl has left the house alone, and he's still on watch.
Yeah, well, raise him. Tell him he'll be relieved in about 10 minutes.
Will do.
Jim?
Yeah?
Tully's watching a house up by the park. Can I have someone to take over from you?
Sure. Matthew, sir? Job for you?
Tully's on watch in Delta 3, Woodside Place. Relieve him and tell him to report here.
Yes, Sergeant.
What's it about?
Cavill. Who else?
You still think he's around?
Well, he has to be. His pals owe him money. Pals owe him favours. If he's on the run, he needs both.
He's been gone 3 days, Dave. He could be in Spain, Greece, Hong Kong, anywhere but here. He wouldn't stay.
I could kill that bloody brief of his. I regret to inform the court that my client has not surrendered to bail. His sodding client had scarpered and he knew it.
And you think you can pick up the pieces?
How's the old man taking it?
Inspector Roach. He's being pushed by the gumshoes at the yard. To them, every complaint against a detective sergeant is true.
I'm going to find Cavill. Make him do the 5 years.
He won't do any good, Dave.
Whose side are you on?
Watch it. Mr. Roach is back. And here's your DC.
Right.
You've been here all night, Sarge?
Yeah. What happened?
Well, Miss Yates was at home when I got there. A light on in the bedroom until just before 3. Then it went out.
Was he there?
Well, if he was, would they keep the bedroom light on until 3?
Come on, Tully. I'm not in the mood.
Sorry. I think she was alone. Probably just reading.
What else?
It was all quiet until 7. Then the bedroom curtains opened. She looked out at the weather, went off to make breakfast, I suppose, and just after 8, the front door opened and she came out, alone.
And he wasn't in the house?
No.
You can see through walls, can you?
No, Sarge, it's what I think. She came out, locked the door, put the key in her handbag, walked away, didn't look back, like she was going to work.
Have some breakfast and get back on watch.
Oh, I'm asleep on my feet, Sarge. I've been on duty 20 hours
You're
now.
on duty until Cavill's found.
And where will you be?
Out looking for him, too. Get some breakfast and don't hang around here.
Oh, is there something wrong with me?
Why?
Well, nothing I do is right. I come into a room, he shouts at me. I'm on watch all night and I
Tully, there's a saying in CID, a good one. It says, if you can't get on with your governor, it's your fault. If I can't get on with Mr. Roach, it's my fault. If you can't get on with your sergeant...
Yeah, I know all about that. I worked with 2 sergeants. When they were rough, I knew why.
And this time you don't?
That's right.
He said get some breakfast. Come on, I'll join you. I'll tell you about Sergeant Brooke and Mr. Cavill. You going to eat all that lot? Sure. You must have an appetite like a horse.
Well, he works me like one, doesn't he?
Where do we start?
This bloke Cavill.
Yeah. Well, he's been getting away with it for years. Fingers in all sorts of crime. And with the money from it, he was getting too big. Owns 4 garages, a car auction, and a big car showroom in the High Street.
Yeah, I've seen it. Real smart place.
It's the best. So on the one side, he's respectable. On the other, we know he's still into crime. You finish with assault?
Oh, yeah, sure.
So, took Dave Brooks 6 months to get the evidence on him. Evidence that'd stick.
Like?
Among other things, he was bankrolling a team of car thieves. Cars stolen to order. This year's, last year's. Switched, resprayed, put in his showroom or sold at his car auction. Took another 3 months to prepare the charges and get him into court. Trial lasted a week. He was well defended. He can afford the best. Dave had a hard time, but he won. Cavill got 5 years. Have you read the file yet?
Not yet, no.
Well, he was no sooner in jail than his lawyer prepared an appeal. You know what's needed for that?
Misdirection or new evidence?
New evidence. And the new evidence suggests, at the least, that your sergeant had not been telling the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Bloody hell. That's what it's all about. Is it true?
Who knows? Dave Brooks a good detective, but sometimes he thinks he knows best. You want the sugar?
Oh, yeah, please.
Well, leave to appeal was granted. Cavill was bailed. Jumped bail and disappeared. Now there's a complaint against your sergeant at the yard.
It doesn't give him the right to jump on me, Sarge.
Yes, Tully, I'm afraid it does. You'll have to put up with it. Now finish your coffee.
Matheson, come on, open up.
Sorry, Sergeant.
Has Tully shown up?
Not yet.
Get this muck off the seat, will you?
Sorry, Sarge, I was having a snack.
Has she come back?
No.
Any callers?
About the milkman and the postman. 1 pint, 2 letters.
Any movement at the windows?
Like an empty house.
Yeah. Well, when Tully takes over, tell him to park on the other corner. Then he won't draw too much attention.
Yes, Sergeant.
Yeah, Dave. 2 sandwiches and a pint.
Thanks, Jim.
You look all-in.
Yeah, I'm knackered.
Why don't you get some sleep?
If I close my eyes, Jim, that sod Cavill will walk in here and walk out again, I know it.
He's gone, Dave. They'll pick him up in France or somewhere. Let them worry. Cheers.
Yeah, cheers.
Your DC has been complaining about you.
As long as my DC does what he's told, I don't give a toss.
I filled him in on you and Cavill. Oh, go easy on him, Dave. Remember, he's new.
Yeah, okay. Look, tomorrow's Saturday, Jim. I'd like some DCs if you can spare them. Anyone who fancies seeing a cup tie.
Which one?
At White Hart Lane, Tottenham and Manchester United.
You still think Cavill might be...
Look, it's only been 3 days, since Wednesday. He has some mates to meet before he leaves, Cash to call in. It's the one place he might still risk meeting them. Lose himself in the crowds.
OK, you can have them. Until the match is over. No longer, I dare.
The club will let us use this commentary box. You get a good view of most of the ground from here.
Any sightings yet, Superintendent?
No. The game started, gates are closed, but your man hasn't been seen yet. Now, this is his picture,
Yes, sir. That's Cavill.
Are you sure he'll be here?
He has friends to square before he goes away. I'm told he usually meets them in the crowd.
Well, take the binoculars and have a look.
Thank you, sir.
If he's squaring friends, he won't be in the reserved seats, that's for sure.
No, sir. No. He'll be on the terraces. I have 3 DCs searching for him.
Well, in that mob, it'll be like looking for a needle in a haystack.
That's why he comes here, sir. No, I can't see him. They all look alike from up here. I'd rather be down there amongst them.
Okay, we'll keep on watching up here.
Tully.
Yes, Sarge?
Seen anything?
Only a lot of yob shouting, that's all. I caught sight of Billy Dale for a jiff, but he vanished into the crowds over that way somewhere.
All right, let's go down and look.
Billy, over here.
I've been looking all over for you, Mr. Cavill. No one knew where you were. How's the game?
We're 90 to 1 up, but we're still in with a chance. Did you go to the auction room?
Yeah. Mr. Anderson said the money wouldn't all be in until evening.
Oh, did he? Well, there's 2 more things, Bill. Take this message to Anderson, and then take this one to Janet.
Yes, sir. All right if I stay till half-time?
Okay, but stay away from me. Go somewhere else.
Yes, Mr. Cavill. How was the game?
Waste of time.
He didn't show?
He wasn't seen at the turnstiles, wasn't seen on the terraces, but he was there. I could sense it.
Yeah. The invisible man.
Well, his friends were there. So was Billy Dale. I saw him creeping out at half-time.
Here's a message for you.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, while you're at the match, a car called at the girlfriend's house, driven by a lad from the car auction. The girl come out with a heavy suitcase, more like a travelling case, heavy, and they drove off.
Where?
Victoria. She put the case in left luggage and went home again. I put a watch on the left luggage and on the house.
Something's moving, Jim. I knew it.
Have you finished with the DCs?
Yeah. I'll do the rest on my own. There's someone I want to see tonight.
Well, what a surprise. I've been looking for you, Billy.
Oh, it's you.
Where are you off to, Billy?
Just walking.
Looking for someone?
If you have to know, I'm going to buy some jeans.
Late shopping, are you? Mind if I come along?
Do you have to?
Yeah. How was the match, Billy?
What match?
Oh, come on, Billy. White Hart Lane. We saw you there. Saw Mr. Cavill, did you?
Mr. Cavill, I've told you before, I haven't seen him since last Wednesday. I'm going in here.
Bit noisy, isn't it?
Yeah. Not your style, Mr. Brooke. You won't like it.
Well, I do lots of things I don't like. I thought you said you wanted jeans, Billy. They're over here. Not by the back exit.
All right, Mr. Brooke.
Is this what you're after?
I'm just looking.
Oh, I was saying, Billy, while you were at the match, Mr. Cavill's girlfriend took a suitcase to Victoria. Is he going somewhere? Out of the country, perhaps? The Channel ports?
Maybe she's going somewhere.
If she was, she wouldn't leave her case at the station and go back home, would she?
I don't know what she'd do.
Why did you leave at half-time?
Because I didn't like the game. And look, Mr. Brooke, I want to try these things on, right? Are you going to follow me into the changing room? people might get the wrong idea.
Yeah, well, we wouldn't want that, would we, Billy?
No, Mr. Brooke.
Remember, if you're lying to me about Cavill, I won't be pleased, will I?
No, Mr. Brooke.
Oh, come in, Billy. What happened? You're late.
I was held up, Mr. Cavill. And I had trouble finding this place.
Well, I'm not going to provide an AA route map, am I? So the old Bill can find me. Well, did you see Anderson?
Yeah, and I got the money for you. Here it is. I thought I wasn't going to make it.
Oh? Why?
That copper, Sergeant Brooke, had to get rid of him. He's been putting the pressure on, wants to know if I'm seeing you.
Yeah. You sure you weren't followed?
No chance, Mr. Cavill. I was too careful.
So what did you tell him?
I said I hadn't seen you, of course.
Good lad. I shan't bother you again. There's nothing more to collect. Everything's in, and tomorrow I really will be gone. You've done a good job. Here's something for you. 200 quid. How about that?
Thank you, Mr. Cavill.
By the way, when Brooke saw you, what did he say?
Not much. He knows something's up. He knows Janet took the case to Victoria.
He knows that?
Yes, Mr. Cavill. He says she left it at the station.
Then she'll have to get it back. Sorry, Billy, this changes my travel plans. There's one last job for you. You must get to Janet and...
No, Mr. Cavill, I can't do that.
Why not?
They must be watching her. If Brooke hears I've gone there, he'll know I've seen you. He'll jump on me.
All right, Billy. I'll tell you what. Go back to the car auction.
You said I'd finish, Mr. Cavill.
This one is easy. Anderson will still be in the office. Just tell him to go to the station and collect the case.
You could phone him.
He's got to have the left luggage ticket. You get it from Janet.
No.
There's another 50 quid for you. All you do is tell him to collect, and I'll phone him later.
All right, Mr. Cavill.
Good lad.
Tommy, I'm not used to waiting on freezing street corners. What kept you?
I'm sorry, Mr. Brooke. I'm Mr. Bus here.
So, what have you got to tell me?
Well, it's about Cavill. He's still in town.
Who says?
Well, some of the punters who owe him money. The cash is being called in and passed on to him. And it has to be cash and no excuses.
How do you know?
Well, I know the bloke what's doing the collecting.
Who?
Oh, a young bloke used to work for him. Dale.
Billy Dale?
Yeah.
Well, I'll be damned.
He was at the showroom this morning and the car auction. Backwards and forwards like a blue-ass fly.
Thanks, Tommy.
You'll see me all right, Mr. Brooke.
If what you say is kosher, you'll get your payment.
Oh, thanks very much, Mr. Brooke. I'm sorry I was a bit late.
Jim.
Yes, Dave.
I was right. Cavill is still with us and getting ready to go. He's calling in his debts. Do we still have a watch on that suitcase?
We had, but it was collected an hour ago at 8 o'clock.
By Cavill?
No, by a man called Anderson, the manager of his auction room. Matheson saw it.
Well, didn't he stop him?
Well, how could he?
Oh,
it's in the car park of a pub in Kensington. Tully's watching it.
Right, I'll join him. Oh, and Jim, send a uniform man to pick up Billy Dale. I want a word with him.
Right, Dave.
OK, Tully, move over.
Right, Sergeant.
So, what's new?
It's still there.
The suitcase?
Yeah. It's in the boot of the green Jag at the end of the row. Can you see it? Over there in the shadow.
Oh, yeah, I see it. Yeah. And the owner of the Jag?
Mr. Anderson. I checked. He's waiting in the saloon bar playing with a gin and tonic and trying not to drink too much.
How long's he been there?
About an hour.
Has he had any visitors?
No, but he's been on the phone twice. If you want to look at the suitcase...
No, we leave it where it is. Keep our eye on it. Right. Wait for the real owner to come for it.
You're determined to get him, aren't you?
Yeah, he's a villain.
It's more than that, isn't it? I talked with Jim Harrison. More like a grudge.
It's a job.
They say his appeal has put you in stuck.
No. If he gets away with it, I'm in stuck. If I can cop him, the appeal will be dropped. It's a phony. You'll see.
How do you know Cavill will come?
I don't, but either he comes for the suitcase or the suitcase will be taken to him.
What's in it?
Cash. He's getting ready for a new life, selling out.
If they take off in that Jag, this old banger won't keep up. The clutch is nearly gone. It was the only unmarked car left.
Hey, look. Could be Mr. Anderson's got a visitor. Just arriving, the blue Renault. It's a woman.
Looks like the girlfriend. Yeah, it is. Janet Yates.
On her own. No Cavill.
Do I follow her in?
No. We stay with the cash. Wherever it goes, we go. Hey, keep your eyes on that Renault, Tully. I think there could be somebody else in it.
You think?
I saw something move just now, did you?
No. Look, shall we take a look?
Wait, here comes the girl again.
With Anderson.
They're making for the Renault.
You're right.
Hey, I saw something move too.
See, look. When the inside light went on, it's Cabell.
Yeah.
He was waiting there all the time.
What do we do?
Drive past them like we were leaving.
Cabell's getting out of the car. He's making for the Jag. He keeps looking back, Sarge.
He spotted us. Cut him off, now. Cabell! Hold it right there! Charlie, let go, man. You all right, Sarge? Yeah, I've got him. Put the cuffs on. Didn't expect to see me again, did you, Cabell?
No, I didn't, Brooke.
I've got a warrant for your arrest.
I know. All right, Sergeant. No more fuss, no more trouble. Let's go now. Get it over with.
No, there's something else I want. Something in the boot of that Jag. Charlie, go over, get the car keys from Anderson. And while you're there, caution him and the girl. We'll see them later.
Right, Sergeant.
You don't give up, do you?
No, Cabell, I don't.
You were lucky.
Heading for the continent, were you? I think you can jump bail.
I'm not saying anything till I've seen my solicitor.
You're going to need more than that, Cabell, where you're going.
Ah, stuff it, Sergeant.
Here's the case, Sarge. Oh, I didn't know money could be so heavy.
Into the car with it. And you, Cabell. In after it.
In this week's story of Detective Sergeant Brooke was played by Ray Brooks and Detective Constable Tully by Stephen Garlick. Detective Sergeant Harrison, Peter Cleall, Tommy, Michael Ripper, Billy Dale, David Milner, Paul Cavill, Douglas Blackwell, Inspector Arnold Diamond, Detective Constable Matheson and Police Constable Peter Aker. Detective was written by Robert Barr and produced by Martin Fisher.
MP to all cars. Armed robbery on security vehicle now. 4 men.
MP to Golf 1-1. Suspects on premises now.
Tango 1 to Tango 3. Can you assist vehicle heading your direction? Driver believed drunk in charge.
Detective, stories of crime and detection in London, written by Robert Barr, with Ray Brooks and Stephen Garlick. This week, Lost Without Trace.
You're early, Tully. Where is everyone?
Out on a case, Sergeant. Chief Inspector wants you to follow.
What kind of case?
Dunno. He called out names and everyone went. Said I was to wait for you.
All right, let's move.
Oh, and there was a call for you.
Look, make up your mind. Well, do I make the call or do we go on the case?
He said it was Harry and he wants you to phone him.
If we're to get along, Tully, you have to learn priorities. If it's Harry, the call comes first, and I follow Mr. Roach afterwards.
Right, Sergeant.
Hello?
Sergeant Brooke. Is that you, Harry?
Oh, yes, Mr. Brooke. Can we meet? I could have something for you.
Where will you be?
I'm working around the market today.
Okay, I'll pick you up.
Could you say when, Mr. Brooke?
Well, I don't know. Sometime this morning.
All right. I'll be waiting, Mr. Brooke.
OK, let's see what Mr. Roach wants. Do you know where we're going?
Yeah, I got the address.
And what's the case?
Mr. Roach didn't say.
You're a DC, you should have asked.
I'm sorry.
OK, you'll learn. Let's find out.
Place is called SL Warehousing, and that's it, just ahead.
Not much of a place. Looks derelict. Door locked.
No, Sergeant.
Then let's go in.
Dave, over here.
The old man wanted me.
He's in the office, on the phone at the yard.
What's the panic?
Have a look. What do you see?
4 bare walls, a lot of empty space.
Right, this time yesterday it was the opposite, or so the owner says. Stacked to the rafters. About 200,000 quid's worth. Hi-fi decks, videos, portable TVs and tape recorders, food mixers, you name it.
And where are they now?
Nicked. Stacked on 4 big lorries, we think. On a motorway, heading north, south or west. Who knows?
What about a night watchman?
They don't have one.
Alarm system?
Bypassed. Oh, here's Mr. Roach.
Who's his friend?
The unhappy owner.
Morning, sir.
Hold on a minute, Dave. Jim?
Yes, sir.
Go with Mr. Summers to his office. Try to get a value. Get me a list of the brand names, registered marks, anything that might identify them. You're going to have Smith and Matheson to help.
Yes, sir. If you'll lead the way, Mr. Summers.
Right.
Anything I can do, sir?
Not much. We finished a door-to-door around the street.
Well, if they used 4 big trucks, someone must have heard something.
Oh, they were heard all right. It started at midnight and went on till 2. They made so much noise the neighbours thought it had to be honest. Rush order, night work, you know. They even had a man in overalls with a clipboard directing the lorries.
Cheeky suds.
But very professional. They left nothing behind. Not even an empty fag packet.
Anything to go on?
No. Some of the neighbours asked them to make less noise. There was a bit of bad language flying about until the last truck drove away. But this morning they can't remember anything that would help.
So?
So I want you to pass the word among your snouts. I want every informant on his toes. The stuff's insured. There's a good reward if it's recovered.
Yes, sir.
And we meet in my office at 4:30.
Right. Charlie!
Coming, Sarge.
Have you any good snouts down this solid?
1 or 2. What, should we go there now?
No. First we go to the market.
Where do you want me to park?
Stop by the post box. The man I want to speak to is standing by. Harry, get in quick. Come on.
Yes, what's happening? God, blimey. You gave me a turn, Mr. Brooke. I thought I was being hijacked.
Who'd play money for you?
Oh, very funny.
Tully, slowly round the park.
You've got a new driver?
Yeah. Now listen, there was a job last night. Any talk in the market?
Yes, Mr. Brooke.
Like what?
Someone had it easy.
Are we talking about the same thing?
Warehouse in Oughton Road? Not that I've heard.
Then you'd better find out.
Yes, Mr. Brooke.
You could do yourself a bit of good. The stuff's insured and it can't be that far away. Now, what was it you had to tell me?
It'll sound daft after that.
Well, try me.
It's doing you a favour, really. You know Hamill Street?
Yeah, I know some villains who live there.
No, not them, Mr. Brooke. There's a little corner shop.
Yeah?
It was done on Sunday night.
You phoned me about a corner shop? That's doing me a favour?
No, listen, Mr. Brooke. It's run by old Ma Gregg. She's been there for centuries. Does a bit of fortune-telling on the side. She's known everybody since they were kids. Knows the villains, knows their wives. Does a bit of money lending, so she knows who's hard up, who's just had it off.
Well, if she knows all that, she knows who did her shop.
It wasn't local. Nobody around there would dare do old Ma Gregg. She knows where too many bodies are buried.
We haven't had a complaint from her.
She wouldn't, would she? But she knows it wasn't local. Whoever it was took her savings, but they didn't have to kill her cat.
They what?
Killed her cat. It was her best friend. If you found out who did it, she could be useful to you.
If you get me word on that warehouse, you could be quids in. Big reward. Tully, pull up at the corner.
Right.
Forget about corner shops, Harry. Think of warehouses. 4 big lorries.
Yeah, yes, Mr. Brooke.
So that's Harry.
Forget you ever saw him, Tully, and never try to use him. He's mine.
Right, Sergeant. Where now?
The corner shop.
But I thought we were going to some...
DCs don't think. Sergeants think. Hamill Street.
Yes? Can I help you?
You're Mrs. Gregg, I believe. Ma Gregg?
Yeah. And you're the law, aren't you?
Yeah.
Tell them I'm mile off.
I'm Sergeant Brooke, and this is my DC.
Right. What can I do for you?
It's what we can do for you, Ma. You've had a break-in.
How do you know?
You've just told me.
We've got a right clever one here, haven't we?
I'm told he killed your cat.
That's right. Wasn't enough to rob the place, he had to do that as well.
So, you'll tell me what happened?
It was on Sunday night. I sleep upstairs. The first I heard was a noise out the back.
What time was this?
About 1 o'clock. I heard the back door breaking, so I got up.
Tully, have a look out the back.
Okay.
You were saying?
I got dressed. Then I heard a screech. Oh, really horrible it was. Gave me a turn.
The cat?
I knew he was killing it. He went on and on. I didn't come down. I've never been so frightened.
You were right to stay upstairs, Ma. What else?
I heard him moving about down here.
Are you sure it was just one?
Sounded like it. Then I heard scraping, heavy noise, in here then out in the yard.
How long did that last?
10 minutes, quarter of an hour. I just sat shivering. Then I heard his car drive away, from the back.
Did you see the car?
No.
Any idea who it was?
It wasn't a local.
Let's face it, Ma. You have more shop breakers to the square yard round here than I've
I
ever
know by now. It wasn't a local.
What did he take?
Safe, nothing else. No fags, nothing, just that.
You had a safe in here?
In the back room. It was here when I bought the place. An old one, small, but it weighed a ton. He just carted it off.
Bodily pressure, Sergeant.
What was?
The back door, forced by bodily pressure. Took someone pretty hefty to do it.
And to move the safe. Wonder how he did it.
There's an old chair in the yard. Could have used that.
I suppose so. What was in the safe, Ma?
My savings.
How much?
I don't tell nobody that.
Enough to need a safe.
You ask too many questions.
It's my job, Ma.
Let me have a look at your hand.
You what?
Your hand. I want to know if I can trust you. Tell your future, too.
Tully, show Ma your hand.
What, me?
Yeah, have your future told.
If you insist, Sergeant.
Come on, your right hand, let's see it.
Yeah.
What's your called, son?
D.C. Tully.
No, your first name.
Oh, Jack.
All right, Jack, let's have a look then. You've had a bit of luck recently. Nothing big, but something you wanted. A change of job, a change of place.
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
But it hasn't all been going your way. Well, this line here shows you've been having a bit of difficulty with someone close to you. Is that right?
Well, could be. Hey, Sergeant.
Yeah, I wonder who.
And I see a bit of danger for you here. Not so far off. Could be hospital. But you'll come through it if you take care. After that, a bright future. And something you want very much, something you're looking for will come your way.
Don't tell me. My one premium one's going to come up.
Now, Sergeant, what about you?
No, Ma.
Oh, go on, Sergeant. It doesn't hurt.
No, thanks. Now, Ma, are you going to tell me what's in that safe?
Only when you find who took it.
That's not much help. Can you describe the safe?
Well, it's green, fairly small. Got a brass plate that says Crown Safe 1904.
Not exactly the Bank of England.
No, but it did me.
You still have the keys?
And I'm keeping them.
Is there anything else you know that would help us?
No.
All right, we better go.
Just a minute, son.
Yes, Tully.
Something I want to buy. Could I have some of those, Ma?
Gobstoppers? Of course you can.
Gobstoppers?
Yeah. I haven't had them since I was a kid. Always wanted to try them again.
How many? Quarter?
Yeah. Lovely.
There you are.
How much, Ma?
Remember what I read in your palm. Something you want very much will come your way. Well, here it is, a present from me.
Thanks, Ma. It's my lucky day.
Come on, Tully, we got work to do.
Bye, Ma.
Bye.
It was still out in the backyard, Sarge.
What was it?
A cat. Still lying there. Bit of a mess. Nearly every bone broken in its body. What kind of person would be kinky enough to do that?
Oh, some sort of weirdo. And big, too, to handle that safe.
Yeah. She was a bit cagey about the safe.
You spotted that too, did you?
Where to now, Sarge?
Fancy a bite to eat?
No, thanks, Sergeant. I've got these. Want one?
Gobstoppers? No, thanks. I'm talking about real food.
Oh, great, Sarge. Just like being a kid again.
Well, come with me and I'll buy you a fizzy lemonade. I wonder if Jim Harrison's here. Can you see him?
No.
So, do you want that lemonade?
No, thanks, Sarge. A pint will do.
Take that damn sweet out of your mouth, will you?
Sorry, Sarge. Yeah, I'll have a pint, please.
2 pints, please, Pete.
Right, Dave.
I thought Jim would be here.
Probably tied up in a case. Do you always drink here?
Well, it's the nearest, isn't it?
Bit crowded.
Well, lunchtime.
2 pints coming up.
Right, thanks, Pete. Right, let's grab a table.
How do you reckon the old girl?
She's a right old faker. But she does know our patch, and some of what she knows could be useful to us.
Could you lean on her?
It depends on what we find in the safe. If we find it.
We should have looked at her palm. Might have given us a clue.
Yeah. There's Harrison. Hey, Jim, over here.
Hello.
Here, get yourself a drink.
Oh, Chuck. How long Sergeant Harrison been in CID?
About 7 years now. He's just been promoted to sergeant.
Works for the Chief Inspector, doesn't he?
Yeah.
He must know all that goes on in CID. You know, what goes on upstairs, I mean.
He could be useful to you. Put in a good word for promising DCs. So get on the right side of him, like getting him a stool.
Oh, right.
You changed.
Oh, Tom.
Stool for you, Sarge.
Oh, thanks, Charlie.
Anything new on the warehouse?
No, not much. We know they use 2 Scammels and 2 Leylands with trailers. The word's out to watch them on the main roads and motorways.
Have all the snouts been alerted?
Yeah, but they haven't come up with anything. Have you?
Nah, well, it was all round the market this morning, like a joke. Some mob has left us with egg on our face. Tully might try his contacts down in Southwark, right?
Yes, Sergeant.
Why not? Try anything.
OK, while the pubs are still open. Push off, be back about 4.
Can I charge the beer money?
If you come back in time, and sober.
Right. See you at 4 then.
Right.
You two getting on all right?
Yeah, not too bad.
How's he shaping?
OK, a bit full of himself, bit impetuous. Nothing I won't be able to knock out of him.
Reminds me of you.
Oh, that's nice.
Time for the other half?
Yeah, why not? Charlie, I said 4 o'clock.
Yes, Sergeant.
It's after 5.
But I've got something.
Well, let's have it then.
The warehouse job is down to a bloke called Yates.
Oh?
Know him?
Yeah, Blackheath.
Right. Well, it looks like an inside job. Yates had his cards marked. Could be an insurance fiddle.
You better tell this to Mr. Roach. Come on. Jim, come on, listen.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, what's this, a protest march?
No, sir, it's about Summers' warehouse. Tully's come up with something.
Yes?
Yeah, a team from Blackheath got together by a Tim Yates. A removal job, one warehouse to another. Only it was Ben. Right, Tully?
Yes, Sergeant.
Where is this other warehouse?
My contact doesn't know, sir, but it's not in the Met area.
How reliable is he?
The contact? Solid, always been good.
So what did he tell you?
It looks like this. Summers fixes Yates to lift the goods from his warehouse and move them to this other. He then gets on to us and the insurance company, screaming that his stuff's been nicked.
So?
But what we don't know is that both warehouses belong to Summers. So he keeps his original goods, claims the insurance, and has it both ways. He's laughing.
Jim?
I'll buy that, sir. Forensic thought that the security alarm had been switched off, not cut off, and Summers didn't seem too worried.
When did he make the complaint?
The staff found the place empty at 8 o'clock. They phoned Mr. Summers and waited until he came in.
And when did he come in?
Not until 10.
Tully?
My contact says the 4 lorries were borrowed for the night and were back on their own jobs by 10. The team was on its way home waiting for the payoff, and then Yates gives Summers the nod that the job's done.
And he claims the insurance still has the goods.
Yeah.
It'll be hard to prove, sir.
Why?
Well, nothing went wrong.
Yeah, I think we may have to pass this on to the robbery squad. A bit out of our league, this one.
Yeah.
But for now, keep working on it, Jim. Has to be a loose end somewhere.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Dave?
One thing that isn't on the complaint book, Hamill Street, Ma Gregg.
Oh, what does she want?
Well, she wants some help. In her turn, I think she might be able to help us.
How?
Well, she's in with the bricks and mortar up there, knows all the villains and their families, helps them, tells fortunes, hears the talk, knows who's in the money.
Why should she help us?
Someone nicked her savings and killed a cat.
A cat?
Yeah, crushed it with his bare hands. Bloody sadist.
Oh, you can say that again. Okay, I think it's worth it. Carry on.
Okay, sir.
Right.
And let's have a result.
Oh, back again?
Yeah. I've been thinking, must have been quite a few people knew about your safe.
No, nobody. Well, nobody I wouldn't trust.
Now, come on, Ma. Must be all sorts of people. Casuals. Your window cleaner.
I clean my own windows.
Salesmen, customers. A strong lad, maybe. One of them who'd see it and get ideas.
No.
Come on, Ma. Think.
There was one. Cheeky sod. Thought he knew it all. Said I ought to turn the shop into a self-service. I said in this street you just turn your back and it is self-service. The kids all help themselves.
Have you had any workmen in recently?
I had some shelves put in. Now, he was a young lad, about 26 maybe. Came into the back shop for a cup of tea. You don't fancy one, do you?
Well,
Not now, Ma, no. Can you describe him?
He was a big lad. fair air, I think. But it was 2 years ago.
That all you can remember?
Well, it's a long time.
Well, if you think of anything, you will phone me.
Yes, if I do.
Right, here's the number.
Are you sure you won't have a cup of tea?
No, thanks. But you can give Tully a bag of gobstoppers. He's got a taste for them.
Thanks.
And this time he's paying for them.
Well, that wasn't much to cop.
We'll get there.
Yeah, but how?
By thinking about it. Whoever it is has got to get rid of the safe. Somebody will find it, you'll see. It'll turn up.
MB to Tango 4.
Tango 4?
A message from Sergeant Harrison for Sergeant Brooke. It reads, contact Harry in the market. Understood? MB over.
Yes, understood. Thanks. Out.
To the market?
Yeah. Harry?
Hello, Mr. Brooke.
You got something for me?
Fancy some nice tomatoes?
What?
Pears, oranges, apples.
What is this, Harry?
The boss is looking. Buy something, please, Mr. Brooke. I don't want to lose my job.
All right, some apples.
Did you see Ma Greg?
Yeah.
Interested?
Well, we had a chat.
I've got something else.
Oh, yeah?
There's an old bloke in the market. Used to be a locksmith. Just makes keys now.
Yeah?
You might know him, Frank Hewitt.
Oh, right.
I heard a whisper. The bloke's been to see him about a safe. Lost the key, so he says. Can't open it. Would Frank come and look at it? A yard in Kilburn.
He wants keys made?
Yeah.
Where's Frank now?
In his shop, as usual, up the street.
I know it, thanks.
Yeah. You haven't paid for the apples.
I forgot, sorry. Keep the change.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Brooke.
Shop! Mr. Hewitt! Anyone at home?
I'm coming. Oh, hello, Sergeant. What can I do for you?
I think you might be able to help us, Frank.
If I can, yes.
A customer lost the keys to his safe, apparently.
That's right. He came in yesterday.
Were you able to help him?
Yeah, I went over and had a look at it. No trouble. It's a right oldie. 1904.
What did it look like, this safe?
Well, one of the old Crown safes.
Colour?
Well, they're green, aren't they?
Did it have a brass plate on it?
That's the one.
Well, he didn't lose his keys, Frank. The safe was stolen.
I know.
You know?
You get a feeling, don't you?
Yeah. Well, can you describe the bloke?
Oh, he's a big fella. Named Stringer. This side of 30, I'd say. He owns a scrapyard, old cars, that kind of thing.
Does he?
Anyway, I've made the keys for him.
When's he going to pick them up?
I said I'd let him know. I always wait a couple of days. I mean, you never know, do you?
No. Thanks, Frank. Well, get your keys and get your coat on.
All right.
Anyone fancy an apple? Jim?
Oh, Charles.
You want a health kick or something?
No, I'm just trying to get rid of them.
What's all this? Unofficial meal break?
No, just some apples, sir. Have one?
No, thank you.
You might as well. You're paying for them.
What?
Expenses, sir, in return for information received.
The warehouse?
No, sir. Ma Greg. I think we found the safe and the bloke to go with it in Kilburn. Could I borrow a couple of spare DCs?
Oh, yes. You'll have Naylor and Smith.
Oh, thank you, sir. Tully!
Yes, Sergeant?
Downstairs you'll find a Mr. Hewitt. He's a locksmith. Coming with us. Get him and then book out a car.
Right.
Give us the layout of the place then, Mr. Hewitt.
Well, can you see through the gate?
Yeah.
That shed over there at the back of the yard is the office. And that's where I had a look at the safe.
Can you see Stringer?
Yes. See that workman over there in the blue overalls? Breaking up that scrap with a sledgehammer?
Oh, yeah.
He's big enough, isn't he, Sergeant?
Yeah. OK, Mr. Hewitt, he's expecting you. Get him into the office. And we'll wait here outside until you're there, OK?
Sure.
And good luck. I mean, if he gets nasty, remember, we're right behind you.
You better be.
Naylor, O'Brien.
Yeah?
But don't make a meal of it. But as soon as they're in that shed, I want you in the yard. Stay by the gate, nicely spaced to deal with trouble.
Yeah, all right, Sergeant.
Tully, you stay with me. Yeah, well, so far, so good. He's reached him, see? They're talking. Now they're going into the shed. Good. Right, they're in. Now, when you see me reach the door, you three slip into the yard.
Right.
Mr. Springer.
Yeah?
Can I have a word?
About what?
I'm a police officer, Mr. Springer. I want to talk
What's
to you.
this? You set me up, Hewitt, you bastard!
That's enough, Springer.
Watch it, Mr. Brooke. That's Spanner.
Tully!
Sarge!
Hold him!
Come here! Oh! Oh! Oh!
Tully, did you have to do that? I said hold him, not knock him in the next week.
I'm sorry, Sergeant. I didn't think he'd go down so easy. Can't know my own strength.
Okay, it's those gobstoppers, isn't it? Keep an eye on him. Mr. Hewitt, open the safe.
Right. Oh, looks like he's been trying to drill it. Didn't get very far. There you are, Sergeant.
So, what do we got? A biscuit tin, a bank book, and 2 ledgers. Tully.
Yes, Sergeant?
I'll check the books, you check the tin.
Right. Oh, lots of money here, Sarge. 5s, 10s, some 20s. Must be about 10,000 quid here. More.
The bank book says she's quite a rich old lady, and the 2 ledgers show...
Sergeant, he's coming round.
Springer.
Yeah. Oh, what happened?
We opened the safe. You've got some questions to answer. Take him outside, Tully.
Come on.
Any results?
Our friend Mr. Springer's downstairs. He's not talking, but it's only a matter of time.
What about the safe?
£9,400 in it, in cash. A bank book with 32,000. And 2 ledgers showing that she lends money.
With names?
Oh, yeah. They show when the local villains were hard up and when they were in funds and paid back. Goes back 10 years or so.
Could it prove anything?
No, not without her help.
Well, you could try.
Right.
Oh, and that warehouse job. The robbery squad have taken it off our hands now.
Oh, typical. We do all the spade work and the bloody yard take all the glory. We found your safe, Ma.
Where?
In a junkyard.
I knew it would turn up sometime. Did you get the bloke that took it?
We think so.
And is he the one that killed my cat?
He won't admit it, but it looks like it. Oh, we found your bank book. And these.
You opened the safe?
Had to, Ma, to know it was yours.
I'll have them.
Not until after the trial, Ma. We keep them, and we read them.
I should have known. You're all the same, you coppers.
Some interesting names in these ledgers, Ma. Details of jobs, dates. Gonna make an interesting read.
Well, you won't get anything more out of me.
Ma, we got your money back, and we've got your ledger. You owe us one.
I expect you'd like a cup of tea first.
Yeah, I'd love a cup of tea.
In this week's story of Detective, Detective Sergeant Brooke was played by Ray Brooks and Detective Constable Tully by Stephen Garlick. Detective Sergeant Harrison, Peter Cleall. Chief Inspector Roach, Stephen Yardley. Ma Gregg, Julie May. Mr. Hewitt, Victor Madden. Harry, Summers and voice on radio, Johnny Wade. Springer and barman, William Hope. Detective was written by Robert Barr and produced by Martin Fisher.
MP to all cars. Armed robbery on security vehicle now. 4 men.
MP to go 1-1. Suspects on premises now.
Tango 1 to Tango 3. Can you assist vehicle heading your direction? Driver believed drunk in charge.
Detective. Stories of crime and detection in London, written by Robert Barr, with Ray Brooks and Stephen Garlick. This week, The Sellout.
What kept you, Jack?
Oh, there was a queue a mile long. But here we are. 2 mugs of tea, and here's your change.
Oh, I've been looking forward to this.
Sergeant Brock!
Oh, no, please. You'll keep it up for me, will you?
Okay. Ah, Dave.
Yeah.
Do you know the Matador Club?
What, King Street?
Yeah. Mr. Roberts, the owner, has come to see us.
What about?
Why, it's hard to say. They had some bother last Saturday.
So what's new?
Well, he doesn't trust us much. But it must be bad this time, or he wouldn't have come. He says he's being leaned on.
Who by?
Well, you can find out. He's waiting in interview room 2. Not ready to say a lot, but see what you can get out of him.
Right, sir. Charlie, let's have you. And bring my tea along with you.
Yeah.
What's up?
What's up?
Someone wants a chat with us, Mr. Roberts. I just finished this, then we're going. Right. Mr. Roberts.
Yeah, that's me.
Good morning. I'm Sergeant Brooke, and this is Detective Constable Tully. I believe you've got something to tell us.
If you'll listen.
So, what's it about?
I own a club.
Yes, I know. The Matador. And you've had some trouble. Last Saturday night.
Yes, we're still clearing it up. Next time it'll be worse.
Oh, and you're making a complaint?
No.
What then?
To remind you what's happening on your patch, and hope that maybe you'll take some notice.
I don't follow you, Mr. Roberts.
I think you do, Sergeant.
You tell me.
Okay, I'll spell it out for you. Ever since I took over the place, I've had trouble. Not only Saturday night, but the 2 before that. The previous owner never had any bother, did he? And why?
You tell us, Mr. Roberts.
If you didn't know. Because he paid for protection, didn't he?
How much?
50 quid a week. That was what he was paying. The first week when I took over, the collectors came. On the nose. 50 quid from the till. In notes. Regular each week.
You paid it?
I didn't want to, but anything for a quiet life.
Did it keep trouble away?
Yeah, for a few weeks.
So why is it all started up now?
Well, they're getting greedy. They're upping the price. They want 100 a week. I can't afford it. So they sent in the heavy mob.
They, Mr. Roberts? Who are they?
You trying to tell me you don't know?
Yeah.
And you're the only copper on the station who doesn't.
Tully, do you know?
No, Sarge.
So we're asking you.
Webb, that's who. Harry Webb. You know as well as I do. Webb gets a payoff from every club on your patch. Look, I'm wasting my time. If you won't listen, I'll take it to the newspapers. I'll tell them you know, but you'll do sod all about it.
Come back, Mr. Roberts. Sit down. Calm down. Of course I know what's going on, Mr. Roberts, but let's get one thing straight. Not every club's in hock to Harry Webb, just the dodgy ones like yours. You rip the customers off. You let tarts in to take what's left. It's not nice, Mr. Roberts. You deserve what you get.
So you're not going to do anything about it?
Well, there's nothing we can do, is there, Tully?
Not unless we get a complaint, Sergeant. Oh, that's it then. The police won't help. I'm packing it in, getting out.
All you have to do is give us some more information. Like who collects from you.
Well, I'll tell you that much. But no more. It's not worth the aggro. Webb sends a bloke round called Kovacs, built like a barn. So guess what? They call him Tiny. His mate's called Reynolds. He's big too, but they're both gentle with it, if you know what I mean.
Gentle?
They come in Friday night, nice and quiet. Have a drink. Look round at the trade, smile, collect the money all polite like and go.
No trouble so long as you pay.
Well, couldn't be nicer.
And when you don't pay?
They leave, still ever so polite and smiling. And half an hour later, round comes the heavy mob. They never went to charm school. They turn the place over, frighten the customers, and I lose my trade. Last Saturday, they smashed up the bar. And when the customers left, they broke up the place.
Did Kovacs come back with his boys?
No, he always keeps clear. Leaves it a bit. Then, when it's all settled down, comes back to see if I've learned my lesson.
How often does he visit you?
Well, you never can tell. Drops in any time. Except Tuesday. Seems to be his night off.
I see.
They drive around in this big old Mercedes. It belongs to Harry Webb. One of his boys drives it. Reynolds and Kovacs come in to look at the business, and then on Friday night they collect.
Has Webb upped the protection money on the other clubs?
Dunno.
And now?
Oh, I'll give it another week. Can't you do something, Mr. Brooke?
We'll see.
But don't involve me. I've put my neck out enough already.
Well, goodbye, Mr. Roberts.
So how did it go, Dave?
Well, he wants our help, but he doesn't want to be involved.
Well, if we help, will he stand up?
Yeah, I think he might.
Well, no one ever has before. They get hurt and come running. When they cool off, they get scared and say forget it.
He named Harry Webb. We could give it a try.
Yeah, all right. Get Roberts to come forward as a witness, and we might have a case.
Yes, sir.
CID, DC Tully speaking. Yeah, he's just coming. Sarge, for you.
Right. Sergeant Brooke, who's it?
Oh, it's Tommy, Mr. Brooke. I've got something for you. Can we meet?
Yeah, when?
Well, 20 minutes. I'll be in Brent Street, near the bridge.
Okay.
What did Mr. Roach say?
Well, we give Harry Webb a try.
What are we going to do?
I don't know. Hey, what's left to deal with in the trade?
We've got some housebreaking, free theft from cars, the sub-post office, the timber yard...
The sub-post office. Let's have a look. Yeah, this might do.
Do what, Sarge?
Stir up something with our Mr. Webb.
How?
You'll find out. Just book us out a car.
Oh, right.
Yeah, and listen. Drop me on the North Bridge first, then drive on and wait for me. I've got to see someone. So, what have you got for me, Tommy?
It's the break-ins up at Beechwood Terrace. You interested?
Let's hear it.
I can tell you where you'll find the gear.
Okay, where?
Do you think there'll be a reward, Mr. Brooke? It's valuable stuff.
Just tell me.
What's written down here? You'll find him as well.
Find who?
Terry Nichols.
He's back at it, is he?
Oh, I thought you'd be interested.
Thanks, Tommy.
Mr. Brooke?
Yeah?
I'm skint. You couldn't find your way there.
Okay, look, take this to be going on with until I know the strength. Then there may be more.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Brooke.
So where to now, Sarge?
Let's drop in on Harry Webb. He's got an office in the High Street.
What, he runs a business?
Well, he has to. It's a front to explain where his money comes from.
So what are you going to do?
Play a little game with Mr. Webb. Draw him out.
How?
That sub-post office raid.
I'm not with you.
It's an excuse, a chance to meet him, ask some questions. Maybe get him bothered.
Oh, I don't follow, Sarge.
You don't have to. You just sit quiet and listen.
You say so.
Who do you want?
Mr. Webb.
Who do I say?
The police.
Mr. Webb don't see no police.
But tell him he can either see us here or down at the station.
About what?
Tell him it's about a blagging, you know.
Wait here. Mr. Webb.
Yes, Tony?
2 coppers want to see you.
Do I know them?
No.
Well, tell them I'm busy. They should phone.
It's about a blagging. They said you'd know. Shall I say you're busy?
No, hold it. Hold it. Show them in.
Sure, Mr. Webb. It's you. This way.
Thank you.
Come in, gentlemen. And what can I do for you?
It's just a routine inquiry, Mr. Webb. A few questions. We think you can help us.
About what?
Well, you may have read about it. A hold-up at one of our sub-post offices. Not a lot taken, £7,000. But they've all got to be looked into.
Oh, of course. Sit down.
Oh, thank you very much.
How can I help you with that?
Well, if you'll let me give you the picture, Mr. Webb. It happened at night. 2 men. One stays downstairs. The other goes upstairs to the postmaster's flat. He has a shotgun. Does a bit of frightening. Gets the keys. Goes down to the safe.
So, what's this got to do with me?
Well, we've now learned, Mr. Webb, that a car was seen driving away. A Mercedes. Light-coloured, London plates, a W registration, and a 6 in the number.
So?
Well, you have a Mercedes, Mr. Webb, that answers that description. We have to know where it was on the night in question.
Well, when was this?
2 weeks ago, last Tuesday.
I see. Well, I wouldn't know offhand. Can you leave it with me?
Oh, sure, yes. It's just an inquiry, and I hope it's no trouble, Mr. Webb. But we've got to check the leads.
Of course. And your name is?
Detective Sergeant Brooke, and my colleague is Detective Constable Tully. I'm sorry to trouble you, sir, but when you can remember, phone the station on this number and leave word.
Sure. Goodbye, Sergeant.
Yeah, well, goodbye, Mr. Webb.
Goodbye, sir.
Tiny.
Yes, Mr. Webb.
Where was that car on Tuesday night?
Same place it is every Tuesday night, Mr. Webb, in the garage.
Tiny, I want the truth.
Straight, Mr. Webb. We don't use it Tuesdays, like you said. I was down Soho for a drink.
And was Reynolds with you?
Sure. We were seeing friends.
Can you prove that?
Sure, Mr. Webb. It's true. You ask around.
Don't worry. I'll ask.
What on earth was all that about a Merc being used on the post office job?
Just stirring things up, Tully.
It won't work.
Why not?
Well, the villains who did the job used a motorbike, not a Merc. 3 witnesses saw it.
Maybe, but it'll worry Harry Webb and do 2 things for us. Give us a reason to see him again and make him wonder about his minders. Wonder if they're using his car for private jobs. If there's something they're doing he doesn't know about.
He has a nice little racket going. Won't want anything to spoil it. Right, so what's next?
We pick up a couple of DCs, get the list of stuff stolen at Beechwood Terrace, and visit number 20 Richmond Street. Shouldn't take us long. The basement flat belongs to Terry Nichols, so Matheson, you go into the backyard, see no one slips out. O'Brien, you stay in the street in case he makes a dash for it.
Yes, Sergeant.
And you and I, Tully, go in by the front.
Right.
Yeah, what is it?
Hello, Terry. We've just come to pay you a visit.
Oh, it's you, Sergeant Brooke. What's it about, then?
Well, don't keep us standing on the doorstep, Terry. It's rude. Invite us in.
No.
Nichols, we have reason to believe there's stolen property in this house.
Well, then you've reason to believe a load of balls. Push off, I'm eating.
We can send for a warrant.
Okay, come in. But don't make a mess of the place. And put everything back where you found it.
Charlie, tell the others to come in.
Yes, Sergeant.
What you looking for, then?
We've had a few break-ins on the hill, Terry. Beechwood Terrace. Could be your style.
I don't know what you're talking about. Do you mind if I finish my lunch?
No, go ahead. How many rooms you got here?
Well, you can see them all from here. 3. This one, the bedroom and the kitchen.
What do you want us to do, Sergeant?
O'Brien, you do the bedroom, Matheson this room, and you, Tully, the kitchen. While you and I, Terry, will just stand and watch.
You're wasting your time. And don't take too long. I'm back at 2.
Back where?
To work. I've got a job.
A regular job, Terry? Things are looking up.
There's no need to be sarcastic, Sergeant.
Sergeant?
Yeah?
I found this work case.
Well, let's have it then. This is very nice, Terry. A do-it-yourself burglar's kit. Skeleton keys, glass cutter, pliers, jemmy, a pair of cotton gloves. Very neat.
It's my old gear. I don't use them now.
Well, you keep them as a souvenir, do you?
Well, that's right. I've got a job now, I told you. But you didn't come here to find that.
No, but it's a start.
Sergeant, I think it's here, in the kitchen.
Wait a minute. What's going on?
Come on, Terry. Let's go and see what DC Tully has found.
At the back of this pots and pans cupboard, Sergeant. See? A plastic bag. I haven't touched it yet.
Well, let Terry take it out.
Yeah. That was never there before.
Put it on the table, Terry.
Look, this is a fit-up.
Are you saying we planted it?
Oh, somebody did.
You saw us come in. Was anyone carrying a bag as big as that?
Oh, no.
Tully, sort it out. Check it with the list.
What list?
Thefts from the householders at Beechwood Terrace. They want their property back. Open it up, Charlie. Matheson, O'Brien, you can put all the other stuff back.
Right, Sergeant.
So, what have we got, Jack?
Well, it looks like it all comes from one job on the hill. Want me to check?
Yeah.
7 rings, 3 sets of earrings, 4 gold chains and pendants, 3 cameos, these brooches, and some silver frames.
Where do they come from, Terry?
I don't know where they come from. And they wouldn't be stuffed in that bloody cupboard if I did.
You mean if you'd known we were coming? O'Brien, take him out of the car.
Yes, Sergeant. Come on, Nichols.
Are you busy, sir?
Huh?
We brought in Terry Nichols, housebreaking.
Sir?
What was the name of that old lady who disturbed a thief in Beechwood Terrace?
Mrs. Gilbert.
Yeah. Is she still in hospital?
Well, last time I heard she was. Pretty poorly. You want her to identify some valuables?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, all right. But only if she's well enough.
Yes, sir.
Sorry?
Phone the hospital, ask about Mrs. Gilbert, see how she is. If she's up to it, take the valuables and show them to her.
Yes, Sarge. CID, DC Tully. Yes, who is it, please? Just a minute. Sergeant, it's Harry Webb.
Yes, Mr. Webb.
Mr. Brooke?
Yeah?
That stuff about my car. What are you up to?
Why?
It's a load of rubbish.
Is it?
You know it is. I want to see you.
All right, yeah, I'll drop in. Webb is bothered.
Oh?
He wants to know what we're up to.
Come in, Sergeant. On your own this time?
Yes, Mr. Webb.
Take a seat.
Oh, thank you.
I think we ought to have a straight talk.
About what?
About my car, the Mercedes.
Oh, so it was your car.
Now, don't play games, Sergeant. It wasn't my car used in the post office raid. You know that, and I know that. My car was in its garage all that day. All day and all night. There are witnesses.
You're quite sure, Mr. Webb?
I make it my business to be sure. Harry Webb doesn't have to buy witnesses. When I ask, they tell the truth. And there's another thing. The police aren't the only ones who make inquiries.
Yeah?
There was never a motor car on that post office job. We both know it. So what's going on? You can tell me what you're up to. How about a drink?
No, I can't have a drink, but I'd like to have a talk.
You don't mind if I...
No, you go ahead. It's a nice office you got here.
You like it?
Hey, tell me about your business, Mr. Webb.
Oh, it's on the door. You saw it. Business consultant. People who need advice, need helping out.
And business is good?
Oh, you'd be surprised how many people consult Harry Webb.
Even betting shops and clubs?
Yes, even betting shops and clubs, Sergeant. If they need help, yes, we provide it. It's a service. Like any other service. You just have to ask.
What kind of service?
Well, now, how can I put it? Well, something like yourself. There are times when we're asked to keep the peace. People like a bit of peace these days. Can't always have it, so, like you, we help to keep it. Good wages. You know, Sergeant, I could use someone like you in the business. Efficient, good at his job, you'd be a great asset. Would you be interested?
Are you offering me a job, Mr. Webb?
That's up to you.
I'll forget you ever asked.
So, we're back to the car. It's a game, isn't it, Sergeant? You had a complaint about me, so you think scare Harry Webb and see if he runs. Well, he doesn't.
Well, that's it then.
Keep in touch, Sergeant.
I will. Bye, Harry.
So, Mr. Webb told you, huh?
Told me what, Tiny?
About the car. I want a word with you. I do not like...
We'll have a chat, Tiny. But later. Some other time.
What did he want, Sarge?
Webb?
Yeah.
Wanted to know why I was pushing him. He even had the brass neck to offer me a job.
What did you say?
Do you have to ask?
No, I mean about pushing him.
Oh, for the record, the car gag won't work anymore.
So, we have to find something else?
Yeah. Oh, how about Mrs. Gilbert? Did you see her?
Yeah, went to the hospital and showed her the valuables. It's not all there, but what there is hers.
Where's Nichols?
Oh, down in the cells, waiting. He still said he didn't do it.
And?
I think you've got the wrong man.
Oh? Got a reason?
Well, it's just a feeling. I've been talking to him.
So?
Well, I felt it right from the start. The way he argued with you at the door, that was straight up. When we found the stuff, he seemed genuinely surprised. And when you asked him to fetch it out, what he did was innocent. He put his prints all over it. And another thing, when he was housebreaking, he never kept the stuff in his own house. Always got rid of it. He said you know that.
All right, listen to this. 4 jobs up on the hill. Each time he fenced the stuff right away. That's his style. But this last job, he disturbed an old lady. She's in hospital. He has to keep that stuff. No fence will touch it until the heat's off.
He's never been violent.
Until now. That's why he's scared.
I think you're wrong.
What then?
So I'd like to settle it. Let the old lady have a look at him.
Tally, look, frail old ladies in hospital do not like facing the slag who beat their head in.
No, I've seen her. She's all right.
Okay, if it'll stop you arguing. But get her permission. And when it's over, if you want a drink, I'll be seeing Mr. Roberts at his club.
Yes, Sarge. Mrs. Gilbert.
Oh, hello, Mr. Tully.
How are you feeling now? I brought you some grapes.
Oh, how kind.
That jewellery you identified today, we think we've got the man who stole it.
Oh.
Now, I brought him here. Would you mind seeing him and telling us?
Well, if you say so, yes.
Thank you, Mrs. Gilbert. Now, all I'll do is bring him into the ward by that door, then stand him there so you can take a look.
Oh.
Now, don't worry, it'll be all right. Ready, Nichols?
No, I'm not.
She's waiting.
An old dame in hospital. You're going to take the word of a sick old lady.
I'll take her word, yeah. Come on. Stay by the door. Mrs. Gilbert, do you know that man?
No, it's not him. Not him at all. The man was little. Not a bit like him, I'm sure.
Evening, Mr. Roberts.
Oh, Sergeant Brooke. So what can we do for you?
Oh, nothing. It's Friday night. Thought I'd drop in.
Can you make it later? A bit tied up at the moment.
Oh, looks pretty quiet to me.
It's not surprising, is it?
Well, you got the place back together again. Stopped serving drink, though, have you?
Oh, you want a drink, do you?
Thought you'd never ask. Scotch.
You want soda with it?
Water will do. So, you're tied up at the moment, are you?
Well, you know how it is.
You expecting visitors tonight, then?
Visitors?
You know what I mean, Mr. Roberts. Your special Friday night ones. Well?
It's worse than that. Harry Webb phoned.
And?
He's coming here.
Did he say why?
I think he's heard about our little chat. Hurry up and finish that drink, Sergeant.
When are you expecting him?
He phoned half an hour ago. Could be any time.
Well, maybe I should just wait here and have it out with him.
With me in the middle, he must be joking.
I'm not going to say anything about you. Anyway, he wouldn't try it on with the old Bill here, would he?
I think you better go, Sergeant. Please.
No, I'm finished my drink yet.
I can do that in my office out the back. Oh, God. Good evening, Mr. Webb.
Good evening, Tom. Good evening, Sergeant. This is a surprise.
Is it?
Tom, top up the sergeant's glass. A social visit?
Well, just passing. I like to see everything's peaceful on my patch.
Good to know the law's looking after us, eh, Mr. Roberts?
Oh, yes, Mr. Webb.
Reassuring, isn't it? Sleep well in our beds at night.
I wish everyone felt like that, Mr. Webb.
Oh?
Well, Mr. Roberts is lucky. Not like some I know. He seems to have no trouble here. At least nothing he can tell me about.
I'm glad to hear that, Sergeant.
Well, let's hope he stays lucky.
Let's hope so.
Matador Club? Who is it? Yes, he's here. Hold on. Sergeant, it's for you.
Yeah. Brooke here. Who is it?
It's Tully, Sarge. I took Jerry Nichols to the old lady, and guess what? It's the wrong bloke.
Is she sure?
Dead sure. Nothing like him. Look, I'd like a word about it, Sarge.
Right. I'll come back.
Not bad news, I hope, Sergeant.
Well, all crime is bad news, Mr. Webb. I must go.
Sure you won't stay, Mr. Brooke? Have another drink?
All right, Mr. Roberts. Step one up for me. I'll be back.
All right, Sergeant.
Good night, Sergeant.
So what happened, Jack?
The old lady took one look at him and said no. She said he was a little fella, thin.
What happened to Nichols?
Mr. Rhodes told him to go. You know, I always had the feeling Nichols wasn't...
Are you trying to say something?
Well, yes, Sarge. The tip came from your snout. Where did he get it? Look, I must know, Sarge. Next time I take someone to that old lady, it has to be right.
Okay. I'll have his guts.
Hello?
Tommy,
Yes?
it's Sergeant Brooke. That tip you gave me, Terry Nichols. Where did it come from?
Well, it was something I heard, Mr. Brooke. Did you find the gear?
You're not listening, Tommy. Where did it come from?
I can't tell you that, Mr. Brooke.
You got me into trouble, Tommy. If I'm to use you again, I need an answer.
Well, it came from Chris Fulton.
Fulton, I know him. He's a housebreaker with a record for violence. So what happened?
Well, Fulton and Nichols used to be friends. They worked as a team. And they fell out.
Fell out? So he wanted to drop Nichols in it?
Yeah, you're right, Mr. Brooke. He used me. He let me down.
Let you down?
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Brooke.
Remind me not to use you again.
Sorted it out?
Yeah. Try Christopher Fulton. There's a file on him. You can show him to the old lady.
So how did the stuff get into Nichols' house?
Well, it's a guess. Fulton does the place, batters the old lady, but overdoes it. Finds out she's on the critical list and has to get rid of the valuables. So what does he do? Plants them on his old partner Nichols, who's going straight. Result? Nichols carries the can and Fulton pays off an old grudge at the same time.
Then the bum tip was passed on to you.
I'll have Fulton's skin for this. But we've got a job to do. First we go to King Street to the Matador Club.
Mr. Webb, is it?
Yeah, something like that.
Oh, you've come back, Sergeant.
Yeah, like I promised. Still in one piece?
Yeah. Why shouldn't I be?
Oh? Where's Mr. Webb?
He left you a drink. Here.
Oh. Put one up for my colleague, DC Tolly, will you?
Oh, thanks.
Right, Mr. Brooke.
So, where's the trouble?
What trouble, Sergeant? It's not going to be any trouble.
What do you mean? Harry Webb lost interest all of a sudden?
Well, not really. In fact, the opposite.
What do you mean?
He wants you off his back. So he made me an offer. He's bought me out. Taken over the place.
What?
All legit. Compensation for the damage, loss of trade. Generous offer. Immediate possession.
And you came to us for help?
Why should I need help? 2 coppers sitting at the bar, that's the last thing I want. Keeps the customers away.
And you said you'd fight Webb?
Very reasonable. Why should I need to fight him? We're friends. I've got his cheque, he's got the club. We're both happy.
Tully, there are times when you can't win. Finish your drink, and let's go and nick Chris Fulton.
Yes, Sarge.
In this week's story of Detective, Detective Sergeant Brooke was played by Ray Brooks and Detective Constable Tully by Stephen Garlick. Chief Inspector Roach, Stephen Yardley. Tommy, Michael Ripper. Roberts, John Judd. Harry Webb, John Pullen. Terry, John Strickland. Mrs. Gilbert, Hilda Schroeder. Detective Constable O'Brien and Kovacs, Anthony Jackson. Detective was written by Robert Barr and produced by Martin Fisher.
MP to all cars. Armed robbery on security vehicle now. 4 men.
MP to Golf 1-1. Suspects on premises now.
Tango 1 to Tango 3. Can you assist 3 vehicle heading your direction? Driver believed drunk in charge.
Detective. Stories of crime and detection in London, written by Robert Barr, with Ray Brooks and Stephen Garlick. This week, Murder of a Shy Girl.
CID, DC Tally. Yeah, hold on, I'll make a note. Yeah, I've got that. Well, he's somewhere about. Look, I'll tell him as soon as he gets back, alright? Yeah.
That for me?
Oh, yes, Sergeant. Mr. Roach wants you to see him. Place called, Bradley House. It's a murder. The Chief Inspector wants us both there.
Not the best way to spend a Sunday. Is that a spare tea?
Yeah, but it's cold. I got it for Sergeant Harrison, but you went Mr. Roach as well.
Well, I'll have it all the same while you book out a car.
Right.
So it's a murder case, is it?
Yeah.
Not my favourite. But they usually only last 4 days.
How's that?
Well, that's what they reckon. Local murders. If you don't have the answer in 4 days, then it's going to take 4 months. And the brass from the yard moving.
So we have 4 days then?
Well, the answer's usually there. What is it this time?
A young woman in her 20s. Happened in a flat. And this is it. Bradley House.
It's a classy sort of block of flats.
Yes, Sergeant. Very classy, I'd say. Mr. Roach is on the first floor.
Sergeant Brooke and DC Tully have arrived, sir. They're on their way up.
Use Tully on the interviews and ask Dave to see me. Oh, and Jim.
Yes, sir.
Before forensic come, I want to see the woman who found her.
Mrs. Stevens.
Yeah. And keep it moving. I don't want anyone standing around.
Right, sir.
Hi, Dave.
Hi, Jim.
Oh, Dave, come in. We've a problem here.
Yes, sir?
Come through. I'll show you. Oh. There she is. Just as she was found.
Like she's asleep. She was good looking.
Yeah.
We know who she is.
Yes, that's about all. Name's Joan Kent. Single girl, age 24. Been living in the flat a year.
And she was found like that?
Yeah. Thin dressing gown and nothing else. Strangled on the floor beside the bed.
Sex?
Well, the doc says no. Just strangled. Put on the floor. Robe arranged discreetly, as you see. And the bedroom curtain was drawn. She started to run a bath, turned off the taps, and then this.
An intruder?
Well, we've been over the flat. No marks of forced entry. Have a look at the door.
Right. Good lock. Bolt. Safety chain. A careful girl.
A quiet, shy girl, they say. Yet, she let someone into her flat yesterday when she was wearing a dressing gown and nothing else.
How about the boyfriend?
Well, Porter says she never had any male visitors. No boyfriends.
Well, a secret boyfriend.
It has been known.
And the room was just like this?
Yeah. There's something not quite right about it, Dave. Something I can't see. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's one thing that might help. We found her diary. Not much of a diary. A few dates, some initials. What looks like phone numbers. Take it, will you, Dave? I want to know what all the names and scribbles mean.
Yes, sir.
I want you to clear the decks for this one. Yes?
Mrs. Stevens is here, sir.
I'll come and see her now.
Mrs. Stevens, this is Chief Inspector Roach.
Right, Dave, Jim, I'll see you both later.
That's all right.
Please sit down, Mrs. Stevens.
Thank you. This is a dreadful thing, Inspector.
Yeah, I don't want to distress you, Mrs. Stevens, but there are some questions I must ask. Do you understand?
Yes.
How long have you lived in these flats?
6 years.
How long have Miss Kent been here?
She moved in a year ago.
You've known her since then?
Yes. I live next door.
What sort of girl was she?
A quiet girl and shy. Shy for her age, I'd say.
How do you mean?
She didn't seem to make friends easily.
Were you friendly with her?
I tried to be. When we met, I always spoke to her. I did some shopping for her when she was at work, and in return, she walked my dog in the park.
The park?
Wood End Park.
Oh.
She liked walking there at weekends. She didn't like going alone, and she asked if she could take Prince.
Your dog?
He's a golden Labrador. They get on They got on well together.
Do you know if you ever met friends in the park?
I don't think she had any friends. Well, not close friends. She never brought anyone home.
That's not quite what I asked, Mrs. Stevens. Do you know if there was someone she met in the park?
No, I'm sure she didn't.
Why are you so sure?
It's just a feeling. I always felt that she went there to walk, not to meet someone.
How long did these walks usually take?
About an hour. It was always in the morning. She came for Prince at 10 and brought him back about 11.
When did you last see her? Alive, I mean.
Yesterday morning, when she came back with Prince.
Did she come into your flat?
Always. Well, for a few moments, anyway.
Or did she speak to you?
Yes. She was making a fuss of Prince. Said she'd like a dog herself one day.
Anything else?
Yes. She said she was going out in the afternoon and was looking forward to it.
Going where?
A concert. She loved music. Classical music.
Could she have been going with a friend?
She said she was going on her own.
And then?
She just said goodbye.
And that was the last you saw of her?
Yes.
Did you hear any sounds from her flat yesterday that surprised you? Anything unusual?
No.
When did you first feel that something was wrong?
This morning, when she didn't come for Prince. Well, I phoned to see if she was home, but there was no answer. At 11 o'clock I phoned again, and there was still no answer.
Mrs. Stevens, you live in the next flat. You could have knocked on the door.
Well, it was Sunday morning, Mr. Roach, and I wasn't dressed. Well, when I did get dressed, about 12 o'clock, to take Prince out, I stopped at the door then and knocked several times, and I called to her. But there was nothing. I mentioned it to Mr. Johnson when I went downstairs.
The porter?
Yes. I asked if Miss Kent had gone out, and he said she hadn't. We were both rather worried, so he came upstairs with me. When there was still no answer, Mr. Johnson used his pass key. Then he phoned the police.
Did he use Miss Kent's phone?
No. He locked the flat and went downstairs to phone.
Oh, thank you, Mrs. Stevens. There may be other questions, but that is all at the moment.
Well, if there's anything I can do...
Yes, of course. Here, come on, let me help you out.
Oh, thank you.
Forensic and scenes of crimes are here, sir. Can they start?
Yes, you stay with them and see they check for any sign of a break-in. I'm going to see Mr. Johnson again. Where is he?
He's at his desk, in the hall.
Right. Mr. Johnson.
Sir?
I've had a word with Mrs. Stevens, and there are one or two points I'd like to check with you.
Of course, sir.
When was the last time you saw Miss Kent?
Yesterday morning, when she returned from the park with Mrs. Stevens' dog.
What time was it?
She returned about 11.
Could she have gone out again and returned without you seeing her?
No, sir.
Why not?
She'd have to pass my desk, sir. I'm always here. From the time I unlock that front door at 7 a.m. until I lock it again when the last tenant is home. It's one of my duties under the trust, security for the tenants.
The trust?
Oh, yes, sir, the Bradley Trust who run Bradley House.
Oh.
Well, here's a leaflet about it.
You see, it provides flats for needful widows, spinsters and young ladies of good Christian families. A peaceful haven in the big city.
Well, it didn't do one young lady much good, did it?
No, sir.
Now, you left the desk when Mrs. Stevens called you.
Yes, that was an emergency on behalf of a tenant, sir, and my wife took over. At no time in the day is the desk unattended.
Did Miss Kent have any visitors yesterday?
No, sir.
But we both know that she did have a visitor, don't we?
Yes, sir. It's something I can't understand. Visitors must pass this desk. And it's a rule of the flats that tenants must leave with me the names of expected visitors.
Is this the visitors' book?
Yes, sir. Now, you'll see the names of all visitors there, who they come to see, when they arrived, when they left. It's my logbook, sir.
Yes. There were 3 visitors on Saturday.
Yes, sir. And I gave their names to Sergeant Harrison.
That's right. What's the procedure?
For visitors? Well, I record the name, phone the flat and tell the tenant, and allow the visitor to go up. These are service flats, sir. Now, in the year that Miss Kent was here, she left no names and had no callers.
What about tradesmen who call at the flats?
Only 2 are allowed past the desk, sir. The postman and the milkman. No others.
Are there any other entrances?
Well, there is a side door for refuse. Oh, your officers have inspected it. It's kept locked at the weekend and it allows no access to the flats. Oh, excuse me, sir. There's a van coming into the forecourt.
Yeah, I think it could be on. Yes, it is. It's our control van.
Oh, does it have to be parked there? What about our residents? What will people think? Have you informed the trust?
A girl has been murdered, Mr. Johnson. We don't have to ask permission. How's it going, Jim?
Forensic are finished, sir. They've gone. Any luck with Mr. Johnson?
No, not much. He seems honest enough. And he is always at his desk. The tenants swear to it. All visitors are announced. No stranger even allowed past his desk.
But one did get past.
Yeah, that's our trouble, isn't it? You see, if it was an ordinary block of flats with people wandering about, we'd have half a dozen suspects in by now for questioning.
Yeah.
What about the other tenants?
Oh, we've questioned all 36, sir. None of them know the girl even existed, except Mrs. Stevens.
Not very promising, is it?
Yeah.
I'll see who that is, will you?
Yes, sir. It's DC Tully.
Ah, come in, lad. What is it?
I've turned up something, sir. Could help.
Yeah?
If you'll come over to the window, sir, I'll show you.
Oh, all right.
You see that house over there? It's been having some repairs done to the roof. The workmen have been putting in a bit of overtime today to get the job finished. I've interviewed them, sir, and one of them was repairing a chimney yesterday afternoon. His name's Palmer, and he saw something happening here.
What did he say?
Well, he didn't know what actually happened at the murder, sir, so I didn't tell him. I left that for you.
Oh, good. So what did he see?
Well, I've got him outside. Do you want to speak to him?
Yeah, send him in.
Right, his name's Jim Palmer. This way, please, Mr. Palmer.
Come in, Mr. Palmer. I'm told you were working near here yesterday.
That's right. Over there on the roof. You can see it.
Who'd you work for?
Sheldon's, the builders, in Filton Street. Your detective came asking if any of us had seen anything, like in the flats here.
Do you know why he was asking?
He didn't say.
And you saw something from the roof?
Well, you can see quite a lot when you're up there. What people are up to, you know. And there was this young bird we hadn't seen before, wearing a dressing gown and nothing else. I mean, it was open at the front, all the way down. Is this what you want to know?
Go on.
Well, there's no harm in seeing something like that, is there?
No, just go on.
Well, I could see she was fooling around with this bloke.
And then?
That's it. Before I had time to call the lads to have a look, she spotted me and pulled the curtains. Finished.
By fooling around, what do you mean?
Well, walking about with nearly nothing on. Here, something happened.
What time was it?
It was just before we knocked off. She pulled the curtains and then the boss called time. Be about 4 o'clock.
Wearing a thin dressing gown, you say? Could you see quite clearly?
Sure.
Could you see what colour?
Sort of blue.
And the man who was with her, can you describe him?
No. Well, I wasn't interested in him, was I?
Was he in a dressing gown?
No. Shirt sleeves.
A young man?
I don't know. He was over by the bed. It was dark there.
Try to help me, Palmer. Was he her sort of age or older?
Older, yeah. Like 40 maybe. But I didn't see him at the window.
Because she saw you and pulled the curtains?
Yeah, that was it.
Thank you, Mr. Palmer.
What's it about? Does it help you?
If you'll make a statement downstairs, please.
Sure. This way, please, Mr. Palmer.
Well, what do you think of that, sir?
It's the first bit of sense we've had. It tells us that her caller was a friend, so there would have been no break-in. Explains why the curtains were drawn. And tells us she was still alive at 4 o'clock yesterday. Check with the doctor, will you? Quick opinion on the time of death.
Yes, sir.
So much for the shy little girl with no friends. Oh, and Jim?
Sir?
Put one of our men on that roof and check how much of the room you can see.
Right.
How's the diary going, Sarge?
Slowly. I figured out one or two things. These initials and dates. Maybe she didn't make friends, but she knew a lot of people.
Yeah, same with my list. Member of the local church and the Christian Fellowship. Attended choir practice Mondays and Thursdays. Was always quiet, shy, like butter wouldn't melt. But that isn't what Palmer saw.
He got an eye for, didn't he?
Yeah.
She had a concert ticket for Saturday, a free one. Do we know who gave it to her?
Yeah, the choir master, a Mr. Simpson. He said she just wanted a single ticket.
She didn't use it. Has it been found at the flat?
No, not yet. But I got the number, H14.
Here, take these two lists. Start with Mr. Jones again. Was there someone else who didn't turn up at the concert? And was it seat 15 or 13?
Now?
Well, I told you. If we don't find the answer, the Yard will take the case away from us.
Right, Sarge.
CID, Sergeant Brooke.
Roach here.
Oh, yes, Mr. Roach.
Dave, will you look in my office and see if the forensic report has come in yet?
Well, I don't think it has, but I'll have a look.
Oh, and Dave?
Yeah?
Bring whatever mail there is and come over to Bradley House, will you? We've moved from the van. We're in flat number 4.
I brought your mail, sir. The report hasn't come yet. Why have you moved?
The trust. We were putting a police van in the forecourt and they thought it was bad for their image.
Oh.
So they offered us this flat. We're using this room as a murder room. Progress boards are over there, phones and tables in the next room, and over here's a restroom. So let's just get out of this racket, shall we? Come on, up.
How are we doing?
Well, we've got some things to pin on the progress board. 168 persons interviewed, 105 statements taken, people in the park, people in the flat, and 10 people who actually knew her.
Any leads?
One. You heard?
Oh, this bloke Palmer.
Yeah, here's his statement. Why don't you sit down and read it?
You're right.
And before Forensic left, they agreed with us. No marks of a break-in, and as you saw, the Bolton safety chain hadn't been forced. Someone had been invited in. Someone she knew.
Yeah, Palmer saw them fooling about.
Yeah.
Has his story been checked?
Oh, yeah. Matheson went on the roof, and what he could see and what he couldn't see checked with Palmer. He couldn't see me clearly because I stayed in the centre of the bedroom, but he could have seen her clearly near the window. And of course she saw him.
Well, at least his statement explains why the curtains were drawn.
And it also tells us she was alive at 4 o'clock, which also checks out. Dr. Clark estimates time of death between 4 and 7 o'clock.
It doesn't explain the bath, does it?
How do you mean?
Well, she started to run it, turned it off, but didn't have it.
Presumably she was running the bath when she heard a knock, so she turned the bath off, went to the door, and who did she let in? Her killer?
Are we sure she never had any visitors?
That's what the porter says. Come in. Ah, Jim.
I've talked to the 3 tenants who had visitors on Saturday.
Oh, yeah, what did they say?
Well, Mrs. Bailey, flat 20. Nice old lady. She had a visit from her doctor, lady in flat 16. Had a visit from her brother, lady in flat 11. In her 80s, she had a visit from her nephew.
And?
Well, they all check out except the nephew, Mr. Jonathan Evans, on his weekly visit to see his aunt. According to the visitor's book, he was there 2 hours. According to his aunt, he left her after 10 minutes.
What time was it?
He came about 3:30.
How old is he?
In his 30s.
His weekly visit?
No, he comes every Saturday. According to Mr. Johnson's book, he leaves after 2 hours. According to his aunt, he stays for 10 minutes, and he's in a hurry to get away.
Get away where?
Along the corridor to see his girlfriend, Miss Kent.
A secret boyfriend? I think you'd better pay our Mr. Evans a visit.
Yes, sir. Mr. Jonathan Evans?
Yes?
My name's Harrison. I'm a police officer. Detective Sergeant Harrison. May I come in?
Yes, come in.
Mr. Evans, I believe you visit a block of flats every week called Bradley House. You've got an aunt who lives there, sir. You visit her?
Yes, I do.
Were you there yesterday?
What's this about?
Well, it's just an inquiry, sir, about something that happened at the flats. We'd like your help.
All right.
At what time did you go there, sir?
About 3 o'clock.
3:30?
It could have been.
How long did you stay?
About 2 hours.
Did you visit any other flat while you were there?
No, I did not. Look, what's this about?
Do you know a Miss Kent?
No, I do not know a Miss Kent. Now, if you kindly tell me what this is about...
Very well, sir. Miss Kent, she's a young resident at the flats. She died yesterday while you were there. We're asking all visitors to the flats to account for their time.
I have accounted for my time. I went there just after 3. I left at 5:30. Ask the porter. He writes these things in a book.
Well, your aunt says you stayed with her for only 10 minutes.
My aunt doesn't even know what day it is, let alone the time. Her mind wanders.
We have a witness who saw the man who visited Miss Kent. Will you help us by coming back to the flats with me, sir?
I'm meeting a friend. It isn't convenient.
Well, I can wait with you until it is convenient, sir.
Charlie?
Sarge?
The people you traced, have you taken their statements?
Yeah, all of them.
Right. Mr. Roach wants a word. Here's Tully, sir.
Anything new?
No, sir. It's the same story. The shy girl.
Your own feeling?
Well, none of them got to know her well, so I'd say it must be true. But one thing, sir.
Yeah?
The builder's working on the roof. The boss has come back to see how things are. Mr. Sheldon. His story isn't quite the same as Palmer's.
Oh. Is he still here?
Yeah, he's at my desk, next door in the rest room.
What's him?
Oh, this is the statement I was taking, sir.
Oh, right.
Mr. Sheldon?
Mr. Sheldon. Yeah, I've been looking at your statement. Not a lot to it. Just where you were working, what you were doing.
Well, it's the truth.
Yeah, well, let's talk about Saturday afternoon and what happened then.
On the roof?
Yeah. Was anything going on here? Things your lads could see?
Well, from a roof you can always see things you shouldn't. It's taken as a bit of a joke.
But you were working in the afternoon?
Yeah. We hadn't quite finished by midday and the lads agreed to do some overtime. We were working in the loft of this flat over the road. About 3 o'clock I sent Palmer onto the slates to finish the chimney piece.
By himself?
Yeah.
And then?
Well, that's about all. We knocked off at 4. Palmer came down laughing. Said he'd been watching a girl getting ready for a bath. Well, the others didn't believe him. He was a bit of a liar. So he was going to take them up for a peek. But I don't pay overtime for larking about. And I called time and we knocked off.
Back to Filton Street?
No, I sent them home.
Well, thank you, Mr. Sheldon.
Is that it?
Yep. Thanks a lot for coming. Well, Dave, what do you think?
Well, it's the same story, except why take his pals up on the roof if the curtains had been pulled and it was all over?
For a joke?
It's a long way up for a joke.
Hi, Ian.
The forensic report has just come in, sir.
Oh, right, that's right. Okay, Tully, get back to your desk.
Yes, sir.
Oh, it's all here. Medical report, fingerprint report, photographs. Want to look at the photos?
Yeah, thanks, sir.
Says the only fingerprints in the room were the girls, except 2. Found on the bath taps.
Well, that tells us it was the caller who turned off the bath.
We're beginning to get there, Dave. We have a print. Tell the lads. We get in touch with all suspects and take fingerprints.
Yes, sir.
I've got Jonathan Evans here, sir. He's been a bit difficult. He insists he's with his aunt all the time. She's senile, can't remember anything.
Not to worry. We have a fingerprint. Ask him to be patient, and if he minds having his prints taken.
Yes, sir.
Tully's brought Palmer back, sir.
Oh, for the fingerprints? Yeah, okay.
He looks a bit worried, sir.
Yeah, he does, doesn't he?
Well, his story and his boss's story don't quite fit. Something's not quite right.
Yeah. Tully?
Yes, sir.
Bring Mr. Palmer over, will you? Thanks, Tully. Come in, Mr. Palmer, will you? Yeah, just sit down. Is there something worrying?
No?
It's just that you look worried.
Anybody would be worried being brought back here.
Yeah, it's because we found a fingerprint. Well, that isn't anything to worry you, is it?
Why should it? But I could have my pay docked.
Well, since you're due back at work, it won't take long. Sergeant, will you do it?
Yes, sir. Over here, Mr. Palmer. It won't take a minute. Right hand first. Hang on, spread your fingers.
Look, do I have to? I mean, what's all this for?
Well, that man in the flat left his prints on the bath tap.
I didn't kill her.
Well, then this will prove it, won't it? Just press firmly. Go on.
I didn't mean to hurt her.
What did you say?
Palmer, are you telling us that you were in the flat? Are you?
I have to, haven't I? That's why you're doing this. But I didn't mean to kill her.
Well, what did you do?
I talked to her, that's all.
Hold it, Palmer. I think we now have to caution you. You needn't answer any questions, but if you do, the answers may be taken down in writing and used in evidence.
Yeah, I know all that.
You saw her from the roof?
Yeah.
Getting ready for a bath alone, bathrobe open and all that?
Yeah.
Then Mr. Sheldon called you down, called time, said you could all go home, but you didn't go home. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right.
Fancied your chances with her?
How did you get in?
The corridor window was open, wasn't it? Our gear was still there.
Ladder at the window, along the corridor, knock on the door.
That's right.
And she let you in. Palmer, why would she let you in?
What did you say to her?
I said there were things to check in her flat.
You were in overalls. You said you had things to check and she let you in, is that it?
Yeah.
And then?
I talked to her. That's all, just wanted to talk to her. But she screamed.
And you had to stop her.
I asked her to stop. I tried to stop her. I didn't press hard. I hardly touched her and she just fell down.
And then you turned off the bath. Why?
When she stopped screaming, I heard it running. It would have run over. The neighbours would have come. I had to turn it off.
Farmer, who closed the curtains?
I closed them. When I went in. That's why she screamed. And I had to stop her. I didn't touch her after that. I just went away.
Why did you tell us a story about seeing a man in her room? Were you trying to blame it on someone else?
No. It was because you kept asking me what I could see from over there. I had to say something. You got me muddled, and then you kept after me.
Did you know this girl?
No. I've never seen her before.
You can wipe your fingers on this tissue.
Dave.
Sir?
Take his statement, have him charged. Just get him out of my sight, will you?
In this week's story of Detective, Detective Sergeant Brooke was played by Ray Brooks and Detective Constable Tully by Stephen Garlick. Detective Sergeant Harrison, Peter Cleall, Chief Inspector Roach, Stephen Yardley, Mrs. Stevens, Marjorie Withers, Mr. Sheldon, Aidan Wood, Mr. Johnson, Arnold Diamond, Jonathan Evans, Mark Straker, Palmer, Nigel Greaves. Detective was written by Robert Barr and produced by Martin Fisher.
MP to all cars. Armed robbery on security vehicle now. 4 men.
MP to Gate 11. Suspects on premises now.
Tango 1 to Tango 3. Can you assist vehicle heading your direction? Driver believed. Drunk in charge.
Detective, stories of crime and detection in London, written by Robert Barr, with Ray Brooks and Stephen Garlick. This week, Rough Justice.
James Arthur Kirby.
On your feet, Kirby. Show respect to the judge.
Kirby, the jury has found you guilty, and rightly so, of a cruel and heinous crime. The ruthless beating and rape of a young girl. A child of 6. You showed no mercy, and the court can show you no mercy. It is a crime that can be met only by imprisonment, a lengthy term of imprisonment. I have been asked to take into account your youth and the plea of extenuation made by your counsel. I will take them into account. It will still be a term of imprisonment. However, in regard to your promise to undergo psychiatric treatment, do you understand that the promise must be kept?
Yes, my lord.
What did you say?
Speak up. Yes, my lord.
Very well. In view of this undertaking, the sentence on you is 3 years imprisonment. Suspended for 3 years.
What was that? He goes free. But he said prison. Suspended. He's walking out. He can't.
My lord, I protest. You can't do this. You can't let him go.
Silence in court. For God's sake, be quiet, Sam.
For raping my girl, he goes free. I protest, my lord. This isn't justice.
There must be silence in court.
Not here, Sam. Come outside.
Be upstanding in court for his honour, Mr. Justice Caldwell.
It's no use, Sam. There's nothing you can do. The bloody is. There's Roach.
Chief Inspector, a word with you.
What is it, Mr. Harris?
You know damn well what it is. You were in there. You heard it.
Yes, I heard it.
You told me to leave it to you. You said he'd go to jail for what he did. He raped my child. He beat her near to death, and he walks free.
I'm sorry, Mr. Harris, I really am.
Sorry, for God's sake. You're sorry, and I've got to tell my wife he's free, with our child still in hospital. And did you see him? Look at his friends and laughing.
Yes, I saw him.
You said leave it to you. Did my child get justice?
The sentence is up to the court, Mr. Harris. There's nothing I can do.
Well, there's something I can do.
And what's that?
I can see he gets justice.
Mr. Harris, listen to me.
I listened to you once. I don't listen again.
Well, sir, how'd it go?
Kirby walked free. Suspended sentence.
Why?
God knows. Try and explain it to the father. He made a scene in court and damn nearly went to jail himself. Oh, that lad picked the wrong girl when he picked Sam Harris's daughter. He's quite a villain. Kirby would be safer in jail.
You think Harris will do something about it?
I know he will. Well, what's been happening while I was away?
Well, usual run. Some housebreaking, 2 braggings. Oh, and Mossy Taylor's place was done.
Mossy Taylor? And he's complained?
Well, he wouldn't, would he? Now, the people next door, they complained.
Oh.
Whoever did the job had to break through their office to get round Mossy's burglar alarm and into his place.
Did he lose much?
Well, none of the junk in his front shop was taken.
I wouldn't like you to call it junk. Antiques, you mean?
The only genuine antique in that place is Mossy.
Right.
Anyway, his back room was cleaned out and his safe, that's for certain. But Mossy, of course, swears nothing was taken.
Why, he has to, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Oh, it's nice to have a bit of honest crime for a change. You put yourself down for it?
With your permission, sir, yeah.
Chief Inspector Roach. Oh, yes, sir. Yeah, I've just come back this minute. No, it didn't go well, sir. Yes, of course, sir. 10 minutes, sir. Commander wants to know all about the Harris case.
So, Mossy Taylor, do I have it?
Yeah, but on your own, Dave. I'll have to borrow Tully.
Why, sir?
Want to call on Sam Harris. Tell him to stay here until I've seen the commander.
Yes, sir.
Tully!
Yes, Sarge. Hang around for Mr. Roach.
And you?
Off to ask some questions.
You're a piece. Oh, get away, you greedy little devil. Go, let him have it.
Afternoon, Harry.
Oh, hello, Mr. Brooke.
Tell me, Harry, why whenever we meet you choose this flaming duck pond?
I like ducks. They're nicer than people. Anyhow, it's better than meeting in a pub, Mr. Brooke. More private.
So, you got my message?
It's like you said. Mossy's place was done over. He's gone bananas about it.
Well, not to us, he hasn't.
That's Mossy, isn't it? Here, have some of this bread, Mr. Brooke. Help me feed the ducks.
All right, if you insist. Is he still buying bent gear?
He's still the biggest fence this side of the river. Here, throw some to Litman's. They're mallard chicks. The greedy pair of pintails.
Right little ornithologist, aren't you? If he's still a fence, how much would he be carrying?
Who knows? A fortune. He keeps all the straight stuff in the front shop and all the bent in the back. The best of it goes in his safe.
Someone did the safe as well. Any ideas?
How was it done? Look, if I'm going to ask around, I have to know what I'm asking.
It was done with keys.
Oh, no wonder he's going spare. Are you going to see him?
Oh, yeah. Look, give me a buzz if you hear anything. Oh, here's your bread back. Feed the ducks on your own.
Philistine.
Afternoon, Mossy.
Oh, no, not the old bill again.
Just checking that our fingerprint men have gone.
They have, Mr. Brooke. Now you can go.
Did they find anything?
Do they ever?
So, you've been cleaned out, Mossy.
There was nothing to take. See for yourself.
I'm not talking about the front shop, all the antique junk. I'm talking about this room in here.
This room's always been empty.
And the safe door always kept open like that?
Yes.
Come on, Mossy, pull the other leg. Any idea who it was?
So you tell me.
Give me a hint.
I know what you're thinking. Mossy Taylor's been done for receiving, so Mossy Taylor will still be bent. Well, this time you're wrong. The room was empty. They got nothing.
So you're not laying a complaint?
Only about the hole in the wall and the mess on the carpet. But for that, I'm insured.
You know, Mossy, every villain on the manor thinks it's a laugh. The best fence in the business has his place done over. Left you with egg on your face, isn't it?
You're all wrong, Sergeant. You'll soon learn. I can tell you it's not a joke.
Come in, Tully.
You wanted me, sir?
Yeah, it's a job for you. Do you know Sam Harris?
No, sir.
Have you heard about his daughter?
Yeah.
Well, I want you to call on Harris and have a talk with him.
About what, sir?
Well, I'll tell you. In court this morning, the learned judge, in his wisdom, decided that the man who raped and beat up young Julie Harris deserved the sympathy of the court.
And Sam Harris has decided that he doesn't.
So I heard.
The court has decided that Kirby should have psychiatric treatment for his weakness. He's a compulsive child molester.
Oh, the courts have gone soft.
That's enough, Tully. Whatever we feel about the decision, the court has to be obeyed. But if Harris gets his hands on Kirby, he won't be in a fit condition to benefit from treatment, will he?
No, sir.
Now, Sam Harris isn't an easy man. So sit down and I'll tell you about it.
Mr. Harris?
Yes. What is it?
I'm a police officer, sir. Detective Constable Tully. Inspector Roach asked me to see you.
Roach?
Yes, sir.
He's already said he's sorry. They're all sorry, but none of you care a damn.
He's asked me to have a word with you, sir.
All right. So what have you got to say?
Well, can I come in?
No.
It's about what you said in court, about justice not being done. You said...
Well, it wasn't, was it? My child is still in hospital while that young...
Let me finish, sir, please. You said if justice wasn't done, you'd see it was done.
So what's wrong with that?
You can't take the law into your own hands, sir.
Are you married?
No, sir.
Then you don't know what it's about. My daughter is only 6 years old. That young pervert battered her till she was unconscious. When she was unconscious...
Yeah, I know what he did, sir. But I've been asked to tell you that if you lay a hand on him, the law will come after you.
You think that's fair?
I have to see that the law is obeyed.
Well, you've had your word. And if you've nothing more to say, I'll say goodbye.
Goodbye, Mr. Harris.
What did he say?
Oh, nothing. That's the trouble. It was quite polite, but firm. I just know that if he gets his hands on Kirby, he'll take him apart, piece by piece.
Have you told Mr. Roach?
Yeah, he says Kirby has to be protected, so I've got to keep an eye on Harris. And guess who's been numbered?
You?
Who else? He's put me on the rotor. I've got to watch him evenings.
Tough.
Anyway, what happened about Mossy Taylor?
His storeroom was cleaned out and the safe open. Lovely job. Not a mark. Not a fingerprint left for us to work on.
Must be a shock for Mossy. A fence being done by one of his people.
Yeah, but he'd have the nerve to do a fence.
Yeah. Oh, here I go. It's a message for you from one of the beat bobbies about Mossy Taylor.
Oh, talk of the devil. Know what it is?
Yeah, I've got the details. Bloke in the house across the street. He saw a van there Saturday morning, loading up. There's the address. Name's Arthur Joplin.
Oh, thanks, Jim. Right, Charlie, clear up this desk. Meet me downstairs.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Joplin? Yeah? This is my warrant card. I believe you reported seeing something on Saturday morning.
Over at Mr. Taylor's place?
Yes.
Well, I told the beat bobby.
Will you tell me?
It was just a van. 2 lads loading it.
What time was it?
Early. About 6. I was getting dressed for work.
You watched them?
Well, I heard a noise and looked out. There was this van. A young lad was opening the van doors, and another one was hurrying from the place with a crate. Then they both went back in, and I got on with dressing.
And that's all you saw?
No. I kept an eye on them. Never saw blokes work so fast, in and out, loading the crates, then back for more. When they'd filled the van, they closed the doors and drove off.
Yes. Can you describe them?
Tall, early 20s. One wearing green overalls, all official-like. I thought it was a genuine collection.
The van?
A small blue one. British Leyland, I think.
A firm's name on it?
No, plain, no markings.
How long were they there?
10 minutes. And then they were gone.
So how are your feathered friends today, Harry?
I don't know. I only just got here. Well, what can I do for you this time? You didn't ask me here to talk about ducks.
No. Mossy Taylor did lose his stuff. Taken by 2 lads with a blue BL van. Mean anything to you?
No. But I've something that will surprise you, Mr. Brooke. It's happened again. Just like at Mossy's.
Where?
Down Clerkenwell, the Williamsons.
Oh, them.
Well, they pulled some good jobs. Hijacked on the M6, load of Jap 20s, warehouse at Watford, videos, placing wheels...
All right. I know what they've had.
Yes, Mr. Brooke. Well, the best of their stuff was kept in the lumber down Clerkenwell waiting for a buyer. And the place was done last night. Cleaned out.
You said like Mossy's?
Well, it has to be, doesn't it? Thieves stealing from thieves.
Any thoughts?
No.
Right, see it.
The Williamsons are on the warpath, out looking for whoever did it.
So is Mossy.
What's the joke, Sarge?
Well, it's happened again. In Clerkenwell.
The same?
The Williamson team.
Could become a habit.
You've got contacts down that way. Could you tap somebody, see what's being said?
No, can do. I'm watching Harris from 2000 on, remember?
Yeah, but this is more important. I'll fix it with Jim Harrison. He'll find a replacement for you tonight.
If you say so, Sarge.
But drop me off at the station and phone if you get anything.
Sure. Dave, over here.
Yeah?
On your own?
Yeah, for a couple of hours.
Fancy a pint?
Yeah, thanks.
Norman, have a pint.
Right. Hey, Jim, can you do me a favour?
Depends on what it is.
Well, Tully's out on a job for me. He's going to take all in. Can you find someone to look after his shift, watching Harris? It starts in an hour's time.
Bang goes my chances of getting away early. OK, we're short, but I'll fix someone from uniform.
Thanks, Jim.
You're kind, sir.
I'll do this, Jim. It's all right. Do you want a half?
No, thanks, Dave.
Yeah. Hey, look, why was my DC number good watching Kirby?
Because he spoke out of turn, Dave. Could have told the old man what he thought about the court's decision.
Well, do you blame him?
No, but he's got to learn. In this job, Dave, you have your own ideas, but you don't shout about them. If Harris does do something, your DC had better be there. I'll go and fix his replacement. You staying?
For a while, yeah.
See you then. Morning, Sarge.
What happened to you, then? Did I say you could push off for the night?
You said to move around and find out what I could.
I said phone.
Well, I did phone, but you're gone. Sergeant Harrison had gone to... Why, nothing's happened to Kirby, is it?
No, he was watched. He stayed home.
Oh, good.
So, last night, did you score?
Yeah, and it isn't just 2 jobs like you thought, Sarge. It's half a dozen.
Where'd you hear that?
I went round the drinkers. Some very tight faces in Bethnal Green. It's been going on quietly for some time. Whoever's doing it is knocking them over to a timetable, either Wednesdays or Saturdays, early, about 6 in the morning.
And no one knows who?
It started a month ago with a fence down Whitechapel. His name's Saunders. The place was cleared out. A lumber in Kennington, a lock-up in Bethnal Green, another lumber down the docks, and half-fence Mossy, now the Williamsons. Make 6.
You'd think villains would take better care of their property.
Yeah.
Do we know all the losers?
Yeah, I've got a note of them. Here it is.
Okay.
Look, can I get myself some tea?
Yeah, in a minute. Let's have a look.
The lock-up job in Bethnal Green was a beaut. Do you want to hear?
Yeah?
Remember that Hatton Garden job 2 months ago? Gemstones, gold and silver bars.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Well, the gang who pulled it hid it all in this lock-up, packed in 2 handy little crates, just waiting for a buyer to take them away. And early one morning, someone did take them away, but not a buyer. The word is, it was 2 young blokes. Now everybody's looking for them. Money's being offered for their scalps.
I'm not surprised. Thanks, Tully. Right, you can get your tea. Bring me one too, will you?
Right, Sarge. Yeah?
Have you got a minute, sir?
Oh, Dave, yeah.
The lads who did Mossy Taylor and the Williamsons. Tully thinks they did this lot as well. See here, look, 6 jobs. How much was taken originally on that last Hatton Garden job, sir?
Oh, £100,000.
So if these 2 got that, cleaned out 3 other teams and 2 receivers, it could be twice as much.
I'm getting on for $250,000, yeah.
Well, could we check? Get any idea of just how much it could come to? Mossy, the Williamsons, the others.
Will do.
Oh, and ask C11 if they've got anything on the computer about 2 young villains with a blue BL van.
Have we anything else to go on?
No, that's it.
Yeah, all right, Dave, I'll ask.
Thank you, sir.
I brought you tea, Sarge.
Thanks. So, now what have we got to go on? 2 tall young blokes, not immediately known to us. All the villains they're robbing. But they know the villains and where they store the plunder. It's a bloody cheek, you know, but you've got to admire them.
Yeah, but with money on offer, they could end up the losers.
Right. It's nice, isn't it? The Williamsons and their friends wanting to sort out these lads. Sam Harris wanting to sort out Kirby. And we stand in the middle trying to stop them both. Any trouble from Harris, yeah?
No, he's living the quiet life, either at home or at the hospital visiting his daughter.
Doesn't sound like Harris.
How do you mean?
Well, he's a villain. He's got friends. He could be offering money. Someone to fix Kirby for him. Why not have a chat with him again? See what he's up to.
Well, I'll try, if we think it'll do any good.
Morning, Mr. Harris. Same as usual, is it?
Morning, Bill. Yeah, kind of special.
1 pint coming up.
Hello, Mr. Harris.
Oh, hello. It's Detective Constable Tully, isn't it? What brings you in here? Keeping an eye on me, are you?
No, not really, sir. I just thought we might have a little chat.
Well, since you're here, be my guest. What do you have?
Nothing at the moment, thanks.
Your pint. That'll be 90 pence. Thank you.
Why don't we get out of the crash and sit down?
Yeah, if you like.
So, what's on your mind?
Well, I just wondered how things are, Mr. Harris. You know, how's your daughter getting on? How you all feeling now?
No different. How can I forgive Kirby for what he did? But if you're thinking I'm going to do something about it, forget it. I wouldn't waste my time on a bastard.
Yes, but there are other people who could do it for you.
It's a thought, isn't it?
But not an answer.
You needn't worry. I'm not going to touch him. Not because of that judge, or Mr. Roach, or you, but because my wife and kid have had enough trouble. Anyway, how could I touch him with you on my trail? So you can go back to Mr. Roach and tell him that.
All right, Mr. Harris, I'll tell him.
And Tully.
Yes, sir?
Now that you've time to spare, why don't you keep an eye on Kirby? He's back at his old haunts again. They tell me you'll find him hanging around the infant school in the park. And I thought he was taking treatment. There's no justice.
No, sir.
You saw him?
Yeah, in a pub. He said he's changed. Wouldn't waste his time on Kirby and we can forget it.
Do you believe him?
Well, half of the time.
And the other half?
I'm not sure, but I think he means it. He asked me to keep an eye on Kirby. Said he's hanging around the infant school in the parks again.
Well, pass it on to the uniform side. It's their problem.
Bye.
Yeah?
C11 have come up with something on your two young lads.
Well, that makes a change.
Well, they're bare moments. Oh, it could be useful. A Muse garage, not far away, run by two young lads, both tall, and they own a blue BL van.
And they're from?
They met in Borstal. They're in their 20s. They've been in partnership running this garage for a couple of years. Repair work, that sort of thing.
Yeah. What are their names?
Farrell and Simmons. Yeah, here's the address.
Oh.
Why not take a look?
Oh, I will. And I'll take Mr. Joplin along, too.
Joplin?
The man who saw Mossy Taylor's place being done.
Oh.
Tully, book out a car and meet me downstairs.
Right.
This looks like it. Pull up at the top of the Muse.
Right, Sergeant. There's the garage.
Yeah. And there's a young bloke repairing a car.
But no blue van.
Now, hang on. There's the other bloke coming out from under the car. And Mr. Joplin, are those the two lads you saw loading the van?
What? Couldn't swear to it, but it looks like them.
Well, have a good look, Mr. Joplin. It's important.
Yeah, I'm certain now. The fair one was the driver, and the other did most of the loading work.
Thank you, Mr. Joplin.
Do we take them, Sarge?
No, we can't touch them. Remember, Mossy hasn't laid a complaint. No one else has. So far as we know, they've done nothing yet. They're in the clear. Right. Here are the files. Paul Farrell, 24, 5'11".
That looks like him.
Yeah. At 16, got Borstal training.
That was 8 years ago.
Yeah. Well, it puts him in the frame. Partner, James Simmons, 22, 5'10". Yeah, their background's about right. Close friends in Borstal. Apprenticed together in engineering. Jim?
Yes, Dave.
Yeah, could be them.
You want them watched?
Oh, yeah. And if we're right, their favourite target times are Wednesdays and Saturday mornings at 6.
Oh, tomorrow's Wednesday, so I'll order a watch for tonight.
Right. And I'll check back here at 0400 and wait for a result.
Tango 4 to Red Control. Message for Sergeant Brooke.
Dave, something for you.
Yeah, coming. Sergeant Brooke to Tango 4.
Your target is in the Dockland area. Sinclair Street, Wapping. The van is now parked by a warehouse. Your two lads are doing the lock. Over.
Right. Wait and watch.
Understood. Tango 4 out.
What time is it?
Coming up for 6. Right on time.
They must be the pair. Blue van, two lads. Why else would they be up early driving to the docks?
I wonder which villain's nest egg they're going to nick this time.
Well, we'll soon know. And it could be the only one we get them on. Unless they help us on the others.
Tango 4 to Red Control.
Red Control, Brooke here.
They've loaded the van. Do we take them yet?
Wait until they lock the van doors.
We're doing it now. Here we go. Out.
Right, sit down, both of you. Charlie, close the door.
Yes, sir.
Now, you're Paul Farrell and you're James Simmons.
We might be.
You know why you're here?
No.
You, Simmons?
No.
Well, for a start, theft this morning from the warehouse in Shadwell.
Oh, removing our own property is theft?
You're saying it's yours?
Can you prove it isn't?
And were you also removing your own property from the premises of Mossy Taylor and Thomas Walters?
We don't know what you're talking about. Has someone been complaining?
Or much worse. Half the villains in London have put a price on you. 6 London teams want you, including your friends the Williamsons.
So why should that bother the police?
What villains get up to always bothers us.
Oh, but you know the law, Sergeant. Before you can make a charge against us, you must have someone who complains of theft. Someone who can prove that he's the owner of the goods. Has Mossy complained? Of any of the others? Will they ever?
You got it all worked out, haven't you?
So what are you going to do, Sergeant? You must charge us or let us go.
Sorry to interrupt, Dave. We need Tully.
Why?
Kirby. He was found in a park last night, beaten up. He's in hospital.
Tully, you better go.
Yes, Sarge. I'd like a word with you, Mr. Harris.
At this time, Lemoyne?
Yes, it's important.
You better come in. It wouldn't be about Kirby by any chance, would it?
You know about it?
Of course I know. He's in hospital. Broke his leg, broke his ribs, broke his jaw. Want to know the rest of it?
I want to know how you know.
Simple. I was there.
You were what?
I mean, I was at the hospital when they carted him in. Every night we sit with our child, you know that. My wife takes a night, I take a night. He was brought into casualty.
And you were at the hospital?
All evening. There are nurses, doctors, and patients who can swear to it. Nasty mess he was when they brought him in.
You're pleased about it.
Wouldn't you be?
You gave me your word, Mr. Harris.
And kept it, lad. Took your advice. Kept right away from him. I'm in the clear. There's nothing you can do.
Well, if you're in the hospital, no. There's nothing we can do.
You can tell Roach that Kirby has had his treatment.
So, did Harris do it?
He had it done for him, that's for sure. And he just happened to be in the hospital by his daughter's bed when they brought Kirby in, with witnesses to prove he was there all the time.
Well, justice of a sort, I suppose.
Yeah. Did you get Farron and Simmons?
Yeah, they wouldn't talk. They still won't talk. But 2 items we found in their van were on last month's stolen property list. They're in the cells, charged with possession.
I should thank you. With half the villains in London looking for them, they'll be safer inside than out.
In this week's story of Detective Sergeant Brooke was played by Ray Brooks and Detective Constable Tully by Stephen Garlick. Detective Sergeant Harrison, Peter Clearall, Chief Inspector Roach, Stephen Yardley, Harris, Malcolm Terrace, Joplin, Gordon Clyde, Mossy Taylor and friend, Harry Landis, Judge and voice on radio, Peter Tudman, Usher and Farrell, Tom Bowles, Kirby and Simmons, Nigel Rathbone, Harry, Barman and Jailer, Johnny Wade. Detective was written by Robert Barr and produced by Martin Fisher.
MP to all cars. Armed robbery on security vehicle now. 4 to MP. 4 men. Upwards.
MP to Golf 1-1. Suspects on premises now.
Tango 1 to Tango 3. Can you assist 3 vehicle heading your direction? Driver believed drunk in charge.
Detective. Stories of crime and detection in London, written by Robert Barr, with Ray Brooks and Stephen Garlick. This week, a well-planned job.
God, it's cold. Oh, I can think of better ways of spending the night.
Boasting again, Tully?
No, Sergeant, just dreaming.
What time is it now, Jim?
03:42.
It was supposed to be here by 2.
Any time after 2.
It could be daylight before they shut.
Daylight? Oh, it's great, that is. Stuck here in this van for another 4 hours.
Knock it off, Tully.
Yes, Sergeant. Still time. Doesn't get light till 7:30.
Oh, you're right, Tully. It is brass monkeys. Whose info was this
The
anyway?
governor's.
Oh, I don't see him in a van, do you?
All right, O'Brien, that's enough. Hey, what is it, though?
Headlights. Somebody's just turned the corner.
Is it them?
Hold on. No. It's turned left. There's nothing following.
Shall I raise Delta 3?
Yeah, okay.
Red 1 to Delta 3. Come in, Delta 3.
Delta 3, over.
Seen anything you're in?
No, all quiet. Too bloody quiet. How long do we give it?
Till Mr. Roach calls it off.
Yes, Sergeant.
Ah, they're all fed up.
Yeah. Anyway, how many tips like this come up for this time?
We all know Connors.
Any tip on him, we have to follow up.
Oh, I've got cramp in my right leg. What do you want me to do? Rub it for you?
Thanks, Sarge. The tip was kosher, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was the info.
That'd be a good cop.
It's why we stay until the sun comes up.
All right, let's have it. What went wrong?
It didn't show.
We staked out the building, back and front.
And no sign of the blue van?
No.
What about the Cortina?
Nothing.
There were supposed to be 6 on this job, including Connors.
How strong was the tip?
Oh, solid. And nothing wrong there.
That must have been, sir.
No, it's Connors. He's a crafty sod. I reckon he sensed something and called it off.
The tip must have been wrong. Connors never shows on a job. It's always Steve Mason.
My info was that he was going to be there. It was the jackpot. Big firm, new premises, security untried, and a payroll just waiting to be snatched.
Well, how did he get to know about it?
Oh, come on, Tully. Dozens of ways a man like Connors. The estate agents who managed the sale, the firm that installed the strong room. News travels. Too easy. And remember, Connors pays top money for information.
That's probably how he got to know about us being there.
Could be. Any more thoughts?
No, sir.
Okay, back to square one. He'll try again if I know Connors. We'll get another go at him. Right, that's all.
Thanks, sir.
Well, that was a wasted night.
It won't be your last one.
So it's just too?
Yeah, if the machine's working, it was on the blink this morning.
Oh, look. Yeah, it's all right. The light's on, anyhow.
Mine's with sugar.
Okay. What's so special about this Connors bloke?
You must have heard about him.
Well, yeah. I'd say he's got a piece of everything from Blackheath to Tower Hamlets. Yeah, here's your tea.
Oh, tell me. Yeah, Connors is in the 1st Division. Money's wanted for a job, ask Terry Connors. A better plan wanted, send for Terry Connors. He plans for the last paperclip. One short and he goes back to the drawing board.
And he's never been nicked?
Well, we've never been able to lay anything on him. He's the planner, uses Mason for the strong arm stuff, keeps in the background himself.
Except Connors was meant to come last night. Why?
That's what we've got to find out. Ask around, see what you can pick up on the street.
And if I get a whisper?
You tell me.
Right. Oh, this one's got sugar in it.
I told you the machine wasn't working. Now off you go, get some kip. I'll see you tonight.
Yes, Sarge.
What's yours, sir?
Half a lager, please. And what's that? A ploughman's.
Half a lager and a ploughman's coming up.
Holly!
Hello, Jan. Long time no see. What are you doing here?
I'm lunch break, you know.
Feels more like breakfast to me. I was up all night.
On the razzle, were you?
No such luck. On your own?
Yeah.
Fancy a drink?
No, I've got one over there. Come and join me.
Yeah, all right.
Your lager, sir, and your lunch. That's $1.60, please. Thank you, sir.
Place is busy, isn't it?
Yeah. I've been looking for you, Jack. Where you been? I thought you'd moved.
No. Still in the same street. Transferred for work, that's all.
Still with the old building?
Yeah.
Still like it?
Yeah, keeps me out of trouble.
I'll bet.
Look, do you want something to eat?
In a minute.
Don't mind if I start.
Go ahead. I'm glad you're still a cop.
Oh, yeah, why?
A friend of mine's been wanting a bit of advice. Good advice from the law.
In trouble?
No. Well, not that kind of trouble. But you'd be interested.
Male or female, this friend?
Female.
Do I know her?
No, but you should. Look, have you got a few minutes to spare? I could take you to meet her. She'd appreciate it.
Oh, well, Jan,
It might do you a bit of good.
Fancy my chances with her, do you?
Come off it. In the job, I mean.
All right, I'll see her. But have some food first.
Okay, then I'll take you.
Sarge?
Get some kit.
Yeah, and I've got something for you.
Huh?
I was sniffing around, like you said, for anything on Connors when I met a bird I know. We got talking, and she has a friend, another bird who wants some help.
So, send it to the Samaritans.
No, listen, this other one is a friend of someone you know.
Who?
Steve Mason.
So?
Been living with him for a couple of years. Wants to break it up, but she's scared he'll mark her. Wonders if we can help.
We're cops, Tully, not the social services.
Wait for it. She's prepared to trade.
Like?
Well, how's this? While we were wasting time last night, they'd already called the old thing off. She was in Mason's flat, as always, when Connors phoned to say scrub it, the old bill was onto it.
And?
We weren't told about the operation until 8 o'clock. They knew by 10. They scrubbed it and were tucked up in their kit while we were freezing our ghoulies off.
Is this straight?
Well, judge for yourself. We've got it downstairs. What's the matter?
I don't trust women informants, that's what's the matter.
Why not?
Because it's always the wife or the mistress, and it's usually done out of spite.
No, not this time. See for yourself.
Okay. What's her name?
Angela Fielding. She's okay. A looker. Genuine Miss World stuff. Putting a scar in her would be a national disaster. Miss Fielding, this is my sergeant, Detective Sergeant Brooke.
I'm pleased to meet you, Mr. Brooke.
My colleague says you have something to tell me.
I've something to ask you. Please, I want to know if you can help me.
In what way?
I go with Steve Mason. I believe you know him.
Yes, we know him. How long have you been with him?
2 years.
How close?
I live with him. I'm in his flat, with him, all the time.
So what's the problem? Had a row or something?
Do you know Steve?
As a villain, yes.
He can be very nice. And generous when he wants something.
And he wanted you. He spent on you, did he?
Yeah. He doesn't mind spending. I can have anything I want, so long as I do what he wants.
Like?
I can't have friends of my own. I have to stay in the flat.
And now you want to leave?
He doesn't own me, you know.
So why don't you just go?
Oh, she can't.
He won't let me go. He's too possessive. I've asked. I've tried. He says if I give him any trouble, he'll have me marked. He'll do it. I know what he's like when he gets mad.
Where did you first meet him?
When I was modelling. I was doing a fashion show at a club, the club Terry Connors owns. We got on well, and Steve took me to dinner that night and every night for the next 2 weeks. He gave me a lot of presents, and when he asked me to move in with him, I couldn't refuse.
You knew he was a villain?
Not at first. I just thought he had a successful business. But, yeah, I knew later.
How?
We boasted about it. He's proud of it.
Does he talk about the jobs?
No. He boasts about them afterwards and just talks about the money he's made.
If he never talks about the jobs, how can you help us?
Well, I spoke to Detective Tully about that. He said it'd be up to you.
Miss Fielding knows who comes to the flat, who phoned him, what they talk about, that sort of thing.
Well, that's what I can offer you. Names. I told Detective Tully what happened last night.
Tell me.
Steve was all ready to go on the job. Terry phoned. Steve got in a temper. He said to me, the bloody... I hope you don't mind this.
No, go ahead.
He said, the bloody filth have been told. And then he phoned 2 of his men calling it off. Then he had a drink and cooled down. He laughed and said the old Bill will be waiting there all bleeding night and serves them right.
Do you know who told Connors?
Steve knows. You better ask him.
Sarge,
yeah?
There's a wall safe in the flat. He keeps papers about the jobs he's done and about Connors.
Is this true?
Yes. But that's all I know. I don't know where he keeps the keys. And I don't think I could really help you with that.
Look, you'd be safer if we put Mason away now. But you'll have to stay with him until you give us something we can nick him on.
If I did that, I'd need someone. Someone I could contact. Could it be Detective Tully?
Well, yeah.
We'll see.
You will help me, won't you, Mr. Brooke?
When you have something for us.
Thank you.
I'll see you out. You weren't very nice to her.
No.
She's genuine.
Oh, yeah, she's genuine. Now.
What do you mean, now?
Tully, come on. She's had a lover's tiff. When she comes to her senses and makes up with him, she won't remember one word of our little conversation.
No, not her.
Don't bet on it. I'll have a word with the old man.
Dave, come in.
About the Connors job, sir.
Oh, yeah?
Tully's picked up a girl, Mason's girlfriend. She's scared he's going to get violent with her, offering some information for protection.
Have you spoken to her?
Yeah.
Is it on?
Well, I'll listen to what she tells us, but I want it checked before I believe it. There's two things, sir.
Yes?
She says that at 10 last night, Connors called Mason to tell him where we were. We weren't briefed until 8. Who else would know?
Well, like I said, Connors pays well for information.
What about your informant? Trustworthy?
Oh, yes. Yes, I checked with him this morning. Didn't even know Connors had cried off. You said 2 things.
The girl wants Tully to protect her.
OK, I've got no objection. Just keep me in touch.
Yes, sir, I will.
Morning, Dave.
Morning, Jim.
You look rough.
Yeah, I didn't get much sleep last night. Indigestion.
Oh, sorry to add to your troubles. Coordinator wants a word with you.
Oh, about what?
Oh, some papers you borrowed didn't return.
OK, I'll see him. Any more news on Connors?
Nothing. But your DC might have. Here he comes now.
Morning.
So, what's new?
We have a result, Sergeant.
On what?
Our friend Angela. She contacted me earlier on. Got something for you. Sounds good. I've got waiting downstairs.
OK. I understand you have something for us, Miss Fielding. What is it?
Steve's fixing up a new job to take the place of the one they called off.
Do you know what it is?
Not yet, but Terry's been on the phone and Steve had people at the flat talking about it.
Who's been at the flat?
A bloke called Sam Wright and 2 others. I only know their first names. He called them Ted and Jimmy.
OK, I know Sam Wright. Well, what's on?
It's very secret. After I handed round the drinks, I was told to take a walk, but I heard one thing. The one called Jimmy has to find 2 vans. Steve's very particular about them. One has to be a Sherpa S registration.
Did they say why?
No. The other has to be a Toyota V registration.
And?
That's all I know. Steve wants them found by Thursday. You said if I told you...
Yes, but we need to have more, don't we? Like a date, a place where we can nick your friend.
I'll try. Is that all?
No. You said about a wall safe. Could Tully have a look at it?
No, that'd be dangerous.
Look, I have to know if what you're saying is true. Doesn't Mason ever go out?
Yes, in the afternoon. He usually goes to his drinking club.
Well, when he's out, Tully could come round. Pretend he was checking the meter or something.
Well, I suppose so. But he'd have to be careful.
You'll let him know then?
Yes, all right.
All clear?
Yeah, he's not due back till 5.
So, lead me to the safe.
Shouldn't you check the electricity first?
Yeah, I'd better get it written down just in case. Where's the meter?
In the kitchen. I'll show you.
Right. You must get hefty bills here.
Steve can afford it.
3, 4, 6. Well, that's it. All noted. Okay, Miss Fielding, let's have a look at this safe.
Call me Angie. It's through the sitting room and in the bedroom. I'll show you.
Nice place you've got here, Angie. Must have set him back a packet.
Steve always has the best.
Who says crime doesn't pay?
There it is, in the wall behind the bed. He'd kill us if he knew.
Well, he won't find out, will he? Do you know the combination?
Only Steve knows that.
I see it needs a key as well.
He keeps it hidden, I don't know where.
What's in the safe?
Some papers, a lot of money. He calls it his funny money, what he's put away in the past few years.
Do you know how much?
He boasted that it's in 6 figures. Can't put it in a bank. Tax people'd want to know.
Well, there are ways.
Not for Steve. He doesn't take chances.
And what kind of papers are in there?
Orders from Terry Connors. Steve's orders to the others. He runs it like a business. Oh. Shall I answer it?
No. Hold it. Yeah, go on. See who it is.
All right. 3327. Oh, it's you, love. Yes, Steve calls. No. Do what? Yes, no trouble. What time then? Right. Yes, darling, cool. He's bringing some friends back. He'll be home in half an hour. You better go.
Do you know who the friends are?
I'll let you know.
All right. Bye, then.
Bye.
Yes, Dave.
I thought I'd keep you up to date on the Connors case.
All right.
The girl says they've got a replacement for the security job. Now, she doesn't know what the job is, but Mason wants his lads to nick 2 vans. Not any old vans, special. A Toyota with a V registration and a Sherpa with an S. Are you thinking what I'm thinking?
Yeah. Yes, the place they're going to do has 2 vans like that.
Right.
They'll change the plates and make them lookalikes. Yeah, it's their style, all right. Well, keep on to it. Oh, and on your way out, just give this to Jim, would you?
Oh, yes, right. Here, Jim, one for the in-tray.
Tom, your DC's back.
Oh, yeah. Hey, did you get in the flat?
No trouble. And you should see it, Sarge. A place for the man who has everything.
Did you see the wall safe?
Yeah, I made some notes. It's an American job and needs the combinations and a key. We'd have to get someone who knows the make.
You have to nick Mason first. What did she say was in it?
All his cash. Doesn't trust banks.
I'm not surprised.
And he keeps the orders from Connors. What jobs they're going to do. Things like that.
What else?
That was it. The phone rang. It was Mason to say he was bringing some powers home, right to blow.
Well, good work. Hey, what time is it?
Just after 2:30.
Fancy a drink before they close? Hey, well, Jim, time for one.
I'll catch up with you. Sergeant Brock.
Yes, Mr. Rhodes.
Just a minute, please.
Oh, Dave, something's just come through for you. I phoned C10 to check on the 2 vans. Vehicles reported stolen in the London area last night. From Kilburn, a blue Toyota, V registration. From Park Royal, a grey Sherpa, S registration. They don't waste time, do they? And that girl is giving you the right stuff.
Yeah, but where do we find a target that has 2 vans like that in his fleet?
She'll tell you, and you'll tell me.
Yes, sir.
Right, that's it. You can start moving.
Right. Dolly, let's go.
Hey, just a sec. CID, DC Tully.
Hello, Jack.
Who's that?
It's Jan.
Oh, sorry, Jan. What can I do for you?
I've got Angie with me. She wants to meet you, now.
Where?
She's at my flat. Meet us there.
Yeah, okay. Sarge?
Yeah?
I have to cancel that drink. Angela Fielding's got something and wants to see me. Is it okay?
Sure, we'll be in the Raven. And Tully, we want a place, we want a time. Don't settle for less.
I know what to do.
I'm glad you could come, Tully.
So what's happened?
Tell him, Angie.
Before I tell you, I want to be sure. If Steve finds out, you'll look after me.
No one will touch you. Trust me. Ask Jan.
He'll look after you, Angie.
All right. They were talking last night. It's a jeweller's place. Wholesale jewellers, they said. Big firm in Willesden. I've got the address. Here it is. They've got the 2 vans I told you about.
Yeah, we know. Do you know when it's to be?
Tonight.
Hell, I have to get moving. Look, thanks for the tip. I've got to go.
No, Tully. You don't rush off like that. You promised.
Look, I'll come straight back.
No, please, listen to me. It could go wrong, couldn't it?
Well, yeah, it could. But you'll be all right. You can stay here with Jan.
No. What if he suddenly cancels the job? If he comes back, I'll have to be at the flat. If I'm not, he'll suspect something's wrong. Do you understand?
Yeah, but it's not likely. Look, I'll tell you what. If you feel you have to stay at the flat, I'll phone you as soon as we arrest him and then come over and pick you up.
And if you don't phone?
You stay put and we try again. But don't worry, Angie. You'll get a call as soon as we have him. Then I'll come for you. Have you thought where you'll go if it all works out right?
Away from London. Perhaps Paris. I've worked there. I could go there. Take up modelling again.
Well, let's keep our fingers crossed, eh?
Thanks, Jack. And good luck.
Well, this is where we came in. Cooped up in a van. Waiting and freezing. Will there be 6-handed again, Ty?
5 for certain. What about Connors? Is he coming? Didn't know. It could be. It's worth a lot of money, this job. Any bets on what time they'll come?
Yeah, 5 to 1. They'll still be here at sunrise.
Well, just gone midnight. The last pound has done its patrol. The last beat copper's gone by. It's all ours. We wait.
Anyone want a sandwich?
Yeah, I'm feeling a bit peckish.
Forget it, I think we got some action. Yeah, we have. A grey Sherpa coming down the road. Tell the others.
Red 1 to Delta 3 and 4.
Delta 4, over.
First van has arrived. Stand by.
Delta 3, we heard that. Standing by.
It stopped at the gate. The driver's getting out to unlock it.
Can you see who it is?
It looks like Sammy Wright. I wonder how many there are in the back. He's opened the gate. And now here comes the Toyota driving straight in.
Are they locking the gate?
They're closing it, putting a wedge against it.
Okay. As soon as they climb out, we'll drive straight through. Red 1 to Delta 3 and 4. We're going in. Give us support. Dave, you take the floodlight.
Right.
Where's the tannoy?
Hang on.
All right, Charlie. Foot down.
Right, Sergeant.
Out we go!
We are police officers. Stand where you are. The building is surrounded.
Oh,
Come on. You know what to do. Hands against the wall. Feet apart. Now, let's see who we got.
We have Wright, Cooper, Mason. 3 others.
What about Connors?
No Connors.
Can we go to Mason's flat and tie Connors in? Charlie?
Yeah.
We've got Mason. Tell her. And we'll go and pick her up.
Right, Sarge.
Double 327. Who is it?
Angie?
Yeah.
It's Jack Tully. You're okay, love? We got your boyfriend. He's locked away. How'd you feel?
Just fine, Jack, like you said. Oh, what can I say?
Just wait there. We'll come and get you.
Yeah. I'll be waiting, Jack.
Which floor is she on?
3rd. You see, I told you it would work out all right.
Yes, Tully.
All we do now is sit in the flat, send for someone to open the safe, tie Connors in, and I'll take Angie to the station.
Oh, Angie, is it?
Well, yes, Sergeant. Oh, this is the floor. And here's the flat.
Does she always leave the door open?
Well, she's expecting us. Angie!
You said she'd be waiting.
Well, she'll be packing in the bedroom.
Well, someone's been packing in a hurry.
Yeah. The wall safe's open, Sarge.
And empty.
Everything's gone. Papers, money, the lot.
Tully, your sweet Angie has put you over a barrel. Mason trusted her like you did. She knew where he kept the key. She had the combination. She got you to lock him away so she could rob him and scarf it herself.
Crafty bitch.
But smart.
And she hasn't even left the papers about Connors.
Why should she? I told you, Tully. Never trust a woman informant. They don't give a damn, and they always let you down.
In this week's story of Detective Sergeant Brooke was played by Ray Brooks and Detective Constable Tully by Stephen Garlick. Detective Sergeant Harrison, Peter Cleall, Chief Inspector Roach, Stephen Yardley, Angela Fielding, Deirdre Costello, Jan, Fiona Matheson, Detective Constable O'Brien and voice on radio, Anthony Jackson, barman and other radio voice, Douglas Blackwell. Detective was written by Robert Barr and produced by Martin Fisher.
MP to all cars. Armed robbery on security vehicle now. 4 men.
Entry to go 1-1. Suspects on premises now.
Tango 1 to Tango 3. Can you assist 3 vehicle heading your direction? Driver believed drunk in charge.
Detective. Stories of crime and detection in London, written by Robert Barr, with Ray Brooks and Stephen Garlick. This week, Death at the Weekend.
Jim?
Yep.
Have you seen Tully?
Yeah, he's in the interview room. He just brought someone in.
Oh? Do you know who?
Steve Gray. He's in interview room number 2.
Oh, thanks. You busy?
No, not really. Just learning that Steve here has a great faith in alibis, haven't you, Steve?
That's not fair, Mr. Tully.
First he tells me that you spent all last night in a pub with friends, but nobody remembers he was there.
Well, that was a mistake, Mr. Tully. I got the night wrong.
Then he says he was in a snooker club watching two mates. Trouble is, when I checked, his two mates weren't there either. No, he says he spent the night with a bird, but he won't say who.
Well, she wouldn't like me to say, Mr. Tully.
A married woman, was she?
Yeah, that's right, Mr. Brooke. It's a married bird, so I can't tell, can I?
No, of course you can't, Steve. You're a gentleman. You'd never compromise a lady.
No, Mr. Brooke.
Husband away all night, was he?
He's in a nick.
Lucky for some.
Yeah.
Better than climbing over roofs and breaking skylights, eh?
What roof?
Well, where did he cut your hand, then?
The lady cut it.
Oh, she's like that, is she? Well, we're going to leave you alone, and when you've had a think, just write down the lady's name.
I can't, Mr. Brooke.
Then you'll find yourself in the nick with her old man. Just write it down. Out with a bird. Where do you think I've been?
Well, I'll say anything.
Do you reckon you can charge him?
Dunno yet. He was seen on the roof, recognised, but got away. We picked him up this morning.
Okay, keep on with him, and when you've finished, check back with me.
Right. So, how's it going, Steve, eh? Nothing on the paper. Pencil broken?
I'm not giving her name.
All right, if you want to do it the hard way. Look, you were seen on the roof. You've no alibi. I'll have to check all the flats to see if anything was nicked. Get a warrant to search your father's house.
My father's house?
Well, I'll have to.
But you'll kill me.
Well, you know what you've got to do.
All right. Can I have that paper back?
What's that you got?
Shepherd's pie.
You feeling hungry by any chance?
Yeah.
With 2 helpings?
Well, the canteen lady's got a thing about me.
Yeah. Fancies you, does she?
That could be.
You'll make that girlfriend of yours jealous. What's her name?
Kathy.
Oh, yeah. You still going round with her, then?
Yeah. It's getting to be a habit.
You better watch it. You'll be down the registry office for you, know?
Well, if I can help it.
How's the other young Casson over there?
What, Steve?
Yeah.
When he gave him that paper and pencil, he started something.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. He's writing his memoirs. He fancies himself as a supergrass, offering us every housebreaker in the district.
Well, that should be interesting. Yeah, can you keep us salt?
Oh, yeah. Well, Sergeant Harrison's coming across. Doesn't look too happy.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I've been looking for you, Guy. What's the problem? Got a call half hour ago to that old squat in Mill Street.
Oh, you mean the empty one with all the windows blocked up?
Yeah, it isn't empty now. There are 3 bodies on the top floor.
3?
Yeah, teenagers. Been shooting drugs and got it wrong. Mr. Roach would like you both there.
Come on, Tully.
Oh, but I haven't finished yet.
Well, get your canteen lady to keep it up for you.
Oh, but Sarge...
We go, Tully, come on.
Well, there you go. It's a bit dodgy. Watch what you step on. The place is filthy.
Old blankets, old mattresses, everything stinks.
It's on the top floor. Careful of the stairs. They're rotten.
You all right, Tully?
Yes, Roach. In here. Mr. Roach is waiting.
Come in, Dave.
Just it, sir?
Yeah, 3. 1 in each corner.
Coloured?
The young girl's black. So is this boy. The other boy over there is white. The doctor reckons the girl's just 14. The boy about 15, the white lad the same. Came here to shoot drugs. By the look of their arms, they hadn't been at it long. Took an overdose.
For all 3?
Yeah, tragic, isn't it? That age.
Do you know what they were taking?
Forensic took it for analysis. Some powder and some tablets. They guess it was heroin and amphetamines. We'll know later.
Who found them?
A phone call, telling us to look here.
Any name?
It's all in the logbook. Man's voice, no name.
Right. What do you want me to do?
Look around the building. Do it room by room. You and Tully. And see if you can come up with anything. Jim's doing the door-to-doors. Someone may have seen them come here.
Right, shall we start on this floor?
No, this one's been done. Look at the others. When you're through, I'll be back at the office.
Yes, sir. Okay, Tully, you take the room next door. I'll start on the other one.
God, the stink is overpowering.
You'll just have to hold your breath.
Whoever lived in this room lived like pigs.
Yeah, look at these old pots. They're like pigs, too.
Isn't someone going to clear those kids away?
Well, we tried, but they keep coming back. Morbid fascination now they've seen the bodies being taken out. Should be at home.
Yeah, just where our 3 should have been. We finished in here?
Yeah. Let's do the next floor.
We should get danger money.
Yeah.
Come in, Dave. How did it go?
Load of old junk, nothing that could help with the case. Anything about the drugs?
The tablets were amphetamine. The heroin was cut. Seems it was lousy stuff.
So we find the pusher.
Oh, do we ever. No, we have to identify the kids first.
No worry, parents contacted us yet?
No. Until we know there's something we can get out of the way. One of our local bookers has lost some cash.
Mislaid it, or his betting shop been done?
He was done at home last night. John Sullivan. All his taking's gone. He's out of hospital now. Go and see him.
Yes, sir. How you feeling, Mr. Sullivan?
Bloody awful.
Yeah, you look it. So it was done here, was it? In the house?
In the kitchen.
Can you tell us what happened?
You can see, can't you? This lump on me head, that's what happened.
No, I mean from the beginning.
Okay. I came home, took off my coat, and put me things away.
How long were you home, Mr. Sullivan?
About 5 minutes.
And?
I went into the kitchen, and thump! Suddenly I'm on my knees with this bloke bending over, threatening me. Wants to know where the cash is, or else.
And it was your day's takings?
Yes, I didn't have time to bank it.
So you told him where it was?
I told him to go to hell. So he put the boot in and dragged me onto a chair.
Did you get a look at him?
He had this stalking over his face. Makes them all look like Boris Karloff. Well, then he started on me again, wanting the money.
Where was your wife all this time?
At her sister's. If she had been here, I wouldn't have played the bloody hero, would I? And he wouldn't have done this to me hand, would he?
What happened, Mr. Sullivan?
He got some paper, lit it, and then he started to burn me hand. Bloody sadist. They say it'll be months before I can take the bandages off. Anyhow, that's when I stopped playing the hero.
How much cash did he take?
8,000 quid. I want the bastard caught.
We'll do our best, Mr. Sullivan. You think it was one of your punters?
Sergeant, nobody does a bookie except a loser.
Any ideas?
Through a silk stocking? Don't be daft.
What build was he?
Oh, about my height. But thin, like a jockey. You find him for me.
We'll do our best.
What are the odds on that?
I'm not a betting man, Mr. Sullivan. How's it going, Steve? Finished your memoirs, have you?
Yeah, Mr. Brooke, I've got a lot of stuff for you.
Well, while you're at it, any thoughts on a housebreaker who burns people when he doesn't get what he wants? Bookies in particular.
Dozens of people would like to fry a bookie.
Yeah, but we're looking for one.
Who's the bookie?
John Sullivan. Anyone you know who's been losing money to him in a big way?
What about Mike Williams? Have you thought of him?
Williams? Well, he's about the right size.
Yeah, he likes the ponies. Bets a lot, loses a lot. If he was pushed, he could get nasty. But if it was him, you won't find him now.
Why not?
Because when he gets a good tickle, he always pushes off. Says he knows a place where he's safe, where he can have a good time.
And where's that?
If I had bail, Sergeant, I might remember.
We won't oppose it.
OK. I'll tell you. Eastbourne, Mr. Brooke. He always goes there when he finishes a job. The Excelsior Hotel.
Thanks, Steve. You're being useful. Right, keep on writing.
Can I have some tea?
Yeah, DC Tully will bring you some.
CID, DC Tully speaking. Oh, yes. Hold on, please. Sarge, you're called to Eastbourne CID.
Right. Hello, Eastbourne? Yes, Sergeant Brooke. We think a lad we want to talk to is down your way. We'd like you to check for us. Mike Williams. He's a regular visitor to Eastbourne. Oh, you know him? He stays at the Excelsior. No, we think he's just resting. You'll check and let me know. Right, thanks.
What shall I do about Steve?
Did he actually steal anything?
He didn't have time. He was seen on the roof and scarfed.
Well, if he didn't steal anything, you can't charge him. If I were you, I'd treat him nicely. And you'd have got yourself a useful little grass. Hey, Jim.
Yep?
When will Mr. Roach be back?
He's at the post-mortem. Then he's got a meeting with community relations, trying to identify them. The medical report says they've been dead about a week.
And no parents have come forward?
Well, they could have run away from home, been living rough.
I don't understand why some people bother to have kids.
There's something else you should see. From forensic. The report says the amount of heroin and pills they had would cost about £40 on the street. You should read it. Also, the white kid had £30 in his jeans pocket. So did the black boy. Like some money had been equally divided, split. So before they bought the dope, they must have had about £100 between them. At that age. From where?
To buy drugs. A theft.
A mugging.
But where?
When we get the post-mortem report and a date, we can start checking.
Yeah, and on who supplied the drugs.
DC Tully? Yes, he's here. Just a minute, please. Sergeant, Eastbourne.
Yeah, coming. Yeah, Brooke here? Yeah? He's there, is he? Yeah, good. No, not yet. I just wanted to know. Do you know how long he's been there? Since last night. Yeah, well, thanks a lot. Steve could be right. Mike Williams is there. Booked into the Excelsior and beginning to live it up.
With 8,000 quid, he can afford it.
Yeah, this won't please Sullivan. Still, we better tell him.
Yeah.
Show him we're doing something.
Yes, who is it?
Mr. Sullivan, Sergeant Brooke. How you feeling?
Lousy.
The bloke who took your money, Mr. Sullivan.
Yeah?
We think we got him.
Only think.
Well, we're as sure as we can be, Mr. Sullivan. He fits the description.
Doesn't do much for my hand, does it?
Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
And what about the money?
Well, we'll do what we can, Mr. Sullivan, but I thought you'd like to know. I'll be in touch again.
Dave?
Yep?
Mr. Roach is back. He wants a meeting.
Right. Coming.
Come on.
How was the post-mortem, sir?
Not pleasant, but helpful. The pathologist's opinion is they've been dead 4 days, since Sunday night. The boys hadn't been injecting long, probably only once before. The girl, not at all. They were experimenting, and overdid it.
Any more ideas who they were?
Not a clue. Nothing to identify them. Their families haven't reported them missing. I had a meeting with the community relations people. They've been given post-mortem sketches and a detailed description. They're asking around the black and white communities.
If they knew about the old squat, they must be local.
Yeah. Jim, what about the door-to-door inquiries?
No luck. No one saw them in or around Mill Street. No one saw them go into that building.
The only thing we've got to go on is the money found in their pockets.
Yeah. Now we have a date, Dave. Check on any reported muggings that Sunday.
Right, sir.
Jim, you follow up the drug side.
Okay.
Where's Tully?
Well, I dropped him off at Mill Street, sir, to walk around, see if there's anything new.
Yeah, when he comes back, I want to word with him.
Yes, sir.
You wanted to see me, sir?
Oh, yes, Tully. What's the news from Mill Street?
Well, the house hasn't been boarded up yet, sir, and the kids use it like an adventure playground.
Anything else?
Yes, sir. I found a woman who saw a man come from the building about 10 o'clock this morning.
10 o'clock?
Yeah, she said he came out and walked in the direction of Harcourt Street. Now, there's a phone box in Harcourt Street. What time did we have that call about the bodies?
It's logged at 10:08.
Well, then it's about right. Now, if he found the bodies at 10 o'clock, he could have walked to Harcourt Street, phoned, and gone off.
Did you get a description of him?
Well, young, she said. Not well dressed. The pusher, you think?
It could have been. Sold the stuff to the kids on Sunday, went back to see if he could sell some more, found them dead, gets a conscience, phones us, and then pushes off. And what chance have we got of finding him, eh, Tally? Yeah. That's all.
Right, sir. He isn't very happy.
What, the old man?
Feels he isn't getting too much help.
Well, can you blame him? With 3 kids, no one knows who they are, and no one cares.
Go down Piccadilly any night, Sarge. You'll see 3 times as many.
Well, it's the girl that gets me. You'd think someone would be worried about a young girl.
Dave, you got a couple of minutes?
Yeah, I'm waiting for a rundown on last week's thefts.
Oh, until they come. You remember Walters? It's one you did.
Yeah, he's in Broadmoor.
He isn't, not now. His psychiatrist thought he was well enough to be let out for a while. He's disappeared.
That's nice. Let out alone.
No, he was with a warder. Happened this morning. They think he'll make for home. The warder's here now. He wants to see you. His name's Percival.
Right. And you come too, Tully.
Okay, Sarge.
Mr. Percival, I'm Detective Sergeant Brooke.
We have a problem, Sergeant.
You mean you do? You let Walters get away.
I did not let him get away, Sergeant. My orders were specific. To give him reasonable freedom, and that is what I did.
Do you know what Walters did on this patch 5 years ago? Took an axe to his girlfriend, nearly killed her. Then tried the same on her old man. He's insane.
Yes, I know. His treatment seemed to be working. So they thought it would do him good to get out, just for the morning. Quiet strolls, the money for a bit of shopping, you know. See how he would cope. He was well behaved.
Until?
He wanted to go to the loo. Perfectly reasonable request. So after I checked there was only one exit, I let him go. Waited outside.
And when he didn't appear?
I went in to look for him.
And he jumped you and made off?
Yes. The hospital said he'd make for home.
Do you think he will?
Well, he hasn't yet.
How much money did he have?
About £4. Enough to get home.
Tully?
Yes, Sarge?
Sign for a car, take Mr. Percival to Arnhem Street. The family's still living there, I suppose?
Yes.
And listen, Jack, Walters is mentally unstable, but the one person he really trusts is his mother. That's right, isn't it, Mr. Percival?
Yes.
So, if he shows himself there, don't do anything and let me know.
Right, Sarge.
Sir?
Yes, Dave?
I've been through the list of muggings and theft for Saturday and Sunday, sir.
Yeah.
In fact, the Friday and Thursday. There's nothing that will account for £100 in notes or anything around that amount. Not on this patch. But if we go off the manor, sir, there's one. An old lady on a council estate. Carried her savings around. £120, she said. It was snatched from her when she was out shopping.
Could it be our three?
Well, I don't know, sir. Just the facts, a bag, snatch, £120. L District. I'll check with them.
Yeah, do that.
Right. Sergeant Brooke, get me OK. I want their CID. Yeah, I'll hold.
Found something?
Yeah, we think so. CID, Brooke here, a query. Saturday the 14th evening, a woman named Mrs. Elizabeth Gresham lives in the high-rise flats. You know about it. Anyone on the estate arrested for it? No one. Did she describe her attackers? Oh, that's good, yeah. Yeah, well, can I have the descriptions? Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, we might have an answer for you. I'll let you know. Thanks. I think we've got an answer, sir.
Oh, good.
A woman leaves a council flat. As she does, a white boy about 16 asks if a family called so-and-so lives there. She stops to answer him, and a black boy comes from behind and grabs her bag, and both run off. The bag had her savings, £120. It was 7 o'clock on Saturday evening.
Did you mention the girl?
No, just the two boys.
Yeah, the picture's coming together. They split the 120 on Saturday evening, spent some of it, and on Sunday they come this way. Spent about £40 on drugs and pills. When found, they had the drugs and the rest of the money.
Yeah, but if it began on the estate...
Yeah, I'd better move the search there.
Yes, sir.
CID, Sergeant Harrison? Yes, Mr. Roach is free now. I can switch you through. How'd it go, Dave?
Yeah, well, we know where they got the money. What's happening at your end?
Well, no news about the youth coming out to squat, but there was a call from the community relations people. Looks like they've got something for us.
Good.
So, we can wrap it up. A report to the coroner, pathologist establishes cause of death, and the coroner returns a verdict of misadventure.
Misadventure. That's great, isn't it? Heroin smuggled halfway across the world to make someone a fortune. 3 kids die and they call it misadventure.
That's the way it has to be.
Jim. Dave.
Yeah?
We've had a result. The 2 boys have been identified. Explains why they weren't missed. The white boy is James Gilbert. Parents live in Lambeth, age 17, no job since leaving school. 2 months ago, had a row with his family. Walked out saying he was going to join the army. Parents thought he had done so. They were waiting to hear from him. Now, the coloured boy from the same street. Old Luther Winthrop, age 17, no job since school. Took to staying out, then left home. So they didn't miss him.
And the girl?
Nothing on her yet.
Someone they picked up?
We have to know who she was.
CID, Sergeant Brooke.
It's Tully, Sergeant. We're outside Walter's house. He's arrived.
When did he get here?
He's been inside about 20 minutes. Mr. Percival thinks it's a good time to go in.
Right, Mr. Percival?
Yes, he'll be settled by now.
Okay.
Mrs. Walters.
Hello, Mr. Percival. Thought I saw you out there.
Can we come in?
If you like. But must you all come in?
To see there's no trouble, Mrs. Walters. Right, where's your son?
In the back room.
How is he, Mrs. Walters?
A bit agitated when he first came in, but he's quieter now.
Do you think you could persuade him to come out?
That's going to be difficult.
Let me talk to him.
No, please. He has a knife.
Oh.
I couldn't stop him. It was the first thing he did when he came in. He took the knife and said, "They won't take me back."
It's not your fault, Mrs. Walters.
Well, you know what he's like. He might do something stupid.
Alan? Can you hear me, Alan? It's Frank Percival. Can I have a word with you?
Go away.
Well, I'd like a little chat, Alan. I'd like to come in.
Keep out.
I'll need some help.
I'll go with you.
No, Sergeant, let me.
Well, be careful.
I'm coming in now, Alan. Hello, Alan. How are things? All right?
Don't come any nearer, Mr. Percival.
It's all right. Nobody's going to hurt you, Alan.
Why don't you give me the knife, eh?
No.
Come on, Mr. Walters.
Stay away from me.
Come on, hand it
Come
over.
on, Alan.
Keep away.
Look out.
I told you.
Now, drop it, Alan. Drop it. Sergeant, he's got your mate.
Charlie, what happened? You okay?
It's my side. God, it hurt. He shouldn't have tried. I told him.
Don't worry about Waters. I've got him.
You sure?
Yes, you look after your lad.
Mrs. Walters?
Yes?
Is there a phone?
It's out here in the hall. Oh, I don't know what to say.
Yes.
I'm so sorry. Oh, it's terrible.
All right. Police. Information room. Detective Sergeant Brooke. Send an ambulance to 14 Arnhem Street. It's urgent, and a prison van for Walters, but first the ambulance. He's damn near killed my DC. Doctor?
Not yet, Mr. Brooke. I'll let you know when you can see him.
Thank you.
There's someone else waiting over there.
Oh, yeah. You waiting for Jack Tully?
Yes.
We haven't met.
Oh, I'm his girlfriend, Kathy.
Oh, yeah, I remember. Jack told me about you.
Are you his sergeant?
Yeah.
Oh, he's talked about you too. What happened?
A bloke with a knife. Jack tried to take it from him.
Sounds like him. Is it bad?
Well, he lost a bit of blood. He was in the operating theatre for about 2 hours.
Poor Jack.
Oh, the doctor's just come out.
Right, you can see him now.
Oh, thank you, Doctor.
Jack?
Hello, Kathy.
How are you, Jack?
Oh, not bad.
Your mum told me you were here. I came as soon as I could. She'll be along later.
You met my sergeant then?
Yeah, outside.
How's it going?
All right, Sarge. What happened to Walters?
Don't worry about him. We've taken care of him.
Should have been more careful, I know.
You weren't, I know, Jack. Take it easy. Look, you don't want me here. Kathy will do you more good than me.
That's all right,
No,
Sarge.
please, stay.
No, I'll leave you two together. I'll drop in later.
Have they told you how long you'll be here?
2 weeks if it goes all right. But I won't be back on duty for a while.
You're not thinking of packing it in then?
Not likely. Anyway, who'd look after Sergeant Brooke if I wasn't there?
Well, he'll have to take care of himself for the next few weeks. You're the one who needs looking after now, Jack.
You applying for the job?
Yeah.
Sir?
Come in, Dave. How is he?
He'll be all right, but he's not going to be around for a while.
I guess that.
He might appreciate a visit, sir.
Yeah, I was going anyway. He's a good bloke, isn't he?
He's okay. I'll miss him.
Yes, well, let's hope he's not for too long.
Yeah. Have you heard anything more on the teenagers?
We've identified the girl.
Oh?
Yeah, it's not what we thought. It wasn't someone the boys just picked up. It was the coloured one's young sister. She was in care, absconded. The family weren't told until today.
Yeah, well, it fits, doesn't it? Met her brother, he had money, so she went along with him.
And then he offered her drugs. It was her first time.
Yeah, makes it really sad, doesn't it?
Yeah. Oh, and Dave?
Yeah?
About Tully. The lads had a whip round. They're organising a surprise party for when he gets out.
You'll like that.
In this week's story of Detective, the last in this series, Detective Sergeant Brooke was played by Ray Brooks and Detective Constable Tully by Stephen Garlick. Detective Sergeant Harrison, Peter Cleall, Chief Inspector Roach, Stephen Yardley, John Sullivan, Henry Stamper, Mr. Percival, John Hollis, Mrs. Walters, Stella Tanner, Alan Walters, Clive Panto, Kathy, Leslie Manville, Steve Gray and Dr. Peter Aker. Detective was written by Robert Barr and produced by Martin Fisher.
MP to all cars. Armed robbery on security vehicle now. 4 men.
MP to go 1-1. Suspects on premises now.
Tango 1 to Tango 3. Can you assist 3 vehicle heading your direction? Driver believed drunk in charge.
Detective, stories of crime and detection in London, written by Robert Barr, with Ray Brooks and Stephen Garlick. This week, Surveillance.
Sergeant Harrison.
Tully here. We're in now. Sergeant Dean and DC Tally reporting.
Okay, it's locked, and good luck with it.
Thanks, Sarge.
Right, Tully, this is the procedure. No lights anywhere. This window is mine, and that one is yours. When it gets dark, I don't want you knocking over the tripod. This camera would cost you a couple of months' wages. Can you pass me the lens? It's in my bag over there.
Oh, sure. What, this one?
Yeah, the big one.
Oh, telescopic. That must be worth a bit as well.
Yeah.
Well, we've got a good view from here. Right across and into their flat.
Yeah. Now, the window on the left is the hall one. The other one gives onto the study. Here, give me a hand with this tripod. Now, we'll set it up so that it can cover the first floor and the street entrance below.
You specialise in photography, do you?
Yeah. Best to be a specialist. I thought of taking up fingerprints. Decided on photography.
What, easier life?
Well, until your pictures don't come out. Or you miss something. And then they have your guts. Right, that should do.
What now?
Get out your notebook, log the time, and keep watch.
Okay. On watch, 8:35. Expected about 9, aren't they?
Oh, between 9 and 10.
Yes.
They usually stay until midnight. We clock who's coming and going and take pictures.
What, night?
Easy. Infrared film. These Japanese jobs turn night into day.
Oh.
Right, camera loaded, all ready. Now, you're on the first watch till midnight. I'm going to have a little lie down on the camp bed.
What's it all about, Sarge? How long are we here for?
Who knows? Could be a day, could be a week. We'll find out.
Not a bad place, this. I mean, for spending a week.
Much better than my flat.
And what about that kitchen? It's got all the gear. Microwave oven, everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, wouldn't mind one of those.
Not on a DC's pay, eh?
No.
Someone was telling me you'd been off sick. An accident, wasn't it?
It was no accident.
What then?
I was taking a bread knife from this nutter from Broadmoor, wasn't I? I said, "Give it to me, pal." And he gave it to me, all right. Right in the gut.
Nasty.
Well, you live and learn. Ended up with 2 weeks in hospital, a month's sick leave and a commendation.
You all right now?
Yeah, healed up nicely.
Good. Right. Let me know if anything happens over there.
Okay.
Excuse me, sir. Can I have a word?
Come in, Dave. How's it going?
Well, Tully's settled in with the photographer.
Who?
Sergeant Dean.
Did they have any trouble?
No, we found an empty flat. Got the agent to spread it about that a young couple were interested and that the husband and friend were going to be in and out making a few alterations.
So no one will bother them?
No, it shouldn't do. How strong's your information, sir?
Very strong. My informant says a team's being set up for a big robbery. And it's happening very soon.
Interesting to see who turns up.
How are Tully and Dean off for food?
Well, they've got enough for tonight, but I'll be taking some along to them in case it's a long job.
Do that. And let me know how things are going.
Yes, sir.
Sarge, wake up. There's someone at the door.
Oh, well, see it is.
I can't leave the window. I'm on watch. It's only 10 o'clock.
Oh, I must have dropped off. Okay, I'll go. Oh, hello, Dave.
Evening, Pig.
Come in. Watch yourself in the dark. It's Sergeant Brooke.
Hi.
Sarge?
Anything happened yet?
Nothing yet.
No movement?
Not much. Posh flats, just a little bit of coming and going.
Yeah. Tully?
I've been keeping the log, Sarge. First movement was 9:16. Old lady taking her dog for a walk. Then 9:28, an Audi 2000 drives up. Woman and 3 kids get out. 9:36, the old lady returns with dog. That's it. If they're expected between 9 and 10, they're running late.
Well, there's still time. Yeah, look, I've got some food for you for tomorrow.
Oh, Carl. There's a fridge in the kitchen. Show him, Tully. I'll keep watch.
This way, Sarge.
And don't forget, doors shut before you put the lights on.
Okay, Sergeant.
Some kitchen.
All the gear. Ceramic hob, microwave oven.
Oh, that'll be handy. This is the kind of stuff you bung in there. Steak pie, chicken pie, burgers.
Oh, don't go on, Sarge. You're making me hungry.
You've got a cushy number here, Tony. Posh kitchen, smart flat, good food. What more do you want?
Some knives and forks, if you got to bring them.
Tough. Until I find something, you have to eat with your fingers.
Dave?
Hey, light off, Tony. Right, let's see what he wants.
Yeah. Some action opposite. A car pulling up. You see? The silver Jag, it's just arrived.
Yeah, 3 blokes going out.
Do you know?
Difficult to tell. Get the pictures.
Right. They get out of the car. One talks to the driver.
I know that one.
Go into the building.
The Jag's gone off pretty smart. Did we get his number?
Yes, Sarge. It's a wire registration.
Now we check if they go up to the flat.
Dead opposite, Sarge. See? The windows with the curtains open.
Yeah. Let's hope it stays like that. Right, we give them time to go up in the lift. And if they're going to our flat, it should be about now.
You're right, Sarge. The lights come on in the hall. A woman's going to the door.
Who's she let in?
You want a shot of them?
If you can get it, yeah.
Damn. A woman's moved between me and the door.
Too late. They've gone into a back room.
Oh, well, it's early days. Better luck next time.
What are they up to, Dave? Put us in the picture.
Well, the flat across there is owned by a Mr. Michelson. Mr. Roach has had a tip that he's active again.
What's his speciality?
Well, Michelson, he's a backroom boy, a planner, big backer of some heavy crime. Mostly he's after money, big money. We don't know what he's into this time. It could be a security job, bank, something bigger. But that's why we're here. The tip says he's recruited a team of 5. The meetings are held at his flat and the blag will be soon. What we want to know is who they are and if it's all fixed.
You said 6. 3 more to come?
Well, we think so, yeah. But you've got to keep watching and tell us, and try and get a picture of them in that room with Michelson.
And if they don't use that room?
Well, we'll have to think again.
Well, let's hope we get lucky.
Well, you've got what you want, and you know what to do. So I'm off. If anything happens, let me know.
CID, Sergeant Harrison. I see, sir. Could I have your name and address?
Jim.
Can you hold the line a minute, please, sir?
Sorry to interrupt. Can you do me a favour?
What?
A Jaguar. I need to know who owns it. Here's the number.
Will do. Oh, Mr. Roach is waiting for you.
Oh, so.
Sorry to keep you waiting, sir. Now, if I could have your name and address.
Come in, Dave. Any joy?
Yes, sir. Something's on the move.
What?
Well, just after 10, 3 men arrived in a Jag. When they crossed the pavement, their backs were to me, but one turned to say something to the driver. His head was down, but it looked like Billy Williams.
Interesting. Any ideas about the other 2?
No.
They went to see Michelson.
Well, we can't be sure about that. The 3 went in on the ground floor, and somebody went into Michelson's flat on the first floor a minute later. But we don't know if it was them or just a coincidence.
It could have been Williams.
Yes, sir.
Well, that's the start.
If anything happens, Tully will phone.
Sergeant, get a load of this.
What's up? They leaving now?
No, something else. Come have a look. See? The 2 lads standing by the car. They're going to nick it.
You sure?
Of course they are. Empty street just after midnight. You watch them. See what I mean?
It's funny how they behave when they think they can't be seen.
Just like candid camera. The tall one's looking this way and that way. Now he gives the all clear to his mate. The mate moves forward.
Yeah, tries the door handle.
Yeah.
It's locked. So he walks past. Now the other one's coming over with a piece of tube. Look at him. It's breaking the door handle.
Bloody amateurs. I'm going to report them.
You can't do that.
I'm not letting a couple of Berkshires...
Forget it, lad. It isn't our business. Stolen cars are for beat bobbies. You're CID. On observation, you don't break your cover.
All right, Sarge. It just gets up my nose.
Yeah, well, forget it and come and look. Now, they got in the car and they're driving off.
That car belongs to the lady with the 3 kids.
It did? No, it doesn't. They'll use it for a joyride and probably wrap it round a lamppost.
You should have done something about it.
Yes, but it's too late. Hey up, some action opposite. Movement in the hall. Lights come on. The woman, followed by a man. Here we go.
The man's looking for something. Picks up a book. Both leave the room. Light goes off, and that's it.
The visitors must have gone.
Here comes the Jag. It stops. The 3 men appear. Oh, that was good timing.
Yeah.
The Jag drives off.
And the party's over. What time is it?
10 minutes past midnight. Do you think anything more will happen?
Oh, I don't know. We keep watching. It's what the boss said. You get some kip and I'll do the next trick.
Thanks.
Ah, Dave.
Yes, Mr. Wright.
This is Inspector Wade of Crime Intelligence.
Morning, sir. Morning, Sergeant.
The first batch of photographs have come, and Inspector Wade has something to tell us. Go ahead, Bill.
Well, 9 pictures were taken last night. 3 in the front room of the flat. Pretty good definition.
Yeah.
They show a man and a woman. The man is Michelson.
And the woman is Sylvia Roberts. It's his flat, and they live together. Doesn't tell us anything.
That means we can get pictures of anyone in that room.
If we're lucky.
Here's the next batch. This one shows 3 men getting out of a car. This one, 2 going into the building. Backs of heads only. And this one's better. Man talking to the driver. He's Billy Williams.
You were right, Dave.
Yeah.
And the last batch shows the 3 leaving the flats full face. We know them. They're Billy Williams, Joseph Baines, and Jerry Davies. They're from 3 different firms. They haven't worked together before.
They're all strong-arm men. Shotguns and GB-8s, that kind of thing. So whatever the job, it'll be somewhere they have to scare the staff or scare the public. But heavies aren't enough on their own. They need a bit of skill and a driver. And my info says a team of 6. Dave, mind the shop.
Right.
I'm going to have a chat with my bloke. Oh, and Bill. Ask C11 to keep an eye on these 3. And tell us who they're meeting.
Right. Okay, sir.
Sorry, Mr. Roach. I didn't know if I'd make it on time.
Okay, Steve. Get in.
I don't have a lot of time, Mr. Roach.
Nor do I, Steve. What's the hurry?
I'm working.
Things are looking up.
I'm working afternoons. It's a warehouse job. I'm expected to be there by 1:30.
Well, you've got time to talk to me. Is there anything more about that job?
Nah, just that there's something big on the way and Michelson's putting up the cash.
Well, you're right, Steve. 3 villains have been calling on him this week.
If you could tell me who, it might help.
Okay. They're spread out a bit. Baines, Williams, and Davis.
Jerry Davis? You sure?
Yes.
Well, if it's him, I can put another name in the frame for you. Jack Carver.
Who?
Yeah. He's a driver and Jerry won't work without him. Carver's good, and Jerry knows he'll get away safe and fast with him.
Can you keep close to Carver?
Well, it won't be easy, Mr. Roach.
Try.
Okay. He drinks in a club with Davis and plays darts in the Red Lion.
Stay close, Steve. If you hear anything at all, you phone. The governor's taking interest. So there could be a nice little drink in it for you.
Thanks, Mr. Roach.
Right. Now it's 1:10. Where do I drop you?
Corner of Pelham Street. I'm working in that big warehouse there. Packing.
Dave, Jim, let's have you. Close door. What's new?
Well, we've come up with the owner of the car that took him to the flat the other night. Belongs to Williams. It's a pity. They're not taking chances with nick cars. He bought it 2 months ago. £15,000 in cash.
Well, not hard up for a penny, are they?
Nah, none of them are.
Are you sure you didn't know who was driving it?
Not the Jag?
Yeah. You said Williams had a word with the driver.
We couldn't see him properly, sir.
Well, you get this. Any car bringing villains to the flat, I want to know who's driving. Jim?
Sir.
We're having our villains watched on their home ground to see who they're meeting. So if you get any calls...
Yes, sir.
What about Tully and Dean?
All they have is the first night's pictures, no more callers. I mean, maybe Michelson's worked it all out, sir.
And they're ready for the off.
It can't be. Not yet.
Here's your supper, Sarge. And a nice cup of tea.
No, not burgers again. We had those for lunch.
Best I could do, Sarge.
If you hadn't fiddled with that microwave...
Yeah, pressed the wrong setting, didn't I?
Yeah, but 3 goes to get it right. And all the meat pie's ruined.
Yeah, sorry, Sarge.
Yeah, what about all the knives and forks? I think they've forgotten us.
Yeah, you could be right.
Oh, well. Cheers.
Yeah, cheers. How much longer?
Coming up for 10, and as quiet as the grave. People over there stay home all night.
Yeah, it's a laugh, isn't it? Place was supposed to be crawling with villains coming and going. And in 3 nights, what have we had? 1 visit by villains, 2 pictures of the girlfriend going shopping.
Nice pictures.
Oh, yeah, of course. And 3 of Michelson nipping out for a newspaper.
That's what surveillance is all about, old son. Wasting your time.
Hey, up. Looks like we're back in business.
What?
Our friends are back. That silver Jag just pulling in.
Right.
They're getting out. 3 of them again. No, wait. 4 of them. And not all the same.
It's the same car, so we take pictures.
You'll have to be quick. They're not hanging around. Across the pavement and into the lobby and they're gone.
Oh, terrific. Some hearty shots at the back of their heads and that's it.
A light going on in the hall opposite. Sylvia Roberts opening the door. Same old routine. Some people go in, they go into another room. All light goes out.
And that's it. Now we wait until they leave.
Yeah. It's too much. The pace is killing me.
You married, Tully?
Hey? Not yet.
Going steady?
In this job? You're kidding.
No regular at all?
Well, one I suppose. Called Kathy. But when you get too much night work, well...
They don't like it.
Yeah. Hey, look. The hall lights come on again. And someone's going into the study. It's Michelson and one of the other blokes. He closes the door. And they're having a private talk. Looks serious, doesn't it?
Yeah, special.
The other bloke is doing all the spieling and Michelson is nodding. Fishing in his pocket and passing something across.
What?
I couldn't see.
Oh, well, I've got a few shots of it.
Now they're finished. Leave the room, and light goes out.
The hall light's still on. And the others are coming into it. Looks like the meeting's breaking up. Short and sweet.
Yeah. And here comes the Jag. And now the men come out of the lobby and into the street. They time it well.
And this time, we've got their faces front on.
Yeah. Let's hope it's what we want.
Come in. Morning, Mr. Roche.
Morning, Bill. Anything new?
Second batch of photos here.
Any good?
The arrival pictures are not much use.
Do we know who the driver was?
Yeah, he's called Carver, Jack Carver.
Yeah, that fits.
This batch, taken as they left, show the 4 visitors, full face. Williams again. That one's Jim Duggan. That one Ken Taylor.
And the last one?
He isn't known to us. It's been shown around the yard, not known. Do you know, sir?
No. But we have to know him, don't we? We have to have a name.
Yes, sir.
Michelson's building a nice little team. 3 heavies who will bulldoze their way through. Duggan is a sergeant major who will see that the job runs as planned. Taylor is the lookout. And Carver is the best getaway driver this side of the river.
Depends what the job is, sir.
Yes, it does, doesn't it?
Last set of photos, sir. Seems Michelson took one of them aside. Front room. Had a private talk. Have a look.
The unknown man?
Yes, sir. He does the talking. Michelson listens. And this shot shows him passing something over.
But what?
We've had that section of the picture blown up, and it's not clear. The nearest thing it looks like is a bunch of keys. Inspector Wade? Yes, he's here. Someone for you.
Oh, thank you. Hello, Inspector Roach.
It's Steve, Mr. Roach. I've got something for you.
What?
It's about that job. This is the real stuff. I must see you.
I'll pick you up in 20 minutes. Corner of the High Street and Bridge Street. So let's hear it, Steve.
It's on for Thursday.
Where?
It's the bank. Special delivery on Thursday morning. Wages for factories and holiday money. More than $500,000, they reckon. I've written it all down.
How did you get this?
You said to stay close. I got caught up in it, Mr. Roach. I need your help.
What help?
Well, if you read it, you'll see. They're using a Ford truckman for the job and a Vauxhall for the changeover. Carver asked if I'd do them a favour.
What favour?
Well, handle the changeover. Wait until they arrive.
You said yes?
Well, what could I do?
And now you're in it. Up to your neck.
I'm asking for help.
Well, let's have it. What have you promised to do?
Well, they're going to hit this bank when the security van makes a special delivery to the bank at opening time.
And you?
At the same time, not earlier and not later, I park the Vauxhall estate in Elvin Street. It's just under a mile away. A quiet street, but it has 3 ways out. I'll park it and wait. It's the changeover vehicle.
And you'll drive it for them?
No, Carver will drive it. I'll just wait until they arrive.
All right. Now, here's what you do. Don't wait. Park it and walk away.
Yeah, but...
Now, have a look at this photo. Who do you know?
All of them.
Well, go on.
Billy Williams, Jim Duggan, Jack Carver, and that one's Ken Taylor.
And the 5th?
I don't know him, but he's the inside bloke. Works for the security firm.
The security firm? Seen him often?
Twice, that's all. In the pub. It's why Jack said it was a pushover. Inside stuff. The big delivery. You will help me, Mr. Roach.
I'll have a squad in Elvin Street. Just don't be there.
Thanks, Mr. Roach.
Jim, ask Inspector Wade to come to my office and come back with him, will you?
Yes, sir.
Dave, let's have you.
Yes, sir.
Dave. Yeah. We're nearly there. Give Tully and Dean one more night at that flat and then call them off. The job's for Thursday. We'll have it all here. Bill, Jim.
Sir.
Right, it's beginning to come together. Have a look at the map. On our patch, on the corner here, a bank. You all know it. Thursday morning at 9:30, a security van will pull up. Wages and holiday money for the factories around here. Delivery is precisely timed. Everyone at the alert. When the money arrives, the bank doors will open. Security van will then be unlocked. Cash unloaded. Now, at the same time... Roach here.
The commander is free now, sir. He's waiting.
Right, I'm on my way. Stay here, will you? It shouldn't take a second. Just read that when I'm away.
Come in, Chief Inspector. Sit down.
Thanks, sir.
I've read your report.
Yes, right. We've now identified the inside man of the security company. His name's Harris, sir. He's the transit clerk responsible for the movement of the security loads.
What steps have you taken?
Well, I've informed the headquarters of the bank, sir, and the branch manager. In the matter of the security firm, I said nothing. Any move by us would become known to Harris.
So you propose to let it run?
Well, with the precautions explained in my report. If they don't do it this time, it'll be another, sir. And this time we have a charge against Michelson.
How many men will you need?
40 men, sir. 30 on the operation and 10 for emergency.
Your report says 3 men with shotguns. You want arms?
As a standby, yes, sir.
I'll leave it with me.
Thank you, sir. Right then, that's it. You've all made your notes?
Yes, sir.
Now, your first duty is to take care of the public, to assure them and keep them out of danger. And to the officers assigned to deal with the villains, I repeat that the action must be sudden and sharp. No hesitation and no mistakes. I'll be at the operation desk inside the bank and in radio touch with Sergeant Harrison, who will be telling them. Right, that's all.
To Amber from Amber 1. Amber from Amber 1. Are you receiving?
Amber receiving. Go ahead.
The meeting is on. Should be with you in 5 minutes.
Thank you, Amber 1. Out means they should be about here. So he picked them up as they came onto Northbridge Road. 5 minutes to go. Anyone in position, Dave?
Yes, sir. The manager's waiting for your signal to open the main doors.
He opens them when the security van pulls up, not a second before. And when he opens, you go out like one of the bank staff.
Why don't we just bottle the villains in their truck, sir?
Because at that moment they'll be tensed up. Masks on, guns loaded. They'll think you're the security guards and blast you away. Let them leap out and then grab them. Tully?
Sir?
Are the bank staff under cover?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, security van should be getting close. Stand by the window.
Yes, sir.
4 minutes. Amber to Amber 1. Are you running to time?
Going by the clock, no trouble.
The security van's in sight, sir.
Dave, alert the manager and wait for my signal.
Security van's pulling in now, sir. The guards are out and standing around the van, looking at the door, waiting for us to open.
Amber 1.
Go ahead.
You're not going to believe this. A lorry has stalled on the bridge.
Will you repeat? Over.
A lorry has stalled on the bridge.
Is it bad?
We're stuck and so is the truckman.
Send a DC to help. Get it moving and keep in touch.
Roger.
The security van is waiting, sir.
Have they unlocked yet?
No, sir. What looks like the senior security man is checking his watch and coming to the door. It's 9:30.
Dave?
Yep.
Drag your feet a bit. Have the doors opened. Pretend you're one of the staff and ask them to wait at you.
Yes, sir.
Amber 1 to Amber.
Amber, go ahead.
We're moving now, sir, but slowly, and the truckman's still ahead of us.
How long until you're here?
I reckon 4 minutes.
Oh, it'll be too late. Too late. Dave, what's happening out there?
Well, I talked to them, but I can't stall them any longer. They don't take orders from bank staff. They don't unload. They don't hang about.
Bags are being carried in now, sir.
We need 4 minutes.
They could be locked up and gone by then.
Dave, I've got 40 men out there keyed up wondering what's happened. The commander will have my scalp.
What if you don't score?
We have to score.
Last bag's coming in, sir. They're getting ready to lock the van.
OK, Charlie, let them go. And keep your eyes on the traffic from the bridge. When you spot the truckman, tell me.
Yes, sir.
Dave.
Yeah.
We've got to figure this again. Coming towards us are 5 villains, all cooped up in a traffic jam, knowing it's now too late. They'll have hidden their guns. The adrenaline will have drained away at their lowest ebb. Take a squad and surprise them.
What, in the traffic, sir?
Find one of our uniformed men. Get him into that jam to sort out the truckman. Filter it off into that side street just beyond the bridge. All right, Brooke?
Yes, sir.
Then go. You've got 3 minutes and I want them.
Excuse me, sir.
What's the matter, officer?
Nothing but trouble this morning, sir. Well, we'll soon have it sorted. If you'll just go to the left of that car ahead of you, you'll be out of it.
Oh, thanks.
What did he say, Jack?
Traffic cop. Says we'll be out of it soon.
Bloody time. All this for nothing.
Keep your hair on.
Morning, Mr. Carver. Pull over, will you?
Who says?
Police.
What? What's happening?
Don't move in there. We're mob-handed. We're armed and you'll need some.
Stay in there! Stay inside! Come on!
That's it, sir. 5 in the cells, and Michelson and Harris are being brought in now. What's the charge, sir?
Not the one we'd hoped for. Caught with the cash, but it'll do. Conspiracy to steal.
With Michelson, will it stick?
Like superglue. It's all here, isn't it? 5 villains taken in the van with this lot. 3 shotguns, 2 pick handles and masks. Then we have the photos of the meeting at Michelson's flat. And most important, photos of the meeting with James Harris. Let me know when they're both brought in.
In this week's story of Detective D.S. Brooke was played by Ray Brooks and D.C. Cully by Stephen Garlick. D.S. Harrison, Peter Cleall, Chief Inspector Roach, Stephen Yardley, D.S. Dean, David Simeon, Inspector Wade, David Sinclair, Steve, Trevor Nichols, and the Commander, Bernard Brown. Detective was written by Robert Barr and produced by Martin Fisher.
MP to all cars. Armed robbery on security vehicle now. 4 men.
MP to go 1-1. Suspects on premises now.
Tango 1 to Tango 3. Can you assist 3 vehicle heading your direction? Driver believed drunk in charge.
Detective, stories of crime and detection in London, written by Robert Barr, with Ray Brooks and Stephen Garlick. This week, a family affair.
Oh, it's cold. They could have chosen a better morning for it.
Don't choose mornings for funerals, Tully. And graveyards are always cold and windy. Don't you know?
Do we have to be so near, right among them? It's like a villain's convention.
We're showing our respect.
There's getting a lot of spectators.
Mourners, Tully.
Oh, nobody's mourning, Sarge. They've come to see him put down, that's all. Come to make sure he's 6 feet under.
Yeah. Must be quite a few cheerful people here, but to look at them, you'd think they'd lost their best friend.
Look, another car's arrived. 3 big blokes here now.
Yeah, this is 3 brothers. Means the family's all in now.
What, do you know them?
Yeah. Left to right, it's Joe, Jack, and Jonathan.
3 J's?
Yeah. Old man like names beginning with J. The one line in the verse is Jim, the late and not much lamented James Alder. Top finner.
It's not often a big villain is taken from us without warning.
Driving his supercharged Mercedes, minding his own business, then zonk. He's stuffed to the great safe deposit in the sky.
Before we had time to say goodbye.
Before we had time to make a will or tell his family where all the loot is. They found nothing in the bank, nothing under the mattress, known to be worth a mint. Well, where is it?
It was loaded.
More than you and I'll ever see. That's why his brothers are here, why they were sent for by Ma. If her sons don't find it, World War III will be declared. That's Ma over there, the big lady, you see?
Yeah.
And the younger one, the good-looking one, that's the widow.
They're bringing the coffin now.
Yeah. It's 3 brothers and 3 close friends of the family. The one with the fair hair, that's Paul Garrett. The other 2 are Mike Dixon and Pete Campbell, both known as. Take a good look at them and check the line-up round the grave.
Here. You don't think the cash is in the box with him, do you, Sarge?
We're showing respect, remember?
Yes, Sarge.
So shut up, keep quiet.
Well, that's it. All over. Get a load of the flowers. I've never seen so many.
Must be 1,000 quid worth.
Half the manor must have chipped in.
Yeah, the king is dead.
And the wind's getting colder.
Won't take much longer. Watch them as they come forward and pay respects to Ma. We need to know who has come and who hasn't, and who the brothers talked to on the way out.
Yeah, okay.
Almost breaking up. Let's follow them out.
You. Brooke, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Who asked you here?
Come to pay our respects. This is your...
I don't want to know who he is. I want to know what you're doing here.
The announcement said all friends were welcome.
Yeah, since when a copper's been friends?
I sent a ring.
The police funds, was it? Yeah, thanks for nothing. This is private. You're not wanted. Go away.
If you say so.
Who was that?
Brother Jonathan, youngest of the family and the roughest. Ma's favourite. You busy, sir?
Oh, back, Dave. What was it like? Good turnout?
Yeah, a couple of hundred. A lot of them came just to spot the local celebrities. There were about 50 villains counted. Oh, and his 3 brothers turned up, of course, to be with Ma.
Well, that was expected. She has always ruled that family. Her old man Danny was away a lot. Parkhurst, mostly. When I came to this patch, Jim was becoming the breadwinner. A bigger villain than his dad. Ran his brothers like a team. Made a lot more cash.
How much do you reckon?
6 figures? Could be even 7. Well, that's what crime intelligence think. Involved in at least 4 blaggings a year for the past 7 or 8 years. And he was no big spender.
Stashed it away.
The only spending he ever did was buying a share in that club he used to drink in, what was it called?
Double Six.
Oh, yes, that's it. And a half share in a betting shop. Jim liked to bet, hated to lose. Oh, and he set up a minicab firm. His only ambition was to do what poor Garrett did.
Oh, he was at the funeral.
Garrett?
Yeah, he was a friend of the family. He was one of the bearers. He took Ma's arms. They walked back to the funeral cars.
Oh, did he? Well, right now, I want us to have some ears in the pubs today. I want to know what the brothers are up to.
I'll have a look around.
Right.
Here, Tommy. I want a word with you.
You're getting about a bit this lunchtime, ain't you, Mr. Brooke? First the Falcon, then in the Line. I didn't know you was a pub crawler.
Very funny, Tommy. You know what I want? News.
Well, my news to you is to stay away from the boozers. And Johnny didn't like you being at the funeral.
I saw you there as well. What was the talk about among the mourners?
But there's going to be trouble all day. And anyone seen speaking to a cop is going to be in for a touch of GBH.
Nobody can see you speaking to me here, Tommy. So go on.
The brothers are paying visits.
What are they looking for?
Oh, you know, Mr. Brooke. Cash. What else? The money Jim had. It's got lost.
Well, don't the brothers know where it is?
Out of touch, that's what. 2 of them on extended holiday out in Spain.
On the Costa del Crime.
Yeah. And Johnny's just out after 5 years inside. They can't find a thing. No will, no bits of paper, no bank books, nothing.
Have they been to the banks?
Oh, yeah. They got a brief writing round the banks. Did my late client open any accounts, you know? Hey, Mr. Brooke, you got a fag?
Yeah. Go on, you can keep them.
Oh, Tom.
What's the brief's name?
Finch.
Oh, him. Did he find anything?
Nah. You got a light?
Yeah, tell me.
And they're asking other questions. Like who Jim had been friendly with while I was away.
Well, there must have been someone he trusted.
Oh, yeah. Paul Garrett. He went back to the Orders house after the funeral. Ma always had a soft spot for him.
Is he still there?
No, I just seen him in the King's Head, though. Having some grub.
Remembering the bad old days.
Yeah. Before going back to Kent.
Well, keep listening, Tommy. And Tom.
Will do, Mr. Brooke.
Dave?
Sir?
Let's have you. Right then. Bring me up to date on the Alders.
They've had a brief writing round to the banks asking if his late client had opened any accounts.
Who is the brief?
Finch.
Ah, that figures.
Yeah, he specialises in villains for clients.
Yeah, have a talk with him, will you? Let him know that we're searching too.
Yeah. Could be in a bank.
Could be in a safe. There's one at the club, and a big one in the betting shop. Jim Alder had the right to use either.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes, Tom?
The trouble started early. 2 of Jim Alder's old friends have been taken to casualty, the fracture unit.
Do we know who?
Yes, sir. A man named Timothy Duffy.
Yeah, he's the barman at the Double Six. And the other?
Tony Peters.
You know him, Dave?
By name, yeah.
Yeah, he used to be Jim's gopher. What's happened to him?
Duffy has a broken leg in 2 places, and Peters has a broken hand.
And it's down to the Alders.
You're joking, sir. Duffy says he fell down the cellar steps. Peters can't think of an excuse yet and has said nothing.
It's shaping up. Go to the hospital. If you can get one of them to complain, we'll bring the Alders in for a talk.
Yes, sir.
You said Paul Garrett was at the funeral, Dave?
Yeah.
Well, if he's still on the patch, I want you to see him.
Yeah, I might just be able to catch him if he stays till 3 o'clock. You think he might be back in the game?
Could be. Jim Alder was on his way back from seeing Garrett in Kent when the crash happened.
Was he?
The fact that he came to the funeral could put it out of court. But Garrett's worth a chat. CID, Chief Inspector Roach. For Tully? Yeah, all right, put it through. Yes, what is it? Yeah, all right, I'll see you gets that. Oh, and don't put Tully's calls through to me. Put them through to CID room, all right? One of Tully's contacts to say that 2 more have been taken to casualty. The manager of the 66 and one of the clerks from the betting shop.
And it's the same story, is it? All a great surprise. Can't remember how it happened.
Yeah.
Right, I'll be with Garrett at the King's Head, if you want me.
Right.
Mr. Garrett?
Sergeant, Brooke, isn't it?
Yeah.
I saw you at the funeral. Being sorted out by Johnny.
He hasn't changed much, has he?
No, he hasn't. How do you know where to find me?
Well, this is my patch, isn't it? Anyway, the King's Head used to be all local, didn't it?
Well, I thought I'd drop in and have one, for old time's sake. Hasn't changed much, has it?
Not what you're used to now, is it, down in Kent? Do you mind if I have a word with you?
I was just on my way home. But, let's sit down.
Yeah.
What can I do for you?
It's about your friend, Jim Alder.
Jim's dead.
Yeah, I know. He was coming back from Kent when it happened, wasn't he?
And you want to know if he'd been to see me, that it?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was with me. We spent the day together. He left at 8. He was dead by 9.
Must have been a shock to you.
To everyone. What's on your mind?
Money. It seems to be on everybody's mind today.
Everyone's interested in Jim's money. Perhaps he didn't leave any money.
Well, if he didn't, an awful lot of people are going to hospital for nothing.
I'll take the point. What's your theory?
That it's being minded somewhere, and the minder's going to need some protection.
Are you?
Yeah.
We're both going to need some protection, Sergeant. Look who's just come in.
Johnny Alder.
What the hell's he doing here?
Having a drink with me. Why not join us?
He's sticking his bloody nose in again.
Johnny, what do you want?
You, back at the house.
Who wants me?
Joe wants you.
I've told him there's nothing more to tell.
Joe says to come. And so do I.
You've had my answer.
Look, Garrett.
Johnny, don't ever speak to me like that again. Sit down. I said sit down. Johnny, you're just out of jail and your brother is dead. Now I'm making allowances, but never shout at me, never threaten me, and never give me orders. If your ma wants me to come to the house, I'll go. But you and your brother, no.
I'll be back. And your tame copper better not be here.
Sorry about that, Sergeant. I wasn't sure if I'd get away with that. Only Jim could keep that one in his place.
Yeah, he always was a tearaway.
Now, what were you saying?
Well, you were talking about Jim's visit to you on Saturday.
Oh, yes. Well, it had nothing to do with this business. Jim just liked to get out of town, see the country.
I hear you've got a nice place in Kent.
Yeah, not bad. It's a manor house. Got it cheap. Previous owner went bankrupt. How'd you know?
My inspector told me. Chief Inspector Roach.
Chief Inspector? When I knew him, he was just a sergeant. So, he's still around. Well, when you see him, give him my regards. And tell him he has an invitation. Down to Kent. So I'd like to meet him again. Chat about old times.
I've been looking for you, Sarge. Where have you been?
Here and there.
You've been missing all the fun. Alder's betting shop has been done over and the safe opened.
Well, the brothers, of course.
No, one of the neighbours. She heard screams. Thought someone was being murdered. When we got there, the safe was open. Everything scattered on the floor. The manager was alone, sitting against the wall like he'd been run over.
I think we better get him in.
His name's Wilkins.
Where is he?
He's gone to casualty like the rest.
Oh. Well, when he's been treated, I want to see him. Is Mr. Roach in?
Yeah, just come back.
Right.
Come in, Dave. How was Garrett?
Well, he was good company.
He was always good company, always the top villain. Was he any help?
Well, he didn't say much to me, but he asked about you. Wants to know if you'd go down to Kent for a chat.
For a chat?
Well, that's what he said. His actual words were, I'd like to meet him again, chat about old times.
Oh, did he? And what's Tully up to?
Well, the mayhem's still going on. Jim Alder's betting shop's been broken into. He's gone to fetch Mr. Wilkins. He's the manager.
Here he is, Sergeant. Alfred Wilkins.
Come in, Mr. Wilkins. You have been in the wars, haven't you? Head in bandages.
Yeah, and his arm's broken.
I'm not asking you, Tully. I'm asking Mr. Wilkins. It's broken, is it?
Yeah.
Not sure, are we?
Yeah, it's broken.
But we don't know who did it, right? Well, sit down, Mr. Wilkins. Tully, a chair for our guest. Now, Mr. Wilkins, you are the manager of the betting shop at number 14 Bridge Street. Is that right?
Yeah.
What were you doing in the betting shop at 11 o'clock at night?
Oh, I was told to be there.
Who told you?
The Alders. They had a right to call me. I had to go.
A right?
Well, Jim Alder was my partner. He's dead, so his two brothers are my partners now.
So, they asked you to open the safe?
Yeah.
And then broke your arm?
No, the safe door did it.
Then I suppose the door hit you over the head. Mr. Wilkins, let's have the truth. You refused to open the safe, so they took a chair and beat you over the head. Is that more like it?
There was a broken stool in the office, Sarge.
What did they think was in the safe?
They had a right to look in the safe. They're my partners. They had a right to call me out.
Did Jim Alder ever keep money in your safe?
No, we don't keep money in the safe now. Only ledgers. We bank every day.
That's why they duffed you up, is it?
Sergeant, I've been in hospital. I'm not feeling very well. If you're finished, can I go now?
Goodbye, Mr. Wilkins. And the best of luck with your new partners.
Yeah.
They had a right.
You should see the others in casualty, Sarge. It's like Chelsea and Millwall. Crutches, splints, heads bandaged, you name it.
I don't care how many slags like Wilkins get hurt, as long as they keep it amongst themselves. I think it's time to see Mr. Finch, the well-known villain's brief.
Come in, please. It's, Sergeant Brooke, isn't it?
Yes, Mr. Finch.
Yes, of course. We've met in court, haven't we?
Several times, sir. This is Detective Constable Tully.
Do please sit down. Now, what can I do for you?
Well, we understand that you're acting for Jim Alder.
Well, if you're referring to the late James Alder, yes, I was. Now I'm acting for his widow, Sergeant. I've been asked to settle his estate.
The family seem to think there's some money missing.
Yes, correct. His affairs were not in the best of order. I've been writing to the banks, the Big Five, several others, trying to trace his accounts.
The family seem to think that the money's not in a bank.
I see.
You looked after Jim Alder for some years.
On and off, you might say. I hadn't acted for Jim for, how long? 10 years. He turned into a model citizen before his unfortunate death.
He just wasn't caught, was he?
I didn't hear that, Sergeant.
So you don't know anything about spare money that might be lying around?
No. And as an officer of the court, I'd be bound to report it.
Yes.
Well, I'm glad you called. I'm in close touch with the family, and if I can help you, or you can help me, let me know.
Thank you, sir.
If we can help him. That was a laugh. He's a smooth talker, isn't he?
Yeah, he's made a good thing out of that family. He can't be pleased that his best client is now the late Jim Alder. I'll have a word with the old man. Be straight back.
Right.
Mr. Roach?
Oh, yes, Dave. What is it?
We've seen Mr. Finch. He's winding up Jim Alder's estate.
Oh, yeah. Have the brothers been there?
No.
Oh, we're not much further on, are we?
No, sir.
Well, try this. I've asked for Tony Peters to be brought in.
Well, the one who had his hand crushed.
That's him. He ran errands for Jim. He's not very bright, but you may get something out of him. He was always around Alder. They were close. Have a word with him.
Yes, sir.
You'll have to wait, though. He's still in hospital.
Yes, sir.
But it could be worth it.
Tony Peters, Sergeant.
Come in, Tony. So, they kept you in hospital, did they?
Yeah, all night. Discharged myself this morning, didn't I?
Take a seat. What happened to your hand?
Doctor said some bones are broken.
Not some. The doctor said all his fingers were broken.
Oh dear. Is that true, Tony?
If the doctor said it. Yeah.
What do you say?
Nothing, Mr. Brooke. I was told never say nothing in the nick.
Sure. Would you like a cup of tea, Tony?
Yeah, I'd like that.
Charlie, tell the PC. Tea for our friend Tony.
Yes, Sarge.
Won't be long, Tony. Who did it?
What?
Your hand. Oh, come on, Tony. It's not a secret. We all know. You were in the pub, the Stag's Head. 20 people saw it. One of your pals took you to the hospital.
Anything you make me say, I'm not giving as evidence. Not against them.
No, of course not, no. Anything you say to me won't be evidence. It'll be just between you and me and DC Tully when he comes back.
Tea's on its way.
I was telling Tony that anything he tells us is between friends, okay?
Yeah, that's right, Sarge. Between friends.
We don't want to bother you with all the bits, Tony, but you were in the pub with a pal when they came. Now, what time was it?
It was 9:30, Sarge.
You see, Tony, we know. Why don't you answer for yourself?
Yeah, it was 9:30.
When they came?
Yeah.
All three?
No, just Joe and that bloody Johnny.
And they took you over to the wall and started breaking your fingers?
And then my thumb. Oh, my thumb was the worst. I could kill the bastard.
They were asking you questions. What were they asking?
I can't say.
No, it won't be evidence, Tony, remember? What were they asking?
If I was keeping anything for Jim, if he gave me money, big money. Well, he didn't. The only money I got from Mr. Alder was me wages. Johnny didn't like that. And then he wanted to know if his brother had any other mates he was close with.
Did you tell them?
Yeah, I said he had friends all over, in a club and that.
But really close ones, Tony, ones he could trust, like you, who did things for him.
Well, there was one. He's the driver with a cab hire firm. He got on with him.
How do you mean, Tony?
Well, this bloke used to run him around and wait for him. And if Mr. Alder was drinking, to take him home and that. Always used him.
Damn.
Hey, your tea, Tony. There you go.
Thanks.
Tony, this cab driver, what was his name?
Frank.
His other name?
I don't know. He would just say, tell Frank to come round for me at 5, and tell Frank to pick me up at the club, usual time. Frank looked after him a lot.
Did you tell this to Johnny?
No.
Thanks, Tony. You stay and finish your tea. Tony, look after him.
So how was Peters?
We're getting somewhere, sir. He came up with what might be a good lead. It could be the one we want, a minicab firm. Jim Alder had a favourite driver who ran him around at night. Cabs can be useful for moving things.
Have him brought in.
No trouble. I think I'll book myself a cab.
Right.
London Cabs, can I help you?
Yeah, I want to book a cab to pick me up right away.
Yes, sir. From where?
Outside the Queen's Hotel.
And the journey, sir?
Well, I'd like to book it for the whole afternoon. I want to do some sightseeing. Is there any chance of Frank taking me? He was recommended to me.
Frank? Hold on a minute, sir. Has Frank booked on you? Sorry, sir. Frank hasn't booked on today.
Do you expect him later?
I hope so, sir. He should have been on this morning.
Right, I'll call again.
Did you get him?
No, he hasn't booked on today. Hang on a minute.
Yes?
Can you spare a minute, sir?
If it's 1 minute, yes.
Our friend the cab driver hasn't reported for duty today.
Skipped?
Or in hiding.
Find him. And let me know when I get back.
Where are you going, sir?
To Kent. Taking up the invitation from Paul Garrett.
Have that chat about old times.
Yeah. I put him in the dock 5 years ago, with Jonathan Alder and 2 others.
And he didn't go down?
No. The luck of the game. I'll tell you sometime. Hello, Garrett.
Chief Inspector, come in.
Thank you.
It is Chief Inspector now, isn't it?
Yes.
You've come up in the world.
Not as much as you, Garrett.
Well, it's good of you to drop in.
I couldn't pass it up, could I?
You have a drink?
Why not?
Come through.
Thank you.
Scotch or brandy?
Scotch.
Soda or water?
Water. 50-50.
It was always 50-50. Don't change. Hang on.
Well, you've got a nice place here, Garrett. Quite a country gentleman, aren't you? I suppose you brought this with your share.
You still bear me a grudge?
Oh, it's too late for that. Or water under the bridge. Cheers.
Cheers. It was a laugh, wasn't it, eh? Remember? Your lady witness wanted to look her best, wouldn't wear her glasses. When they asked her to point to me in the dock, she pointed to Johnny. You should have seen your face.
You should have seen Johnny's face. It sent him down and you walked free. Since Johnny's been out, there's been nothing but trouble.
You think I can stop it?
Well, you asked to see me.
Fact is, part of the money is Johnny's. The same share that I got. A big one. But he had to do time for his. Expected to come out and enjoy it. Instead, he comes out to his brother's funeral. And told his money is gone.
And he doesn't have to start a war.
You're dealing with a real villain. Johnny's sympathy ended at the graveside. He did 5 years for that money. He's not about to let anyone else have it.
You don't have much time for Johnny, do you?
He's a menace.
Do you know who's got the cash?
Nope.
So what's your interest?
In the family? Ma. She was good to me in my young days. I owe her. Let me top your drink up.
Oh. Was Jim planning to come down here? Buy a place like this?
Well, you know how it is. To all good companies, a place in Kent is like a little bit of heaven.
Well, he'll know now, won't he?
Sitting up there, looking down, at the fellow who stole his cash. He's got a fortune if only he can keep his nerve.
Who?
Someone with brains to cash in on what Jim left. Someone who knows how to convert money, how to invest, who's used to handling money. A lot of money.
Can you put a name to him?
Nah, but I'll tell you this. There's an old saying, set a thief to catch a thief. Johnny Alder's a top thief. He'll find him before you do.
You think?
I'll make a bet on it. That Johnny will find him first. Will you take me? Tenner.
All right. You're on.
Yeah, well, we'll drink to it. And then I'll show you the grounds.
Guess what, Sarge?
All right, Tully, you look pleased with yourself. Tell me.
I found your driver.
What, Frank?
Yeah, scared stiff he was. All packed and ready to run.
Does he know anything about the money?
No, but he knows who Jim Alder gave it to, and he's had a visitor asking questions. That's why he's getting out.
Who's the minder?
Someone we've both met.
I get it. What are we waiting for? Let's go.
We better get a few DCs. There's a light on in his office.
On his own, packing up the cash.
Well, somebody is.
Kelly, you stay with the car. O'Brien, follow us. First floor.
Right, Sarge.
Go on, Charlie. All right, Johnny. Just stand where you are.
Brooke, I told you, just keep out of this. There's none of your bloody good...
Charlie, did you have to do that?
Yes, Sarge. And when he comes round, he'll get another. How about our friend over there?
Mr. Finch. Mr. Finch, can you hear me? No, he's out.
Oh, Johnny's made a right mess of him, hasn't he?
Yeah. O'Brien, call an ambulance, will you?
Yes, Sarge. Mr. Finch. Does it surprise you, Sarge?
What, Finch, the lawyer? The man in a position of trust, no?
Johnny Adler didn't trust him. Just look around.
Yeah, it's all a mess, isn't it? Filing cabinet smashed. Safe open, letters, cash.
Safe deposit keys.
I suppose Frank told Johnny.
Yeah, Johnny turned nasty and threatened him. So he told him the cash had all been taken to Finch to look after until Johnny came out.
Yeah, but Finch had other ideas. He was going to keep it for himself.
Yeah.
Mr. Finch. Mr. Finch. Sergeant Brooke, can you hear me?
He doesn't want to hear. He spun us a right old tale. Acting for the family. 5, 6, 7 safe deposit keys. We should have no trouble finding the money now.
Good. Better put the cuffs on Alder while he's out.
All right, Johnny, turn over.
Well, Mr. Roach, what do you think of the place?
Oh, very nice, Paul. Beautiful garden. It must take a lot of upkeep.
Yeah, it leaves a lot of staff to keep it like this.
How the other half live.
Excuse me. Paul Garrett. Who is it? Oh, yes, he's here. There's a call for you. If you want to take it in private.
Oh, no, it's fine here.
Roach here. Oh, hello, Dave. You have? It was who?
An ambulance on the way. Yeah, I want you to stay with him and get a statement. Yes, from both. I'm coming back.
Trouble?
Yes. Jonathan and the lawyer Finch.
And Finch had the money?
Yes.
And he was at the funeral. Did you know? Holding Ma's hand, saying how sorry he was. He was always bent.
Well, you should know. Thanks for the drink. I'd better be off.
Chief Inspector?
Yes?
You've forgotten something. If Johnny got to him first, you owe me a tenner.
In this week's story of Detective, D.S. Brooke was played by Ray Brooks and D.C. Tully by Stephen Garlick. Chief Inspector Roach, Stephen Yardley, Paul Garrett, Brian Croucher, Mr. Finch, David Garth, Tony Peters, Trevor Nichols, Tommy, Robin Summers, Johnny Adler, Clive Panto, and Mr. Wilkins, David Sinclair. Detective was written by Robert Barr and produced by Martin Fisher.
MP to all cars. Armed robbery on security vehicle now. 4 men.
Disturbance at High Street. Gang of youths
MP
riding
to
with
Golf
knives.
1-1.
Assistance service.
Suspects on premises now.
Tango 1 to Tango 3. Can you assist 3 vehicle heading your direction? Driver believed drunk in charge.
Detective, stories of crime and detection in London, written by Robert Barr, with Ray Brooks and Stephen Garlick. This week, Search Warrant.
CID, Sergeant Harrison. Who is it? No, sir. DC Tully isn't here at the moment. I'll give him a message. As soon as he comes in. Thank you, sir.
Come in a minute. Bring the duty sheet.
Yes, Mr. Roach. Duty sheet, sir.
Oh, right, yeah. I've had a call from the robbery squad. They're laying on a raid for tonight, on our patch. They'd like a bit of backup, local knowledge. Who do we have?
Where is it, sir?
A house in Alton Mews.
Do we know who'll be in charge?
Oh, we'll know this afternoon. But we'd better know who we can spare. Now, I want you to be in charge on our side. Take 4 others. Who do you suggest?
We can spare Lloyd and Nichols.
And?
Oh, it's a night job?
Yeah, it could take most of the night.
Well, I'd like Dave with me, and Tully.
And as my sergeant, you're in charge, OK? See me in the afternoon.
Yes, sir. Dave?
Yeah?
How's your love life?
No, what? Your love life? A bit slow, right?
Then you won't complain. Job for you tonight. Robbery squad doing a swoop. Need a bit of local knowledge.
Oh, I know what that means. Freezing in some back street waiting for someone to make a run for it.
You'd rather be in bed.
How did you guess?
Well, it's not your lucky night. You're booked for it. And Tully. Where is he?
Out looking for a witness, that lorry job.
Oh, yeah. Commander's office phone just now. Asking how you were getting on.
You're interested?
It's one of a string of lorry jobs. The yard's interested, so the commander's interested. Wants something on paper.
Not today. Have you seen our backlog? Anybody with nothing to do can help himself.
He wants something on paper.
Maybe tomorrow. We're trying to trace 2 witnesses, but it all takes time.
You could tell him that.
What, tell him that somebody told me that he heard somebody telling somebody else that 2 women were passing the time? No, wait. I'll wait till we find them.
Tomorrow?
So long as it's always tomorrow. Now, can I get on with my work?
You're booked for tonight.
Thanks a lot.
12 floors up and no lift. Just my luck. Excuse me, Ma'am. Are you Mrs. Collins? Mrs. Martha Collins?
Yeah?
I'm a police officer, Ma'am. Detective Constable Tully. Can I have a word with you, please?
What about?
Well, it'll only take a few minutes.
You mean you want to come in? Well, you can't. I'm not dressed for visitors, am I? Can you come back?
It would save time. The lift's out of order and it's a long way to go up and down.
Well, it's always going wrong. It's about time to give us a new one. I'm always complaining the council. Nothing gets done.
I'm sorry to hear that, madam.
All right, I suppose you'll have to come in.
Thank you, madam.
But I'm leaving the door open.
Quite correct, madam.
Never know who calls on you these days. All sorts. And who did you say you are?
Detective Constable Tully.
You look too young for a policeman.
That's what they all say. Here, I'll show you my warrant.
No, don't bother. You look honest. But you stay here. I'll go and put something better on.
Right.
Now, what did you say you want?
Just making some inquiries. Do you know a lady, a Miss Elizabeth Brown?
No, I don't.
Well, she knows you, madam. Knows you very well.
What's that supposed to mean?
Well, we're trying to trace witnesses. A lorry was stolen in Mitchell Street on Wednesday morning.
Well, why should I know about that?
Madam, at 9 o'clock that morning, the street was empty, except for 2 women and a lorry that was parked there. I'm told that you were one of the women and you were carrying a brown canvas shopping bag.
What?
I'm told that you were one of the women and...
You don't need to shout. I'm not deaf.
Sorry. And you were carrying a brown canvas shopping bag?
Yes, that's right. I was.
And I believe you know the other woman?
Oh, well, yeah, in the manner of speaking, she works in the paper shop, but I don't know her name. What's this about?
Mrs. Collins, do you remember a lorry? A large lorry in the street?
Well, of course I do. We had to wait until it went.
A big lorry with something written on the side. Can you remember the name?
No. But I remember the 2 men getting in. Little and large, I said.
Yeah?
A thin one, a fat one.
And you saw them getting into the lorry?
Well, that's why I had to wait until they drove away before I could cross to the paper shop.
Now, you saw them clearly?
As clear as I can see you.
Would you recognise them again?
Don't think so, no.
Anything else you can remember?
Well, just that I had to wait.
Will you think about it, Mum?
Yes.
And later I'll take a statement from you. Maybe show you some photos to see if you can remember the two men.
Yeah, well, don't come so early next time.
No, madam.
Ah, there you are, Charlie.
That flaming tea machine's on the blink again. Lost my 5p.
Yeah, last time I pressed tea, I got sued.
The only way to make it work is kick it.
Yeah. Tell me luck with the witness.
Yeah, for once. I found 2 witnesses. Found the girl. She works in the newsagents on the corner. Happens the other was a customer and she knew her address.
Good witnesses?
Well, the girl's all right. Miss Elizabeth Brown. The other was a right old biddy. Lives at the top of a high-rise and was real grumpy.
Well, she's got a right to be living in a high-rise. Will she make a good witness, though?
No, but she'll confirm what the girl has to say. One thing, she said the 2 geezers who drove the lorry away were thin and fat, like Little and Large.
But villains, not comics.
Well, it could convict them.
Yeah, but it's not our case, is it? One of a string. It goes to whoever nicks them.
Yeah, but yard.
Now, listen, there's something else I want you to do. The shop break-ins. It could be Ken Lockett. It's his style. Takes money and fags and nothing else. I want to know if he's still on the patch.
Ken Lockett?
Yeah. Now, listen, there's 2 pubs that he favours. Go into the Lion about midday. If he's there, don't let him know you've seen him. You're not interested. If he isn't there, go up to the King's Head. Same thing. If he's there, don't notice him. You're looking for someone else. Then see me in the Raven and report.
Yes, Sarge.
Oh, look here. Here's 5p. On your way out, try the machine again. Treat yourself to a tea.
Tell Sarge.
Or a soup. What we have, Jim?
Pint.
2 pints, Chris.
Right, Dave.
Your info was right. There were 2 women in the street. Charlie found them.
Saw it being taken away?
One of them can do better than that. She clocked the 2, snatched it.
2 pints.
Thanks, Chris. Right, let's find a table.
Saw them take it away?
Yeah, thin and a fat one, she says. We could show her some pictures.
And you'll do the report for the commander?
Oh, we'll have to take the statements first. Tomorrow?
Not later, Dave. The yard keep asking him, and he keeps asking me.
Yeah, it's tough being the governor sergeant, isn't it?
Yes.
All right, I'll do it if you let us off tonight's job.
I can't do that, Dave. Everything that comes down the line is priority. Best to do it and get it over.
OK, as soon as I can.
Here comes your DC.
How'd it go?
Ken Lockett wasn't in the Lion, and he wasn't in the King's Head. But I saw him going into the Falcon.
Did you follow him in?
Well, you said not to show interest. He was with that big fella, Marshall.
Oh, yeah, Eddie Marshall. Yeah, that fits. They work together.
What's this?
Shop break-ins at the North End.
They could be planning something.
Well, I'll have to wait until tomorrow. We'll be busy tonight.
What is this job tonight?
On loan to the robbery squad. They're doing a muse job. They need someone to hold their hand.
Us?
Yeah, it's called local knowledge.
Working with the Sweeney?
Don't get excited, son. 3 o'clock on a cold morning, waiting to nick a villain. Isn't all it's cracked up to be, I tell you.
Ready for the other half?
Oh, yeah.
Charlie?
Oh, yeah, thanks.
Right. Pints then.
So, you want me to look after Lockett this afternoon?
No, leave that. And leave the 2 ladies, they'll keep. I've got a feeling that tonight is going to interfere with everything.
Jim, let's have you.
Yes, Mr. Roach. A call from the yard. Tonight's work is sorted out. You meet at 01:30. You should be quiet then. The target is Alton Mews, but you meet a few streets away on the corner of Lambton Place. They will be in 2 cars, and take 2 yourself.
Do we know what we're after?
Recovery of stolen goods.
Well, we're a bit heavy for recovering stolen goods. Who's in charge of their end?
Someone you know. Tommy Miller.
Oh.
Where is he?
No, sir. When's the briefing?
You'll be briefed on the spot. You have an hour to pick up your team, OK? Report to me when it's over.
Yes, sir.
Dave?
Yeah?
It's on. We meet them in an hour.
Where?
Meet at the corner of Lambton Place, then make for Alton Mews. And guess what? Tommy Miller's in charge.
Is he?
Yeah, I don't like it either. Why does Miller want us? He worked here for 4 years. He's all the local knowledge he needs.
Insurance in case it goes wrong?
Well, we know Miller, don't we?
It's Mr. Roach.
It's a call from the robbery squad. You do what they ask.
We'll get rid of them and go.
Yeah, you and Tully in 1 car. I'll take Lloyd and Nichols.
Tully!
Judge!
Time to go to work.
On my way.
Ready then?
Yep.
What was all that about with Sergeant Harrison? I couldn't help hearing back in the office.
He's just learned who's in charge of tonight's job.
Oh?
Tommy Miller. Do you know him?
Miller? No. What's the problem?
Personal, that's all. Come on, let's get started. We've got a job to do.
So this Sergeant Miller?
Well, he used to be with us. He was transferred to the Sweeney, and Jim Harrison got his job. Sergeant, the Chief Inspector.
What's wrong with that?
Just keep your eye on the road, will you?
Yes, Sarge. What's he like then, this Miller?
You'll find out. Always ambitious, Tommy was. That's why he got into the Sweeney. Rough and ruthless. Takes all the credit. That's why he's doing so well.
You don't like him?
He never bothered me. I didn't let him.
And Sergeant Harrison?
Well, he was a DC at the time and got across him. If Miller gives you a job tonight, be on your toes. He doesn't like DCs.
Yes, Sarge.
Not much further.
No, Sarge. Should be there right on 1:30.
Jim's car's still behind?
Yeah. Look, where do you want me to park? It's going to look a bit obvious, isn't it? An empty street, two cars arriving at the same time, parking next to each other.
There's an all-night Chinese takeaway on the corner, see? We'll park just past it, and Jim can follow him behind us.
Right. 1:30 precisely.
Yep, and Jim behind us.
No sign of your pals from the yard?
They're never on time.
London's not bad at this time of the morning, is it? Nice and quiet.
Yeah.
Sarge, that takeaway, any chance of getting a bit? I'm feeling peckish. Didn't we could just...
No, we couldn't. And don't you think of anything else but your stomach?
Oh, yes, Sarge. It's just that Chinese food's my favourite.
Well, it isn't mine. You're not stinking the car out with a load of sweet and sour.
Yeah, all right. Oh, Sarge, this Autumn Muse, what's it like?
You don't know?
No.
No, it used to be quite classy. Now it's gone downhill. Backside the Walton Terrace, which used to be posh and's now even tattier. Big houses once. Now they've each got 9, 10 families crammed in. Go into one, you don't know what you're going to find.
United Nations stuff.
That's right. Except they don't speak much English. Not to us, anyway.
Hey, up. Here come your friends. We go and see them?
No, let them come to us.
Two coming over.
The big one's Miller. Hi, Tommy.
Hello, Dave. This is my oppo, Sergeant Allen, Dave Brooke.
Hello. Hi.
Who's this?
DC Tully.
Who else do you have?
In the other car, Jim Harrison and 2 DCs.
Now, with my lot, that gives us 4 sergeants and 8 DCs. Sergeants will have a briefing in this car, OK?
Right. Tully, move over to the other car. Ask Sergeant Harrison to come here.
Right. Oh, that's better. Brass monkeys out there. Who's in charge of your lot?
Jim, he's sergeant to Mr. Roach.
Yes, so I heard. Wonders will never cease. When did he get made up?
You can ask him yourself. Here he is.
Hello, Jim. It's been a long time.
Yeah.
When did you make sergeant?
Just after you got transferred.
Well. How is Mr. Roach these days?
He says to give you what help we can.
That's what I like to hear. Can't get along without cooperation, can we, Jim? Do you know my oppo, Sergeant Allen, Bill Allen, Jim Harrison?
Hello. Hi.
We're a bit late. Had to wait for the warrant, but a few minutes won't make any difference. Now, we all know Alton Mews, don't we, Jim?
As you say, Tommy, we all know the place, and you know it better than we do. So what's all this about needing local knowledge?
Be patient, Dave, be patient, and all will be revealed. Do you know anything about who lives at number 6?
2 Cypriot brothers. Andropoulos, isn't it?
Yeah. In fact, there's 4 there now. The 2 brothers and 2 others from the continent. How well do you know them, Dave?
Well, the brothers, taken statements twice, charged them once.
For what?
The usual, trouble in one of the Greek clubs.
They know you?
Yeah.
Well, that helps. 3 of them are out tonight, and we know where they are. Just one of the brothers at home, Michael. So you knock on the door, Dave, say, good evening, Michael, and in we go.
The warrant. If we're serving it, I'll need to see it.
Going by the book, are we? Hear that, Bill? It's just like they teach you at training school.
Tommy, if you're serving the warrant, that's okay, but it's on our patch, and if Dave is doing it, I've got to know what it's about.
He's right, Tommy.
Okay. No need to get uptight, just joking. It's all in order, Jim. Have a look.
Pass me the torch, Dave.
Yeah.
Michael Andropoulos, premises number 6, Alton Mews, outhouses, certain stolen goods, namely stolen antique chairs and tables.
It's all listed there.
Divers, other goods. What divers, other goods?
Well, that is what we're going to find out, isn't it?
Dave?
I've never known them going for thieving, gambling, roughhouse, protection, fights with knives, not thieving.
Then you're going to be surprised.
So you want Dave to serve the warrant?
So far as this job goes, you could show an envelope.
I see.
Well, if you lot aren't keen to do it, Bill takes it and serves it. Now, time's getting on. Here are the dispositions for the DCs.
From this, you don't want my DC's place to stop anyone getting away?
No, they are placed to warn us if anyone's coming to the house, right? Dave, give it 5 minutes and then you and Bill go start the business. Jim and I will be close behind.
He's probably asleep.
Oh, he'll come to the door, all right. We know he will. 4 more knocks.
What?
Just wait and see.
Someone's coming now. Morning, Michael. Remember me? Police. Mr. Brooke? Mr. Brooke and a friend.
Oh, we're coming in.
Take it easy, Michael.
Okay, I've got him.
Take him in the other room, Harrison.
Right, come on, you with me?
Is he alone?
We don't know.
They'll get the DCs in, fast you can, all over the house, see if all the other rooms are empty.
Right, and you come, at the room, make sure the place is empty. Morris, Thompson, see the skylight onto the roof. Right, Sergeant. See that no one gets out or in.
Sarge. Well, that's the first stage. Now we wait.
For what?
You said?
Wait for what?
Until we're sure the house is empty, except for your friend Michael.
Well, that's it, Tommy. There's no one hiding in any of the rooms. Morris and Thompson are on the roof.
And friend Michael?
I've detailed Taylor to stay with him in the back room.
Good. What's the layout of the house?
Well, just like we were told. Upstairs, 3 bedrooms, what looks like a storeroom and a bathroom. On this floor, 3 rooms and at the back a kitchen.
Right, let's get started. We pair up the DCs, I tell them what's wanted. Dave and I'll do the storeroom. You team up with Jim Harrison and start here.
Okay. Jim?
Yeah? What is it?
We start in here. We give it a thorough going over, you know. All the drawers, cupboards, everything.
All the drawers?
Yeah.
Well, that list of property on the warrant. We're not going to find it in drawers.
Oh, pack it in, Jim. Ours is not the reason why. We just look.
For what?
For the diverts or the goods. Like things written down. Notes, addresses, maybe phone numbers, eh?
Phone numbers?
If we're lucky.
And they're more important?
Well, we just do what we're told and get on with it.
Oh, I suppose so, but I'd like to know what's going on here.
So would I, matey, so would I. Here, you try that chest of drawers. I'll look through the wardrobe.
Right. Addresses and phone numbers, you said?
Yeah. Any bits of paper or stuff. Envelopes or such like.
Nothing in these drawers.
No, there's nothing in the wardrobe.
Hang on. Behind this drawer, at the back. A notebook. Here, this what you're after?
Let's see. Yeah, could be.
It's got writing in it.
Foreign language. Which one, I wonder?
I don't know.
We'll show it to Tommy.
Some people keep an awful lot of junk, don't they?
It's what you expect in a storeroom.
It's not even interesting rubbish.
That's for you to say.
Yeah.
Well, that's these 3 cases done. How about these tea chests?
We do one each. Tell me about the brothers.
Well, there isn't much to tell.
You said something about them getting into fights. They ever use firearms?
They sell the odd handgun, but I don't think they use them. Is that what you're looking for? Handguns?
No.
But it's not stolen property, is it?
Now you're asking.
I'm not playing mastermind.
Well, let's just say it's not to do with the 2 brothers, but the 2 friends from abroad they've had staying with them.
Hello? What have we got here?
Let's have a look.
Old, it's an old envelope. Foreign stamp on it. There's some numbers on the back.
Addressed to this place, 6 Alton Mews. Post date 3 months ago. Well, it's not much use to us, doesn't tell us anything.
Well, the stamp is in Cyprus. It's further east, isn't it?
Yeah.
And there's some numbers penciled on the back.
010, 862 and some others.
Phone numbers. Do you mean anything?
It's a start. Where was the letter?
It was stuffed in this book, Middle East. Is it drugs we're after?
No, it isn't.
Look, it's time you level with me, Tommy. Told me exactly what's going on.
Dave, I can't tell you too much. It's an order from my commander. What we're looking for might not be here. And if it isn't, the less anyone knows, the better. But we might find an address or a number that could lead us somewhere else. That's all I can say.
And if we don't find what we're looking for here?
Tommy Miller will be wrong.
And Tommy Miller doesn't like being wrong.
No, he does not.
Well, it's not in this room.
Right, let's check the lads and go downstairs.
Charlie?
Yes, Sarge.
Any luck in your room?
No, nothing. Just chatty furniture, a few clothes, nothing else.
Williams, how about you?
No luck yet, Sarge.
How's our friend Michael?
He's not going to give us any bother at the moment. A nervous wreck. How you doing, Bill?
Oh, Jim, found this notebook.
Let's have it. Where'd you find it, Jim?
In this chest of drawers. It had fallen down the back.
It's not what I'm after. Well, don't just stand there. Keep going. You take the next room. Dave and I'll do the kitchen. Keep it moving.
Right. Dave, can I have a word?
Yeah, sure.
Do you know what this is all about? I've been getting some funny answers from Alan.
So have I from Miller.
Well, that is typical.
But it isn't our job to know, Jim. We're only here to help.
But it's on our patch. Bill Allen says Mr. Roach was told what it's really about.
I think I should have a word with him.
OK. Look, there's a phone there. Tommy?
Yeah?
Do you mind if we use the phone?
No, help yourself.
Call him, go on.
OK. It's gone dead.
Try again.
You try it.
OK. You're right. Same thing, went dead.
Got a problem?
It's out of order.
Well, that's typical of villains, isn't it? They never pay their bills, do they? Well, let's keep going, Jim. Your mate's waiting.
Right, OK.
And you and I do the kitchen, Dave.
Tommy?
Yeah?
That phone isn't cut off, is it?
Well, what do you think it is, then?
It's switched, that's what. All calls to this place are being switched, traced, monitored. This is top division stuff, isn't it?
Yes. No messing, Dave. This is a serious job and it's not in my hands.
High-powered?
Planned by the top brass.
Oh, is it?
Look, while we do the kitchen, let's make a cuppa. I found some tea out there.
Sarge.
Yes, Dolly?
We found this upstairs, a diary.
Let me see it.
The diary has what looks like 2 addresses and some local phone numbers.
OK, Tully, off you go. Back to work.
Yes, Sarge.
This could be it. Couple of addresses. Do you recognise them?
No, they're off our patch.
What time is it?
It's coming up to 2:45.
It's time I did some checking. Cheer up, Dave. I might be able to let you in on the secret in a few moments.
That would do us all a favour.
Bill? Jim?
Yes, come in.
Has anyone tried to approach the house while we've been here?
No.
Well, you can stop the search. I've got a phone call to make.
OK.
Work, Tommy.
It will for me, old son. It's easy if you know how. The yard? Sergeant Miller. Will you put me through? Oh, it's Miller, sir. We found 1 or 2 things. 3 overseas phone numbers and what looks like 2 abbreviations for addresses. I'll read them to you. Number 8A Road. Yes, that's A for Apple. The other is 1616 G Terrace. And we've found 3 overseas phone codes with numbers attached. Does that mean anything to you, sir? Oh, I see. And they should be found at this place. Oh, that's good news, sir. No one's been near the house. Start phase 2? Yes, sir. Right away. Well, it's running to 4.
Oh, is it?
The 2 addresses in that diary are known, and they have already been searched tonight. All the information we have points to this place.
Now, wait a bit, Tommy. Are you saying that more than one place has been searched tonight?
Don't throw a wobbly, Jim. This is the only one on your patch, and we might be in luck, so we can get down to the real work.
Well, now will you tell us? What are we looking for?
Yes. Well, more or less. Let me put it this way. The 2 blokes who have been living here with Michael and his brother are Palestinians.
The phone codes told me that. Are they still in London?
Yes, but you know how it is. They never stay in the same place 2 nights in a row.
That's why there had to be simultaneous raids. Did we get them?
Not yet, but they're here on a mission and are known to have brought in some very sophisticated material. And that is what we're after.
It should be here.
It's what the boss thinks. Well, now we do the heavy work. Take the place apart. Floorboards, backs of cupboards. My men have brought some crowbars and overalls. Bill?
Yeah?
See the DCs get started.
Right here.
And Jim?
Yeah?
The warrant is necessary. If we don't find what we have really come for, we don't have to show our hand. Right, spread out round the house and let's take the place apart, but slowly and carefully. Any luck, Tully?
Not yet, Sarge, but we're making a right old mess.
Well, that doesn't matter, as long as you do it carefully.
It's difficult to pull a house down carefully.
Yes, Tully, but if you go on doing it like that, you may get more than you bargained for.
All right, Sarge, I'll be careful.
Tommy. Come in, Dave. Keep at it, Tully.
What have you got? These, under the floorboards. 2 handguns.
Useful, but not what we're after.
Why not? Terrorists use handguns.
We won't win brownie points with those, Dave. Keep going.
But why don't we get our Greek friend up and see what he knows?
He doesn't know anything, Dave. I've tried him. The Palestinians will have told him as little as possible. It's the way they work. And he's down there being sick. He's been sick since the search began. That and saying his prayers.
He's going to need more than prayers to talk his way out of this.
Yes.
Tommy, here a minute.
Coming.
In here.
Is this what you want? There's more underneath.
Yeah, don't unwrap them, Jim. Don't touch. I think this is it. Leave them just as they are.
It's what we came to find.
It's what we were hoping to find. And here they are. All packaged with colour codes. Neat, aren't they?
What do you got?
Explosives. Detonators, timing mechanisms. All new, we think. The latest. It's what the bomb squad hoped we'd find. Now move away carefully, Jim. Don't go thumping about.
You mean it might go up?
It shouldn't, but it's best to be careful. Just leave them like that while I spread the good news. Sergeant Miller, put me through, please. Commander, we found quite a store, sir. Just as you described them. Yes, I'll wait here. Yes, I understand, sir. Well, that's it, lads. We were lucky. And now a word in your ears. None of us, not you, not me, has seen anything tonight. We don't say a word to anyone until what we have found has been admitted officially. Understood?
Yes.
Hang on, Tommy. It is our patch, and I've got a report to make.
So have I. And yours is easy, Jim. You report that you took part in a raid tonight, and what was found is listed in the robbery squad report by Sergeant Miller. That is all. Simple.
So we can now all go home?
Well, you can. I've got to stay here.
Tommy Miller stays and takes the credit.
As always, Dave. And Jim?
Yeah?
Thanks a lot. I owe you one.
In this week's story of Detective, D.S. Brooke was played by Ray Brooks and D.C. Tully by Stephen Garlick. D.S. Harrison, Peter Cleore, Chief Inspector Roach, Stephen Yardley, D.S. Tommy Miller, Peter Childs, D.S. Bill Allen, Anthony Jackson, and Mrs. Collins, Gwen Cherrell. Detective was written by Robert Barr and produced by Martin Fisher.
MP to all cars. Armed robbery on security vehicle now. 4 men.
MP to Golf 1-1. Suspects on premises now.
Tango 1 to Tango 3. Can you assist vehicle heading your direction? Driver believed drunk in charge.
Detective. Stories of crime and detection in London, written by Robert Barr, with Ray Brooks and Stephen Garlick. This week, The Interrogation.
All right, for the 10th time, what is your name? Look, all I want is a statement. To take a statement, we have to write the time, which is 2:30 a.m., and then your name.
Show me where it says you have a right to have my name.
I have a right to...
You have no right to have me here at all. I want a lawyer.
Then let's have your lawyer's name.
I want to know why I'm being kept here.
Tell him, Tully.
You're here because we have a 999 call about you, and you were picked up after midnight in a lane behind Emsley Street.
Oh, it's a crime to be in that lane?
No, but it may be an offence to be there in the dark and to be found with these in your possession.
With what in my possession?
Could be housebreaking tools.
I don't know anything about housebreaking tools.
What's this then?
That's a tack lifter, didn't you know, for taking up carpets. These are pills from my doctor, if you want to know. And that is a Bible, in case you haven't seen one before.
And this?
It's my knife.
Why are you carrying a knife?
Now, look, copper, don't try on with me. We both know what it's like round here at night. Place is rotten with muggers. Nobody is safe.
Is that what you think?
That is just a knife you can buy anywhere. You're trying on, aren't you?
And what about this piece of plastic?
What about it? Hundreds of people have bits of plastic.
Not hundreds of people who won't give their name. Now, who are you? Tully, did you find anything else?
No, Sergeant. I've been through his jacket, every inch, including the torn lining. Nothing to identify him.
Oh, dear, makes you mad, doesn't it?
Shut up. Tully, get on to CRO and give them his description. See what you can come up with.
Yes, Sergeant. CRO, is it? Asking help from the brains. Computers and all that?
Yeah.
I'm giving you bother, aren't I?
And we could do without it.
Want to know what I was doing?
Yes, I'd like to know.
I was just on my way home.
You live in Ensley Street?
No.
Where?
I went to see a pal to borrow that tack lifter. I was just going to fix a bit of carpet.
And?
On the way home, you lot came crashing into the street.
And you ran into the lane?
Do you know why?
Why?
Because nobody trusts cops at night. Not when they come in a mob. You get out of their way.
Oh?
They're violent, that's why. And they're bent.
Do you think so, do you?
I know so. You've got me here, haven't you? I've done nothing. But because your pals assaulted me, you have to fit me up. That's being bent.
I see.
When my lawyer gets here, you're in dead trouble. Assault, illegal arrest, serve you bloody well right.
Give me a lawyer's name.
You'll have no help from me, mate. You're on your own.
Come in.
Busy, Dave?
Oh, no, not really, sir. Only a lad here who won't give his name, won't give his address. He's standing on his rights.
Oh, yeah? What's your name, lad?
Who are you?
I'm Chief Inspector Roach. Now, who are you?
No comment.
Where do you live?
No comment.
As you wish. I want a word with you, Dave. Put him in the cells until he learns some sense.
Yes, sir. Constable?
Yes, sir.
Take him to the jailer. I'll send for him when we know who he is.
This way, lad. In you go. Hey, you! You talking to me?
Yeah, I'm talking to you.
Hey, keep it quiet. It's 3 in the morning. Your pal in there wants to sleep.
Amen to that.
What'd you say?
I said, let's all have a spot of quiet, old chap.
You speak for yourself, mate.
Well, it's going to be like that, is it?
Yeah, like that.
These cells have ears, old man, and the cops listen. Best to keep the voice down.
Who are you?
The name's Rennie. What's yours?
How long do they keep us here?
Until morning in the magistrate's court, old chap. Or until they want us upstairs again. It's your first time?
First time? Is that what you think?
If you don't know the drill and you don't know to keep your voice down, it has to be.
The only first time about me, mate. It's the first time they've had me in here, that's all.
A surprise, is it?
Don't you worry, I'll be out by morning.
Glad to hear it, old chap. As I said, my name's Rennie. Richard Arthur Rennie. What's yours?
I don't tell anybody my name. Especially them.
Then you won't be out by morning.
Who says?
The magistrate. They hold you until they know who you are.
They can't do that.
They can, old chap. You might be the Yorkshire Ripper. They have to fingerprint you to see if you have a record.
They'll be wasting their time, mate. I've got no record. They don't have nothing on me.
Well, that's it, Dave. You can take the file and when you have time to do a report, just do a couple of pages.
Yes, sir.
Now you can get back to your mystery guest downstairs. What's he done?
Well, we had a 999 from a lady in Ensley Street. He was seen in the back garden. Suspected housebreaking.
Caught in the act?
No, worse luck, he was running away. He went wild when our lads nabbed him, gave a lot of trouble. But the 999 lady identified him.
He won't give his name. And that's why you're holding him.
Could be a waste of time, but I think he's scared of something.
Well, a spell in the cells will cool him off.
Did they keep us here all night?
Until court in the morning. Then it's bail or remand to Brixton. Have they charged you?
Nah, I'm not caught, mate. Because they didn't find anything, did they? Having a pin on me, I'm a mile ahead. Got a fag?
Lots of bad habits, but not that one. Sorry.
What are you in for?
Cash flow, old chap. They call it, mistakenly, getting money by false pretenses. In the jargon, I'm a con man.
Good at it?
I get along.
But you've been here before?
Not in this particular nick, but as you put it, I've been here before.
You're not all that smart then, are you? You keep getting caught.
I have to agree with you, old man. You see, after the first mistake, we all keep getting caught.
Not me, mate.
Hail Caesar.
Do what?
And now, if you'll forgive me, experience tells me that we should get some shut-eye before morning, to look fresh and contrite before the beak. And before you go to sleep...
Sleep? Where?
That is your bed. A bit hard, but you'll get used to it. Before you doze off, a word of advice.
If you're sure they have nothing on you, don't boast about it.
Is that so?
Yes, friend. You talk too much.
Johnny?
Yes, Sarge.
Did CRO have anything?
No, nothing. I tried them with his age, build, accent. I even tried them with the Bible. Nothing. Like he's the invisible man. This Bible, he could have nicked it.
Do people nick Bibles?
Well, they take everything else.
Tell me, when you went there, why did you nick him?
The way he behaved, Sarge. Guilty. Like, when we tried to speak to him, he went white. I thought he was going to pass out.
A bloke goes white, so you nick him?
No, when he recovered, he tried to do a vanishing act. It took 4 of us to hold him. He gave a lot of aggro. The only way was to bring him in.
Aggro because he was innocent or because he had something to hide?
Something to hide. He was fighting to get away.
Yeah, I think so too. Is he local?
We don't know.
What's the time?
Nearly 4 o'clock.
He'll be asleep. Let's have another go at him while he's drowsy. Wake him and bring him to me.
Yes, Sarge.
Come in.
The prisoner, sir.
Bring him in, Constable.
What's all this about the prisoner?
Slip of the tongue. You are as yet a suspected person detailed for inquiries.
Suspected of what?
You've been told all that. Did you sleep well?
You joking? You got no right to wake me up.
We're all awake because of you.
Then charge me. Go on, write it down. Say what it is. Charge me.
We have inquiries to make.
Charge me or let me go.
You heard what Sergeant Brooks said. We have inquiries to make.
You're still figuring out how you can fit me up.
If you'll give me your name.
Sergeant.
Yes, Constable.
Can I have a word?
In a minute. So, you're not going to tell us anything?
I've told it all, but you won't listen.
Tell me again.
I went to see a friend. Can you understand that?
The name of your friend. I've had enough of this, Tully. Take him back to the cells. Let him sleep.
Thanks for nothing.
That's right, lad. Come on.
Now, Constable, you were saying?
It's about the prisoner, Sergeant.
Yes?
Well, I think one of the beat men knows who he is.
You think?
Well, when he saw the lad at the desk, he said, "What's he in for?" No, wait, he said, "Why have they brought him in?"
Who said it?
P.C. Edwards.
Well, go after Tully. Tell him to let Edwards have a look at him in the cell. On the side, don't let anyone know. Then have P.C. Edwards brought to me.
Yes, Sergeant.
Come in.
P.C. Edwards, Sergeant.
Come in, Constable. Well, did you have a look at him?
Yes, Sarge.
Know him?
Oh, I've known him for a couple of years or more.
Ah, what's his name?
Ferris. Tony, he's called. Anthony Ferris.
Good. Anything known against him?
No, Sergeant. To my knowledge, he's always been a decent bloke.
Do you know where he lives?
In Church Street, number 34.
What, with his parents?
In digs on his own.
Ah, how long?
Well, he's been there over a year. His landlady's Mrs. Graham. You could speak to her.
Is he out of work?
No, he's always had a job. Until a year ago, he worked for Smith & Cordell in the High Street. Now he's set up on his own.
What does he do?
TV repairs. They say he's a good engineer, building up a nice little business for himself.
Do you know his friends?
Well, 1 or 2 of them.
Does he have one who lives in a street where, going home at night, he'd go by Ensley Street?
Well, let me see. He could have. Yeah, his apprentice, Alan Jarvis, lives in Maple Street.
So you know him as a nice, quiet, law-abiding lad?
That's my experience. Yes, Sergeant. Is that it?
Yeah, thank you. Okay, Tully. What do you think now?
It doesn't fit, does it?
You still have that feeling?
Yeah.
Yes, so do I. And when it's just a feeling, you have to prove it. Now that we know who he is, you go and see his landlady in the morning, then his pal Jarvis, and then call on his old boss at Smith & Cordell.
Yes, Sarge.
Oi.
Oh.
What's the time?
Oh. Can't you sleep?
What, a bed like this?
It's 5:54. Don't you have a watch?
No, they took it. And they took me Bible.
Your Bible?
Yeah, threw it all out. If you have a Bible on you, the cops must think you're good. You know, like religious. Bothers them. Like they made a mistake.
They might just think you're a little odd.
Watch it. Here, what's happening?
Morning tea on the way, old chap.
Two teas.
Thank you, Sergeant. Very kind of you.
Is this all we get?
No, morning tea at 6, breakfast at 7:30. Then wash and shave and off to be presented at court.
Not for me, mate. Ugh, this tea's horrible.
I've tasted worse, old chap. I've tasted worse.
the ID, Sergeant Brooke. CRO. Have you anything on Ferris yet? Anthony Ferris, aged about 24, height 5'7", dark hair. You've nothing. Right, thanks.
Come in, Dave. How's it going?
Getting nowhere, sir. We know who he is, but it's no help. CRO have got nothing. Tully's seen his landlady. She says he's a quiet lad, home most nights repairing TV sets, cassette decks.
What about the pal he was visiting?
He was. The pal confirms it.
So? You've made a mistake?
No, sir.
Well?
Well, it's a gut feeling, sir, that we have our hands on something, if only we knew what.
The knife still bothers you?
Yeah.
He's downstairs, isn't he, with that con man, Rennie?
Yes, sir.
Have a word with Rennie before he goes to court. See if they've been talking to each other.
Right. Thank you, sir.
Oh, there you are, Sarge.
Get anything?
Yeah, and different this time. I saw his old boss at the TV shop. It seems they had to get rid of him.
Why?
What you were wondering about. His temper. His boss, the Mr. Smith, said Ferris just couldn't stand being told he was wrong. Sudden burst of rage, he called it. He went to his doctor and got pills to calm him down. But he still lost him too many customers and had to be fired. That's why he set up on his own.
It's beginning to make sense. Bring Rennie up. I want to word with him. Sit down, Mr. Rennie.
Thank you.
Sorry to mess you about, but I'd like a word with you.
Something wrong with my statement?
No, your statement's fine. I want to talk to you about your cellmate. Not your type, is he?
No.
What's he been saying?
I'd rather talk about myself, old chap, if you don't mind.
All right, talk about yourself.
Well, there's the court this morning, old chap, and the problem of bail. Could we talk about that?
Why not? Let's say, if your lawyer asks for bail, we may not object.
I see. Thank you. Now, what did you want to know?
About your cellmate. Has he been talking?
He does nothing else, never stops. Always showing off.
Has he told you his name? Said what he's been doing?
No. No name and no confession.
Then what does he talk about?
Well, about how smart he is. How he's got you running in circles, getting nowhere. And that you'll have to let him go.
Do you believe him?
He believes it. Says it's his first time, and you've nothing on him.
His first time?
Well, the first time you've caught him. So he says, and keeps saying it. Is it?
Yes, it seems to be, yeah.
Well, he's right about that then, isn't he?
What do you think of him, Mr. Rennie?
Well...
Come on. A con man has to be a good judge of character.
Just between ourselves?
Yeah.
I think he's unbalanced and dangerous. And I think he's getting scared.
Just what we thought. Well, thank you, Mr. Rennie.
I applied for bail, old chap.
Yeah? Well, good luck with it. Your PC's waiting in the corridor. He'll take you to court.
Thank you, Sergeant.
Thank you, sir. Well, it looks like we're right, Sarge.
Yeah, but it's still all feeling and no evidence. So, we go to his digs in Church Street and turn it over.
Hello, Mrs. Graham.
Oh, hello, Mr. Tully. Back again, are you?
Yes, with my sergeant, Detective Sergeant Brooke.
Good morning, Mrs. Graham. Sorry to trouble you, but may I have a look at Mr. Ferris's room?
He's not in trouble, is he?
No. He's just helping us with some inquiries, Mrs. Graham, and we'd like to have a look at his room.
I don't know if I should. But if you're the police, I suppose it's all right. If you'll come with me. This is his room. It's a bit untidy, but he doesn't like me touching his things.
How long has Mr. Ferris been lodging with you?
More than a year.
A good lodger, is he?
Very nice young man, never gives any trouble.
Does he stay out late?
Not much. He's got his radios and tellies to repair. He works late on them. Oh, like those two over there.
Oh, yeah.
Are you going to be here long?
You can stay if you want.
No, thank you. I've got cleaning to do.
Right. We'll call you when we leave.
All right. Don't move his stuff now. He doesn't like it.
Well, it all looks very ordinary, Sarge. Yeah. Bloke on his own. 2 TVs in for repair. Customers' names on the labels.
Yeah.
Notice something, Sarge? The labels. Plastic. Like the piece he had in his pocket.
Just one of his labels?
Or did he use it for housebreaking? It's flexible enough for slipping airlocks, isn't it?
I think it was for housebreaking. And that's what we're looking for.
What?
Well, something he's nicked. Anything that looks unusual. I mean, the TVs and his repair kit are usual. Sort of things we'd expect him to have. So are these TV manuals. Right, you do the chest of drawers, I'll do the wardrobe. Well, there's nothing unusual here. Jeans, trousers, spare shoes.
Nothing over here but shirts, socks, ties, pyjamas.
Try the top drawers.
Nothing in this one but a hairbrush and a Bible.
Another Bible? Let's have a look.
Well, we're in Church Street, remember? Right place to find a Bible.
Yeah, the church was pulled down 10 years ago. But you say, right place. There's a name inside it. Mary Ferris, could be his mum. Lots of notes in the margins. Passages underlined. Red ink.
This old woman was a Bible thumper.
Looks like it. Maybe she drummed it into him.
The wrath of God. There's an empty pill bottle in here.
For his sudden fits of rage, eh?
And an old watch. Silver. The spring's broken.
Let's see it. Yeah, it's broken, all right. Why would he keep a broken watch?
Sentimental reasons? His old man's?
Could be. There's a lot of things we don't know about young Mr. Ferris. Like why he wouldn't give us his name. Why he boasted to Rennie that we'd have to let him go.
Well, he does run a business. Doesn't want folk to know he's in the nick.
Boasts to Rennie that it's the first time he's been caught. I've been thinking about what you said. When you jumped him in the dark, he thought you'd been waiting for him. That you trapped him. He nearly passed out. Then at the station, he realised it was different. You didn't know who you called.
What do you think he's done then?
I don't know. It's what we're here to find out.
Yes, Sarge. There's a photo of him here. Do you want it?
Yeah, might be useful. Hey, and this might be. Yeah, look at this. What do you think?
An old brooch.
2 old brooches, in fact. They're in this box.
Hardly worth nicking. You wouldn't get 5p for the pair of them.
And the fasteners are broken. Pretty cheap.
An old watch and 2 brooches. He keeps broken things.
In you go, Mr. Rennie.
Thank you.
Ah, you're back again.
Yes, being presented at court, old boy.
When?
No trouble. Applied for bail. Bail granted.
How much?
2 sureties of £500.
A grand? Can you pay it?
Well, I did take the victim for 20,000, old boy. Quiet word from my lawyer and the cash will appear. I'll be on my way home in a couple of hours.
It's all right for some. You have a lawyer?
Of course.
But you'll go to jail in the end.
Don't we all, old chap? Don't we all?
Not me, mate.
If you need a lawyer, I'll have a word with mine.
He's good.
Knows all the tricks. But he'd want to know what you've done.
Stuff him. I can look after myself.
Only trying to help.
Well, there's nothing else over here. You finished, Tully?
Just a tip, Sarge.
We found something?
No, not much. Just 3 old medals behind the settee.
Oh, what, hidden, were they?
No, just falling down the back. See?
Oh, World War II, these are. That's the desert one. This is the victory one. Don't know about that one.
Before my time.
Don't be cheeky.
Well, that's it.
Yeah.
Not much for 2 hours searching. Are we taking him?
Well, we got nothing else. Yeah, let's take him.
Your prisoner, Sergeant.
Sit down, lad. Well, this time we don't have to play the name game. Have a look at this photo.
What?
It's you. We found it at your digs. Your name is Anthony Ferris. You lodge at 34 Church Street.
Okay, my name's Ferris. So what do you want?
A little more cooperation than we've had to date, and straight answers to our questions.
What questions?
Well, now that we have your name, we still have to take that statement, remember? So you won't mind if DC Tully takes a few notes? Oh, let's have those things on the table, Tully.
Yes, Sarge.
An old watch. Is it yours?
Yeah, but it's broken.
So why keep it?
I repair things. I put it in a junk shop years ago. I thought if I could fix it, it could be worth a few quid, silver.
Which junk shop?
In Camden Way.
How about these brooches?
Have a look.
Sure.
Well, they're broken too. But it's the first time I've seen them.
They were in your room?
Well, an old lady had the room before me. Maybe she left them. You could ask Mrs. Graham.
And these?
The medals.
DC Tully thinks they belong to your dad.
Nah. He wasn't in the war. I just picked them up.
Where?
Same place, Camden Market. It's my hobby. Medals.
Is it?
That's the military medal. That one's the African Star, 8th Army. This one's for Europe, isn't it? Like D-Day for bravery. Well, I didn't like seeing them end up on the junk stall, so I bought them.
You buy a lot of stuff in the market?
Yeah, I go looking for old TVs and radio parts useful for my job, and medals, when I can find them.
Anything else you'd like to tell me?
Nah. Is that it? Can I go now? Can I have my things back?
Just wait here with DC Tully. He'll write out your statement. I'll be back in a few minutes.
Well, Dave, did you get his statement?
Yes, sir. He's the smoothest liar I've ever talked to. He's got a story for everything.
Yes, well, Crime Intelligence have come up with a story for everything as well. And I doubt if the stories are quite the same. They went back 8 months. Have a look. Let me handle this one with you.
If you want it, sir.
When you've read the report, we'll pay our Mr. Ferris a visit. All right, Ferris. I'm Chief Inspector Roach. Remember?
Yes, sir.
I understand that you've now made a statement. Tully?
Yes, sir.
Have you read it?
Yes, sir.
If you are satisfied that it is a true statement, Mr. Ferris, you may like to sign this.
Yeah, all right.
All right, thank you.
Is that it now?
Not quite, no. I've still got to check your statement. When you first came to our attention, Mr. Ferris, we had a complaint that you were trying to break into a house at number 5 Ensley Street, the home of an elderly woman who lives alone.
I was on my way home.
I see. And you had in your possession these articles. A plastic card, which we know can be used to open a door lock or turn a window catch. A large tack lifter, which can be used as a jemmy. And a knife with a very handy blade.
Yeah, what is all this?
1 or 2 items which you haven't answered to our satisfaction, Mr. Ferris. Now let's begin with the 2 brooches. Sergeant?
They're identified as being among the property stolen from a Mrs. Brent 3 months ago. A plastic card job, sir. And the lady was brutally beaten by a young man who threatened her with a knife. Took her savings of £200 and her jewel box.
Ferris, that jewel box contains some valuable items, but also 2 brooches with broken pins. Items that a thief would not be able to sell.
I've never seen them before. They must have been left in my room.
They couldn't have been, lad. You've been there a year. The brooches were stolen 3 months ago. And now the silver watch. Sergeant?
Property stolen from Mr. Todd, a pensioner, 2 months ago. Again, a plastic card job. He was badly abused by a young man with a flaming temper who threatened him with a knife. The thief took his savings of £600 and other valuables, including a silver watch.
The watch was broken, Ferris, but the thief didn't know that. It seems that he kept it to repair. You tell us you're good at repairing things, Ferris.
I told you I bought it.
Your statement says you bought it more than a year ago. It was still in Mr. Todd's house 2 months ago. And now we come to the medals. Sergeant?
Mrs. Morris, sir. An elderly widow on her own. The window catch had been forced. The thief was a young man with a terrible temper who threatened her with a knife.
She was robbed of her savings, £1,200, and what she treasured most, her late husband's war medal.
No, I told you where I got them.
The old lady tried to save them, but the young man lost his temper.
You can buy these things anywhere. I told you.
No, Ferris. Not these. At least not this one. It's the military medal. A personal award. It has a name engraved on the edge. Read it. Well, go on, read it! Well, all right. I'll read it to you. The lady's name was Morris, and on the medal, Staff Sergeant Morris. It also has his army number and his regiment. It is a medal that the regiment will always buy. They're not found in junk shops.
That's rubbish.
The old lady tried to save them, and the thief stabbed her 7 times, took the money and the medals, left her unconscious, and she died.
No.
2 charges of theft with violence, leading to a final charge of murder.
No, I didn't.
Tully,
sir,
take him downstairs.
You look like you've seen a ghost, old chap.
Leave me alone, for God's sake, leave me alone.
Are you all right?
They said it was murder. I didn't murder her. I didn't know the old bitch had died.
I warned you, old chap. You talked too much.
In this week's story of Detective D.S. Brooke was played by Ray Brooks and D.C. Tully by Stephen Garlick. Chief Inspector Roach, Stephen Yardley. Ferris, Tim Roth. Rennie, Timothy Carlton. Mrs. Graham, Ellen McIntosh, P.C. Edwards, Bernard Brown, Jailer Trevor Nichols, and Police Constable Graham Blocky. Detective was written by Robert Barr and produced by Martin Fisher.
MP to all cars. Armed robbery on security vehicle now. 4 men.
MP to go 1-1. Suspects on premises now.
Tango 1 to Tango 3. Can you assist vehicle heading your direction? Driver believed drunk in charge.
Detective. Stories of crime and detection in London, written by Robert Barr, with Ray Brooks and Stephen Garlick. This week, the tip-off.
Come in, Dave.
Can you spare a minute, sir?
If it's brief.
Last night, I ran into someone we both know. Harper.
Joe Harper? He's out?
Been out 3 months.
Oh, that's bad news.
Well, he came into the Falcon looking for me to tell me he's got married and set up in business, a garage and repair place.
And?
Come to say that now he's married, he's going straight.
I don't believe it.
And as proof of it, he'd like to make a deal.
What kind of deal?
He's offered to pass on some information.
And did he?
No, not yet.
Which means never. It doesn't attract me, Dave. Not coming from Joe Harper.
I think it's genuine, sir.
Dave, you and I put Harper away, and it wasn't easy.
No, sir.
He's too clever by half. Knows all the dodges. While he was inside, he's thought up a new one.
I'm not so sure. This one sounds genuine.
Oh?
Look, he's been out 3 months. He was always a good villain, always in demand. And he says he's been approached, in fact being pressed, to take part in some jobs. But he doesn't want to know.
He wants them off his back?
Yes, sir.
We're not in the business of getting his old pals off his back.
There's some of them I'd like to put away, sir.
You're set on this, aren't you?
Well, I need your permission, sir.
Yes, well, I'll think about it. Leave it with me.
Yes, sir.
What did he say?
He wants time to say no.
Well, what does he have against it?
Joe Harper, that's what he's got against it. He doesn't trust him.
And we have to wait.
I've asked permission, and until I get the all clear from upstairs, I can't even say hello to him.
Dave?
Yeah, Jim.
Diaries.
Yeah, well, that's for tomorrow.
That's what you always say. You were late last week. Mr. Roach wants yours written up today and handed in tomorrow. And DC Tully's.
Yes, Sergeant.
Okay. Do you know how much overtime we've logged?
Don't tell me, put it in writing. And have them ready first thing in the morning.
Right.
Sergeant Bob!
Now what does he want?
Perhaps he's changed his mind.
Well, about Harper. Right, keep your fingers crossed. Right, come in, sir.
There's 2 more jobs for you, Dave.
Right, sir.
Couple of house break-ins. This one in the High Street and the other in Bishop's Road.
Right.
Oh, and Harper. Are you still set on that deal?
Yes, sir. I mean, I think it's worth a try.
Oh, you know I'm not keen. But if you think there's something in it, I'm prepared to give you a try. But don't follow up any of his tips until I give you the nod, all right?
Yes, thank you, sir. I'll go down to his garage now, talk it over, see what kind of deal.
Is that a good idea?
Well, I mean, if any of his pals see me, he can always say I was nosing around, seeing if he was behaving himself.
Right.
Can you spare a minute, Harper?
Oh, hello, Mr. Brooke. Yeah, just fix this fan belt and I'll be with you.
Business all right, then?
Not bad. It's building. Repairs, servicing. It's a living. There, that shouldn't slip anymore. Come into the office. It's more private.
Quite a nice place you got here.
It's a matter of degree, isn't it? If you're used to the Ritz, it could be a bit empty. But if you've been lying under a car all morning...
Or in the nick for a few years.
Yeah, anything's great after that. Still haven't got the fresh air back in my lungs. I jog on the common every morning just to remind me what it's like.
Joe Harper jogging. Things have changed, haven't they?
It was bad last time. Parkhurst and Winston Green. They screwed me.
So, you're going straight?
Yep, I'm going to stay out once and for all this time. Make a go of the business.
You could build up quite a nice little place here.
With a bit of help.
Well, from the wife?
Oh, you'll have to meet her, Dave. Best thing that ever happened to me, marriage. Do you want a beer?
Oh, try here.
Sure as I can. Catch?
Whoops, thanks. Right, now, let's get down to some business.
You mean what I said last night? I meant it, but it's strictly between ourselves.
Yeah, sure.
Cheers.
Yeah. Well, he's hoping it works out. So, what's the strength then?
Well, like I said, anything that's offered to me, I'll pass on. I won't go looking for it or earwigging. Nothing like that.
And you want paying, will it?
Dave, I'm not a grass. I don't want anything. This is in self-defence. All I want is to be left alone.
Are you being leaned on then?
Yeah. It isn't only the cops who lean on you when you come out. Old pals lean on you as well. It's what makes it hard. They're always being released. Come out with all the big ideas you were talking about inside.
There's a lot of that, isn't there?
There always is. You talk about nothing else. Only think of what could play your mind. I didn't know I was going to meet Carol, get married. That there was another kind of life.
And they keep reminding you of the old one, do they?
Yeah, one slip and you're back in it once again.
You've been approached then?
Oh, yeah. First they come in to say hello, to tap you for a few quid because they're just out, to up them on their feet. And they're back to talk about a job they're getting up, or to have a car resprayed, or number plates changed. You know how it is.
When was this?
Oh, 2 weeks after I come out. Then again yesterday. It's why I came looking for you.
Yeah.
It's no good saying no, they just don't believe you. I thought if I helped you, you might help me.
What, to get them off your back?
It's not just that. I don't want any part of it, straight up. If they'd leave me alone, I wouldn't need your help. I want to live my own life this time, be left alone. And I thought if I talked to you...
The deal has to have two sides, Joe.
Yeah, I know.
You have to deliver. I mean, who came to see you?
Don't rush it, Dave. These things don't come ready-made. Be patient. It'll be worth your while. But I need a promise.
Like what?
That it won't be traced back. Nobody will say it happened after we went to see Joe Harper.
I can fix that.
Yeah? Do that.
So, we'll talk again.
I'll give you a bell.
Okay.
Did you see Harper yesterday?
Yes, sir.
And what was the deal?
That he'll pass on some information for a guarantee that what he tells us won't be traced back.
Close the door.
Right, sir.
What does he offer us?
Quite a lot, sir. He says pals he did time with are looking him up, reminding him of jobs they talked about inside, asking if he's still interested.
Did he say what jobs?
Not yet, but he will.
Did he name names?
No, but he promised some.
Dave, that's twice he's given you nothing. I warned you.
With respect, sir, look, I've talked to him. I think he means it. There's a lot he can give us if we're patient.
So long as he's the one who does the giving. Now, don't forget that he came to you. And next time you take Tully.
I'd rather not, sir.
You have to cover yourself, Dave. Take him as your witness.
It won't work like that, sir. He expects some trust.
Yeah, I'll bet. Okay, do it your own way. But you check with me, every move.
Thank you, sir.
Dave?
Yeah?
Your diary. Tomorrow is now today, remember?
Surprise, surprise, I've done it. Here it is.
Oh, thanks. How do you take it about Harper?
He's not greatly in favour.
And you are?
I think he's onto a good thing.
Oh, Charlie, can I have your diary?
Here it is, Sarge.
And yours is complete too?
Yes, Sarge.
Aren't you both good boys? You'll get brownie points for doing these.
Thank you, teacher.
CID, DC Tully. Yeah, who is that, please?
Right.
Yeah, hold on. It's Joe Harper. Are you here?
Yeah, I'm here. Let's have it. Sergeant Brooke.
It's Joe. I've got something for you.
Right, can we meet?
I'm doing a job delivering trade plates. I can pick you up somewhere quiet.
How about the park gate in half an hour?
Okay, see ya.
So, you've had a visitor?
Yeah. He came an hour ago. I tried to put him off, stall him. I told him not yet. I wanted to get the business going. He thought I must be joking. Turned the screw a bit.
Anyone I know?
I should think so. Pal I met inside. Well, two pals, really. We're in the same block at Winston Green. Something we talked about a lot.
A big job?
The one that makes everyone rich. The jackpot. Nobody has to graft anymore.
You know what it is?
Yeah. It's going to happen next year. The job I'm talking about now is to raise the cash for it. But it is a good one.
Who came to see you?
Oh, no, Dave. I'll give you the job, time and place, and it's up to you.
Not enough, Joe. For my governor, it's got to be names or nothing. All right, you can stop. Let me out.
Hang about, Dave. Okay.
That's better.
I've got your promise.
All the way.
Well, two cons I met inside. There will be others on the job, but the ones I know are Harry West and Tony Sinclair. Do you know them?
Go on.
They're both from the Midlands, but they have this job lined up down here. Both are experts on safes. Between them, they can open anything.
A job to raise funds?
Yeah, but it's just off your manor, in the next district.
Well, that's useful for you, isn't it? Means they might not connect you. Needn't have to come from us. What do they want you for?
For this one, just some wheels. They want a car and a small van with the number plates fixed. They collect them one night, return them in the morning. I switch the plates again, wipe them clean. That's all.
Do you know what it is?
I'll know as soon as they need transport. But right now, I know where. Here, this should help you. I've drawn a sketch. I'll explain it to you.
Well, that's it, sir. What do you think?
Sounds a nice little setup, doesn't it?
2 floors of an office block, which is easy. A firm of loan sharks call themselves a finance house. Advertise everywhere, loans from £50 to 50,000.
And 4 big safes?
Yeah. 1 for personal loans, 2 for mortgages, 1 for the bigger loans. One of the few companies who still stuff their safes with real money.
Do we know what security they have?
Yeah, the best, sir. Not a moment when the place isn't manned. Office closes at 6 p.m. Security guards come on and patrol until 6:30 a.m. when the cleaning staff come on with 1 doorman who covers till the staff arrive at 8. The offices are never empty, 24 hours a day.
And the security guards are under surveillance by villains?
Yeah, they're watching what time they come on, when they break for tea. Everything's been noted.
And your suggestion?
That we do the same, sir. Watch from one of the houses across the street. See if what Harper's told us is true.
Will he give us a date?
As soon as he knows, sir. He's given us the names of the 2 villains who are laying it on.
He's giving names, is he?
Yeah, they specialise in safes. Harry West and Tony Sinclair. Will you check them out, sir?
Yeah, I'll get Jim to do it.
Right, thanks, sir.
Right.
Tully?
Yes, Sarge.
A job for you, tonight, for the next 2 nights as well. Observation.
On my own?
Yeah, an easy one, this one. Block of offices. We borrowed an upstairs room in the house across the street, and you watch what goes on.
And what am I looking for?
Security guards. See whether they're kipping on the job.
Oh, sounds a doddle.
Right, is this stuff? A plan of the offices, where you can watch from. Draw what you need from the stores.
3 nights, you said?
Yeah, well, we don't have a date, you see. Give it 3, see what happens.
Yes, Sarge.
Charlie looks chuffed. Yeah, a surveillance job on his own. He fancies himself in MI5.
He'll grow out of it.
Right, I'm off duty. Do you fancy half?
Why not?
It's just the same every night, Sarge. The same moving about, the same people, the same things happening.
Doesn't change.
It's all in my notebook. Do you want to hear it?
Yeah.
On both floors, all the offices are lit all night, if you get the picture. Nothing hidden, everything in view. Now, the routine. The staff go home at 5:30. The 4 department bosses usually pack it in a bit later.
I'm interested in the safes.
Well, that's what I'm going to tell you.
Right.
The bosses lock the safes in the 4 departments. They then sign the security book and are off about 6. At the same moment, the security men come on. 4 of them. They patrol the offices from 6 onwards.
Yeah, are they thorough?
Well, they get a bit slack after midnight, take longer over their tea breaks, but they're not bad. They patrol in pairs, do the staircases, check the safes. At 6 in the morning, they open the side door downstairs and let the cleaners and the doormen in. The security men start packing in and are gone about 6:30.
Any sign of the others watching?
Yeah, a few buildings down from me, at number 24. 2 blokes arrive just before the security men come on. They're dropped off from a Ford Cortina and picked up again as the security men go off. Think they tail them a bit.
Do you think the place is secure?
Well, there's always someone there, round the clock. All night the rooms are lit up like it's Christmas. You can see the safes and the doors of the lifts on each floor.
This is all in your report, is it?
Yes, Sarge, and about who else is watching.
That's good. Right, hold on a minute.
Hester?
Tully's report, sir. Joe Harper is right. The place is being watched. Tully spotted him.
When is it going to be done then?
Don't know yet, sir.
And how? Well, the place is manned 24 hours. Doormen, security guards at night, the whole place lit up. That's what Harper should be telling us, if he wants our help.
He's only supplying the transport.
Well, we want more from him.
I'll see what I can do.
Dave?
Yeah?
I'll check those 2 names for you. You know, West and Sinclair. They are from the Midlands. Both had records for safe breaking. Looks like Harper's information is kosher.
I never had any doubt.
I've got their photos too. Yeah, that's West, and that one Sinclair.
Yeah. Tully?
Yes, Sarge.
The 2 blokes keeping watch on the offices. Is that them?
Well, I think that's one of them. This one, West, he comes every night. The other I'm not too sure about. The second man changes around.
Well, it changes every night.
Yeah, always this one, West. And on each night, a different partner.
Yeah, well, so there could be 4 of them. And Sinclair could make it a 5th. Check if it's a different one tonight, will you?
Right, Sarge.
Hello?
Sergeant Brooke here, Joe.
I'm glad you rang. I've got something for you.
Oh, what?
Not over the phone. Can you meet me?
Yeah, where?
Here, at the garage.
Is that a good idea?
It'll be okay. Park your car down the street and use the back entrance. No one will see you.
Give me half an hour. Bye.
Harry West was here this morning.
Oh, yeah?
He said to have a car and a blue van ready to be collected Sunday evening. He'll return them next morning. I then switch the plates back and clean them down.
A blue van?
Yeah.
When is the job?
Early Monday morning. It was a sweet one, Dave. The reason it's for Monday morning is the security firm give their guards a week of night shift and then change them. A fresh squad of 4 take over on Sundays. New faces. So when they let the cleaners and the doorman in Monday morning, they sign off, and then a little later, they come back.
Come back?
Well, this is where it gets clever. 4 blokes in the same blue uniforms come back, say, excuse us to the doorman, we've got something, and then walk in. But this time, it's Harry West's men. They've watched the real security men drive off and then move in.
Uniforms, caps, and the doorman won't remember they're different, I see.
Yeah, and only him and the cleaning ladies to take care of. Lock them in a cupboard, Harry West and Tony Sinclair do the 4 safes, the cash goes down in the lift and out in the van and away.
It's all over before the staff come in. Yeah, it's very clever.
It all worked like a dream.
Except that we'll be waiting at the side door when they come out with the plunder.
It gives you 2 days. I told you it'd be worth your while.
Yeah. Thanks, Joe. And that's it, sir. On Monday morning, the 4 security guards leave, drive away, and 4 other men in identical uniforms drive up, just like I said.
And only some cleaning ladies and the doorman to deal with.
Yeah, and they take care of them, do the safes and off.
Tully, you've been watching the place. If you saw the security men sign off and then come back, would it bother you?
I don't think it would bother anyone who saw it. They would look like the same men.
And it's on in 2 days' time?
Do you want me to keep observation, sir?
Yes. And from tonight, you'll have an oppo. We'll have to share it, Dave.
So we give this one away?
It's just off our patch, Dave, as you well know. I mean, you'll be in on it, so will Tully, but it has to be shared.
And you will protect Joe Harper?
All the way. I'll have a word with the commander and talk to you later.
Yes, sir. Bloody hell.
Not too pleased, Sarge.
No, I mean, we do all the work, then we hand it over, and they get the arrest.
Well, it happens all the time, doesn't it?
Right, don't just stand there. Clear the decks for tonight. Go through the tray. Get rid of the backlog.
What, me?
Yeah.
Oh, hang on. I've been up all night, Sarge. I've got to have a kip.
Yeah, all right, then go on. Push off. I'll do it.
Thanks, Sarge.
How's it going, Dave?
I'm snowed under. Take a look. I've got 12 cases needed inquiry, 2 coming to court with legal aid, 5 statements to type.
You're breaking my heart.
Why can't you pass some of it off on a Murphy?
OK, I'll do that. And I've got news for you. The commander has passed the Harper job on, and the yard are putting Chris Rigby on it as sergeant. Know him?
Yeah, I worked with him once before. He's all right.
He wants to meet you in the pub, like now.
I could do with a drink. Are you coming?
I can't. Someone's got to mind the shop.
Right, I'll have one for you then. Hello, Chris.
Oh, how are you, Dave? I'm in a chair. What are you having?
Pint, please.
2 pints. Right. Haven't seen you in months, Dave.
No.
I hear you've been on our patch. Poaching again, eh? Typical.
Me? No, never. Always leave that to the yard.
Well, someone has. Here's your beer, Dave.
Oh, cheers.
Cheers. Should we move over there? It's quieter.
Yeah, can't go to a pub these days without music.
Music, you call it? Yeah, this is better.
Yeah. Right. Well, have you read the brief?
Yes, Webster Street, an office block.
That's it, yeah. What do you think?
Neat. Must be real pros. How'd you get onto it then?
Oh, come on, that's my business.
Well, I didn't ask.
Yeah, you seen the photos?
Yeah.
Harry West and Tony Sinclair. There'll be 5 in all. But whatever happens, Chris, those 2 must be nailed.
So what do you have in mind?
Well, my DC's been on watch across the street. You're putting a man on with him tonight, aren't you?
Yeah, from now until Sunday night and Monday morning.
Well, all that's needed is they keep in radio contact on Monday morning. They tell us when the security men leave and when the others take their place.
Should be no trouble. How many men do you think we'll need?
Well, they'll have 5 at least. I reckon we'll need about 10. But we've got until Sunday to figure it.
And till then?
We just wait. And wish it was Sunday.
Morning, Sarge. You're in early.
You're not the only one, Tully. How was your new oppo?
Fine, fine. It was changed to have company. Tim Price. Do you know him?
No. Well, anything out of the ordinary?
No. Nothing happened Friday or last night. Same patrols, same old faces. Do you really think it's on for tonight?
That's what I've been told. Take it, will you?
Yeah. CID, DC Tully. Who is it, please? Yeah, hold on, will you? So, hello? Hello? You rang off.
Who rang off?
I don't know. Bloke said he wanted to see you. I said, hold on, and he hung up. Your friend Joe?
Best way to find out, I'll ring him. How'd he sound, this bloke?
A bit knocked.
Yeah. Oh, he isn't answering.
Yeah? Who is it?
Joe? It's Dave Brooke. You hung up?
Yeah.
What can I do for you?
You've done enough already.
Was there something wrong? Look, can we meet?
No, not again.
Joe, come on, let's meet.
I'll be exercising on the common. If you want to be there, okay.
Something happened?
Yeah, looks like it. He's on his way to the common. Let's go and meet him.
How will we spot him, Sarge?
He's taken up jogging.
But every other person here is a jogger.
He'll come to me if he wants to. We just wait.
Ever fancy jogging, Sarge?
You must be joking. I get enough exercise running around after Inspector Roach so he can keep it. Might do you some good, though, Tully. You're putting on weight. All that sitting around on observation, eh?
Oh, thank you, Sarge. Thank you. Here, could this be our man? Heading this way.
OK, Tully, get lost. I'll meet you at the camp.
Yes, Sarge.
How's the training going, Joe?
So you brought a mate with you?
No, he just drove me here, that's all. I sent him away. So you phoned me and then hung up.
I decided to let you stew in it. You made the mess. Why should I help you?
What happened?
It's off, that's what's happened. It's scrubbed.
Are you serious?
It's off. I don't know why I'm telling you. You're not worth it. I believed your promise.
What are you on about? Come on, Joe.
Okay. Just before I rang you, in fact, as I was getting ready to come out here, I had a visit from Harry West. A quick visit. He said he wouldn't be needing my help. The job was off.
Did he say why?
Yeah, he had a tip that you lot were onto it. Just waiting to jump in.
Are you sure about this?
It's true, isn't it? You are onto it. It's a fact.
Did he say where the tip came from?
It's got you worried, isn't it? Came from one of your lot. Where else? Surprised?
Yeah, I don't believe it.
You're talking to a villain, remember? I know that some of your lot are bent, and so do you. It's not all one way, you know. Grafters have their informants as well, in the force.
Yeah, but it wouldn't have come from anyone I know. When did he get the tip?
Last night. But I don't give a damn when he got it. Or from who. You and I had a deal, and you dropped me right in it, and it's my neck.
Now, look, Joe. I know the other coppers who were in on this, and none of them would talk, believe me.
Well, someone did.
Now, look, the job was off my patch, you know that. So it had to be passed on. But your name was never mentioned. That way you could not be in trouble.
Better be right.
You can count on it.
Well, I've told you. It's off. Finished. And I'm going.
No, wait.
For what?
Look, relax, Joe. There was a reason for the deal, wasn't there? You wanted them off your back.
Yeah.
Well, think about this. You know how villains work. Harry West had a job laid on for tonight. By tomorrow morning, he expected to be in funds and ready for the big one, right?
Yeah.
Now, what does a villain like West do when a job like this falls through? Well, he's all tooled up and has his team around him. He does the next job, doesn't he? There's always another one lined up. I mean, come off it, Joe. You talked it over with him in the nick. He has other jobs lined up. You told me.
About half a dozen, I think. I couldn't name them offhand.
And they're all to get the money for the big one?
Yeah. But tonight's job is off, and he's going home.
You sure?
Yeah.
He's cancelled the wheels, the car and the van?
He still wants the van.
Why?
Because he's going back to the Midlands. He has gear to take with him.
It's the same blue van, is it? The one he wanted for the Webster Street job?
Yeah, it's outside in the yard.
Yeah, I saw it. When's he collecting it? What time? Look, Joe, if you want him off your back, I can follow him out of town, make sure he's gone. Help me and I'll help you.
Okay. He asked if I deliver it to him. 11:45 tonight. Tank filled, checked, ready for a long journey.
11:45? Where?
Bed and breakfast place in Blackley Street. Number 14. But you're wasting your time.
Maybe, but I'll still see him off the manor.
Well, if that's it, then I'm off. And next time I'll think twice before talking to a copper. I'm going to stick to jogging. It's healthier for you. You should try it.
Yeah.
Huh?
Something you should know, sir.
Oh, come in, Dave. What?
The job in Webster Street. It's off.
Huh? When did this happen?
Half an hour ago. I've been with Joe Harper. He had a visit from West this morning. Calling it off, going to ground.
Is there a reason?
Yes, sir. They had a tip-off from a solid source. From one of us. A copper.
Harper said this?
Yes, sir.
Ah, Dave, I warned you about him.
Sir, with respect, I believe what he told me.
On Harper's word? Are you making it official?
No, sir.
Any ideas you could have leaked it?
Well, it wasn't one of our lot. And I'm sure it isn't Rigby or his DC. You see, the trouble is, sir, the paperwork goes through too many hands. Too many people see it.
Yeah. I'll have a word with the commander. There may be an inquiry.
I see, sir.
But I'm not scrubbing the Webster Street job. And don't tell Harper.
Very good, sir. But just one thing. I'd like to take Tully to keep an eye on West and his pals and check if they do go north.
Right. But if you see them head for Webster Street, tell me at once.
Where will you be, sir?
Well, until 3 a.m. I'll be at home. From 4 a.m. I'll be here.
Well, that's it, Sarge. Harper has delivered the van and gone off. What now?
We watch.
Delivered right on time. 11:45 on the dot. What kind of place is it?
A B&B place.
We could be stuck here all night then.
Yep.
Oh, I've had enough of nights. I think I'll get a day job.
You don't bother. See what I see coming out of the place?
Who is it?
Looks like Tony Sinclair, just for going away.
Yeah, he's opening up the van.
And 2 others coming out. You recognise them?
2 of the blokes who are watching the finance office.
Putting in a couple of bags.
Yeah, they look heavy, don't they? Isn't just clothes and things.
And here comes Harry West. That makes the team. The next move should tell us what we want to know.
Like?
If they head north, they're going home. If it's east, Mr. Roach could be right. They're lining up the finance house job.
Yeah, they're moving off. Do we follow?
Wait, Jeff. Yeah, now.
Well, they're not going home.
And they're not going to Webster Street. They're turning back into the High Street. Just keep them in sight. They're not too near.
So what are they up to now, Sarge? They leave the van in a side street, and 3 of them walk off carrying the bags.
Yeah. Did you get that feeling?
Like they're up to something.
Can you see where they're going? Pull in and we'll have a look. But not too near. They'll see us.
Okay. They're outside that building society office. 2 of them stand on watch, and West goes to the door. He's trying the lock.
He'll have got it sussed out months ago. This could be his 2-finger salute to us for stopping the other job.
He's in.
With Sinclair and another following. What time is it?
1:45.
Right. There's a phone box back there. You stand watch.
Inspector Roach here.
It's Brooks, sir. Sorry to disturb you.
What is it?
I've been telling our friends the Webster Street job is off. They're doing a building society.
Where?
They drove all round the town and then back to our patch. It's Antrim Street.
Go on.
Harry West and Sinclair and 1 other are inside. A 4th man is waiting in the van. Tully and I are on our own. We need backup.
We'll be with you in a few minutes.
How are they doing?
Still in there. Are we getting some support?
It's on its way.
It better be soon.
It has to be. We owe it to Joe Harper.
Here they come.
In this week's story of Detective D.S. Brooke was played by Ray Brooks and D.C. Tully by Stephen Garlick. D.S. Harrison, Peter Cleall, Chief Inspector Roach, Stephen Yardley, Joe Harper, Johnny Wade, and D.S. Rigby, Christopher Douglas. Detective was written by Robert Barr and produced by Martin Fisher.
MP to all cars. Armed robbery on security vehicle now. 4 men.
MP to Golf 1-1. Suspects on premises now.
Tango 1 to Tango 3. Can you assist 3 vehicle heading your direction? Driver believed drunk in charge.
Detective, stories of crime and detection in London, written by Robert Barr, with Ray Brooks and Stephen Garlick. This week, a bit of forensics.
I thought it was made clear to both of you that the Commissioner deplored car chases through the London streets.
It was a big robbery, sir. A getaway car. And it was night, sir. Not many people in the street.
His displeasure includes nighttime, Tully.
Yes, sir.
So what do we have? 2 cars trying to head them off and your car on their tail. What then?
They tried to turn into Milden Street, misjudged it, went through the hoarding onto the building site.
And by the time you got there, they were out of the car and away.
We know who they are, sir. The 4 of them are known to us. Harvey, Wright, Keller and Eddie Dean.
But they got away. And this report is all we have.
Yes, sir.
And what have you got to say, Sergeant?
We did identify them, sir. Got sight of them.
And you arrested them?
No, sir. We went after them, but they were too quick. We still have the car and forensic.
The forensic report is negative. Lots of smashed glass, nothing else.
Then all we have is a load of alibis. By the time we got to Harvey's house, he was already in bed with his wife. Quick work. His wife and daughter swore blind he'd been home all night. Had gone to bed at 11 o'clock. And there he was, in bed.
And right?
He didn't go home. It took us an hour to find him. He was in an all-night club playing cards. 4 pals swore he'd been with them since 10 o'clock.
4 witnesses?
All of them known men with form. But as you say, sir, 4 witnesses.
Keller?
Well, he was the best. Must have fixed it in advance. A birthday party in his house. About 20 guests. Lights, music. Couldn't hear ourselves speak.
And everyone said he'd been there all the time?
Yes, sir. We got there at 3 o'clock just as the party was breaking up.
And Eddie Dean?
Couldn't find him at all. But what was the point? We couldn't say he was one of the 4 if the other 3 could prove they weren't there.
Then you'll have to break the alibis, won't you?
Yes, sir.
Otherwise you engaged in a high-speed street chase, caused a car accident all for nothing. Well, unless we can have something to show for it, there's going to be an inquiry.
Yes, sir.
Right, that's it.
Thanks, sir. Ever feel you're not wanted?
Yeah. Like a tea?
Yes, if the machine's working. You got any 5p's?
Yeah, here's 2.
For once, the thing hasn't jammed.
Mr. Roach was pretty tough.
Yeah.
What were we supposed to do?
We were supposed to nick 'em. Collar all 4 with the plunder, bring 'em back and charge 'em. We didn't. So he has to account for the car being wrecked.
It was a stolen car.
Stolen cars have got civilian owners. They want to know why their car was wrecked. If we'd nicked them, okay, we didn't. So he has to offer a scalp.
Yeah, ours. Watch out, it's up.
Oh, yeah.
So, do we go after them again?
What's the point? If we couldn't nail them at the time, we won't get them later. Forensic was negative, no prints. Sergeant Brooke. Who do you want? Just a minute. Just for you.
DC Tully, who is it?
It's Steve, Mr. Tully. Do you remember me? Steve Gray?
Oh yeah, sure.
Well, you said if I heard anything to get in touch. Well, I have.
Do you want to meet?
Well, you know the pizza parlour in Bridge Street? I'll be waiting down at the end.
Right, in 20 minutes.
Who's that?
Steve Gray, remember him? Young housebreaker, he said might make us know if we handled him right.
You come up with something?
Well, he says so. He wants to see me.
Okay, push off then.
Thanks.
Yeah, Tully, watch him. Make sure what he's selling is genuine.
Yes, Sarge.
Got a moment, Dave?
What more work?
No, something you'll like. A small note of commendation from the commander.
Oh.
On the way you dealt with the dips in the underground the other week.
Oh, he was pleased, was he?
Well, he thought it was neat and tidy. Whole team in the dock. That's how he likes it. Said to tell you.
Well, somebody up there loves me.
Yeah.
Mr. Tully.
Oh, there you are.
There's quiet down this end. We can talk. I've ordered your coffee.
Thanks.
That's your pizza. They're good.
Don't like Italian stuff. Coffee will do. Now, you wanted to see me?
Well, to meet you, really. Want to warn you in advance, Mr. Tully, that I've got something good for you.
Like what?
Well, some big houses being done up by the park.
Who's doing them? You?
Me? You kidding? I'm talking about the big houses up there, with alarm systems and all that. That's out my class.
Yeah, we know. So who is doing them?
One coffee. Right, love?
Thanks, Tom. No, I was saying.
Well, I think I know, and you wouldn't believe it.
Try me.
Not now. Well, I'm sure, Mr. Tully. We have to wait till I'm sure.
Steve, don't waste my time. If you have a name...
No, it wouldn't help you. You go back to the station, check, and say I was off my head. I've got to be sure, so just trust me, Mr. Tully. For a couple of days, it'll do you a lot of good.
Yeah, all right.
I hear you had a bit of a smash-up.
Who told you?
It's all round North London. Milton Street, wasn't it?
Yeah, but get it right. Our car didn't get written off, all right?
Yeah, but I'll tell you something else. You couldn't find Eddie Dean after, could you? Do you want to know why? See, while you were looking for him, he was at the hospital.
The hospital?
The car crash. He got hurt. He went straight to the hospital to get out your way, didn't he?
Hurt bad?
Nah. A few stitches on his face, cut his hand, had to get the blood stopped. Didn't think of the hospital, did you?
No. Where is he now?
He's back at home, isn't he? Not showing himself.
Thanks, Steve.
Yeah, Sergeant Brooke, Eddie, can we come in?
Yeah, why not? And bring your pal.
He's my DC. I don't think you've met.
Not socially, no. And I ain't seen you for a time neither.
Something wrong with your memory, Eddie? Saw you last Thursday, wasn't it? In a pub? No, Thursday morning, remember? A crashed car. And before we had time for a chat, you were hot-footing it along Milden Street, off to the hospital, I believe.
Me?
You were in bad company, Eddie. Harvey, Keller and Alan Wright.
Oh, yeah, Alan mentioned that, yeah. You was asking him about some accident or other.
Not an accident, a robbery.
You're joking.
What happened to your hand, Eddie?
Oh, I cut it, didn't I? Putting up a shelf.
A bit of do-it-yourself?
Yeah, screwdriver slipped.
Did you cut your face as well? Stitches, aren't they?
Yeah, I was careless.
Went down to the hospital, did you? When, Eddie? Thursday?
Yeah, it will be Thursday.
You can check, you know.
Well, do that, yeah. I'll show you the shelf I was putting up. It's in the kitchen.
Oh. Well, you get up at 1:30 in the morning. Always do you do-it-yourself then, do you?
Yeah, don't sleep much. Here, this is it.
It doesn't look like it's just been put up. It's covered in grease.
I've just had a fry-up, haven't I?
Oh.
I told you I put it up Thursday, so I cut my hand, see?
Ooh, it looks nasty.
Yeah, I have to watch it. It still keeps bleeding.
Let's have a look at it.
No, it's all right. Don't bother.
It's okay, Eddie. DC Tully knows his first aid. Let him have a look. He'll put it right for you. Does he worry you?
No, if he wants to see it.
And while he's doing it, do you mind if I have a look around?
Well, don't make a mess. The missus hates the place being mucked up.
Oh, where is she?
At work, where else? And the kids are at school. And she expects the place clean when they come home.
Oh, be careful.
Now sit down, Eddie. Let's have a look at this. It won't hurt.
You better not. Hey, go easy.
Yeah. Oh, still bleeding a bit.
Yes.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I should get that seen too. You need a new dressing.
How's it look?
Slight bleeding, Sarge. Just a few cuts with stitches. But it'll heal up if he looks after it.
A do-it-yourself job?
Yeah, it could be.
Of course it was.
Hey, do you mind if I take some of these clothes, Eddie?
Why, for God's sake?
Just to make some tests.
You'll try anything.
Well, the bloke we saw running away was wearing a jacket, jeans and trainer shoes like this. Do you mind?
You're wasting your time.
Yeah, well, I'll let you know if I am. Well, thanks, Eddie. Be seeing you.
Yeah. And make sure I get those clothes back. They cost money.
You think it was worth it, Sarge?
Well, forensics said no fingerprints, but lots of broken glass flying around. Get his clothes labelled.
The broken glass. Yes, I thought about that. When I was fixing his bandages, I took a bit of the dressing with a blood sample on it.
Good thinking. It all helps. Pack them carefully. Do a note to the lab, and I'll be back in a minute.
Right.
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah?
The car crash. We're making some progress. The reason we didn't find Eddie Dean, he was cut and ran straight to the hospital, get it fixed.
You've seen him?
Yeah. Guess what? He's in the alibi business too. Says he cut himself putting up a shelf. Can I have the lab report and the file, sir?
Yes, hang on, got it somewhere.
Right, sir.
Oh, yeah, here it is. You heard the commander sent down a note of commendation?
Yes, sir. Jim told me.
Yeah. Well, earn yourself another one. He's now worried about housebreaking. The ones up by the park. He'd like to see them cleared up.
Oh, it's down to me, sir.
Yes. He'll keep you in the commander's good books after what happened on Thursday. So you can take that file as well.
Yes, sir. Here we are. File on the robbery and a file on housebreaking.
Housebreaking?
Yeah, I've been lumbered. The ones by the park.
Oh? Steve Gray was talking about that.
The commander's interested as well. Do you have a look?
Yeah. It's like you said. Alarm systems, big houses. Said we never guess who's doing it.
Does Steve know?
Says he might know tomorrow.
Oh, yeah, and tomorrow. Yeah, I know promises. Right, let's get on with what we do have.
I've packed up Eddie's stuff. Shall I send it off?
No, it'll take too long. I'll take them to the lab myself. Use a bit of charm. See if I can get them looked at today.
When will you get back?
Well, it depends on my luck. I'll phone you. Any luck, Miss Wilson?
Just a minute. Let me switch this off. Now, in the first check, we found loads of broken glass, but no prints, nothing evident that we thought could be helpful. No bloodstains. But as you see, we've made a more thorough investigation of the clothing.
Have you found anything?
A few things. In the fibres of the jacket and around the knees of the trousers, we found some tiny, very tiny slivers of glass, see? And in the sole of one of the trainer shoes, there are two slightly larger pieces embedded.
Yeah.
It's identical with the glass from the windscreen.
So you can say that he was in the car?
No. Well, there are thousands of these windscreens around.
Any blood?
Well, let's take his clothing again. There's some small spots of blood on the right trouser leg, a smear on the jacket sleeve, and some spots on both of his shoes.
Yeah, well, the trouble is you can account for blood being on his clothes. Was there any in the car?
Two very tiny spots. One on the edge of the front passenger door, the other on the floor by the door.
His blood in the car?
His blood group. It's B. Lots of people have B.
Oh, I see. It's like the windscreen then, too many. Defence would have an easy time.
I'm afraid so.
Yeah, well, what about the piece of dressing I gave you?
It means very little. If it's his dressing, it has to be his blood. Why don't you try the hospital? They have his records, time of admission and cause of injury.
Yeah, well, hospitals don't like talking about patients, breach of confidence and all that. They'll do it if we have a strong enough case, and we don't.
Well, look, I'll give the dressing some more tests.
Thanks. I know he was there. How about this for a theory? My bloke was sitting in the front passenger seat, the windscreen smashes, his hand is cut, so he wraps a scarf or something around it.
Well, it would account for there being so little blood in the car. But can you prove that it was him?
I know, he says he was home that night. Cut himself putting up a shelf.
Well, that could be true as well. I can only give you pointers. Putting a case together is up to you.
Yeah. Well, thanks.
Eddie's here in the waiting room.
OK, let's see him. Hello, Eddie. Nice of you to come.
Nice of me to come? I was told to come. I had no choice.
Well, this won't take long. You know where I've been?
No.
The forensic lab. About your clothes. And that car.
Yeah?
It doesn't worry you. How about this then? There were blood stains on your clothes. Blood stains in the car. And it was the same blood.
Tell me more.
All right. There were glass splinters in your trousers and your shoes. And it was the same glass as the car.
So, you going to caution me?
There are some questions I still want to ask.
Oh, yeah. That means you got nothing. If you had anything, you would have cautioned me. Or you're breaking the law. So go on. Try it.
There are still a few things to clear up, Eddie.
Let's hear them.
Who was driving?
How should I know?
You were sitting next to the driver. That surprised you, didn't it? We know a lot more than you think.
If you did, we wouldn't be here.
You were sitting next to the driver. You got hurt. You wrapped something round your hand and ran for the hospital. And your friends ran off and left you, Eddie.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Did you know how much they got away with? Tully, read the file. Tell him.
Wages from the factory job, £84,000.
I bet they didn't tell you the full amount, Eddie. You weren't there when it was counted. You were always unlucky.
I'll leave it out, will ya?
I'm trying to help you, Eddie. I'm reading your file. Always the unlucky one, weren't you? On your first conviction, you and your mate were both caught. On the second, you were caught and your mate got away. But you were loyal, not a word. Did bird on your own. Now, third conviction. There were 3 of you on that flag. 2 got clear, but you left a print. You were loyal again. Good old Eddie. Protecting his pals. In the dock, all by himself.
It's a load of cobblers.
Now, Eddie, facts from the file. Twice you've been good old Eddie. This time, 4 of you on the job. Crash, they all ran away. Who gets caught? Eddie. As I said, you're unlucky.
Stuff it, Mr. Brooke.
Tully, get a PC to keep Eddie company while we visit his friends and chat to them about the robbery and tell them how much Eddie is helping us with our inquiries.
Hey, wait up.
Yes, Eddie, what?
You think you can drop me in it?
That's right.
You're a bastard. But it won't work. Nobody will believe you.
We'll see.
Right. So bring me up to date, Dave.
Eddie Dean's still bluffing it out, sir.
Do we have enough to hold him?
For a few hours. But while we still have him, sir, I'd like to have a go at his pals. Show them they're not out of it yet. I want warrants to search and do it while they know that Eddie is here helping us.
And if we draw a blank?
We'll let Eddie go and see what he does.
What do you need?
2 more DCs and 3 search warrants. We'll do Harvey and Wright first and then go on to Keller. I'll lead the search.
Right.
Mr. Keller.
Yeah? Who are you?
Come off it, Joe. Who do you think? Police. We're coming in.
You're bloody not.
I have a warrant to search your premises. Here.
Okay. You better come in.
All right, Tully, Knowles, Murphy, a good going over.
For what?
You read the warrant.
Just tell me, eh?
That car crash on Thursday morning, we saw you running away, carrying a heavy bag. You and Harvey, 1 each.
We had all this out of the club that night. I was never there. I got 4 witnesses.
That was Thursday morning, Joe, but we've got Eddie Dean with us now.
What's that supposed to mean?
He's helping us with our inquiries.
Look, if Eddie Dean was on a blag, that's his affair, but this has nothing to do with me. I was in the club playing cards. You saw me.
Yeah, and I saw you running away from the car.
You thought you did.
Eddie got hurt. You ran off and left him.
That's what he's saying.
He had to go to hospital. None of you took him there. You left him.
Lay off. Eddie's a friend, but it's nothing to do with me. What he was up to is his own business.
That's what Alan said.
Alan?
Alan Wright and Harvey, your pals. We've seen them both. They weren't as hard on Eddie as you are. So why don't you cooperate with us?
They've been all over the place, Sarge. There's nothing here.
Well, that proves it then.
Yes, Sarge.
Proves what?
Eddie thinks that you got rid of the cash, that you were going to cheat him.
You're full of it, ain't you? Right up to here, mate. You found nothing, so you can prove nothing. Now get out!
See you later, Joe. That's it, Eddie, you can go.
About time. Satisfied then?
No, and I don't think you will be either. We saw your friends turn them over. The money's gone.
What money?
You know, Eddie, the 84,000 quid. Constable, see our friends off the premises, will you?
Goodbye, Sergeant. Hope you find what you're looking for.
Get out, Eddie.
We let him go?
We can't hold him, but Knowles and Murphy are in the street. They'll see if he gets in touch with his mates.
Oh, Charlie?
Yes, Sergeant.
Call for you. Said his name was Steve. He has something. Says he'll be waiting in the same place. Does it make sense?
Oh, yes, Sergeant.
What's this then?
Steve Gray thinks he has something about the houses on the park.
Oh, yeah. The commander's looking for some results there. Might do you a bit of good. Save me a bit of trouble.
Right. I'll be back as soon as I can.
Right. How's it going, Jim?
All go, Dave. Nothing but paperwork and more paperwork.
Roach keeping you at it, hasn't he?
You can say that again.
You look as though you need a drink. Do you fancy a pint?
Give me a couple of minutes and we'll have one.
Sure.
That was quick, Mr. Tully. The bloke who answered said you was out.
So what have you got?
Yeah, well, remember I said you wouldn't believe it if I come up with a name for those house break-ins up by the park?
Yeah.
Well, no, I'm sure now, and you won't. It's Harry Reid.
Harry Reid?
Oh, yeah, of course, Mr. Tully. No disrespect, but you wouldn't remember. It's for your time. He's been in 5 years.
And should I know him?
Well, it ain't the best housebreaker in the south of England. All your alarms, electronic beams and gadgets, you name them, he can fix them. He just walks through them, takes what he wants.
Where can I find him?
Well, that's it, innit? When you go back, look it up, you'll find he's in Lewis with 8 months still to do.
Your housebreaker is in Lewis with 8 months still to go? What is this, Steve, a put on?
No, listen, Mr. Tully, here's the point. I know he isn't in jail. He was let out on compassionate a week ago. He ain't gone back yet.
On compassionate leave?
Yes, his wife. She's poorly. He's due out soon. He's on his resettlement bit at the moment.
Let's get this straight, Steve. You're saying he didn't go back?
Ah, he should have checked back last Monday, but he didn't. He didn't go back to his wife's house either, because that's where they looked for him, down in Watford.
Oh?
Well, she's in a bad way, so he's been doing a few jobs to make sure she's not short of her ready until he comes up.
He's taking a chance, isn't he?
Nah, he said he was worried about his wife, went on a bender, forgot where he was. You know, in a day or two he'll give himself up. You know, out of town somewhere, away from the Met and the jobs he's been doing. You'll see.
You know him then?
Sure, since I was a kid. He's a good bloke. He's all right, Harry.
And you'll give him away. That's nice.
Well, skip, Mr. Tully. How are we going back anyway? Got to make a few bob.
And you know where he is?
Yeah. I'll tell you.
And Steve Gray told you this?
Yeah.
Then you better see Mr. Roach. It's more than just housebreaking, isn't it? He's wanted back in Lewis.
Yeah. Where are you off to?
I'm away to the lab. They'll come up with something new. Do that one on your own, will you?
Right.
Come in. Oh, Tully,
I brought you the file on the house break-ins. I have an informant who says he knows who's doing them. Yeah, he's a con named Harry Reid, serving time in Lewis, but was let out to visit his wife. Could you check, sir?
Harry Reid. Let me see the file. Yeah, that's from the style it could be. Who's your snout?
A young housebreaker who knows him says Reid is staying with a cousin, a lady named Mrs. Pierce. He leaves the house most nights after dark and then comes back about 3 a.m.
Well, only doing the big houses. Yeah, Tully, it is his style. It could be him. Do you have an address?
Yes, sir.
Leave it with me. I'll check with Lewis.
You've got something new, I believe, on the car crash.
It's not much, Sergeant, but it might just be what you need. We gave the dressing some more tests under the microscope and found some tiny glass particles, minute.
Yeah?
They must have worked their way out of the wound and onto the dressing. It's the same glass as the windscreen, so the first direct link with the car. Your suspect didn't cut himself at home.
So it happened in the car?
Yes.
Thanks a lot. You've been a great help.
Sergeant, can I have a word?
Yes, Knowles, what is it?
Well, I followed Eddie Dean with Murphy, like you said.
So, what happened?
Well, when he left here, he went straight home. But 10 minutes later, he came out and went to see Harvey. He was in Harvey's house about 20 minutes. And then they both came out and went to a pub. Across Keys. Met Keller.
Keller? Was there any bother?
No, they just sat drinking and chatted, and they were there for about an hour.
No argument?
Nope. Harvey left first. He patted Eddie on the shoulder and they laughed about something. And then Eddie and Keller left and walked together to the corner of Pelham Street. And then the same thing. Pat on the shoulder, they laughed, and Eddie went home. I got your message and brought him in.
He's downstairs?
Yep.
Well, let's see if we can make him laugh on the other side of his face.
Okay, will you need me?
Yeah, Tully's busy. I want you to take some notes.
Oh, right.
Sorry to keep you waiting, Eddie.
What is it this time, Sergeant? I've got other things to do, you know.
Yeah, I know. Oh, you've been out with your mates.
Well, I had a drink with them. Anything wrong with that?
Setting you up for something, were they?
What are you talking about? We was just having a drink. You got nothing on me.
I've got bad news, Eddie. That caution you wanted. You're getting it now.
Hey?
Here it is. Edward Dean, you're not obliged to say anything unless you wish to do so. And what you're saying may be put into writing and used in evidence. Do you wish to say anything?
Yeah, I do. What is all this about? What are you going to charge me with?
Eddie, we know what happened. We have enough for the charge. Who were the others? Come on, Eddie, I'm surprised at you. You don't want to take this one on your own, do you? Falling for it again, are you? I thought you'd know better by now.
What are you talking about?
The loyalty bit. A few pints, a few pats on the back, and a promise. Good old Eddie, he's been with the cops, hasn't said a word, dead loyal. We'll see him all right. When he comes out, show how we appreciate him. One of the lads. They laugh at you.
I don't have to listen to this.
And what do they offer, Eddie? They look after the missus, look after the kids while you're away. Does the missus like being looked after? A villain handing her money once a week? I mean, do the kids? Do you like it?
Shut it, will you? All right, what are you after?
Their names, a statement. Put them in the dock with you.
Well, that's your job, innit? Not mine.
It won't be 3 this time. It'll be 7 years, Eddie.
I'll leave it out, will ya?
OK, I'll leave it out for a while, Eddie. I'm going to give you 3 things to think about. Will the missus want you to go for the big sentence? What age will the kids be? Does it always have to be good old Eddie? Take your time. Think about it. Knowles will look after you.
Is this the house, Tony?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's see if anyone's at home. Mrs. Pearce?
Yes?
We're the police, Mrs. Pearce.
The police?
Yes, I'm Chief Inspector Roach. This is Detective Constable Tully.
Good evening, ma'am.
We'd like to speak to Mr. Reed, Mr. Harry Reed.
Mr. Reed doesn't live here.
Ah, may we come in?
Yeah, come in.
I believe you and Mr. Reed are cousins, Mrs. Pearce.
Yeah, we are.
And we understand he's been staying with you.
No.
When did you last see your cousin?
Really don't know. Look, you should be speaking to his wife.
Mrs. Pearce, to save you from getting deeper into trouble on his account, let me ask you, do you know that your cousin has been in prison?
Yeah.
And that he's been given compassionate leave to visit his wife?
Well, I knew she hadn't been well. I mean, how is she?
We're talking about Mr. Reed. He did not return to prison, and I understand he's been staying with you.
I told him he should have gone back.
Mrs. Pearce, I think there are some things you may not know, and I want to help you. You told him to go back?
Yeah.
What did he say?
He said he hasn't got long to serve, and it was all right. He had things to do.
What kind of things?
To look after his wife, provide for her.
Provide for her? How long has he been staying with you?
About 4 days.
Where is he now?
Look, he's not here.
Where is he?
Look, I don't know. He went out about half an hour ago, about 11 o'clock.
Mrs. Pearce, I think you've been put in a difficult position. A family affair. And for the moment, I'm going to believe what you say. Now, what time is he due back?
Look, I don't know. Perhaps 2 or 3 in the morning.
He's been out as late as this before, then?
Yeah.
When he gets back, does he bring anything with him?
Look, I'm in bed by then. I don't know.
Do you mind if we wait until he comes back?
Please, I just don't want to be here.
We won't disturb you. You can go to bed. DC Tully and I will look after it. Won't we, Tully?
Yes, sir.
How's it going, Knowles?
OK, Sergeant.
Well, Eddie, what have you decided?
Only one thing I can decide, isn't there?
You'll name your friends in a statement, then?
No.
You won't?
It ain't down to me, is it? They're my mates. Why should I do your dirty work for you?
So it's back to loyal old Eddie, is it?
It has to be.
If that's the way you want it, let's get it over. Take him to the charge room, Knowles.
Sir.
There's someone coming.
What time is it?
2:15, sir.
Morning, Harry.
What? Who are you?
We're police officers. Don't make any trouble, Harry. Just put the bag down. Let's have a talk.
Well, where's Beth?
Mrs. Pearce?
Yeah.
Asleep, I hope. Let's not wake her up.
No.
We searched your room, Harry. We know what you've been up to. Will you come with us? Quietly?
Yeah. All right, I will.
How'd it go?
We got him coming back from a job, and there was other gear in his room.
You got all of it?
Enough. He'd sent some of it. You know, I felt sorry for him. Sick wife, problems at home.
Yeah, well, they'll extend his sentence, won't they?
Yeah. How did he go with you?
Eddie? Oh, he wouldn't tell. Charged him on his own, as always. Good old Eddie.
In this week's story of Detective, D.S. Brooke was played by Ray Brooks and D.C. Tully by Stephen Garlick. D.S. Harrison, Peter Cleall, Chief Inspector Roach, Stephen Yardley, Eddie Dean, Mike Grady, Keller, Ian Brimble, Lab Assistant Jenny Funnell, Steve Gray, Peter Aker, Mrs. Pierce, Helena Breck, D.C. Knowles and Harry Brown Smith. Detective was written by Robert Barr and produced by Martin Fisher.
MP to all cars. Armed robbery on security vehicle now. 4 men.
MP
to go 1-1. Suspects on premises now.
Tango 1 to Tango 3. Can you assist 3 vehicle heading your direction? Driver believed drunk in charge.
Detective, stories of crime and detection in London, written by Robert Barr, with Ray Brooks and Stephen Garlick. This week, The Windfall.
Morning, Sarge.
Morning, Tony.
Guess what? You've just won today's Star Prize.
Oh? What's that?
Mr. Roach said the first sergeant in was to see her.
Her?
Yeah, the lady waiting downstairs.
Tully, I haven't got time to play guessing games. What's this all about?
Well, the duty sergeant phoned, said a young lady had come in. Would someone see her? It was a CID matter. I took her into the interview room and Mr. Roach checked and said it was a job for the first sergeant in.
Oh, did he? What else have we got to do?
Well, the lady's been waiting half an hour.
Okay, let's see her together.
But I'm doing a report.
Leave it. Come and take some notes.
Yes, Sarge.
What's your name?
Ordinary. You know the kind. About 30. She seemed a bit nervous.
Not surprised. Meeting a tough copper like you.
Thank you, Sarge. Her name's Alcott. Miss Mary Alcott.
Thanks. Sorry to keep you waiting, Miss Alcott. I'm Detective Sergeant Brooke, and D.C. Tully you already know.
Yes.
No need to stand, Miss Alcott. Take a seat.
Thank you.
Like a cup of tea or coffee?
No, thank you.
Now then, what can we do for you?
Well, I'm not sure. You might think this is silly, but I've come to ask your advice.
My advice?
Well, police advice.
About what?
I've been left some money. Quite a lot of money, for me. £9,000. Well, more than £9,000, but I'm not sure about it. It doesn't seem right.
Why?
I don't know where it came from.
But you said it was left to you?
Yes, by my uncle.
Yes, well then you do know where it came from.
No, he never had any money, Sergeant Brooke. It is Sergeant Brooke.
Yes, that's right. But it isn't really a matter for us, is it, miss?
What?
Unless you think there was something wrong in your uncle having this money.
I do, Mr. Brooke, I'm afraid I do. My uncle never had any money. He was a down and out. He lived on social security and handouts. About 20 years ago, his wife died. He never recovered, went to pieces. He let his job go, family go, took to drink. You've had him in this station, often.
What was his name?
Dennison. Tim Dennison. He was my mother's brother.
Oh, old Denny. That rings a bell, doesn't it, Tully?
Yes, Sarge.
Well, if you know about him, you know why I'm worried. Why I came to you. I mean, where did he get all that money? What would happen if I spent it and it wasn't his? I couldn't pay it back. I couldn't afford to, not with my job.
What do you do?
I'm a cleaner at an old people's home.
Yes, and you don't like it?
No. It isn't much of a job. Not much pay either.
And this money would come in handy.
Yes.
Then let's see if we can sort it out for you. Tully, will you take some notes?
Yes, Sergeant.
Now, You say you were left this money?
Yes.
How?
Well, in his will.
In your uncle's will?
Yes.
When?
2 months ago, I think. Maybe longer. I don't know. We were never in touch.
And how did you hear about the money?
A bank manager came to see me. He told me my uncle had died, and that he was the executor, and that I'd been left £9,028.
Didn't you ask the bank manager where it had come from?
Oh, yes, sir. I thought maybe my uncle had won it or something, but he hadn't. Apparently, it was paid to him.
Paid to him?
Yes. I'm not very good at understanding financial things, Mr. Brooke, and my uncle mixed with some very strange people. Could you find out where he got it?
You think it might not be honest money?
I haven't touched a penny of it yet. I have to know first.
We'll make some inquiries, Miss Alcott. Now, if you'll give DC Tully the name of the bank and the manager.
I have his card. Here. The manager is Mr. Blackett.
Right. We'll see what we can do for you. Oh, one piece of advice.
Yes?
Now, if you are worried, hold on to the money. We'll be in touch.
Thank you.
This way, miss. What was the point of that, Sarge? Hold on to it. If a bank gave it to her, it's their risk. She can spend it.
The point, Tully, is I'd like to know a bit more about this. We all remember Dennison. How did a layabout like him come into this load of money? I want to know where it came from.
9,000 quid. Oh, if it'd been left to me...
Dreams, Tully, dreams. Back to work. Let's get on with it.
Yes, Sarge.
CID, Sergeant Harrison? Who is it? Oh, yes, Mr. Blake. Yeah, as far as I know, the matter is being dealt with. Oh, if you wish, I'll speak to Mr. Roach about it. Yep. Yeah, I'll let you know.
Morning, Jim.
Morning, Dave. How goes it?
Okay, yeah. Hey, do you remember that old layabout, Dennison? Tim Dennison? Did you know he died?
Yeah, about 3 months ago.
How'd it happen?
Oh, he had one too many. Died in his sleep.
Was sleeping rough, was he?
Well, as far as I know. Why are you interested?
I have to see his bank manager.
Bank manager? Joking.
No, believe it or not, the old boy ended up with a bank account and an executor.
He died a capitalist? Well, well, well.
Yes, Mr. Roach.
Hi, Jim. I've had a note from C11. A case that shouldn't take you too long. Now, this photograph from CRO. Recognise him?
Oh, it's Langley, isn't it? Alan Langley.
Seems he's back on our territory, living with a woman. Now, here's his address. If he's still there, bring him in. If he isn't, find out where he's gone.
What's he wanted for?
Questioning. He's part in some heavy jewel robberies.
How recent is this information, sir?
Oh, about a week old. If he's not on the patch, just report to me.
Yes, sir.
Where's Dave gone?
To see a bank manager.
Money problems?
Ah, strictly duty. That woman he was seeing, Mary Alcott.
Oh, yes.
Thanks for sparing the time, Mr. Blackett.
Not at all, Sergeant. Sit down.
Thank you.
I got your phone message. Now, how can I help you?
It's about Miss Alcott.
Oh, yes. You said she has some worries about the money she's been left.
That's right.
Well, I can assure you there's no reason for her to be worried. No reason at all.
And her uncle did have an account with your bank?
Yes.
For how long?
It was opened about 10 months ago.
What, by him?
Yes, by him.
Did you ask where the money came from?
It came through normal banking channels. It was a bequest from a will, I believe. Just as, in turn, the remainder was left to his niece in his will.
The remainder?
Yeah, the sum actually left to Mr. Dennison was £11,000. He spent part of it, but then, of course, he didn't survive long.
You knew he was a vagrant, had been living rough for years?
I'd heard those stories about him. My staff said he was well known in the area, always asking for handouts, stopping people in the street. But he made an effort when he came to see me. New coat, new shoes, clean shaven.
Did he?
Yes, as though he wanted to change his way of life. I tried to advise him. I arranged for him to draw a weekly allowance, enough for him to live on, to afford to rent a room. And because of his state of health, I suggested that he made a will. He didn't know much about his family. He'd lost touch with them. He told me he had a sister who was dead, and she had a daughter who was his only next of kin.
Miss Alcott?
Yes, and that he would like to leave his money to her. It took me some time to trace her, and to check that she was his only next of kin.
She must have been surprised.
Well, yes, at first. And then pleased.
Do you know who left the bequest to Dennison?
No.
Just one more thing, sir. All police inquiries have to end with a report. So could I have the name of the solicitors?
Yes, certainly. Creswell, Osborne and Partners. Very reputable, I believe. You know of them?
Yes, sir.
And that's the story, is it?
As much as we know of it, sir.
An old down and out falls heir to £11,000. And on the day it was paid into an account for him, he turns up a changed man. Clean shaven, new shoes, new clothes. Why?
Doesn't sound like the Dennison we knew.
No. Have you found out where the windfall came from?
Yeah, from a law firm, all legal and correct. But have a look at which law firm.
Creswell, Osborne and Partners.
Puts a different light in it, doesn't it? They act for some of the biggest villains in town.
Dave, because they defend villains, it doesn't follow that they are villains.
No, sir, but you know what they're like. And if they slipped 11,000 to an old layabout like old Denny, I'd like to know why. I mean, what did he do to earn it? And which of their so-called clients put up the money?
What are you getting at?
Well, it's my suspicious mind, I suppose. Let me have a go at it with Tully, sir.
All right, if you think it's worth it. Oh, but before you leave, have a look at this photo. Do you remember him?
Oh, yeah. Alan Langley, isn't it? Around again, is he?
Yeah, living in Markham Street with a Mrs. Yates. Jim has gone to check. But if you see him, get him off our patch, will you?
Right, we'll do, sir.
Yeah, and I'll see if the collator has anything on Dennison.
Mrs. Yates?
Yeah?
I've come to see Mr. Langley. Is he in?
No, he isn't.
Well, do you know when he'll be back? I was told I'd find him here.
Well, he isn't here. Who are you?
I'm Detective Sergeant Harrison. Can I come in?
No, you can't.
Well, I'll have to talk on the doorstep, ma'am, if you don't mind the neighbours watching.
What do you want to see him about?
I'd rather talk about it inside.
Oh, all right. Do you always do that? Pretend you're a friend?
I didn't say I was a friend, ma'am. I asked if he was in. And I asked if you knew when he'd be back.
He won't be back.
You sure of that?
Well, didn't say he'd be back. Why do you want to see him? What's he done?
We don't know he's done anything. We just think he can help us with an inquiry, ma'am, that's all. When did you last see him? Look, Mrs. Yates, I'm simply making an inquiry. I'd like some help from you and from Mr. Langley. We know he was living here last week.
Get it right. He was not living here, he was staying here, that's all.
Sorry, ma'am.
Well, if you must know, he stayed here for a week and he shared my son's room. Paid money for it.
When did you last see him?
He left on Monday.
Did he say where he was going?
He said he was going to the country. He had some business to do. He didn't say when he was coming back.
Did he leave anything here?
How do you mean?
Well, if he intended to come back, he might have left some things. A case, clothes.
No, he didn't.
Where did you meet him?
What's that to do with you?
I'm just inquiring, ma'am.
In my local. We got chatting and he said he needed somewhere to stay. I needed the money, so he came to me.
And he shared your son's room?
Right.
Can I see the room?
No.
Why not?
It's my son's room.
Where is he, Mrs. Yates?
He's out. If you want to see his room, ask him.
It's just a routine inquiry, Mrs. Yates. I really want to know where I can find Mr. Langley.
Look, I didn't mean to be rude, but all that stuff about him and me got up my nose.
That's quite all right. If he comes back, will you tell him we'd like to see him?
Yeah.
Bye, Mrs. Yates.
Bye.
Morning, Sarge.
Morning, Charlie. What have you been up to?
I've been backtracking on your friend Dennison.
Oh, yeah. Any joy?
Not much. Got the same stuff you did. He was still bumming around and getting drunk right till the end, but not sleeping rough so often.
He had a room of his own?
Yeah, and buying a better class of booze, and more of it. The money didn't change him, did it?
No, it just finished him off quicker. So, how'd he die?
Drank too much, got as far as the railway arches, fell down on a cold night, and he was found next morning by the beat bobby.
Like that?
Yeah. Do you want me to keep on with it?
Yeah, have a chat with the beat men. Ask if they ever saw him with anyone known to us.
Okay.
And I'll check and see what Mr. Roach has come up with.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you were checking with the collator, sir, about old Dennison.
Oh, yes, just a second. Yeah, here it is. Now, it goes back a year. They've done a good job, Dave. On the lines you were thinking. Informants, arrests, remands, charges, trials. And they came up with something. Dennison was a witness.
A witness?
At the Old Bailey, no less. And the date's fit.
Giving evidence for the defence?
What else? In defence of a villain called Mike Taylor.
And don't tell me Taylor was acquitted.
Of course.
A witness. Well, it makes sense, doesn't it? It accounts for the new clothes. He'd have to be kitted up to impress the jury.
Oh, I would think so.
Do we know what his evidence was?
Well, I've asked for a copy of the court transcript. We'll know when we've read it. The instructing solicitors were your friends Creswell, Osborne and Partners.
Who paid the money into his account. I'll go and see Messrs. Creswell and Osborne.
Oh, don't bother. Try Mr. Winton. He's the ruling force in the partnership. Deals with the villains. Oh, and Dave, you see him in total ignorance. You suspect nothing. You've just come from the bank manager who suggested Winton can help you.
Yes, sir. Mr. Winton?
I'm at your service, Sergeant.
Well, it's about a client of yours, sir. Mr. Dennison, Timothy Dennison.
A client of ours?
So I've been told, sir. A client whom you paid some money, £11,000.
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
Nor do I, sir. It's just an inquiry, routine. I was told by a bank manager that you paid this sum into his branch, to the account of Mr. Dennison.
We did?
Yes, sir, you did.
Excuse me.
Yes, sir?
Do we have a file from Mr. Dennison? If we do, find it and bring it to me.
Yes, Mr. Winton.
Now, while we're waiting, Sergeant, perhaps you will tell me the reason for the inquiry.
Well, perhaps it would help if I tell you that the payment was made about 10 months ago. You could have forgotten.
We might have. We're a busy practice, Sergeant.
And it was a bequest of some sort. A will, maybe. We would like to have the name of the person who made the bequest.
I see.
The fact is, you see, that this Mr. Dennison who received the money, well, the best way to describe him is as a tramp, a down and out, and if you had met him, you wouldn't forget him.
Yes?
I'm afraid we don't have a file on a Mr. Dennison, sir.
Oh, thank you. You heard that, Sergeant?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry to have troubled you.
You still haven't told me the reason, Sergeant.
Well, there's not much I can tell you, sir. We're trying to trace his benefactor, but if you can't help, I'll have to take the inquiry elsewhere.
I see. Well, I'd like to help you, Sergeant. We are a large firm. Several partners, many juniors. Perhaps one of the others might remember. I can check.
If you would, sir.
It might take a day or two.
Of course.
You saw Winton?
Yes, sir. He played the innocent, right up to the hilt. Never heard of Dennison. Solid as a rock. Until I said I was taking the inquiry elsewhere.
And then?
He hedged a bit, played for time. It would take him a day or two to check.
Time to cover his tracks?
Time to cover someone else's tracks.
You said nothing about the Old Bailey?
No, sir. Or about Dennison being dead.
Yeah, okay, then. Well, we'll wait for the transcript and see what actually happened.
Yes, sir.
How's it going, Dave?
It's coming along. How about you?
Langley?
Yeah.
Oh, I saw his landlady, Mrs. Yates. She says he's gone. Went off Monday morning to the country.
Well, it's his style, isn't it? Country houses, easy pickings for jewel thefts. She expecting him back?
Says she doesn't know.
Do you believe her?
Nah, they're more than just good friends. I thought of putting a watch on the house, but it could be a waste of time.
Well, if she warns him, he won't come back.
If he does, it's out of my hands. Just report and forget.
It's the ID, DC Tully. Who? Oh, yeah, I'll tell him. Sarge.
Yeah?
Miss Alcott again. Wants to see you. She's downstairs.
Okay. Bring your notebook.
I heard you've been asking about my uncle. Speaking to people.
Well, DC Tully has, yes.
Is there anything new you can tell me?
Well, not really, madam. We found out the circumstances of his death. He died on the way back to his room, under the railway arches, one very cold night. Only his bank manager knew about it, and he arranged the funeral.
Have you spoken to Mr. Blackett?
Yes, we have.
About the money?
Yep. Well, in his view, you've nothing to worry about. He says you can spend it as you wish.
That's good, then.
Yeah, but it doesn't answer your question, or ours, does it? Why your uncle was paid so much money.
If Mr. Blackett said I could spend it, then...
Then what?
Then I would like to leave my job, Mr. Brooke. I've never had a real holiday, and with the money I could do that. I've been thinking... Maybe I was silly coming to you. I've been wasting your time.
I don't think you were silly, miss, and it's no trouble to us. But my advice to you is to hold on to the money for a few more days. I'll let you know.
A few more days?
Yeah. We'll be in touch.
If you say so, Sergeant. Thank you.
Okay.
This way, miss.
Goodbye.
You're still being rough on her, Sarge. You want to prove the money's bent.
She came to us in the first place, remember?
Yeah, but she's changed her mind. She's now dreaming of what she can spend it on.
Yeah, but what if I'm right? She couldn't afford to pay it back. You're letting your feelings get the better of you, Tully. Our job is to investigate crime.
Yeah, you're right, Sarge.
Excuse me, Sergeant.
Yes, Constable.
Duty Sergeant has a message for you.
Yeah?
Well, a teenager's been brought in trying to flog a gold bracelet in the high street. He's only asking a couple of quid. I say it's worth a couple of hundred. Puts it in your league.
Uh-huh. Is there a statement?
No, it's just this.
What, his name and address? Yeah, well. Yes, this could be something for Sergeant Harrison. Thank you, Constable.
Right, sir.
Tully, you go and talk to the lad. I'll tell Jim.
Okay, Charlie. What's it about?
It's about this bracelet, Sarge. He was trying to sell it in the high street.
I wasn't trying to sell it. I was just asking how much it was worth.
Quiet, son. I'll come to you in a minute. Yes, Charlie.
He visited 2 second-hand shops and then a jeweller's. The jeweller's found us.
I was just showing it, wasn't I? Asking what it would fetch.
How much did they say?
One place said 2 quid. I told them I wasn't selling it. And 2 quid was daft, I know that much.
Where'd you get it from? You steal it?
No, I didn't.
Where'd you get it then?
I found it.
You found it. You hear that, Charlie?
Yeah, right, little comedian. Well, where did you find it?
Well? All right, what's his name?
Lawrence Yates, Sergeant. Age 17, unemployed, lives in Markham Street.
And found in possession of stolen property. Go and fetch his mother.
No, please.
Why not?
It'll make trouble. It'll worry her.
All right, Lawrence. Let's try another way. Let's you and I have a talk, OK? Now, why were you going round asking what this is worth?
I just wanted to know, that's all.
Well, I can tell you, it's worth more than a couple of pounds. It's more like a couple of £100.
I didn't steal it.
No, but you know who did steal it, don't you? All right, Yates. I'm going to take you home. I know all about you. We're going to your room.
My room?
Yeah, and you're going to show me where you found it. Tully, take him along. Afternoon, Mrs. Yates.
What do you want? Why have you got my son with you? Laurie, what's happened?
I'm sorry, Mum.
Mrs. Yates, your son's going to take us to his room. There's something he's going to show us.
What have you been doing to him?
Nothing, Mum. They just talked to me.
Mrs. Yates, is your son going to take us to his room, or will you?
I'll take you. Come in. What's he done?
On the way over, Mrs. Yates, your son was telling us a few things about your lodger, Mr. Langley. Seems he was always flush with money. Is it true?
I suppose so.
And Lawrence told us he left a case behind.
I didn't know about that.
Your son thought we might like to take a look at it.
Why'd you say that, Laurie?
I'm sorry, Mum. This is my room.
All right, Lawrence, show us the case.
He left it under here. This is it.
It's locked. You got a key?
It's a combination lock. I worked it out.
It was none of your business, Laurie.
But it is our business, Mrs. Yates.
Here you are. Underneath the shirts. These.
2 gold chains, 3 bracelets and some diamond rings. And this is where you found the bracelet?
Yes.
And you shared this room with Alan Langley?
Yes, they shared this room.
Lawrence, if you'd been offered some more for that bracelet, would you have sold it?
No.
Why not?
Well, he's coming back. I was just curious, that's all. See what it was worth.
Is he coming back, Mrs. Yates?
Yes.
Did he say when?
He said he'd be back in a week.
Which could be tomorrow.
Yes.
Mrs. Yates, I'm taking this case and your son to the station.
No.
It's likely we'll return the case with just the clothes in it. If we get reasonable cooperation, we might let your son bring it back.
I see.
You have to make up your mind whose side you're on. It's up to you. Alan Langley's or your son's?
All right. I'll let you know when he comes back.
Thank you.
Ah, there you are, Tully. How'd it go?
Sergeant Harrison has brought back a case with some jewellery and things. He's checking to see if they're nicked.
Well, if Langley had them, they're nicked. You're just in time to see Mr. Roach.
What about?
Oh, Dennison, the court transcripts arrived. Roach wants me to tell him about it. You better come along too.
Yeah. Ah, Dave. Tully, close the door. Finish the transcript?
Yeah, makes good reading, sir. And makes old Denny sound cheap at the price. Right, here it is. 4 villains to a strong room. They get away with £400,000. They're rounded up, put in the dock. And 1 walks free.
Mike Taylor, on the evidence of our Mr. Dennison.
Right, yeah. According to him, it was a Friday night. There's this all-night coffee stall out on that derelict ground by Church Street.
Yeah, I know it. The only one left in the district.
Yeah. Anyway, the rain's belting down. Only 1 customer left. Dennison, sheltering against the side of the stall. Then a car arrives.
What time was this?
Just after midnight, sir. Anyway, the bloke from the car sprints across to buy some cigarettes. Sees the old fella sheltering. And since the rain is still belting down, offers him a lift. Dennison accepts and gets a ride to the high street. And when they reach the high street, he slips the old boy a few quid, introduces himself, and tells him if he's ever in trouble to get in touch and there'd be more.
Very touching. Well, we know that very same moment, that wet Friday night, 4 villains were ripping open a strong room down in Woolwich. But one of them couldn't have been Mike Taylor, could he?
No, because when Dennison was asked who was the man who gave him a lift that night, he pointed to Mike Taylor sitting in the dock, and Mike Taylor goes free.
An honest story, Sarge, or an alibi?
Well, you have to believe it.
Why?
Well, because there was the evidence of the bloke running the coffee stall. He saw them meeting and heard Dennison being offered the lift.
What's his name, this coffee stall man?
It's James Parkins, and an address for him.
Right, find him, Tully, would you? Bring him here.
Yes, sir.
Oh, and Dave, I'll keep the transcript in my office for the time being. And keep me informed.
Yes, sir.
Is Charlie around?
No, you just missed him. He's out on a job.
Tell him Alan Lang is expected back. He'll want to know.
Right, I'll tell him.
The coffee stall bloke's in the interview room, Sarge. I've had a chat with him.
Good. Then you could do the talking.
Okay, in we go. Mr. Parkins, this is Sergeant Brooke. Now, I want you to tell him what you told me.
Yeah, well, like I said, this bloke came to the coffee store one night about 12:15. I was alone, except for old Denny, and this bloke drives up, buys some cigarettes, and buys old Den a pie and a cuppa, gives him a fag, chats to him for a while, and then give old Den a lift in his car.
Had you seen this man before?
No.
Where did they go?
I don't know, do I?
And then?
Well, the bloke comes back a couple of nights later, same time, and asks if I remember him buying cigarettes, meeting old Den, giving him a lift, the whole bit. And I said I remembered, and he said there'd be some money in it if I remembered something else.
Like what?
Well, he showed me a photograph. I was to remember that was the man who bought the fags and give old Den a lift, and not him.
It was a photograph of Mike Taylor, Sarge. This happened 2 weeks after the robbery, when all four, including Taylor, had been arrested.
I see.
There was something else you had to say, Mr. Parkins, wasn't there?
Yeah, I was to say it was raining the night he gave old Den a lift.
Was it?
No.
But it was raining the night of the robbery, Sarge.
And you agreed to say all this?
Well, that's nearly true, wasn't it? He said it wouldn't get me into trouble. I'd see the bloke in the photograph in the dock and just point to him, that's all. Old Den would do the rest.
Did you hear Dennison give his evidence?
Yeah, he did it good. He looked good, too. They fixed him up with a suit, smartened him up. He looked a dead reliable witness. And the jury believed him.
It was a put-up job.
Wow.
And how much were you paid?
Expenses, that's all. 2 days in court, food, waiting, 50 quid.
Will you make a statement?
I told you, mate, no.
Why not?
Because it's down to Dennison, not me. All I had to do was point and say it was raining. Anyway, the bloke who told the real porkies ain't with us, so we'll lay off.
We need a statement.
No, it's too long ago. It's all forgot. You can't make me.
No, you're right, Mr. Parkins. We can't make it.
Right, that's it then. Can I go?
Yep. Yeah, off with it.
So...
Well, like you said, Sarge, that's it.
Yeah, great.
Dennison's dead, and Parkins is too scared to help. We can tell Miss Alcott to get out the holiday brochures, can't we?
Yeah, she can spend the money, and Mike Taylor stays free and keeps his lot too.
You finished in here, Dave?
What's the rush?
We brought in Langley. Nicked him coming from another jewellery job. Can I borrow your DC? We're short today.
Yeah, why not?
Oh, thanks, Sarge. Cheer up.
Yeah, well, it's how it goes, isn't it? You lose one, you win one.
In this week's story of Detective, D.S. Brooke was played by Ray Brooks and D.C. Tully by Stephen Garlick. D.S. Harrison, Peter Cleall, Chief Inspector Roach, Stephen Yardley, Mary Alcott, Jill Lidstone, Lawrence Yates, David Milner, Mrs. Yates, Marissa Knights, Mr. Winton, John Forbes Robertson, Mr. Blackett, Brian Smith, Mr. Watkins, Peter Aker. Detective was written by Robert Barr and produced by Martin Fisher.
MP to all cars. Armed robbery on security vehicle now. 4 men.
MP to go 1-1. Suspects on premises now.
Tango 1 to Tango 3. Can you assist 3 vehicle heading your direction? Driver believed drunk in charge.
Detective, stories of crime and detection in London, written by Robert Barr, with Ray Brooks and Stephen Garlick. This week, On the Run.
Sergeant Brooke in? He's downstairs with Tully questioning Lockett, sir.
Making any progress?
Not much. Lockett's holding out for mistaken identity, injustice, all that lot.
Won't admit the gun.
That's it, sir. Admits he was there, but that he didn't do it.
Did he? Well, when Davy's free, I want to see him. And you. A real job about guns. Later today.
Yes, sir.
Come on, Lockett. How long do we have to wait?
You've had my answer. I don't carry a gun.
Who does this belong to, then?
I've never seen it before, and don't point it at me. It might go off.
It isn't loaded now.
I wouldn't know, would I?
Look, Lockett, don't waste my time. You've been here since yesterday. You asked for an identity parade, you got one. 6 witnesses picked you out.
They picked me out as being near the post office, that's all. OK, I admit I was in the street, but there were lots of people in the street.
Come off it. You were watching it, waiting until it was quiet.
The bloke who went in was wearing a balaclava. Your witnesses said so. Did anyone see me wearing one?
Tully, tell him again.
As he went into the shop, the thief was seen to pull on the balaclava. He was seen by both the postmaster and his assistant.
But they didn't see his face.
They saw him lock the door and pull out a gun.
Where would I get a gun?
He pulled out a gun and said, "If you waste time, you'll get this," and fired a shot into the ceiling.
Cobblers.
Remind him what happened next, Tully.
The man then produced an airway zipper bag and told the postmaster to empty the safe and the till. The postmaster and his assistant have both identified you as being the size, shape and weight of the man who wore the balaclava.
There are plenty of blokes the same size as me. Who's denying it? I'm saying it wasn't me. He just grabbed the first bloke who fitted the description.
Tell him the rest, Tully.
But he knows the rest, though.
Just tell him.
As the thief left the shop, he pulled off the hood and stuffed it and the gun into the zipper bag. He was seen by our third witness, who was about to enter the shop. She saw his face, saw the gun, screamed, and the raider ran off.
OK, he ran off.
About 30 yards from the shop, Lockett, there's a lane leading to Market Street. He ran into the lane and was seen by our next witness. She saw him throw the bag away and run into Market Street.
So she lost sight of him?
The 2 men chasing him didn't know, did they? They caught up with him in Market Street and grabbed him.
No, they grabbed me. It was a mistake.
With your past record, it was a mistake.
Watch it, Sergeant. Next time you question me, I want a lawyer here to make a note of all this.
Make a note of what?
You're not listening. For the 10th time, I was in Market Street. I don't deny it. Minding my own business. I saw these 2 men come running out of the lane chasing someone. He went into the crowd. They were too late to go any further, so they grabbed the first bloke who looked like him.
And that's your story?
It's the truth.
So's our version. And 6 witnesses picked you out, including the woman who saw you throw the bag away. She didn't hesitate, did she, Tully?
No. And in the lane we found the Airways bag containing the £8,000 from the post office, a black balaclava and a pistol, loaded, and 1 shot had been fired.
There's no way you're going to fit me up.
No one's fitting you up, Lockett.
Well, next time we talk, I want a brief here.
Next time we talk, I'll have a witness who saw you run out of that lane. And we'll have you.
You tried to find a witness, but didn't have any luck, did you? Ask your mate. Go on.
Yeah, it's true, Sarge. We tried.
See, he admits it. It's what I've been telling you all along, isn't it? So can I go back now?
Yeah, but I haven't finished with you yet. Get a PC and take him to the jailer, Tully.
Right, Sarge. Come on. Getting nowhere fast, aren't we?
We'll keep at him. Get there in the end.
Yeah. Fancy a cuppa?
I'd rather have a pint.
Have we got time?
We'll make time. We deserve it. Hey, Jim, we'll be in the Falcon.
Just a minute, Dave.
Yeah?
Just to say, Mr. Roach wants a word with you. Wants to see us both, but he's out at the moment.
Oh, good. I can have that beer.
No, I'll come and get you out when he's back.
Right. Pint?
Yeah, thanks, Sarge.
2 pints, please, love.
2 pints coming up.
And listen, before Jim comes in, a word in your ear, Tully. Something I don't want to happen again, ever.
What's that, Sarge?
What you said in front of Lockett, that we couldn't find a witness who saw him run out of that lane.
But he knows, Sarge. He was sitting in the squad car while Lloyd and I were trying to find one.
Tully, look, it doesn't matter what he knows. Just don't admit to him what we know or don't know. He'll use it against us and leave us with egg on our face.
2 pints.
Oh, thanks.
Oh, cheers, miss.
Thank you. Right, come on, let's find it out.
I'm sorry, Sarge.
Well, just don't forget.
Yeah. I reckon he's worried about that gun.
Oh, he's worried about the whole thing, isn't he? He messed it up. And if we're not going to do the same, we must find another witness.
Shall I go back to Market Street?
Right, but have your pint first.
Oh, here comes Sergeant Harrison.
Oh, yeah. Is the governor back?
Yeah, but don't hurry. He doesn't want us till 4 o'clock. But he does have a job for Tully.
Well, Tully's got one already in Market Street.
This one's on the way. Special for Mr. Roach. Bit of public relations to put us in good with the council.
Like what?
You know that new housing site near Market Street?
Yeah, I know it.
The one that's been cleared for 2 years.
Except for one house, held up by scaffolding.
Yeah, right. And one old man holding out inside.
Yeah, Mr. Latimer.
Oh, him.
He's not a bad old boy. I've talked to him once or twice.
Who hasn't? The council, social services, medical officers. Right stubborn old geezer. But his time is up. This afternoon the house comes down. They're going to start building, remove him forcibly.
What can I do?
To help Mr. Roach. He thinks a young copper might get on with him better, talk some sense into him. No one wants to see him get hurt.
Yeah, OK.
When you've had a chat, report back and tell the old man what happened. Mr. Roach wants to know why he's holding out so long.
Yeah, we'll do.
Well, don't just sit there, Tully. Get on with it.
But I'm finishing my beer.
Go, Tully.
Yes, Sarge. See you later.
Yeah.
See another one, Dave?
Yeah, Tom. What does Roach want us for?
I don't know much, except it's about guns.
I've got enough to be going on with Lockett.
It's in a bigger league than Lockett.
Is it?
Yeah, we'll know at 4 o'clock. Half or a pint?
Pint, thanks, Jim.
Mr. Latimer! Mr. Latimer!
Go away!
Mr. Latimer?
Fuck off!
I'd like a word with you, if that's all right. I want to help you.
Everybody wants to help me. Just go away!
My name's Tully. Jack Tully. We met a couple of times before. Last time I cleared those kids away from your house when they were bothering you. Remember?
Yeah. I remember you. You're a copper.
That's right.
You come to arrest me.
I just want to talk. I brought you some food. Sandwiches.
You alone?
Yeah.
You sure?
Of course I am. Come on, trust me.
Just a minute.
All on my own. See?
Yeah. Come into the kitchen. It's warm. This way. Come on in.
You've got a fire burning.
Yeah. With all the rubbish around here, it's the one thing I can keep going.
Gives off a nice heat.
My wife always liked a good fire. It was always a warm place when she was here. Not like it is now.
Here's your sandwiches, Sam. It is Sam, isn't it?
Yeah. Suppose you think I'm running out of food, eh? Well, I'm not. I've got friends. They keep me supplied. I can keep going.
They're closing in on you, Sam.
I'm staying. No one's going to move me from here.
You know they're knocking it down today, Sam.
Oh, no. They've said that before, and I'm still here, aren't I? Every month they tell me, but they won't.
They've moved all your neighbours. Knocked their houses down.
But not mine. They can't. I own it. They can't touch it. Only one left in the street. You want some tea? I'm just brewing up.
No thanks. They haven't cut the water off, then?
No. Health people wouldn't let them. I can boil it on the fire. Got no gas or electric, but I can survive as long as I've got a fire.
Why are you doing this, Sam? Eh? It's noisy, dirty, and they've offered you everything. New house, garden. Well, it's even offered you 10 times what this place is worth.
Well, it isn't the money.
Well, what then?
Sure, everybody's asked me that. Council, MPs, Fleet Street, I've told them. It's been in the papers.
Yeah, I know. Your dad owned the house and you were born and brought up here.
Yeah, it's a good street in them days.
You married and brought your wife here, didn't you?
Yeah, Doris. In the war, that was. I was going away. She waited for me here, through the Blitz and all. Was waiting here when I got back. We was happy in those days. And that's why, lad.
It's the past, Sam.
Doris isn't the past. Everything was good till she died. Died right here. I'm going to end my days here as well. Then they can have it.
But they're taking it today, Sam.
No. And they can't scare me.
When was it, Sam?
What?
That Doris died. How long ago?
Oh, a long time, I think. Well, I get mixed up. 3? No, 5 years. That's right, 5 years ago. On Christmas. Can't go before then.
Your kettle's boiling, Sam.
I'll take it off, will you? I don't want it to.
Look, I'll tell you what. Let's get round to that pub. The Bell, isn't it?
Yeah.
Round the corner. What's the time? Yeah, it'll still be open. Come on, I'll buy you a pint.
Oh, I don't know.
How about it, eh?
What? Yeah, no. Oh, you're talking like them now. Is that why you came to get me out? Then they move in, is that it?
No, Sam, no. I'm sorry. It was just a thought, that's all. Look, I better be on my way.
You're leaving?
Yeah, I've things to do.
Well, then you can tell them Sam Latimer is staying, not moving. They come in over my dead body.
Sam, you're not thinking of...
Me? Do myself in? Never.
Well, I've warned you, Sam. You know what's happening this afternoon?
I can take care of myself, lad.
Right. Well, I'll be off then.
Yeah, before you go, one thing you can do for me. I wouldn't mind a beer after all. You take this jug, get me a pint at the Bell, best bidder, and hand it in to me.
Of course I will. And you can have it on me, all right?
Oh, thanks, lad. For a cropper, you're not so bad.
Cheers, Sam.
You been to Market Street?
Yes, Sarge.
Any luck?
Well, no, all they remember is him being nabbed. And they say he was walking towards the lane when the two men jumped him.
So?
That's what Lockett says.
He had a gun, Tully. He fired it. He can't get away with it.
No, Sarge. Can I see Mr. Roach now?
Yeah.
Come in, Tully.
I've seen the old man, sir.
Latimer, yeah. How was he?
Oh, okay.
What did he have to say?
Well, the same old stuff. Doesn't want to leave. It's his house. Lived all his life there. His wife died there, so he won't move.
What did you say about his wife?
She died there, sir.
He told you that?
Yes, sir. Anything wrong?
When did this happen?
5 years ago, he said. 5 years ago this Christmas.
You're sure?
Well, yes. Why, sir?
Tully, 5 years ago this Christmas, Latimer came here to report his wife missing. We investigated. There was no trace of her. Neighbours reported hearing rows in the house. He said she had walked out on him. We believed him.
Well, that's the story he's been giving to the papers.
And to the council. He's waiting for her to come back. If they moved him, she wouldn't find him. But now he's telling you that she died there.
Well, he's old, sir. He was wondering. Maybe he's just forgotten.
Or maybe he was remembering.
Well, perhaps she did come back, sir, and died there later.
You're sure he said 5 years this Christmas?
Yes, sir.
Right, thank you, Tully. I think I'll check the records. Chief Inspector Road. Yeah, I see. We just hold the line a minute. Right, leave it with me, Tully. Close the doors again.
Yes, sir.
You look as though you've lost something, Tully.
Yeah, my sergeant.
Oh, he's gone out. Said he'll phone if he needs you.
Hello, Tommy.
Oh, hello, Mr. Brooke.
Still standing outside betting shops? You ought to get a proper job.
You must be joking. What can I do for you?
Well, you heard about that post office job on Thursday?
When Lockett got nicked? Yeah.
Did you see it?
Nah. Citizen's arrest, wasn't it? 2 blokes got him.
Yeah, but we need more witnesses to make a positive identification. Anyone who saw him running into Market Street.
OK, I'll ask around. But I've got somebody that can do us both a bit of good.
What?
Rings.
You what?
Rings. In Addison Street. Ain't you heard?
No.
Well, nice little job. Heard about it on my way here.
Yeah?
Yeah. This bloke had a bird going to the big jewellers there. Asked to see the engagement rings. Well, the case is open. Then the bloke slugs the assistant. Both grabbed the trays and run into a car and off.
When?
Well, just about an hour ago. Expensive rings, Mr. Brooke. Bound to be an insurance job. Good reward.
Are you making a claim?
Well, I could do with a few quid. Help with the ponies. One of my pals saw it. Got a good look at the bloke. If you were quick, you could nick him while he's still got him.
All right, if we do, you're on for the claim. Let's have it.
His name's Carey. Les Carey. Lives in Hill Street with the bird.
Do you know the number?
No, but you know the pub?
Yeah.
Well, then there's a betting shop, then a newsagent. Well, they live above the newsagents.
Thanks, Tommy.
Oh, Mr. Brooke?
Yeah?
If he isn't there, his fence is Larry Goodman.
CID, DC Tully.
Sergeant Brooke here.
Oh, hello, Sarge.
Listen, Jack, ask Jim Harrison if he knows anything about a ring job. It's just happened at Addison Street, the jewellers. Then get a car and meet me in Hill Street, round the corner.
Right. Sergeant Harrison?
Yes, Tully.
That was Sergeant Brooke. He says, do you know about a ring job in Addison Street?
Yeah. He's just come in. Why? Does he have something?
Yeah, he wants to know the strength.
OK, well, tell him the jeweller says they got away with 12 trays of rings. Claims they're worth £100,000.
Thanks, Sarge.
Let me know how it goes.
That's the newsagents, Tully. See?
And they're above the shop?
Yeah. So far, all quiet. I had a talk with the newsagent. He saw him come back half an hour ago, which fits with the time of the grab. Now, how do we get in? Well, you've got an honest face, Tully.
What, me?
More honest than mine. Go and knock on his door. His name's Carey.
What should I say?
You've got a message from Mr. Rowlands. He's the newsagent. Get him to open the door.
Sergeant Harrison said he nicked 12 trays.
What?
12 trays of rings.
Let's hope he's still got them. Right. Now give me a signal when your foot's in the door.
Who is it?
I've got a message for you, Mr. Carey.
I said, who is it?
It's from Mr. Rowlands and the newsagents.
Well, I'm not dressed. I'll get it later.
Oh, look, mate, I'm doing you a favour. Do I have to stand here all day?
Oh, all right. Wait a minute. Police, Mr. Carey.
What? I'm in charge.
Right. What is all this about? Leave off, will you?
It is, Sarge.
Hey, have you got a warrant? This place is private.
Yeah, we know.
Well, what right have you got to break in and push me around?
Be quiet, Mr. Carey. Tully, you found anything?
There's a girl hiding in here.
Bring her here.
She wasn't hiding, Sergeant. She was dressing.
Well, you don't look as though you just got out of bed. What's your name?
Nichols.
First name?
Sandra.
I found 2 of the trays, Sergeant. Empty.
We'll find the others.
What is all this, Sergeant?
Jeweller's trays, Carey. 2 hours ago, a young couple got out of a car in Addison Street. Went into a jeweller's. Snatched some ring trays. You were recognised on the pavement.
Oh, yeah, OK, but it's nothing to do with Sandra, is it, love? See, I took her there because we're getting engaged, aren't we?
Yeah.
Got a comedian, have we? Any luck, Tully?
Yeah, I found the rest. 12 of them, but no rings.
Where are they, Carey?
If they're not in the trays, then I haven't got them. Have you, Sandra?
No.
Sarge, these trays would hold anything up to 300 rings.
I want them, Carey. Where are they? Your friend's next, Sandra, and so are you. Don't make it any harder. Let's have an answer.
Tell him, Les. You have to tell him.
I've told him already, love. I haven't got them.
Please, Les.
Well, who's going to tell me then? Neither of you? All right, we'll go down the station.
OK. I'll show you.
Sandra!
No! I don't want any more trouble, Les.
Tully, go with her.
Right, come on.
You going to change your story now?
Silly bitch. You'd never have found them.
Going to keep them for when you came out, are you?
Oh, yeah.
I've got them, Sarge. They're in this bag.
Oh, thank you, Sandra.
Packages, Les.
Let's have a look. Oh, nice. And still with their price tags on.
Yeah, high prices too. Some of them worth 500 quid.
Yep. OK, Carey, you're booked, and you, Sandra. Looks like you're going to have to cancel your wedding plans for a few years.
Oh, very funny.
There you are, Tommy.
Oh, hello, Mr. Brooke. Have any luck?
With Carey, yeah. Like you said, he had them. We reckon £90,000 worth.
And I'm on 10%? I can retire.
I'll put you down for it.
Great.
But only if you come up with an answer to the other job.
You're an hard man, Mr. Brooke.
That's the secret of my success.
Yeah. Well, I have got something for you. The lady who runs that second-hand clothes shop, she saw him. She was outside the shop, saw it all.
Huh?
She saw this bloke running up the lane. Noticed him because 2 men were chasing him. Saw him come into her street, and then he got nabbed.
Is she a reliable witness?
Oh, honest as they come, Mr. Brooke. Go and see her.
I'll do that. And thanks, Tommy.
Hey, don't forget the other, will you? I'd like to be rich.
No, Tommy, I won't forget. Hello, Jim. How's things?
Okay, you're looking cheerful. Things go well.
We recovered the rings. We have the 2 involved downstairs.
Oh, good. By the way, Mr. Roach wants a word.
Oh, right.
Yeah?
You want to be, sir?
Oh, yes, Dave. This job for tonight.
Yes, sir?
2 officers are coming down from Yorkshire to pick up a wanted man. He's dangerous. They want some backup.
Well, we'll be armed, sir.
Yeah. Could be quite a party. Cars, loud hailers, marksmen on the roofs, you name it. Are you free now?
Yes, sir. Oh, there's one thing, sir. I'd like to put an informant in for an insurance handout. We did a good recovery on those rings.
Oh, right. And Lockett?
Well, Lockett's going to need a lawyer. We found a new witness, sir. It's all sewn up.
Right. Well, then we can have the briefing now. Get Jim, Tully and Lloyd.
Right. Tully, let's have you. Jim, will you bring in Lloyd?
Right.
Right, just shut that. Right, now gather around. Now, the briefing for tonight. Now, at 23:30, we're meeting some colleagues from the north. There will be Chief Inspector Williams and Sergeant Mercer. On our side, there'll be the 5 of us.
Yes, sir.
Right, the task. Now, they've come down to take a lad who's done murder in their region. He thinks he can shoot his way out of trouble. Now, in their opinion, another killing won't bother him much. They know him. They think it best that they come down for him.
What's his name, sir?
Richards. He was a corporal in the army. Now, according to Warrant, 6 months ago, he shot his mistress, then tried to burn down the house. Failed, ran off. They traced him to Leeds, where he shot and wounded 2 constables. Then he was lost for 3 months. He's now been traced to London and Arpatch, a terrace house in Highthorne Road, number 18, where he's living with a girl. Now, we're expected to do the house. Sneak up on him, surprise him. We meet at 23:30. Move in after midnight.
It's Roach, isn't it?
Yes.
I'm Williams, Bill Williams.
How's it going?
The house is all quiet. The flat's on the top floor.
His girl went in about an hour ago. The light's still on, see?
Aye.
Let's go back to the car, have a talk.
Right.
Where are your lot?
Waiting. Ready to be called.
The yard's laid on 2 marksmen at the front and 1 on the roof. In case there's a shootout, there's an ambulance standing by. Cars with spotlights and loud hailers will move into place once we're in the house.
Do you want us to go in by the front?
Yes, it shouldn't be any trouble. The lady on the ground floor's helping us. My sergeant's with her now, waiting for us.
And the roof?
They'll get up there through number 16.
So, it's all laid on?
Yes, except for the difficult bit. Getting him to surrender, talking him down. That's left to us. What's the time?
11:45.
Right. Alert your lads. Get them to the front door. Knock quietly. Sergeant Mercer will let you in.
Right.
Sergeant Brooke. Yeah, come in.
This way. We wait here.
This is DC Tully.
Sergeant.
Hello. What about the others?
Mr. Roach and Sergeant Harrison are on their way.
And DC Lloyd is one of yours, isn't he?
Yes, he's going on the roof through number 16 with one of yours.
Yeah, that's right.
So, what's the layout?
There's this floor, second floor, top floor. They're on the top.
Yeah.
2 rooms, but only 1 door going onto the landing. This could be your boss. Here, sir. Name's Mercer. Hello, Mercer. This is Sergeant Harris. Hello. Right. Are we all ready? Leaves just Mr. Williams, sir. Then we're ready. He's on his way.
You want, sir?
Yeah. I've got one for you, Dave. Here.
Thank you, sir.
Right. While we wait, Tully, sir, I've got some news for you. Just come over here. So. What's going on? It's about your friend, Mr. Latimer. His wife didn't go missing, as he first said, and she did die there. Seems the neighbours were right. They must have had a row. He knocked her about, killed her, and then buried the body under the floorboards. They found the bones when they knocked the house down.
And what happens to him, sir?
Well, he had his wish. He didn't leave. He was found dead in an armchair. He took some pills and a glass of beer.
I bought him that beer and I gave it to him.
Yeah, well, he must have known it was all up.
Yes, sir.
It was the only way out. Right, here comes Williams.
All right, Roach. Your lads ready?
Yes, sir, ready, Bill.
It's midnight. The cars should be moving into position. The operation's called Norseman. Let's check in on the radio. Norseman to Norseman 1. We're in position.
Understood. You can go ahead now.
Roger and out. Right, 1 sergeant on the first landing. Tom?
Yes, sir.
A sergeant on the next landing.
Jim? Yes, sir.
Right, Brooke and Tully, follow me and Inspector Roach. Let's go. Quiet now. This is the door. Keep back from it. Guns ready. First move, we talk to him.
Who's that?
Richards, it's the police. Open the door, will you? We just want to talk. Light's gone off now. Keep back from the door. Richards, it's Inspector Williams. Are you ready to come out? We want to talk.
Well, that's your answer, isn't it?
Richards!
You take away! You get another!
Put down your gun, Richards! There's no way out!
Norseman's an Norseman 1. Did you hear the shooting?
Yes, we heard it.
Can you distract him? Get him to the window.
Will do.
There's a spotlight on the window.
Richard, you're surrounded. Come to the window. See for yourself.
He's shooting at them in the street.
It's the girlfriend. Are you all right in there?
Yes, he's all right. Down up with you.
Richards, why don't you let her out? She hasn't done any harm. Let her go.
Okay, you can have her. She's never any use to me anyway.
Well, let her out now, then.
Well, thank you, then. If I see anyone, she gets it.
Thank everyone. All right, Richards, it's clear.
Get out. Good riddance.
You okay?
Yeah, I'll be all right.
Right downstairs with you, out of the way. Harrison, look after her.
Down here. I'll take care of you.
And now?
We go in. Right. Norseman to Norseman 1. Can you distract him again? Get him to the window.
We'll try.
Right. This is what we do. When the loud hailer's distracted him, we break the door down and rush him.
Richard, we have a message for you. Come to the window. We have a message.
right. Now. That's it. In. Take it, gun, Dave. Right.
How is he?
Well, he's hit twice, sir. Unconscious. Mr. Williams hit in the leg.
Bill, how is it?
I'll be okay. Take over, will you?
Yeah, sure.
Inspector Roach, Norseman 1. We're in. Ambulance men, please, for Richard and Mr. Williams.
How is Williams?
They both need help. Tell them to hurry. Mercer.
Yes, sir.
Look after Inspector Williams.
Yes, sir.
Got 3 handguns, sir.
Right, take charge of them, Tully.
Yes, sir.
Right. Well, that's it then.
In this week's story of Detective, the last in the series, D.S. Brooke was played by Ray Brooks and D.C. Tully by Stephen Garlick. D.S. Harrison, Peter Cleall, Chief Inspector Roach, Stephen Yardley, Mr. Latimer, Garrard Green, Steve Lockett, Ian Brimble, Tommy, Robin Summers, Chief Inspector Williams, Brian Smith, D.S. Mercer and Les Carey, Colin Starkey, Richard, Peter Aker, Sandra Nichols, Helena Breck. Detective was written by Robert Barr and produced by Martin Fisher.
From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
Bob Lauder, Johnny, Tri-State Guarantee.
Hiya, Bob. Been a long time.
I wish it were a longer time.
Nothing personal in that, is there?
No, just bad temper. I'm on the prod, Johnny. We had a pearl necklace swiped, and it's got me irritated.
Does the same thing to an oyster, the way I hear.
Yeah, but in reverse. If an oyster gets irritated, he makes a pearl. I lose a pearl, I get irritated. Right now I'm irritated 38 pearls worth.
Say it in money.
20,000 clams. Ever hear of Smiley Pearl?
Smiley Pearl. Oh, sure. Small-time jewel thief. Couple of raps. Haven't heard of him lately, though.
Well, you're here now. He phoned us from Ohio an hour ago. Says he's got the necklace and wants to talk a deal.
Who's your client?
Girl named Melba Crane, a real snooty-tooty the way I get it. Owns a town or something. Anyhow, it's named after her family, KRANESBURG, Ohio.
Well, if I can find it on the map, I'll see about a plane reservation.
Don't bother, Johnny. You already got one.
Tonight, and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. From Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the Home Office Tri-State Guarantee Company, Hartford, Connecticut. The following is an accounting of expenditures during my investigation of the KRANESBURG matter. Item 1, $105.35, incidentals in Hartford and transportation to KRANESBURG, Ohio. I checked into the hotel, the Crane Hotel, incidentally, and per instructions, waited for contact by one Smiley Pearl jewel thief. That Crane name was beginning to run out of my ears, so for the moment at least, I postponed calling on the family itself. As it happened, though, the family came to me, or at any rate, one of them did. Come in.
My name is Phineas Crane, Mr. Dollar. May I...
Oh, sure. Come on in, Mr. Crane.
Thank you, sir.
You're related to Miss Melba Crane?
Melba is my niece.
And the necklace belonged to her?
That is correct. It was her own personal property, not a part of any family holding.
Oh, I see. Well, sit down, won't you, Mr. Crane?
Oh, well, thank you. Thank you very much.
Just who constitutes the family you mentioned?
Well, as a matter of fact, Mr. Dollar, only Melba and myself now. We're the last remaining survivors. Now I see you're unpacking, sir. But you just go right ahead and forgive my intrusion.
Well, yeah, you did catch me a little by surprise. I just got in town a few minutes ago, and I wasn't expecting visitors.
Mr. Lauder of the insurance company wired that you were coming, and I was waiting here at the hotel.
Oh?
I understand the thief has approached you.
Well, no, not me personally, no. He phoned the main office in Hartford and talked to Lauder.
I see.
I'll probably hear from him sometime this afternoon.
Now, you say he, Mr. Dollar. Are you certain the call was from a man?
Lauder was certain. Do you have some reason to doubt it?
Oh, no, not at all. I just wondered.
The name he gave is a known jewel thief. Several previous convictions. Smiley Prell.
Yes, is that? Oh, and the call was made from here in KRANESBURG.
Yeah, that's right.
Is that? Well, that's very remarkable.
Why so?
Well, this is quite a small town, as you've no doubt noticed. Now, a stranger would draw attention. Be somewhat conspicuous.
Oh, not necessarily. Smiley may have come here some time ago to establish himself. You may even have met him, Mr. Crane.
Oh, no. Well, I'm quite sure that it's utterly impossible.
Did Lauder wire you a description?
No, of course not.
Then how can you be so sure?
Well, I just haven't met any strangers in the last few months. Not a one.
Oh, I see. Well, I am now at home. Can I order you up something from the bar, Mr. Crane?
No, thank you. No, I really have to run on. I only stopped in for a minute.
Did you have anything special in mind?
Oh, no, nothing at all.
I don't believe you, Mr. Crane.
I beg your pardon, sir?
Well, I just don't believe you. You care for a cigarette?
Oh, no, thank you. I never smoke. And I must say I fail to understand your implication.
You understand it all right.
Mr. Dollar, I'm afraid...
Now, what is it, Mr. Crane? Is there something phony about the loss of that necklace?
Certainly not.
Then what's up?
I merely came here to offer my help. And Melba's, too, of course. I wanted you to know that we'll be glad to cooperate fully in any action you may choose to take.
That's very generous of you. And your niece.
My niece? Well, she's a very remarkable girl, Melba.
Oh?
Yes, she's a trifle headstrong at times, of course. Not always inclined to use the best judgment.
How has she shown this lack of judgment, Mr. Crane?
Oh, there's nothing specific at all, but I did want you... I did want to see you before you talk to her. You understand? Let you know kind of what to expect, as you might say. Well, naturally, she's very upset over the loss of her necklace.
I imagine.
You don't have any hope, I suppose, of recovering it?
Well, as a matter of fact, I have a lot of hope of recovering it. Possibly within 24 hours.
Oh, I see. Oh, well, no. Certainly Melba would be very happy to hear that. It was an engagement gift, you understand, from her fiancé, Dean Sellers, his name. Oh, yeah, she was quite broken up when it was stolen.
Well, a $20,000 necklace is a pretty fair loss. Now, Mr. Crane...
Oh, it's not the intrinsic value at all, Mr. Dollar.
No, I suppose not, since that part of it is covered by the insurance.
Yes, quite so. But I was referring to the sentimental attachment, you understand.
Oh, naturally.
And, of course, to the sheer beauty. Oh, it was lovely, Mr. Dollar. You've seen the necklace, I suppose.
No, but I've got photographs of it.
Oh, yes, of course, yes, from the insurance company.
Yeah, it's quite an unusual ornament, with each pearl set individually in a platinum mounting. And the whole thing is... Oh, pardon me. Johnny Dollar.
This is you-know-who, Mr. Dollar. Is it all right to talk?
Yeah, go ahead, shoot.
All right. You know where the Green Line bar is?
I'll find it.
Well, meet me there then in hour and a half.
Check.
And I won't have it on me, Dollar, so don't go smarty pants on me or you'll be holding the sack. I just want you and me, you understand? No cops, huh?
I've been in this game a long time, Chuck.
Yeah, that's what I'm counting on, so I'll see you later.
That was the thief, I presume?
So he says.
Well, I've got to be running along now. If there's anything I can do...
Well, you can finish what you were saying about your niece, if you will.
Oh, no. It was nothing, really. Not at all.
I see.
It's just that Melba is a bit too, impulsive at times.
Oh.
Headstrong, you know. She's young and she's foolish, but she never means any actual harm by it. No, not really, she doesn't. Now, I'm sure you understand that, Mr. Dollar. So, a good day, sir.
Item 2, $26 even. Deposit and first day's rental on a hired car. I checked on the location of the Green Lion, 15 minutes from the center of town, so there was plenty of time to follow up another angle before I went to meet Smiley Prell. I parked the car in front of the KRANESBURG Bank, went inside and presented my credentials and a letter of introduction to Milton Borkley, president.
Step inside the office, Mr. Dollar. We'll have a little privacy at least.
Thanks, Mr. Borkley.
Have a seat.
All right, thanks.
Any recommendation of Bob Lauders is good enough for me. You've handled a lot of investments for Tri-State. You're a fine company.
Nice company to work for.
Now, what can I do for you, Mr. Dollar?
Oh, it's just the usual routine check in cases of this kind. The general financial status of the Crane bunch.
You mean the Crane Chemical Company or the Crane family?
Well, I assume the two went together.
No, not for several years now. Melba's father sold the last of the family stock a while before his death. Neither Phineas nor Melba have 1 cent of ownership in the company.
I see.
Now, the company, of course, is in excellent financial condition.
It's the family we're concerned with.
Well, there the picture is a little different. The fact is that although they're the social leaders of the town and everybody figures they're rolling in it, the Cranes are broke. Flat broke. Have been for a couple of years now.
But as I understand it, they live at quite a fancy estate out on the edge of town.
Sure, and it's mortgaged to the hilt.
That's very interesting.
Of course, lately, old Phineas seems to be going around with a pocket full of money. I don't know where he got it. It's a funny thing.
How lately? Since the necklace was stolen? Or before?
Oh, long before. 2 or 3 months. The robbery was only last week.
Supposedly, at least.
No, I see what you mean, but it's not the answer. Melba wore those pearls to the country club dance just a few days before they were taken.
Well, it was an idea.
I'll give you a piece of advice, Mr. Dollar. Have more than just an idea before you get too rough with Melba Crane or her uncle.
Oh?
Yeah, money or no money, they're still top society here. The local aristocrats. And the town kind of takes care of its own.
Well, as I said, this is only routine. I don't have the slightest bit of evidence that the Cranes are trying to pull an insurance swindle. But I get paid to be suspicious, that's all.
Well, I've wondered myself where Phineas was getting the money.
Any ideas about it?
No, not unless he's been borrowing from his prospective son-in-law.
Dean Sellers, the lad who gave Miss Crane the pearls?
Yes.
How is he fixed financially?
A man who can afford a $20,000 engagement gift?
Yeah, we can assume he's eating regularly, I suppose.
Well, actually, I don't know too much about him. He's an out-of-towner, came here about 8 months ago. Doesn't bank with me.
I see.
But I will tell you one thing. If he doesn't have money now, he certainly will have before long. He's a go-getter, that boy.
Yeah, he must be. Here 8 months and engaged to the town belle.
Oh, he's a whirlwind. Keeps 6 or 8 projects going all at once.
For instance?
Real estate, business promotion, one thing and another. So busy, he even had to postpone the wedding. They were supposed to get hitched 3 weeks ago. Of course, I hear that may be due to,
Due to what?
Mr. Dollar, this whole thing is odd enough just on the basis of facts. The rumors, I think we'll skip. I'm sure you understand.
That was the second time I was supposed to, quote, understand, unquote. Phineas Crane was sure I could understand about his niece. And banker Milton Borkley was equally certain about the rumors. As a matter of fact, I understood less about the whole thing than I did when I first got in town. I wasn't getting anywhere. I was losing ground. Item 3, $1.40, 2 dry martinis in the Green Lion bar while I waited for Smiley Prell. He was 20 minutes late, but he finally showed up, slipped into the back booth across from me.
Are you, your dollar?
Right. Have a drink?
No, some other time. I only got about 1 minute.
All right. What's your price?
No price, not now.
Oh, look, Smiley, a minute is not long enough to do much bargaining.
Well, I didn't come here to bargain.
Well, I did. And we assume from the way you talked on the phone to Hartford, you felt the same way.
Just keep your shirt on, chum. We'll make a deal, all right, but later. Not right now.
Why not?
Because something's come up. I got to get it straightened out first.
What?
Never mind. Hey, look, you remember this address, huh? 1412 North Oak Street, room 6. Huh? The boarding house. Now, you meet me there at 9 o'clock tonight.
Oh, wait a minute. What's this all about?
I haven't got time, chum. Don't worry. You'll get your beads back one way or another.
What do you mean?
I mean that somebody's trying to hand old Smiley a real quick shuffle. First-class double-cross. And I'm going to see to it that somebody gets it right in the neck.
Who? Who's the somebody?
Never mind. You just sit tight and meet me at 9 o'clock. And I think I'll be in a position to give you a lot more than just the necklace. You understand?
Frankly, no.
Well, you will. You're going to understand real good before you're through. So stick around, Dollar.
Now, here's our star to tell you about tomorrow's episode of this week's story.
Tomorrow, when somebody kisses the wrong somebody, and somebody gets burnt up over it, and then a gun is found in the ashes, man, it's murder. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by Les Crutchfield, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
I guess we were cut off, Mr. Dollar.
Yeah, apparently. Now, who did you say you...
Name's Bartlett, J.D. Bartlett.
You mean you work for Mr. Bartlett?
I mean, I am Mr. Bartlett. I mean, Miss Bartlett. Oh, now you've got me all confused.
You're confused.
Look, Mr. Dollar, the only J.D. Bartlett in town is me. I'm him. Her, I mean. Now, you see what you've done.
I'll never forgive myself.
Well, anyway, I'm the tri-state guarantee agent here in Kranesburg, and it seems the least you could have done was to look me up.
Well, give me time. I just got in town.
You had time to rush out there to that South Side bar and start lushing it up.
I came out here to this joint to talk to a jewel thief.
You what? Jewel thief?
It's the guy who phoned Hartford and offered to make a deal on the Crane necklace. He claims he's the one who stole it, that for a slight consideration I can get it back.
And what do you think?
I think I've walked in on the nuttiest case in the month of Sundays. Hey, look, he's waiting for me at the bar. Suppose I drop by later and... Are you sure J.D. Bartlett is a woman?
You're the first man who ever doubted it. I'll see you later, Mr.
Dollar. Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. From Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the Home Office Tri-State Guarantee Company, Hartford, Connecticut. The following is an accounting of expenditures during my investigation of the Kranesburg matter. Expense account continued. When I told her the case was nutty, I meant it. The start of it had been fairly ordinary. A pearl necklace insured for $20,000 had been stolen from a wall safe in the home of its owner, local socialite Melba Crane. Smiley Prell, a known small-time jewel thief, had phoned us, claiming to have the necklace, and Smiley offered to talk a deal. But before I'd been in town 10 minutes, things began to crumble and change shape. Melba's feather-headed Uncle Phineas had called at my hotel to warn me that his niece was headstrong and impulsive. Or at least he said that was why he'd called. When I'd tagged a rumor that the aristocratic Cranes were flat broke until recently. And now, at the Green Lion Inn, Smiley Prell, a burglar by admission, was turning skittish and climbing up.
Look, Dollar, I got no time to talk now.
Oh, relax, will you, Smiley? A man in your profession can't afford to develop a case of nerves.
Oh, very funny, but I gotta blow this joint. Now, I told you before you went to get that phone call, I got things to do.
Yeah, I know what you told me.
All right, then. Now, you meet me later at that place and time I told you about
Sit down.
it. You try pushing me, you're never going to get them beads back. You ever think of that?
I don't know who I am anyway.
I told you...
Sure, and an hour before on the phone you told me to meet you here and we talk a deal.
All right, and so we will. We'll talk later.
Hey, what's the matter with you?
Dollar, how many times I got to tell you? Something's come up, and I got to get it straightened out.
Like what, for instance?
Like what? Never mind. It's none of your business. It's like personal. So, later, huh?
You said you were being handed a double cross. Now, what kind of a double cross?
That's exactly what I'm trying to figure out.
Who did it? Who crossed you?
Never mind who crossed me. It's none of your business.
Did you have a partner on this job?
Oh, look, Don, don't try to kid me. You checked my M.O. before you ever left Hartford. If you did, then you know I always work alone.
Well, it can be a first time for anything.
Look, I got no time
Did you
to
have
talk.
somebody on the inside, Smiley? Somebody in the Crane house who tipped you off, briefed you?
Yeah, you want to know too much.
Is that where the double cross came from?
No, I got nothing more to say.
More? You haven't said anything yet.
Well, you meet me tonight where I said $2 at 9 o'clock.
You know something,
and...
Smiley? I don't think you've got it.
Huh? What are you talking about?
The necklace. I don't think you had anything to do with the robbery. I don't believe you've got it, or that you've ever even seen it.
You don't, huh?
No, I think you're trying to pull a con of some kind. But it's not going to work.
$1, you know what the things look like?
Yeah, I got photographs of them.
All right, then check me out. There are 38 pearls,
Yeah?
And they're pink, match color, match size. And they're not pierced like they usually are. Each one's set in a fitted platinum mount, and the mounts are fastened together with those, those little links.
What kind of a stone in the clasp?
In the clasp? There ain't any stone in the... Hey, what are you trying to do?
Okay, all right, you've got it. Or at least you've seen it. So, how much do you want?
Meet me tonight at 9 o'clock, and I'll tell you, 1412 North Oak Street, room 6, and no copy. Not if you want them beads back, you understand?
Not any more than I did when I walked in here.
Well, you will, so just keep your shirt on.
Smiley, if you can talk tonight, you can talk now. There's no reason to stall
knock
around.
it, pal. Now, look, I got things to do and not much time to do them in, so go find yourself a cool pad somewhere and simmer down, huh? So long, Doc.
Item 4, $275. I was stuck with the check, naturally. So I paid it and strolled toward the door. I stopped just outside in the entranceway to the roadhouse and watched Smiley cross the parking lot toward a tree-shaded taxi stand where a couple of waiting hacks had parked out of the sun. A few yards away from me stood another cab, this one occupied. I stepped out of the entrance and walked over to the taxi because I'd recognized the passenger in the back seat. Afternoon, Mr. Crane.
What?
Oh,
What?
I'm sorry if I startled you.
Oh, not at all. No, I just didn't hear you walk up.
Yeah, I noticed you seemed pretty concerned with something across the lot there.
Across the lot, but I'm afraid I don't...
It wouldn't be that fella getting into the taxi, would it?
What fellow? I don't know what you mean, Mr. Dollar.
Oh, I could be wrong.
I hadn't even noticed the man, as a matter of fact.
Oh, well, then, of course, you won't mind if we just stand here and watch him drive off.
But I really should get back into town.
Good. I'm going that way myself. I've got a car here. Be glad to take
But
it.
I've already engaged
Well,
this driver.
pay him off. We'll get going. Give us a chance to talk on the way in.
But I...
You might as well, Mr. Crane. The other taxi is already out of sight.
Well, I hadn't noticed. That's very well. Here you are, driver. Keep the change.
Oh, thank you, sir.
My car's over this way.
I'm afraid there may be a misunderstanding of some sort, Mr. Dollar.
Oh?
You seem to be under the misapprehension that I was interested for some reason in that stranger who left.
I said I could be wrong.
And I can assure you that you are.
Here's the car.
Now, to the best of my knowledge, I have never seen the man before in my life.
Well, there'll be days like that sometimes.
What's that?
A colloquialism of the common man, Mr. Crane. What were you doing out at the Green Lion, by the way, Mr. Crane?
Well, I was...
Just killing time, were you?
Well, as a matter of fact, sir, I was waiting to talk with you.
Well, you don't say.
Yes, I was afraid I may have left a wrong impression when I talked with you at your hotel earlier today.
In what way, Mr. Crane?
But I mean about my niece, Melba.
Well, you said she was headstrong, impulsive.
Oh, yes, but not a bit more so than any other normal, average girl, Mr. Dollar.
Oh, I see.
I don't really know why I considered it so important at the time. I must have been a little upset.
Yeah, well, that's understandable. You don't have a jewel robbery in the family every day.
In the family?
I mean, stolen from the family.
Yes.
Apparently, we're both giving wrong impressions.
Well, yes, I dare say we are. At any rate, I'm glad that everything is cleared up now.
I wish it were.
What's that?
Nothing has been cleared up yet as far as I can see. The necklace is still missing.
Well, of course, that isn't what I meant.
It's what I mean. It's the only reason I'm here in KRANESBURG, to recover that necklace one way or another.
Well, then, what do you mean by one way or another.
Either by tagging the thief and getting it back through police action, or if necessary, by making a deal. I just talked to the man who claims to be in possession of the pearls, as you know, of course, but he wasn't.
I beg your pardon, sir, but I do not know, of course.
Well, then let's say, may have guessed. You were in my hotel room when he phoned. You heard me arrange to meet him here.
I didn't really pay much attention to that phone call.
All right. Anyway, when I flew in here from Hartford, I expected this to be a cut-and-dried matter of routine. I'd meet Prell, make a quick deal to get the pearls back, and catch the next plane out. Only it's apparently not going to be that way.
Yeah, it isn't. Well, what do you mean by that?
I mean, I've stumbled onto a whole nest full of question marks, and nothing seems to add up quite right. Prell, for one thing. I think he's got himself into a spot of some kind. His attitude doesn't make sense.
And what else, Mr. Dollar?
Little things. Rumors I've picked up around town. Hints. And, of course, the biggest question mark seems to be right close to home.
Which one is that?
You, Mr. Crane. When I dropped him off at the center of town, he was still fumbling with vague phrases, trying to clear up the misapprehensions, as he put it, but actually saying nothing. He was sure, however, that I would understand. He was wrong. I didn't. Even my mistake about J.D. Bartlett, Tri-State's local agent, seemed to fit in with the rest of the mixed-up case. I'd assumed from the name that Bartlett was a man. But when I walked into the office a few minutes later, I was suddenly happy that I was wrong.
Your dollar, I presume?
That's right, Miss Bartlett.
Just make it J.D. I've spent a lot of time and effort getting those initials pounded into the skulls of the local inhabitants.
Why?
It's good for business. Makes me one of the boys, you might say.
I kind of doubt it somehow. As you mentioned on the phone, you're, unmistakable.
For that, I'm going to drop the dollar and call you Johnny. Pull up a chair.
Yeah. Thanks, J.D.
You get anywhere with that character who snatched the Queen's rocks?
Nope.
How come?
Oh, he stalled. Postponed the whole deal until 9 o'clock tonight.
Why?
He was nervous, I guess.
Huh?
Well, that's about the only reason I can figure. And between him and old Phineas Crane, I'm getting a little nervous myself.
How did Phineas get into the act?
Good question. Wish I had a good answer. Hey, what about these Cranes, J.D.? What makes them tick?
Beats me.
Well, you sold them the insurance policy. You must know something about them.
I didn't sell the policy. I just permitted it to be bought from me.
How so?
Melba Crane came snooting into the office one day, dropped the pearls under my plebeian nose, and wanted them insured.
Uh-oh. Why do you dislike her?
She's a good-looking dame, and I'm pretty well favored myself. That answer your question?
Roughly, yes. So what happened?
So I got Jim Markley, local jeweler, in here to appraise him, issued the policy, and that was that.
I understand that the necklace was an engagement gift from some newcomer in town.
Yeah, Dean Sellers. She had him hooked before he even got his bags unpacked. That skirt has the ethics of a boa constrictor, and about as much personality as a face painted on an egg.
Somehow I don't feel I'm getting an unbiased opinion.
You won't at this address. Why can't she climb down off her pedestal and play ball with the rest of us? The Crane name, the Crane tradition, the Crane social position. The only thing they're not so high and mighty about is the Crane bank account, because there isn't one.
Yeah, except lately. As I understand it, old Phineas has been flashing money around pretty freely the last few months.
Yeah, so I've heard. Don't ask me to explain it. I can't even explain Phineas.
What do you mean?
He's a rare one, that old boy. Old school tie, mouthful of mush, that sort of thing. But you know, if it was a matter of protecting the family name, I actually think he'd commit murder.
Now, here's our star to tell you about Monday's intriguing episode of this continuing story.
Monday, a thief stalls for time, an old man lies desperately, and a strange girl whispers the dread word, murder. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by Les Crutchfield, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure to join us Monday night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. This is Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
This is Melba Crane, Mr. Dollar.
Oh, yes, Miss Crane. I phoned a little while ago, and your maid said you were out.
She told me. Was there something you...
You've had a $20,000 pearl necklace stolen. I thought you might want to talk about it.
I have talked about it. The local police were quite thorough, Mr. Dollar.
Well, let's say there have been some new developments.
Like what?
That's what I want to see you about.
I suppose you want to come out here.
Oh, thank you. Will a half hour from now be convenient?
Couldn't we talk about this over the phone?
If 45 minutes will be better for you, I'll be glad to cooperate.
You seem to be a very persistent man.
I usually get what I go after.
Know something, Mr. Dollar?
What?
So do I.
Oh, then this might turn out to be interesting. See you in a half hour.
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. From Special Investigator Johnny Dollar, location Kranesburg, Ohio. To the Home Office Tri-State Guarantee Company, Hartford, Connecticut. Assignment, the Kranesburg matter. Expense account continued. Item, $20,000. The face value of the policy on a pearl necklace stolen 1 week ago from Miss Melba Crane. Young socialite, one of the last two surviving members of the town's most aristocratic family. And, according to her own statement, a girl who always got what she went after. Well, I'd almost got what I'd gone after. I'd at least made contact with Smiley Prell, the jewel thief who'd phoned Hartford and offered a deal. But that was all. Smiley had clammed up, started to stall, and implied the whole thing was blowing up in his face. And now the victim herself was trying to stall. And on top of everything else, a storm was coming up. I left my hired car near the coach house and walked down a long arbor toward the entrance to the Crane mansion. It had been quite an estate once, still was, but the buildings needed a touch of paint here and there, and the gardens needed a gardener. Just a hint of wear and tear. It fit with what I'd learned at the bank. Though still tops in local society, Melba Crane and her Uncle Phineas were flat broke. I was reaching to ring the doorbell when I saw the couple in the sunroom, a man in a business suit and a girl in a maid's uniform, so busy with each other they didn't even notice me at first. It was an intensely romantic scene, and I started to feel like a peeping Tom. The girl was still a little red-faced when she answered the door a few seconds later.
Good afternoon, sir.
My name is Johnny Dollar. I'd like to see Miss...
Dollar? You're the investigator about the robbery.
Lauder must have wired everybody in town.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. I didn't mean to blurt it out that way.
I found it interesting. You know we're going to get a little wet if that rain starts?
Oh, won't you come in, Mr. Dollar?
Thanks.
You'll want to see Miss Crane, I imagine.
Yes, I think she's expecting me.
If you'll wait here, please.
Oh, by the way, I didn't interrupt you, I hope.
Interrupt? I'll tell her you're here, Mr. Dollar.
Thanks.
Bye, honey. See you later. Oh, hello. You must be the insurance fellow.
Did you get a wire, too?
A wire? Oh, no. Melba told me you were coming out. I'm a friend of the family, Mr. Dollar, Dean Sellers.
How are you, Mr. Sellers?
Melba and I are engaged, you know.
Congratulations.
Oh, it's not recent.
Yeah, I know.
Say, you're a little hard to figure out.
I'm a complete enigma, Mr. Sellers. I believe you're the chap who gave Miss Crane the necklace, right?
Yes, it was an engagement present. Do you have any lead on it yet?
Nothing definite.
I understood you'd been contacted by the thief who stole it.
That's right.
Well, then you...
Well, I
must
haven't
have-
actually seen the necklace yet, and until I do, I can't be positive this man ever, well, even has it. It wouldn't be the first time a professional jewel thief has tried to pull a swindle.
I see. Tell me something, Mr. Dollar.
Yeah?
Suppose you do get hold of the pearls. What happens to them then?
Well, that depends. If Miss Crane's claim hasn't been paid at the time, they go to her. If it has been paid and she refuses to reopen negotiations, then we sell the necklace to recover our losses.
And up till now, as I understand it, the claim hasn't been paid.
That's right.
I see. Well, I hope you get it back quick, then. The insurance won't cover the sentimental value.
Sentimental value to whom, Mr. Sellers?
To both of us. Oh, I know. I saw you outside the sunroom there.
Strictly unintentional.
What I mean is his appearances can be deceiving sometimes. I wouldn't want you to misunderstand.
Oh, I think I understand perfectly, Mr. Sellers.
Good.
Whether Miss Crane would or not may be something else again, though.
Oh, Melba's very understanding.
She must be.
Well, I've got to run on. She'll be down in a minute. My office is in the Ridley building. Drop in if there's any way I can help.
Thanks. I may just do that.
Hello?
I'm sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Dollar.
Oh, that's all right. It gave me a chance to meet your fiancé.
Oh, were you talking with Dean?
We exchanged a few pleasantries.
Isn't he a darling?
Well...
Of course, he's a little headstrong sometimes and impulsive. But he
never means any harm by it.
How did you know?
Oh, personal observation. And also, by an odd coincidence, that's exactly the way you were described to me.
Oh? Instead of beautiful, glamorous, seductive?
I imagine it was assumed that I could see those qualities for myself.
I wonder if I should buy that as it is or analyze it first.
I warn you, I'm dangerously subtle.
I think you may be at that. Would you like a drink, or are you one of those always stick-to-business types?
I'm even worse. I combine the two. I'll have scotch on the rocks.
Oh, that's my drink.
Well, now we found something in common.
We already had something. The robbery.
Yeah, you want to talk about it?
Why not? I want that necklace recovered as much as you do.
Yes, I understand it has a high sentimental value.
Who told you that?
Your fiancé.
Oh. Here's your drink.
Thanks. To pearls, the frozen tears from the eyes of Allah.
A poetic cop.
More cynical than poetic. The man I heard call them that had just knifed a British colonial administrator and blown up a sampan with 6 Chinese fishermen aboard.
Why?
9 pearls. He wanted them. There were 38 in that necklace of yours.
This man, did he get away with it?
Not exactly. He was shot to death on the Hong Kong waterfront. This is good scotch.
It is?
Another thing, Miss Crane, I am not a cop, poetic or otherwise.
It amounts to the same thing, doesn't it?
Well, in some ways. I'm not professionally concerned with identifying and capturing criminals and bringing them to justice. My obligations on that score are no more nor less than those of any other private citizen.
So?
So I'm hired by the insurance company to protect their interests. Usually that involves trying to recover stolen property or looking for evidence of insurance fraud.
I'm afraid I don't quite...
Sometimes I make deals, Miss Crane.
Meaning exactly what?
Meaning that if somebody should start something and get in over their head, I might listen to reason, try to work something out. A cop wouldn't. He's not permitted to.
Well, that would all be very interesting, I'm sure, to the person who stole the necklace.
Yeah, you'd think so, wouldn't you?
What about that person, Mr. Dollar? The jewel thief who phoned the insurance company.
Smiley Prell? I talked to him a couple of hours ago, briefly.
Does he have the pearls?
I don't know. Do you mind if I have another drink?
Go ahead.
Thanks.
What do you mean you don't know? That's why you came here, wasn't it? To meet him and get them back?
He may not have them. He may just be trying to swindle the insurance company. That's not too uncommon a game, you know.
No, I wouldn't know.
Oh, yeah. It's tried every now and then. The nicest people sometimes. Just looking at you.
You know, it seems to me you're taking this whole thing pretty calmly.
Well, that's merely a front. Inside, I'm a seething volcano.
Now, look...
Hey, tell me something. Why did you postpone your wedding?
I didn't. Dean was the one who... Now, what difference does it make? What's that got to do with it?
Do you think he's changed his mind about marrying you?
Suppose we leave Mr. Sellers out of it.
Can't. He's already in it. He's the one who gave you the necklace in the first place, an engagement gift. Has he called off the engagement, Miss Crane?
He hasn't, and he won't, regardless of any rumors you may hear to the contrary. Now, does that answer your question?
More or less.
Then suppose we leave my personal life alone and talk about the robbery. That is, if you're at all interested in it.
Where is the safe, Miss Crane?
Safe? Oh, that the necklace was in. It's there behind that painting. Do you want to see it?
If you don't mind.
All right.
You and your uncle live here alone, as I understand it.
My maid, of course, Betty. Well, there's the safe. I doubt if you'll find any fingerprints or anything. The police spent hours on it.
Mm-hmm. That's a real old-fashioned one.
Our family's been around quite a while, Mr. Dollar.
Wouldn't be much of a job for a professional safecracker.
You mean even without the combination?
Even without. How did the thief get into the house? Force a window somewhere, a door?
No, with a key, I guess.
Oh?
You see, it happened in the afternoon. I'd gone out, and Uncle Phineas was out somewhere, as usual. The house was empty at the time.
What about your maid?
Betty? Well, after I left, she decided to go into town to do some shopping or something. Oh, they couldn't possibly have picked a better time.
Apparently not.
Would you like to look around the house?
No, thanks. I've got a pretty complete story from the police reports. Mostly I came out here to take a look at you.
And what's your verdict?
Maybe I'll do better with Smiley Prell. I'm meeting him later.
Oh? And is he going to produce the necklace?
I don't know. He talked about a double cross. Said he might give me more than I was bargaining for. He was pretty upset.
Why?
I don't know.
Oh, incidentally, Mr. Dollar, there's someone else you'll no doubt be talking to, and I want to warn you about him.
Who's that?
Uncle Phineas. Of course, he means all right.
Is he headstrong and impulsive, too?
He makes up things sometimes, and he's, well, just a little bit vague.
Balmy, you mean?
Mr. Dollar, with people of our class, it's referred to as eccentric. I'm sure you understand.
I left the house filled with understanding and with some brand new questions about the Cranes that needed still more understanding. The lowering storm clouds had brought an early dusk, and it was nearly dark when I reached to open the door of my car. Then suddenly I caught a flash of white at the corner of the coach house. Somebody had seen me and tried to duck out of sight. I walked quickly across the driveway and moved quietly up to the corner of the building. How are you, Betty?
Mr. Dollar.
Can I help you with that?
No. I mean, I was just going to burn some trash.
Well, let me put it in the incinerator for you. Here.
No, please.
Sure you sorted these papers? There seems to be something heavy here.
Let me have it. Please. You won't understand.
Why, Miss Crane thought I was very understanding. You'd better run on. She sounds impatient. I'll take care of this.
No, please. You'll only... Oh!
I watched her disappear into the shadows, running toward the house. Then I unwrapped the package she'd been trying to hide in the incinerator. It was a .32 caliber revolver, and one chamber had been fired. Recently.
Now, here's our star to tell you about tomorrow's episode of this week's story.
Tomorrow, a strange disappearance, a grim cry in the night, and a quarry is run to earth in room 313. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by Les Crutchfield, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
This is Betty, Mr. Dollar.
Betty...
Miss Crane's maid. I'm the one who... well...
Oh, yeah. What can I do for you, Betty?
Have you told anyone about it?
The gun? No, not yet.
Oh, thank heaven. Do you still have it?
What do you think I'd do? Bury it somewhere?
Look, Mr. Dollar.
No, you look. Somebody's used this gun, used it recently. Who was it? You?
No, I never saw it before.
Then why were you trying to hide it in the incinerator?
I was scared. I didn't know what I was doing.
Is it your gun?
I found it.
Where?
Please.
Is it tied in with the theft of Miss Crane's necklace?
I don't know anything about it, about anything. I just know I'm in trouble. You've got to help me, Mr.
Please. Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. From Special Investigator Johnny Dollar, location KRANESBURG, Ohio. To the Home Office Tri-State Guarantee Company, Hartford, Connecticut. Assignment, the Crane matter. Expense account continued. Item 7, $3.10 for a bad steak and worse coffee in the hotel dining room. But it didn't matter much. I had to rush it anyway, with one eye on my watch. I was meeting jewel thief Smiley Prell at his rooming house at 9 o'clock. And Melba Crane's maid Betty was coming here to the hotel at 10, providing she could slip away from the house. The schedule was tightening up on me, but I still hadn't seen hide nor hair of the stolen necklace. That is, if hide nor hair can apply to a string of matched pearls insured for $20,000. 1412 North Oak Street was in a lost and forgotten corner of town, dark and nearly deserted at this hour of the evening. The rooming house, a ramshackle frame built flush to the sidewalk, seemed to wait for me, brooding in silence. There were no names on the letterboxes and no sign of an office. I tried the front door. It was open. Room 6 was the number Smiley had given me. I walked down the long hall, studying the numbers on the doors with a dim light from a single bulb at the far end. 4, 5, 6. I heard the barest hint of movement behind the door, then silence. I reached down quietly and turned the knob. The door was unlocked. I took a deep breath and then went in fast.
What the devil?
Take it easy, Mac. All right, hold it now till I find the light switch.
Well,
I'll be.
Mr. Dollar.
Aren't you a little out of your territory, Mr. Crane?
I don't know what you mean.
Sit down before you shake your teeth loose.
I beg your pardon, sir.
Don't mention it.
If I may remind you who you're talking to.
You don't have to remind me. You're Phineas P. Crane, uncle of Miss Melba Crane, who had a pearl necklace stolen from her. You're one of the last 2 surviving members of the Crane family who founded KRANESBURG.
Mr. Dollar,
And I have just caught you prowling the room of a known professional jewel thief. Now sit down.
I can explain this, sir.
Yeah, I hope so. I suppose our host isn't home.
There's no one else here.
Was the door unlocked? Or were you equipped with a set of keys?
I beg your pardon.
Again? You're the most polite burglar I've ever tagged.
This is not the way it seems, I assure you.
All right, now you've assured me. Convince me.
I came to ask some questions of the gentleman who lives here.
Do you know him?
Certainly not. It's hardly likely that I'd be acquainted with a person of his type.
Oh, I don't know. He's a jewel thief. Your niece had a necklace stolen 10 days ago. It kind of adds up in a way.
Oh, well, now, are you accusing me of complicity?
I'm not accusing you of anything. I'm just trying to find out what you were doing hiding here in Smiley Prell's room.
I came here to talk to him.
What about?
But the reasons are personal, Mr. Dollar.
Then you did know him?
No, I knew he lived here. Because I followed him one day. I didn't know his name. I didn't know he was a jewel thief until you said so just a moment ago. I know. This seems rather odd.
Yeah, well, that's one way of putting it.
You'd understand if I were in a position to explain.
It might be a good idea if you got in that position, in view of the circumstances.
I simply cannot. And I do not believe your capacity is such that you can force me to.
You're quite right. But the police might handle it somewhat differently.
Oh, I doubt it very much. My grandfather founded this town. Yes, they remember that here.
A matter of pulling rank. Huh?
Oh, I think they'd lean toward believing any reasonable story that I might give them.
A story like that is reasonable only as long as there's no actual evidence to disprove it.
Oh, is that so? And you have such evidence?
Not yet, but I think I will before long.
Oh, then I'll have to deal with that eventuality when and if it happens.
Who are you trying to protect, Mr. Crane?
I don't know what you mean.
Why did you follow Smiley?
Because I saw him under rather unusual circumstances.
Before or after the robbery?
Both. Well, after. Yes, when I followed him.
When was that, tonight?
No, that was several days. But
Did you expect him to be here tonight? Or were you counting on his room being empty?
I did not come here to commit burglary. May I remind you, sir?
Oh, yeah, I know. You're Phineas P. Crane, and you and your niece are the tip-top aristocrats on the local totem pole. Also, I happen to know you're flatboat.
I beg
I
your
imagine $20,000 worth of insurance would look pretty good to you.
I am not a thief.
People have an odd moral sense sometimes. A lot of them seem to think insurance fraud is not quite the same as actual
Yet
theft.
I do not happen to be one of those persons, Mr. Dollar.
What about your niece?
Well, that necklace was given to her as an engagement gift by the man she's going to marry. And I'm sure its value to her is much more than the amount of the insurance.
Maybe, and maybe not. You did tell me this afternoon that she's headstrong, impulsive.
Oh, yes, but I did not mean to imply, sir.
All right, Mr. Crane. I imagine you'll be around when I want you. You're not the kind of man who runs away. So for the moment, play it your way. Cover up and hide behind the family name. But sooner or later, you're going to have to talk it out with somebody. Either with me or someone else.
Am I free to go now?
Sure. Sure, as far as I'm concerned. Unless you want to stick around and wait for Smiley.
Well, I doubt whether there's much point in that now. Under the circumstances. Good night, sir.
Keep cool, Mr. Crane.
I shall make every effort to.
As soon as Crane left, I made a quick search of the room and found nothing. Smiley evidently traveled light and lived light. There was hardly any sign he was even living in the place. I gave it up as a bad job, finally, closed the door behind me, and drove back to my hotel. I was starting to see a faint gleam of daylight in the case, but I couldn't quite figure how Phineas Crane fit into it. And unfortunately, I was in no position to push him very hard, since technically I had no more right in that room than he did. But all of my theories fell apart when I walked through the door of my hotel room.
Come right in, son. Have a seat.
Thanks. One of us could be in the wrong room, of course.
Not if your name's Dollar.
Oh, I wasn't questioning my presence, Mr.
You know a fella named Smiley Prell?
Well, I know who he is.
Got business with him, have you?
Maybe. Do I, have any with you?
Well, my name's Durham, Mr. Dollar. Ed Durham.
Oh, well, it's a little late, Mr. Durham, so if you don't mind.
I'm chief of police here in KRANESBURG.
Oh. Well, maybe it's not as late as I thought.
Found your name where this fella Prell had wrote it down, along with your room number here at the hotel.
Careless of him.
Kind of helpful, though. He a friend of yours?
No, I'd hardly call him that. Oh, I don't see any point in holding out on you, Chief Durham. Here are my credentials. I'm an insurance investigator working on that Crane robbery.
You don't say.
Smiley Prell is a jewel thief, 2 previous convictions. He phoned the insurance company in Hartford and wanted to talk a deal. I flew in here this afternoon.
Mm-hmm. Well, these seem to be in order, all right.
Thanks. I had an appointment to meet Prell this evening at his rooming house at 9 o'clock, but he didn't show.
Reckon he wasn't in much shape to, Mr. Dollar.
What do you mean?
Prell got himself shot 4 or 5 hours ago.
Shot?
Yeah. Real shot. Matter of fact, he's dead.
Murdered?
Kind of looks that way. Found him in a back alley behind the city park. Must have happened sometime this afternoon. You wouldn't know anything about it, would you, Mr. Dollar?
I don't know. I might. Do you know what kind of a gun was used to kill him?
.32 revolver, according to the boys in ballistics.
Well, hold on to your hat. I may have it right here.
Don't bother looking under the mattress, Mr. Dollar.
What?
I already found it. Yep, got it right here.
You're pretty cagey, aren't you?
Wasn't sure how to figure you. Reckon you're all right, though, or you'd have kept your mouth shut.
Well, thanks.
How'd you come by it?
I took it away from Melba Crane's housemate, a girl named Betty.
Yeah, I know who she is.
It was sometime between 6:30 and 7 this evening. I caught her trying to hide it in the incinerator.
You don't say.
It's been fired, as you undoubtedly noticed. You might have it checked through, but I don't imagine it's registered.
It's registered, all right.
Oh?
We don't have many guns around here. I recognize this one right off. Belongs to Phineas Crane.
What?
Add up to anything, Mr. Dollar?
Not the way I've been adding.
Well, it's got me stumped, too.
I don't suppose you found that necklace on Smiley Prell's body?
No, not a sign of it. You figure then this murder's tied up some way with that robbery?
What else is there to figure? What about these Cranes, Chief? Just who are they? What are they?
Well, they're an old-line family. Just two of them left now, Phineas and Melba. Not as wealthy as they used to be, maybe.
Milton Borkley at the bank told me the same thing.
Funny thing about that, though. Lately, at least, old Phineas seems to have plenty of cash to jingle together.
How lately?
Now, not just since the robbery, if that's what you mean. It's longer than that. Last 4 or 5 months.
Well, that checks, too, with what Borkley said.
You got some idea they planned that robbery, Mr. Dollar?
Oh, I don't know. I've got no evidence of it, if that's what you're asking. How do Phineas and Melba get along together?
Well, they're kind of like royalty here, you know. Live pretty much to themselves. And if they do have any trouble, it's never heard outside the house.
Uh-huh. What do you know about Melba's fiancé, this Dean Sellers?
Well, he's been here about 8 months. Seems to be a pretty nice fellow. Civic leader and all that. Everybody in town thought it was just fine when they got engaged. Figured they was meant for each other.
Well, he certainly goes in for lavish gifts. A necklace with 38 matched pearls is quite...
Expecting somebody?
Yeah, quite. Who is it?
Betty, let me in, Mr. Dollar.
Oh, just a minute. She phoned earlier, wants the gun back. Maybe you'd better listen in from the bathroom there.
Good idea. Let me get set.
Okay, right. Come in, Betty.
Thank you. I've got to have it back, Mr. Dollar.
Have what back? The gun you were trying to hide in the incinerator this evening?
Yes, of course.
You mean this one?
Oh, yes. Please, Mr. Dollar. Somebody's trying to get me into trouble.
Who?
I don't know. I found that gun. That's the truth.
Found it where?
Hidden in a drawer in my room out at the Cranes.
Who put it there?
I don't know. When I saw it, I got scared. I was trying to get rid of it when you stopped me. And now, tonight on the radio, it says a man's been shot.
Did you know him?
No.
Do you know whose gun this is?
I don't know anything about it. Oh, give it to me, please.
I'd like to, Betty. But I'm afraid things aren't that simple.
What do you mean?
All right, Chief. It's all yours.
Now, here's our star to tell you about tomorrow's episode of this week's story.
Tomorrow, a castle crumbles. Cupid goes to jail. And a lovely iceberg thaws a bit. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by Les Crutchfield, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
This is Dean Sellers, Mr. Dollar. You may recall meeting me this afternoon at the...
Yes, you're Miss Crane's fiancé. What's on your mind, Mr. Sellers?
I'm downstairs in the hotel lobby. I'd like to come up and talk to you, if I could.
Well, I was just on the point of leaving for the police station.
Oh, then you know about Betty.
Yes. As a matter of fact, Chief Durham arrested her here in my room.
What?
I said she was arrested.
I know, but what was she doing there?
I had the gun that was used to murder Smiley Prell. She wanted it back.
What do you mean, wanted it back?
Why all the interest in this girl, Mr. Sellers?
Well,
Is it just because you happen to be engaged to the woman she works for?
Well, yes, you might say that. No, that's not it at all. I've got to talk to you.
All right. I'll meet you in the hotel bar in 5 minutes.
Tonight, and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. From Special Investigator Johnny Dollar, location KRANESBURG, Ohio. To the Home Office Tri-State Guarantee Company, Hartford, Connecticut. Assignment, the KRANESBURG matter. Expense account continued. Item 10, $2.75 for 3 brandies straight. 1 for me and 2 for Dean Sellers. Newcomer to KRANESBURG, man about town, and fiancé of local socialite Melba Crane. The man who'd given her the pearl necklace that had been stolen from the safe in her home. It had supposedly been an engagement gift. Yet now Sellers was flipping his lid because Melba's maid was in a jam. I remembered the scene in the Crane sunroom earlier in the afternoon. And Dean Sellers remembered it, too.
When you walked up on the porch at the Crane estate and saw Betty and me in each other's arms, you,
I thought the obvious, naturally.
Yeah, I figured as much. That's why I tried to cover up when I talked to you afterward.
You didn't have to, Mr. Sellers. I kind of wrote it off as just another bachelor having a fling before he settled down.
Yeah, that's the way I looked at it, at first.
Mm-hmm. So?
So, it didn't work out that way.
How did it work out?
I finally realized I was in love with Betty.
I see.
I know it may sound corny, but it happens to be true.
Does Melba Crane know about it?
No? Well, at least I don't think she does.
Well, what did she think when you broke off your engagement?
Oh, I haven't actually broken it off. I just postponed it. I told her I was loaded with work and we'd have to wait a while.
And she accepted that?
Well, she seemed to. Can't be sure about Melba, though. She's a cool one. Plays her cards close.
Yeah, well, most women are pretty cool when they suspect somebody is poaching on their own private preserve.
She may have suspected, but I don't think she could have known anything for sure. Betty and I haven't always been as careless as we were this afternoon.
Well, what about the pearls? Were you intending to ask Melba to give them back?
I didn't really know what to do, Mr. Dollar. $20,000 is a lot of money. On the other hand, I gave them to her as an engagement gift. It seemed kind of rough to ask for them back after breaking the engagement on her.
Do you think she'd have returned them if you had asked her?
Well, I suppose so. Of course, it didn't go that far. Before I could make up my mind what to do, the necklace was stolen.
And this afternoon, the man who claimed he stole it was murdered.
Betty had nothing to do with that.
You could be prejudiced, Mr. Sellers.
I know her, I tell you.
How well?
Well enough that I'm planning to marry her.
That's what I mean.
All right. But that doesn't mean I'm completely blind about her. Somebody's trying to frame that girl.
Who, for instance?
I don't know.
And for what reason?
I don't know that either. But I do know one thing. When she says she knows nothing about it, she's telling the truth.
I admire loyalty myself, Mr. Sellers, but there are a lot of facts against her.
What facts?
As you probably know, when I caught her with that gun out at the Crane place and took it away from her, she was trying to hide it in the incinerator.
All right. What's that prove? She'd found it hidden in her room and she was trying to get rid of it.
Well, a lot of people, if they were innocent, might have gone to the police with it.
She got scared, that's all. She lost her head.
Maybe. But that's not all that's against her. There are other things, a kind of pattern.
What things?
That safe at the Crane house was opened during the 1 hour of the day that everybody was out somewhere.
Including Betty, if you remember.
So she claims. And she probably was. I'm not saying she actually committed the theft.
She couldn't have. No one except Melba and her uncle Phineas knows the combination to that safe.
No. I think Smiley Prell actually did the job. An old-fashioned safe like that would be a cinch for a pro of his talents.
Then how do you figure Betty is being involved?
Smiley had to know when to do it. And he had to get into the house. There were no locks forced, so he must have had a key.
So, of course, the maid must have helped him.
Not necessarily, but it sure does add up.
And then Smiley Prell was murdered, shot. Are you claiming she did that, too?
She was in possession of the gun that killed him. She was caught trying to get rid of it.
But why? Why would she kill him if they were in on it together?
Well, as you mentioned a couple of minutes ago, $20,000 is a lot of money. Maybe she wanted a whole necklace, not a half of one.
You don't know her, that's all.
No, you're right. But I do know what the facts seem to point to.
Circumstantial evidence, nothing else.
True.
And not only that, but it leaves you hanging right up in the air.
What do you mean?
That pearl necklace. Now, there's a fact for you to swallow. As I understand it, the police haven't found it.
That's right.
It wasn't on Prell's body. And they didn't find it on Betty. If she killed him to get it, where is it?
I don't know.
Well, if she's arraigned for this, the prosecuting attorney had better know. Because without it, he won't even have a case.
I'm quite aware of that, Mr. Sellers. I left him standing there, belligerent and despondent, and drove across town to the police station. It was late by then, and KRANESBURG had pretty well folded up for the night. Well, that was fine with me. The fewer people I saw at the moment, the better. I felt about as low as Sellers did, because I was starting to get a hunch that this one might turn out messy, that no matter how it might end, some average, decent people were bound to get hurt. It's like that sometimes when there's been a murder. Chief of Police Durham looked like he was expecting me.
Sit down, Mr. Dollar.
Thanks, Chief. You, planning to spend the night here?
No, I'm about to give up. Going home in a few minutes. I've been trying to get a statement from that girl.
Any luck?
It depends on how you mean it. She's willing to talk, all right. Answers anything we ask her.
But not the way you want her to answer, is that it?
She won't budge an inch away from that same story. Says she found the gun hidden in her room, was scared because of the robbery last week, and tried to get rid of it.
What about Smiley Prell?
Claims the first she heard of him was that bulletin on the radio telling about his murder. That's when she got panicky and came to the hotel to get the gun back.
And that's all she knows about it, huh?
So she claims. We couldn't budge her on it.
Uh-huh. You still haven't found any trace of the necklace, huh?
Nope. And without it, I doubt if the DA will even issue a complaint.
Yeah. The same possibility was raised by someone else a few minutes ago.
Who was that?
Dean Sellers, the fellow who gave the pearls to Miss Crane in the first place.
How come he's getting into it?
Well, it appears that love has reared its head. He's frothing at the mouth over this girl's arrest, claims she's being framed.
He could be right, Mr. Dollar.
I know.
It beats me. Man just don't know where to start with a mess like this one on his hands.
I think I'm beginning to get some idea of where to start.
How do you mean?
Look, I've got a photograph here from the insurance files. Take a look. It's a photo of that necklace.
I see.
I was wondering, Chief Durham, do you know of any jeweler here in KRANESBURG who could make a duplicate of that? A skillful imitation?
No. No, I'm afraid you'll have to go into Cincinnati for that. Be the closest place, at least.
No, I don't want a duplicate made. I want to know whether somebody did go into Cincinnati for that purpose some 4 or 5 months ago.
Well, might take a while to find out.
How much of a while?
Well, not too long, with a little luck. I could get Jim Markley in here.
Markley?
He's a local jeweler. He could take this photograph and give them a technical description over the phone. Done things like that for us before.
Good.
Yeah, might have something back for you by tomorrow afternoon.
The sooner the better.
Yeah. I'll call Jim and ask him to come down.
One other thing, Chief.
Yeah?
I've already phoned Hartford and started them to work on this, but we may get faster results if you move in on it from this end.
All right. What is it you want?
I want a tracer put on Dean Sellers.
I see.
A complete rundown. He's been here for 8 months. What did he do before that? Where did he come from? Where did he get the necklace? Who are his friends? What's his financial status? Anything you can get.
I don't quite see what you're aiming at, Mr. Dollar.
I'm not quite sure I do. It was after midnight, and there was nothing more I could do until the next day except drive back to my hotel and sack in for the night. It was a good, sensible, conservative intention, and I managed to carry it to the point of taking off my tie and unbuttoning my shirt. The night manager had been pretty upset earlier when Betty Jackson came to my room and then left under arrest. I don't know what he thought when I had my second female visitor. Well, good evening, Miss Crane.
Could I have a word with you, Mr. Dollar?
Sure, why not? Come on in.
Thank you. I guess it's a little indiscreet of me to come here like this.
Oh? Why so?
Well, after all, this is KRANESBURG, and when one has to maintain a sort of position in town, well, I'm sure you understand.
Oh, perfectly. How about a drink?
What?
Drink. G-R-I-N-K. I even happen to have 2 clean glasses.
I'm afraid you have the wrong impression, Mr. Dollar.
Why so? It's good cognac. The best, in fact. Won't do a bit of harm to your position.
Make it a double, if you will.
Check. May I ask you what has happened to cause you to throw discretion to the winds in this mad fashion, Miss Crane?
I felt there was something I ought to make clear to you concerning Dean, my fiancé.
I see. Here you go.
Thank you. I believe you talked to him this evening, didn't you?
Briefly, yes.
Then you know, of course, that he's taking up for this girl, trying to defend what she did.
He did seem to have something like that in mind.
I also think you may have observed a little tableau in the sunroom when you came to the house this afternoon.
Oh, now look, Miss
Please.
Crane.
I'm quite aware of the situation. I've observed a few of those scenes myself. I'm not a complete fool, you know.
Why are you telling me all this?
The reason should be obvious.
I'm dense. I can only understand what I actually hear.
What I mean is, it should be rather apparent that any alibi Dean might supply in a noble attempt to save this poor innocent girl should not be given too much credence.
Because he might be prejudiced in her favor?
Is there any doubt of it?
Your glass is empty. Like another one?
Oh, I don't believe I should. Thanks.
Aren't you a little prejudiced, Miss Crane, against the girl?
Very likely, under the circumstances. Am I to take it, then, that you're on her side, too?
I am on the side of the Tri-State Guarantee Company, and if you remember, they're out $20,000 on a necklace that was stolen. I'm here to get it back, that's all.
I think I'd better go. I shouldn't have come here at all.
Whatever you think.
Oh, by the way, has Uncle Phineas talked to you yet?
We passed the time of day.
That's all?
We didn't have much time. The circumstances were a little unusual.
Then you've probably been spared some of his wilder imaginings.
I wouldn't count on that.
What do you mean?
Sit down, Miss Crane. Finish your drink. We haven't even started to talk.
Now, here's our star to tell you about the final episode of this week's story.
Tomorrow, a bomb drops. The timid run for cover. And all is not as it seems. Not even murder. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by Les Crutchfield, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
Good afternoon, sir. This is Phineas Crane.
How are you, Mr. Crane?
Highly perturbed, sir.
Now, what's bothering you?
My generation used to call it conscience. I want to talk to you, Mr. Dollar.
Well, that's quite a change, isn't it, from your attitude last night?
There have been a number of changes since last night. I can't bear the thought of that girl being imprisoned.
She doesn't like it too much herself. All right, what's on your mind?
I'd prefer not to discuss it over the telephone.
Then you'll have to hold your horses. I'm waiting here for a call from Hartford and some information from the police.
It might be the same information I'm ready to give you, sir.
I don't think so. You should have talked last night, Mr. Crane. I might have been willing then to make a deal of some kind.
And now?
No deal. I can guess what happened to the necklace. And as far as the rest of it's concerned, I never make deals on murder.
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. From Special Investigator Johnny Dollar, location KRANESBURG, Ohio. To the Home Office, Tri-State Guarantee Company, Hartford, Connecticut. Assignment, the KRANESBURG matter. Expense account, final page. Item 13, $28.65. Phone calls to Cincinnati and Cleveland, and 2 prepaid calls to Hartford. The wheels were spinning now, and I spent most of the day just sitting back and waiting. Toward late afternoon, Police Chief Ed Durham phoned, then Hartford, and then Durham again. And finally, the 3 black bars dropped into place, and the payoff was jackpot. Item 14, $10.50, second day's rental on hired car. I left the hotel just before dark and drove out through the north edge of town to the Crane estate. When I'd gone out there the day before, I'd been mostly guessing, playing hunches. But this time I knew pretty much what I wanted and just how to go about getting it. I thought the place deserted as I walked up the long arbor from the carriage house. But as I stepped out onto the terrace, I realized I was wrong.
Mr. Dollar, over here. In here, please. Hurry.
Why all the secrecy, Mr. Crane?
I wanted to talk to you alone. I rather doubted whether I would be able to if it were known that you were here.
Able to or permitted to?
Well, that's what I meant, sir. Permitted.
Who would stop you, Mr. Crane?
Well, that, you might say, is part of the story. The story I didn't tell you last night.
Why not? Why didn't you tell me?
I still thought then I might be able to save things.
And you don't think so now?
I'm afraid not. It's too late. You know too much about it now.
What were you doing in Smiley Prowl's room when I found you last night?
Looking for the necklace. I told you that.
Did you know then he'd been murdered?
Oh, no. I wouldn't have had the nerve to go there if I had. And there wouldn't be of any use of going. That's when I realized it was all over. When I heard Mr. Prell had been killed. Dishonesty is one thing. But murder is something else again.
You're so right.
Of course, it wasn't dishonest at first. It was all quite legal in the beginning.
But not later.
No, not later. I was against that. Not that I'm claiming any virtue for it. Probably it was just cowardice. Mr. Dollar, be as easy on her as you can.
I'm afraid it won't be in my hands.
I suppose not. These things are always done so impersonally by institutions created for that purpose. Rightfully, no doubt. But one occasionally wonders.
There's something I wonder about sometimes, Mr. Crane.
You refer to?
Human greed.
That's true. There's no real excuse for us, my niece and me. Reasons, yes. An inherited social position and way of life. And declining wealth to support them. We're soft people, Mr. Dollar. And when life gets hard, we look for a soft way out.
And that usually turns out to be the hard way.
She'll find it so, I imagine. For me, it doesn't really matter anymore.
How did you get onto Smiley Prell? How did you know he was the one who robbed your safe?
Well, I was just guessing. Until you told me yesterday that he was a professional jewel thief. And that he'd phoned the insurance company and claimed to have the necklace.
But before that, when you were guessing, how did you know about him? What reason did you have to guess?
I'd seen him hanging around the estate here. Twice. The week before the robbery and when I saw him again afterward. Talking to his, contact, I guess you'd call it.
His employer fits the facts better.
I suppose so. Anyway, I put 2 and 2 together and I followed Prell. I found out where he lived.
Did the employer know you'd done this?
Oh, no, hardly. Or I doubt that I'd be sitting here talking to you. Oh, not that it matters, since you probably know more of the details than I do.
All right, Uncle Phineas. That's quite enough.
Melba.
That was a very quiet entrance, Miss Crane.
It wasn't intentional. I didn't know you were here until I heard voices. Uncle Phineas, Would you mind leaving us alone?
It's too late, my dear. I think time is about to run out on all of us.
Aided a great deal, I presume, by some of your more senile imaginings.
Mr. Dollar didn't really need any help.
Please.
Very well, my dear. I leave the two of you, then, to what I anticipate may be rather stormy.
What were you doing? Pumping him? Trying to make him say things you could twist later and use against him?
No, it was more a matter of humoring him, I'd say. What's the matter, Melba? Hangover from last night?
I suppose you told him that, too. That I came to your hotel to see you.
No, didn't seem relevant somehow.
I see.
Where's your fiancé?
Dean?
Sure. How many have you got?
Mr. Sellers is in the billiard room. Why? What do you want with him?
Oh, I need just a few more facts to fill out the picture. I think he can supply them, that's all.
What facts? Why have you come here?
Uncle Phineas invited me.
What for?
He said something about wanting to clear his conscience.
His mind wanders. You know that. You can't rely on anything he says.
I'm not.
What about the girl they arrested?
Your maid, Betty?
Yes, Betty. If the police are satisfied she's guilty, why aren't you?
Because I was hired to find a pearl necklace that was stolen from your safe. It was insured for $20,000, remember? And I haven't found it yet.
Suppose I were to withdraw the insurance claim.
It's a little too late. The police would want to know why.
Why? Simply because I choose to. Because I don't want any more fuss about it. It's not a loss, actually. The necklace was a gift.
Oh, yes, I know. An engagement present of great sentimental value from that wealthy young philanderer, Mr. Dean Sellers, who incidentally is broker than you are.
What?
Yeah. Got a complete rundown on him from Hartford late this afternoon.
I don't believe it.
It's quite a shock, I imagine.
You'd say anything just to help that girl get out of jail.
Ah, you got me mixed up with Sellers, haven't you? He's the one who rallied to her defense.
The cheap little flit. I hope they convict her.
Do you really believe she's the reason Sellers broke off your engagement?
It wasn't broken off. It was only postponed.
Well, it's like I said, Melba. A lot of surprises. By the way, I'd like to search Betty's room, if you don't mind. That's actually why I came out here.
What for?
That necklace. I was hired to recover it, remember?
But if you think she's innocent, then why do you bother?
How do you know what I think? I haven't really said, have I?
No. That's true. That's quite true.
Lucky shot, Mr. Dollar. You got two on the break.
Yeah. Result of a misspent youth. All right. 4-ball in the corner pocket.
Expert, huh?
Oh, just lucky, like you said. Oh, by the way, Mr. Sellers, you were right about Betty. She isn't guilty. She was being framed.
I told you so.
Yeah, she was just an innocent bystander, you might say. Even though I did find the necklace a few minutes ago, hidden in her room.
You found it? Good.
The Cranes, though, aren't quite so innocent.
The Cranes?
No. 9-ball on the far side pocket.
What do you mean about the Cranes?
They were broke, and they needed money to keep up a front. When you came to town and showed an interest in Melba, they figured you were the answer.
Why, you're making Melba sound pretty cold-blooded, you know.
Oh, there was no love lost. You were playing the same game.
Huh?
Sure, Sellers. That's the way you've always operated. Your last wife was a wealthy widow in Miami, Florida. You stayed with her for a year and a half and took her for $150,000. And all that was left of it when you came here was the $20,000 you had invested in the pearl necklace. That was your stake, and that's the way you used it, to convince Melba Crane you weren't a fortune hunter. 12-ball in the far corner.
Dollar, where did you get all this information?
Police records. Then about a month ago, you broke off your engagement with Melba Crane. Why?
Because I was in love with Betty.
You were playing Betty for a pigeon. You backed out because you'd finally discovered that the Cranes were flat broke.
I wasn't after Melba's money.
Sure you were. But you wanted to get out without losing your investment, that necklace. So you brought in Smiley Prell to steal it for you.
I never saw Prell in my life.
Uncle Phineas saw the two of you together a couple of days after the robbery.
Well, he's lying.
So Prell pulled the robbery. And then he told you the pearls he'd stolen were phony. You accused him of double-crossing you. He thought you were double-crossing him. Net result, he got sore and tried for a deal with the insurance company. That's why you killed him.
Are you accusing me of murder?
That's right, Sellers. 8-ball in the end pocket. Who else, Sellers? Betty wasn't in it, except that you tried to frame her. And both the Cranes knew the pearls were imitation. You were the only one who didn't.
They weren't imitations. I paid $20,000 for that necklace.
Not for this one. Melba sold the necklace a month after you gave it to her. They've been living on the money. She had this copy made in Cincinnati.
Why, that cheap little crook.
So the pearls you killed Smiley for and then planted upstairs in Betty's room are worth about $200 at the most. Something to think about, isn't it?
That's right, Dollar. And so is this.
That's a losing game, too, Sellers.
It will be for you if you try to make a move.
Shoot it out with the police? Is that your answer?
If it comes to that. At least I know how to use a gun. Smiley Prell could tell you.
Did you steal this one from Uncle Phineas, too?
No. This one's my own. Now put down that pool cue and get your hands up. Slow and easy. When I go out of here...
Dean, what are you doing with that?
Thanks, Melba.
What have you done, Mr. Dollar?
Nothing. It's going to make him feel very happy for the next day or so. A pool cue makes a pretty handy weapon.
Why? What was he doing with that gun?
Surprise number one. Your fiancé is the lad who had your necklace stolen, and then later killed his partner.
Dean?
Oh, that's probably the chief of police. He was coming out to meet me. You want to let him in?
Murderer. And I was going to marry him.
Yeah, I guess murder is a lot worse than fraud.
What do you mean?
You filed an insurance claim on a necklace you'd already sold. I imagine the company will want to prosecute.
I didn't know what I was doing.
You sure didn't, anywhere along the line. You were marrying Dean Sellers for the money he didn't have. And at the same time, he was trying to marry you for the money you didn't have. Too bad it didn't work out. You two were made for each other. The police are getting impatient, Miss Crane. Expense account item 15, $186.25. Incidentals in KRANESBURG and transportation back to Hartford. Expense account total, $409.10. End of account, end of report. Under separate cover, I am forwarding one necklace consisting of 38 pearls, all imitation. Approximate value, $200. Along with my sincere condolences. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Now, here's our star to tell you about next week's story.
Next week, the curse of an ancient king and how it affected the lives and deaths of two people. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by Les Crutchfield, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Heard in this week's cast were Howard McNear, Forrest Lewis, Paul Richards, Mary Jane Croft, Virginia Gregg, James McCallion, Shirley Mitchell, and Russ Thorson. Musical supervision by Amerigo Marino. Be sure to join us on Monday night, same time and station, for another exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective.
Date, fill it in. To Detective Lieutenant Dundee, Homicide Detail, San Francisco Police, from Samuel Spade, license number 17596. Subject, the betrayal in Bumpus Hell. Red Gillis was a raw-boned poke from the border country. He was a stranger to Bumpus Hell, but he was no stranger to trouble. He jogged his Pinto down the narrow main street, not liking what he saw, and reined up in front of the sheriff's office. He dismounted and slapped the trail dust off his Levi's. Then he hitched up his gun belt and ambled inside. He looked at the heavy-shouldered, blue-jowled man behind the desk, and he didn't like what he saw. Neither did the sheriff, Rance Blaggett. State your business. I can do it better than that. State your business and get out, he snarled. Red smiled thinly and drawled, I'm looking for my brother. And what be your name outside of Red? Here, I can do that better than that. And what be your name outside of Red? Red Gillis's hand slid toward one of the six-shooters as silently as the sun coming up over the butte. Gillis, he sneered. Red Gillis from the Tonto Rim. That's pretty good. The sheriff's muscles tightened like steel springs and pulled him erect. Ain't no Tonto Rimmer welcome hereabouts in Bumpus hell, he cursed. That was real good. And then the slap of 4 hands on leather was followed by the simultaneous roar of 4 6-guns. Hey, wait a minute. The sheriff...
I know they're in there.
Well, who is it? The sheriff is just...
It's the Spade. Miss Kelsey next door.
Right in the most exciting part.
Mr. Spade, now see here. I won't take no for an answer. It wouldn't be neighborly.
What is it, Mrs. Kelsey?
Never you mind. Come along. What are you up to here, anyway?
Who, me? Oh, nothing. I'm just relaxing with an apple and a good book, that's
all.
all.
I don't see no apple, and the only reading matter I see is some Western trash.
Trash?
Now, come on. There's trouble on the 3rd floor.
Well, there's trouble in Bumpus hell.
Don't you swear at me.
I'm not...
I know my duty, and I know your duty. Now, come on. Get moving.
Ouch. Okay, let go my ear. And that, Dundee, so help me, is how it started. Effie had just read a book called How to Relax, and it said there that Western stories were relaxing, and that's how I happened to be at home at 10 p.m., writing herd on a copy of Sheriff and Outlaw, Rip-Roaring Adventures of the Old West. But Bumpus hell hath no fury like my neighbor, Mrs. Kelsey. I left Red Gillis and the sheriff face to face and vice versa, eyes flashing and guns ablaze, and followed her meekly up to the 3rd floor.
Sorry to hear that. Been at it for 3 hours they have. Won't be a stick of furniture left in the room, less than their stop.
You speak to them?
Did I speak to them? You see this lump? No, here, under my transformation.
Oh, well, why didn't you call a cop?
Well, it wouldn't be neighborly. It's me that did. You see this lump?
Yeah, you showed it to me. Put your wig back on. I'll see what I can do.
And tell them about my lump. It's evidence.
Yeah, put it back. Hey, open up.
I would not go back with you if you was the last man on the planet I know.
Hey, open up.
Have it your own way. If I catch you without swear again, I'll tear your hair out. No, you had you boy, you rotter, you cheap grifter, you. Now you slam out of here before I'm forced to seek the assistance of a couple of flashy. Do not try anything fancy behind my back, you big slob. From now on, you and me is strictly on the cool beaty. You unprincipled rat. Hey, let go of me.
Don't throw it.
Hey, wait a minute. Don't I remember you from someplace?
No, I'm only being neighborly. Why did you beat up on kind, nice Mrs. Kelsey?
That is a gross falsehood. I did not lay a hand on the old wag. It was that odious stinker, Joe Donegan, who was just left. And you can tell him, as from me, that I'm extremely unimpressed with his cheap threats to rub me out, and that I intend to continue on seeing Mr. Hobson or any other Johns which I care to.
That's pretty good singing.
Oh.
Well, you better tell him that yourself. I don't imagine I'll be seeing him.
You won't? Hey, wait a minute. Who are you, anyway?
Just another tenant. I live downstairs.
Oh, well, now I recall whom you are. You are that Seamus, which lives on the 2nd floor rear.
Shamus, we call it in the radio.
Seamus. Would you care to come in and discuss a certain matter?
Well, thanks. Another time. I got to get back to Bumpus hell.
Whoever she is, let her cool her heels for a few moments.
No, you don't understand. Bumpus
This is
hell.
an urgent matter which I would like to hash over right now and without further delay.
Well,
May I invite you in for a straight slug?
Well, okay, but just one. In a glass.
All right, make yourself comfy. Now, say when.
Just up to the lipstick mark.
Here you are. Well, now to make a long story short, Mr. Spade, my name is Rosemary Fell, which remains my stage name, notwithstanding the circumstance that I am legally married to that barnacle which has just dusted this joint. Now, being as you are in the detective business...
Now, wait a minute.
Kindly permit me to finish, honey.
Sorry, sweetheart.
I'm not the type to jaw about my troubles just to pass the time of day.
I'm sure you're not.
I am an actress.
I knew that.
And although I'm low in funds, due to being between jobs right now, on account of that knothead making a scene in the last joint at which I worked... Cheap ginger ale. Just to show you how the breaks fall, Mr. Spade, Belita Wilkerson, who just happens to be about the biggest talent agent in this city, if you have the time,
I'm impressed.
phoned me on the telephone, and arranged an audition. She also advanced me the sum of 100 clams.
100?
Which I will pay you to put the B on that dog, Joe Donegan, the rat.
Now, which is he? What do you mean, put the B on him?
Listen, Sam, that grifter has got a record as long as my arm. And what I have got on him is longer than his arm.
Please.
In short, I should like him thrown into the can so that I can feel safe to sing on him.
Look, Rosemary, so you had a fight with Joe. You're sore. You want to pay him off. Now,
Right.
why don't you just wait until morning and see how you feel
Sam,
then?
listen to me. If that knuckle duster remains at large, I will be feeling no pain. Now, I know that from my flamboyant manner, you'd never guess it. But that is only the actress in me. In actuality, that flea intends to do me in.
Oh, now, come, Rosemary.
What? You disagree?
Well, now, really, Rosemary.
Why, you big pain in the neck.
Rosemary.
Drinking my... Pour that back in the bottle. Go on, put it back in the bottle.
Well, I'll be going now. Only trying to be neighborly. Well, back to Bumpus' health. Rance Blaggett, the smoking coat still gripped in his hairy fists, suddenly pitched forward like a fallen Joshua tree at Red Gillis's feet. Red leaned over with a thin smile playing at the corners of his mouth, not liking what he saw, and lifted the badge off of Blaggett's cowhide vest and pinned it on his own. Bumpus Hell had a new sheriff. Hey. Then I heard it. It sounded like a man sneaking up a fire escape. I went over to the window, raised it, and looked up. I didn't like what I saw. An overcoated figure reached the third-floor landing and stood silhouetted against the lighted window of Rosemary's apartment. He was about the height and weight of that rat, Joe Donegan. By the time I'd rolled out the window onto the fire escape, his right hand had come out of his coat pocket. Donegan! Donegan, watch it! He was a floor ahead of me, and I didn't want to get too close to him until I passed that lighted window. He made the roof just as I crossed in front of it. The flashes from his revolver told me that. They also told me he had 2 slugs left to throw at me. The only light up there was a feeble glow from the skylight, dead center. I headed for the cover of a brick chimney just to the left of it. I had 2 things in mind. The skylight was his most logical avenue of escape, and I hoped I could tease him into emptying his gun at me. It didn't work. I stuck my head out. No shots. But he did use his gun. I should have stood in Bumpus' Hell.
The United States Armed Forces Radio Service is presenting the weekly adventure of Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, Sam Spade.
What did that rat do to you, the dog? Sam, speak to me. Here, come on now.
Send an Indian to Sutter's Mill. Tell the governor the sheriff of Bumpus Hell is turning in his bag.
Listen, honey, you've got to pull yourself together. Now, come on. These delirious Trumans will get us no place now. Come on, Sam.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Come on, now. Now, do not rush things, honey. That was quite a clip he gave you.
Yeah, where were you?
I was combing my hair out of the window.
Yeah, and he was on the fire escape, not 4 feet away. Not a very good shot, is he?
No, he isn't. Oh, Sam, look at your poor little head. Here, now, let me kiss it and make it well. Wild root.
Yeah, see how it gets me ahead socially and on the job?
Well, now, what next, Sam?
Rosemary, I am going to the top now. My dander is up. Let's have a moment of silence while I put through a call to Lieutenant Thomas Dundee of Homicide. It took your boys less than an hour to locate Joe Donegan and haul him in, Lieutenant. Rosemary's charges were not enough to hold him on attempted murder, and all I could identify was the back of his neck. But you were good enough to bag him anyway, so Rosemary and I could relax. I went downstairs to bed and started Chapter 4. Aha. Red Gillis didn't trust Curly Mallard, the foreman of the Crooked S. Aha. Unique Garage, Harry speaking.
Sam, this is Dundee.
Yeah, Dundee. What time is it?
8:30.
In the morning?
Yeah. Huh? Oh, yeah, it's daylight. Say, about that, what was his name?
Donegan?
Anyway, that fellow we booked last night on your say-so.
Well, what about him?
That was a bad beef, Sam. How come?
You better tell me.
Man was alibied, Sam.
When did that happen?
Well, a fellow named, got it written down. Yeah, Hobson. Warner Hobson says Donegan was with him at the time.
Who else says so?
Hobson's word's good enough for the commissioner. Ran for assembly once.
Did you know he also ran for Donegan's wife?
You don't say. Well, that's a real puzzler, Sam.
The human mind is unpredictable, Dundee.
Huh? Oh, yeah. Well, I hope you figure it out, Sam.
While I was shaving, I thought and thought. I wondered what Red Gillis would have done if such a situation had cropped up in Bumpus Hell. A thin smile began to play around the corners of my mouth as I climbed the stairs to Rosemary's apartment. When I got there, I didn't like what I saw. It was a note pinned to the door. It said, "Dear Sam, I have been called to do another audition. If anything crops up, you can reach me at Greystone 34292.
The Belita Wilkerson Talent Agency?
I want to speak to Rosemary Fell. Hello?
Yes, I'm still on the line. Who's calling, please?
Sam, a Spade.
I'm sorry, Mr. Spade. Miss Fell can't come to the phone.
Who's in charge there?
This is Miss Wilkerson speaking.
Yeah, well, why can't she come to the phone?
She's in the middle of her audition.
Well.
Is there any message?
Yeah. Tell her Donegan's out and it's Hobson's choice.
Yes?
Mr. Hobson?
Yes?
My name is Spade.
Oh, yes, Mr. Spade. Come in.
Why did you phony up that alibi for Rosemary's husband, Mr. Hobson?
Huh? Oh, because I knew he's not the man who fired those shots at her.
Were you there?
Yes, as a matter of fact, I was. Would you like to hear about it?
I would.
Well, first, I'd better tell you a little about myself. Now, for the past year, I've been interested in politics, if I do say so myself.
Yes, I know. You ran for assembly. Come to the point.
Well, in a way, this is the point. My wife's a professional woman, and her own career keeps her busy a good deal of the time. Well, like the movie magazines say, a clash of careers and so on. That's how I happened to take up with Rosemary. I didn't know she was married, and of course, when I found out, I dropped her like a hot potato.
Potato.
And then she started blackmailing me. Did you know about that?
I still don't.
Well, I think I can convince you.
Go ahead.
Well, I received a series of threatening phone calls from Rosemary. And I finally decided to go to Donegan and tell him the whole story. Oh, he was as mad as a wet hen.
Wet hen?
Well, he said he'd stop her. And I believed he was the right man to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, last night he phoned me. He said he'd had a little caucus meeting with her and assured me I'd have no more trouble. But no sooner had I hung up that phone when she called again, making another outrageous demand. I decided then and there to take things into my own hands. So happens I'm a crack shot. And I knew that I could come close enough to frighten her without actually hurting her.
You were laboring under a false impression.
Huh? Oh, yes. Well, you believe me now?
Up to a point.
Well, I'm afraid that's all I have for you, Mr. Spade.
Well, I have something for you.
What's that?
Look up here. You see this bruise on my head?
Oh. Well, all in the game, you know.
Touché.
Now, hold it. I only...
Lie still. I'll get it. Yeah?
This is Rosemary again.
Listen,
now,
I want to talk...
Listen to me, you cheap ward healer. If you don't have that dough for me tonight, I will have no other recourse but to smear your fat puss all over the front pages.
Yeah, look, Rosemary...
And I am just the individual to do that. You may think you are a wolf in sheep's clothing, but in my opinion, you are nothing but a worm.
Yeah, well, look...
Goodbye, you rat. And rat.
Hey, Rosemary. Hello. Nuts.
Oh, wait a minute, Spade. Well, what did she say?
You're going to read it in my report, along with a bill for my services.
No, I'm so sorry she isn't in. You do that, sugar. Hello there.
Likewise.
Are you talent or just interested?
I could be. In the meantime, is Rosemary Fell still here?
Did she have an appointment today?
Yes, honey. I called this morning. She was here then.
You must be mistaken, darling. The office didn't open till noon today.
Yeah. Could I talk to Miss Wilkerson?
She isn't here just now.
Oh,
she never gets in till 1.
Not till 1.
She's over at KQW cutting a transcription for our new show, Goal of the Girls and Gay. Oh, no. I mean, Gale of the Girl and Goat.
Don't you mean Gale of the Golden Gate?
That's it. Girl of the Golden Gate.
You said it, and I'm glad.
Well, anyway, she isn't here.
Oh.
Good morning, Maggie. Any calls for me?
Oh, yes, Miss Wilkerson, your husband. Oh, Miss Wilkerson, I was telling this gentleman you weren't here.
Obviously, I am. Did you have an appointment?
I talked to you on the phone this morning. Spade.
Oh, Rosemary's friend.
Well, you might.
She'll be out in a moment.
What a distressing business that was last night. Rosemary tells me you saved her life.
Well, that's a slight exaggeration. In fact, the whole thing was a mistake.
Oh, really? I understood that... Oh, here she is. Rosemary, here's your friend.
Sam, am I ever glad to see you?
Yeah.
What's the matter?
Plenty.
Oh. Well, thanks loads, Miss Wilkerson. I hope the recording is better on this one.
I'm sure it is, Rosemary. We'll call you when the client makes up his mind.
Oh, well, thanks again. Come on, Sam.
Goodbye, Mr. Spade.
Goodbye.
Sam, what is this new development that appears to be griping you?
Why didn't you tell me you were shaking Hobson down?
Uh-huh. And who's been feeding you this pile of gross falsehood?
Look, Rosemary, you may be an actress, but with me, your audition is over, and you did not get the part.
And just what are your future intentions in regards to me?
None whatsoever. I'm sorry I ever met you, and I'm going back to Bumpus hell. I went back to the office, swiveled my chair into a comfortable position, opened the February number of Sheriff and Outlaw to page 112, Betrayal in Bumpus Hell, Chapter 5, Stampede. It was disappointing. There was a lot of stuff about bawling cattle and dust clouds and Flo and Curly standing on top of a butte, not liking what they saw, when somebody yelled, Stampede. Red Gillis was riding ahead of the cattle, and his horse stepped into a chuck hole, and he'd sprained his ankle. Red of the horse, it didn't say which. But Red was lying prostrate in the path of the avalanche of tossing horns, not liking what he saw. Hold it a minute. Let's see. Continued on page 113. Learn to be a private... hello.
Spade, this is Hobson. Come out here right away. Something terrible has happened.
Such as?
Rosemary is here, and I think she's dead. Yes. In here, Spade. Oh, I don't know how she got in. Oh, yes, I do remember I must have left the door unlocked.
Where were you?
Why, I just stepped out to get some cigarettes.
Can you prove it?
Why, no, I'm afraid not. I got halfway and found I didn't have any money and came back.
You came back, walked through this room, went in the bedroom, and didn't see the body until you started back?
Oh, yes, the lights were off. I stumbled over it.
This is the gun?
Yes. She did it with my own gun. Oh, I never dreamed her love for me would drive her to self-destruction. Of course, now it's clear what really lay behind her poor, clumsy effort to blackmail me. It was a desperate move to get me back. Oh, I'll never forgive myself for driving that poor girl to this.
Don't worry about that, Hobson. This isn't suicide.
Murder? Oh, great heavens. What will Belita say?
Belita?
Yes, my wife.
Belita Wilkerson?
Professional name, you know. I was explaining to you before that... Oh, that's my wife now. What in the world will I tell her?
Never mind, I'll get it. Hello?
This is Rosemary for the last time. And
Who?
I'm just calling to tell you that you have stalled around too long. I have talked to your wife and told her the whole sordid pitch. Why she wants you back, I will never know. But I sold you cheap, and you weren't worth a cent more. I am a girl who does not like to do things halfway, but you were just too late. Goodbye, you fathead.
Yeah, Rosemary, I guess we were all too late. I called you, Dundee, and then, like the rat I am, made off with your prize suspect before you and your boys from Homicide arrived. We arrived at the Belita Wilkerson Talent Agency just as the boss was shutting up shop for the day. She had the recordings under her arm. All right, Belita, I'll take those.
Well, what are you... Warner! Mr. Spade.
Unlock the door, Belita. We're going back in.
Warner, why are you...
You'd better do as he says, Belita.
Well, all right, but...
Give me those keys.
I don't...
Inside, both of you. Where do you play these records?
The recording studio is just through there, but you can spare yourself the trouble. I admit I tricked Rosemary into recording those blackmail speeches and then played them back over the phone to Warner. If trying to hold on to my husband is a crime, then I'm a criminal.
Oh, now, Belita, my dear.
Come on, stop that. We gotta get busy. I phoned the Hobson house, and you were still there, Dundee. You said it was an open and shut case against Hobson, and to deliver him at once or kiss my license goodbye. But when I told you my diabolically ingenious scheme, you said yes, you'd be glad to, because it was a sure way of getting rid of me once and for all. It took us nearly 2 hours to get things ready in Belita's recording studio. We took the parts of Rosemary's so-called audition records that we thought would fit the occasion and dubbed them onto a single side. We played it back once. Then I phoned you at headquarters.
Homicide. Lieutenant Dundee.
Spade, Dundee. Everything's ready here. Did you pick up Donegan?
Oh, yeah. He's here. Donegan?
Hold on. Okay, Belita. Start the record when I give you the nod.
Yes, Mr. Spade.
I didn't say it, Donegan. That's for you.
Thanks.
Yeah, who's this?
This is Rosemary.
Huh?
I forgive you for everything, but there are some things I cannot forget. You
Rosemary,
lied.
it sounds like
We have
you.
meant a lot to each other, but after what you have done to me, it is time you paid through the nose.
Rosemary, I didn't mean it. When I followed you to his house
We
and
have
you
meant
went
a
right
lot
in
to
like
each
you
other,
lived
but
there,
after
I
what
just
you
went
have done
nuts.
to me, it is time you paid through the nose. You rat. I am a girl who does
Listen,
not
Ro-
like to do things halfway.
Listen, honey,
but
you're not
were
going to
just
throw the
too
book
late.
at me, are you?
And I am
I'm
just
glad to
an
hear your
individual,
voice. I
too.
thought you were
We
dead.
have meant a lot to
Okay,
each
kill
other.
it.
Rosemary, are you listening? Rosemary. Hey, no, she's still on the line. I want to talk to her.
Take him, Full House.
Wait a minute.
Take him. Sam,
Yeah, Dundee.
congratulations. That was a brilliant piece of work. Hey, Sam, you still on the line?
Yeah, I'll be all right, Dundee. I just fainted temporarily. Say it again, will you, pal?
Yeah, as I was saying, congratulations on a brilliant piece of work.
Well,
But I have never in all my years on the force heard of such a wild, insane, illegal, unethical, and downright cruel method of extorting a completion.
thank you, Dundee. I feel better already. Period. End of report.
But Sam, what happened?
Effie, I thought I had made that abundantly clear.
No.
In order to discredit her husband's paramour, Belita gave her a come-on about an audition and had her play the part of a blackmailer reading lines from a script which she, Belita, had prepared, and thereupon proceeded to play said records over the telephone, well knowing that her husband would erroneously believe Rosemary to be a blackmailer in fact, and would drop her like a hot spud.
No, Sam, no, I don't mean
Don't
that.
interrupt.
Oh.
It was my inspiration, I, Sam Spade, to use Belita's fiendish device for a higher purpose.
No, Sam, no,
Yes.
that is what I'm... No, Sam, I meant the Western story. Betrayal in Bumpus Creek.
It is not Crick, Effie.
You can't say H over the radio, Sam.
Oh, yes, you can. Bumpus Hell is the post office designation of a hamlet right here in California.
It is?
Mm-hmm.
Well, anyway, what happened? Did Red Gillis ever find his brother?
I didn't quite finish, Ev. Go type that up, and I shall.
Well, here it is, Sam. Oh, Sam, what's the matter? You don't look at all well.
Can't be. It didn't happen. It's a misprint. That's what it is.
What, Sam? What?
Maybe the writer was tired.
Oh, Sam, it's only a story.
That's what you think.
Well, did Red Gillis find his brother?
I won't tell.
Oh, no, Sam, now don't be childish.
Oh, well, all right. Remember the sheriff he shot on page 1?
What?
Yeah, it turned out to be the new schoolmarm.
Oh, how ornery. A woman, huh? Nice, Sam.
Get off. Good night, sweetheart.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
Listen while the makers of Rexall drug products and 10,000 independent Rexall family druggists bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective.
Good evening. This is your Rexall family druggist speaking to you for the 10,000 independent druggists who have made the word Rexall part of our own store names and who recommend and sell the 2,000 or more drug products made by the Rexall Drug Company. Like Rexall MI31, for example, America's popular all-round mouthwash, gargle, and breath deodorant. Full-strength MI31 kills contacted germs in a matter of seconds, yet will not harm delicate membranes of the mouth and throat. What's more, Rexall gives you a full pint of MI31 at the same price as smaller quantities of other leading brands. Ask for Rexall MI31 at Rexall drugstores everywhere. And remember, you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
Good health to all from Rexall. And now your Rexall family druggist brings you transcribed another exciting half hour with Richard Diamond, private detective, starring Dick Powell.
Diamond Detective Agency. If you have a little corpse in your home, swap it in for something useful.
Mr. Diamond?
Yes?
I'd like to hire you, Mr. Diamond.
Well, bless your little heart. $100 a day in expenses.
My name is Raymond R. Waldron, attorney at law. Would you mind coming right over to my office?
Will you have a retainer ready?
By the time you get here.
Where is here?
758 East 45th Street.
Just sign the check and I'll stamp in the amount with my track shoes.
Then I can expect you.
You can even clock me. Who knows? You may witness the first 4-minute mile. I quickly bounded over to the sink, pulled out a bundle of soaking laundry, grabbed a straight razor that looked like it had been used to hack out shrapnel, applied the Brillo to my overnight beard, and 20 bloody strokes later I observed myself in the mirror. Wounded, sire, but not dead. By 11 o'clock, I was standing in the reception office of Raymond R. Waldron, attorney at law. I looked for the secretary, but none was to be seen. Then the door of Mr. Waldron's inner office opened, and a man about 6 feet tall, sporting a heavy black beard and thick horn-rimmed glasses, stood facing me. I suppose you're Mr. Waldron?
Yes. Take this chair, if you will.
Thank you. Now, what's your trouble?
Oh, not mine. My client's. You see, I'm supposed to give you $100 as a retainer until you speak with my client this evening.
Before you wave the bills around, tell me something about your client. My ethics get so double-jointed when someone shows me money.
My client is a she.
Well, you certainly present the beginning of an interesting argument.
Her name is Miss Mary Bellman.
Miss?
28, blonde, showgirl. Very attractive.
So she killed 30 members of the volunteer fire department. I like tough cases.
She's in fear of her life, Mr. Diamond, and since I'm her attorney, she called me and asked me to hire a good detective.
You said Miss Bellman was in fear of her life. Somebody trying to kill her?
I think it best to let Miss Bellman tell you. She has all the facts. Here's her address, and here's your retainer. She expects you at 8.
It was close to 12 when I got back to the office and spotted my landlord nailing up my door. His eyes dropped blushingly down to his waist when he saw the 2 months back rent in my hand, and he hurriedly explained his carpenter work on my door as a delayed April 1st joke. I paid him off as the last board fell and then left the building and went to my flat on 53rd Street to take it easy until that evening. By 7:30, I was dressed in my best suit, the gray one that stands out from the rest because the rest are one brown gabardine that even a starving moth would gag on. Suddenly, I remembered my dinner date with Helen. So I put in a fast call and told her butler, Francis, that I'd be a little late. Then, promptly at 8 o'clock, I walked up to the door of Miss Mary Bellman, prospective client.
Yes? Who is it?
Richard Diamond.
Oh. Come in. Have you got it?
Well, I don't know. Got what?
Look, how about the envelope, huh?
Envelope?
John said it would be in an envelope. But if you don't have it in an envelope, just kindly give it to me. Then I'll fix us a drink.
Well, maybe you better fix the drink first.
This is some kind of a joke. Oh.
What's the matter?
What are you doing here?
Who? Oh! Everything happened so fast, I didn't even have time to guess what it was all about. Someone belted me with the Chrysler building, and I went down like a loose ski in a snowslide. As I hit the floor, I felt a pair of hands pull open my coat and relieve me of my .38. The floor fell away, and I dropped into a deep black pit that smelled something like a dirty carpet. When I finally came around, it was like squeezing myself out of a starched diving suit. I got my eyelids apart, and there, standing in front of me, were 2 very good reasons for wanting to go right back to sleep. Oh,
he's coming around, boss.
Good. I want him to see it when I give it to him. Slap him around so he comes to in a hurry.
Sure.
Come on. Wake up. Wake up. You hear me?
No, okay.
Come on, sit up.
All right. Oh, my head.
It's going to be your stomach in a minute. Full of slugs, you dirty, no-good gumshoe.
Oh, well. Oh, Louis Hall, huh? You slugged me, Louis?
Why'd you kill her? Huh, Shamus? Why?
What?
Mary. Look at her, Shamus.
Oh, where? Holy smoke.
Yeah. My pretty Mary. Tell me why you shot her, huh?
You think I shot her?
You're going to die anyway, Diamond. In a minute, I'm going to kill you. But I got to know why you done it to Mary.
What makes you think it was me?
This your gun, ain't it? You got an empty shoulder holster. Well, that's your gun, ain't it?
Yeah.
Sure. Well, this is the gun which shot Mary. One slug gone. See, the slug's in her.
Oh, you got the wrong boy, Hall.
Oh, knock him off, boss. He's lying. He done it.
Shut up.
Oh, sure. I killed the girl, then slugged myself, hoping that someone would come in and pin it on me.
Boss, I think you're the...
Yeah.
Anybody in there?
What's that? The U.S. Marines.
Keep it quiet.
Okay, Otis. Use your pass key. If that doesn't work, use your head. Okay, Lieutenant. Lieutenant, the cops.
Come on, Tony. We're getting out of here.
Great, but what about the Shamus?
I don't want to knock you off if you didn't do it, Diamond, but I'm going to find out. Then maybe we talk more.
Let's go.
Right, out the back way.
You mallet head, you've tried everything but your button hook. Well, I guess maybe we better bust it in, huh? Okay, give me a hand. Put your shoulder against the door. Now, 1, 2...
Hello, Walter.
Diamond, what are you doing here?
I came to see a client.
We got a report on the homicide. Where is it?
In the other room.
Take a look, Otis.
Yes, sir.
How did you get mixed up in this, Rick?
That's a pretty good question.
Lieutenant. Yeah? It's a dame.
It's the dress and high heels. He spotted them right away.
Who is she?
Name's Mary Bellman. Hey, who called you to come over?
I don't know, but we traced the call, and it came from a phone booth right next door to this building.
How long ago?
8:15.
Right after I got slugged.
You got slugged?
Thoroughly.
Otis, go call the coroner.
Right.
Let's see. One shot came right out between the shoulders.
Yeah, when I came to, I could still smell cordite.
Well, where's your gun, Rick?
Well, right now, it's with Louis Hall.
Louis Hall, the gambler?
Yeah, the guy who owns the Ace High Club. When I came to, Louis and one of his boys were getting ready to kill me for killing the girl. He waltzed out of here when you showed, took my gun with him.
Maybe he knocked her off.
Maybe. Anyway, I think whoever did it used my gun.
I still don't see how you figure in this deal.
Well, a character by the name of Raymond R. Waldron, attorney at law, called and told me to come by and see my recently deceased client.
Come on. Let's see what we can find out about a Mr. Raymond R. Waldron, attorney at law.
Well, I was in it up to my earlobes again. Walt had Otis put out a pickup on Louis Hall in his torpedo. Then we climbed in the squad car and headed for the offices of Raymond Waldron. On the way over, I told Walt what had transpired since that morning. 1, Waldron hiring me for Miss Bellman, saying he represented her. 2, seeing Mary Bellman in the strange way she had greeted me, as if she expected me to have an envelope for her. We got to the building, found the night watchman, went in, and in 2 minutes we were standing in front of the door marked 402.
Isn't there usually a name on the door of an attorney's office?
Usually. Maybe that's why I saw it there this afternoon. Now, let us in, will you, Pop?
Sure, boy, but there ain't nothing to see.
We know Mr. Waldron's not in, but we want to look around.
Sure, boy. Look as much as you like. Reception room? Boy.
Where's the furniture?
Pretty dull looking, huh, boy?
What about the inner office?
No sense going in there. It's as naked as this.
Well?
It was all here this afternoon.
Was there someone in this office this afternoon, Pop?
You think the boy's lying? Sure, like he said, some lawyer fella. Had all the furniture moved out, run out on a week's rent, too. Landlord's in an oxygen tent.
You're listening to Richard Diamond, Private Detective, brought to you by the makers of Rexall Drug Products and your Rexall family druggist. Right now, here's a lady with a problem for him.
Every summer, it's the same thing. My children either eat their meals so fast or fill themselves with all kinds of cold drinks and hurry-up snacks. And then we have our usual siege of what I call summer stomachs.
Well, ma'am, a lot of mothers have that same trouble. And a whole lot of them have solved it with Rexall milk with magnesia.
Why, how's that?
Well, it's a quick and effective way to neutralize excess acidity and a remarkably gentle laxative. What's more, because of its special formula and exceptional purity, Rexall milk of magnesia has almost none of that unpleasant, earthy taste.
Well, say, the children will like that.
And because it's Rexall, ma'am, you know it's laboratory tested. All you have to do is follow the tested instructions on the label.
Well, from now on, I'm asking for Rexall milk of magnesia.
At Rexall drugstores everywhere. And remember, you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
And now, back to tonight's adventure with Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
Well, Mr. Raymond R. Waldron had skipped, furniture and all. We thanked Pop, went downstairs, climbed into the squad car, and Walt checked in with the precinct. He put a tracer out on Waldron and learned that Lewis Hall and his henchmen were yet to be found. The coroner's report of the dead girl, Mary Bellman, confirmed the obvious. Death by 38, the slug having been found in the wall. Ballistics had a full report and were waiting for the gun to show up. It was 6-2 even that Louis Hall still had it and that it was mine. On the way over to Hall's nightclub, Walt told me that Hall had been going with a girl named Willis, Jean Willis. And he was a little surprised when I told him of Hall's recent interest in the late Mary Bellman. It seemed that Jean Willis and Louis had been an item for nearly a year. In fact, she was working as a headliner in his nightclub.
What a dime.
Yeah. Better not leave the doors open too long. The smoke will run out and the walls will fall down.
I'm going to see what I can find out about Louis Hall, Rick. You want to try looking up Jean Willis?
Meet you back at the bar.
Rick, I'm on duty.
Well, who said you got a drink? You've got on shoes, but you're not walking.
Oh.
A table, sir?
No, thanks. Now, where can I find Jean Willis?
Your friend?
I might be.
I'm afraid Miss Willis...
Oh, my goodness. I dropped $10.
So you did. Looks a little messy. I hate to see you dirty your hands, sir, so I just keep it and you can go wash up. Huh? Our washroom's right next to Miss Willis' dressing room. Right down that hall.
I'll see that you're decorated by the Department of Sanitation.
Who is it? Hey, who are you?
Name's Diamond, honey. I'm a private detective.
Good for you. I hope you're happy in your work. Now beat it.
I'm looking for Lewis Hall.
He's out. Down the street somewhere.
Having your initials tattooed on the soles of his feet, no doubt.
Look, wiseacre, blow or I'll yell and have a couple of boys show you the fastest way out of here.
Honey, before you do, I think there's something you ought to know.
Yeah? What?
You open that pretty mouth of yours and you may end up swallowing a fist.
Oh, yeah?
You know a Mary Bellman?
What?
Know her?
Yeah, she works here. She ain't showed up tonight. Something happened to her?
What makes you say that?
Wishful thinking.
Oh. You used to be Louis Hall's girl, didn't you?
Yeah, until she came along. Now, look, what is this? What's going on? What do you want Louis for?
You really don't like Mary Bellman much, do you?
Yeah. She's all right.
What would you say if I told you someone put a bullet in her tonight?
What?
Where's Louis, Jean?
Somebody took care of the little... Well, what do you know? Good. If Louis did it, I'm real happy. Because he found out what kind of a... No. I don't know where Louis is, and if I did, I wouldn't tell you. Now get out of here.
Okay. But the law may be around to see you.
Dandy. Now beat it.
Do me just one favor, will you, Jenny?
What is it?
Don't move. I want to remember you just as you are.
Why, you crummy...
You moved. Well, I went back to the bar just in time to see Walt look around the room like a shoplifter on bargain day. Then he slipped the bartender a bill and donned a stiff belt with the speed of an alcoholic 30 seconds before prohibition was to set in. Good evening, Lieutenant.
That was a dirty trick.
I just saw the girl got nothing but a fast shuffle.
I couldn't find out anything about Hall or his boy either.
Now, get your breath and let's get back down to the station and think about this thing.
Let's go.
are you, Lieutenant?
Hello, pink eyes.
Huh? Oh.
Anything on the dead girl?
Here's the report.
Thanks.
How are you, Shamus?
Fine, Otis, fine. Still under contract to the Museum of Natural History?
That ain't very funny.
Wait till they pick up your option and try to collect your head.
Shut up, you two. Listen to this, Rick. This lab report says Mary Bellman was the one-time girlfriend of John Webb.
Oh, the John Webb I sent up on an embezzlement rap 8 years ago?
The same. He got out a month ago.
Say, wasn't he suspected of being in on that Aetna payroll holdup?
Yeah, but we never could prove that one on him.
The dough was never recovered either.
No, but the roll of bills and the dead girl's pocketbook checked with the numbers on the bills from that holdup.
Walt, I'm getting an idea. When I sent Webb up, he was pretty unhappy. Made a lot of threats to me. You got the serial numbers from that holdup?
Here's the whole list.
Well, check him with this money.
Your own dough? Okay, but I don't get it.
Otis, did you find out anything on Raymond R. Waldron?
The guy that was supposed to be the attorney?
Yep.
Well, he ain't no attorney. He ain't even with the state bar, and I can't even find a Raymond R. Waldron in the phone book.
Rick, where'd you get these bills?
Well, they check.
You bet they do. Where'd you get them?
Raymond R. Waldron. Gave them to me when he hired me. Otis, go get a picture of John Webb.
Right.
You think Waldron and Webb are one and the same?
Waldron had a beard and wore glasses. It's been 8 years since I've seen Webb.
Hey, it fits. If Webb is Waldron, he's got a motive. For one thing, he'd love to frame you.
Yeah, but we're going to have a hard time proving Waldron is Webb without fingerprints.
Not only that, we're going to have a hard time just finding him.
Here you are, Diamond.
Thanks, Otis. Give me a heavy lead pencil, Walt.
Right here.
Get him, some artist.
Oh, shut up, Otis, shut up. Now, let's see. There's a beard. Put some glasses on him. Uh-huh. There you are.
Well?
Raymond R. Waldron. Or John Webb with glasses and a beard.
I'll put out a jump.
Oh, wait a minute, Walt. I got an idea. Let's pull a real old stunt, huh?
A real old stunt would be a cinch for us.
Let the papers print a story that Mary Bellman is not dead.
Webb must have made sure.
Look, I didn't say that I was positive that Webb did the job. Louis Hall was standing with my gun in his hand. Gene Willis hated Mary Bellman for stealing her boy Louis, and we're loaded with suspects.
Well, she did only have one bullet in her, and there is a possibility that she could have knocked herself off.
Oh, stop sitting on your badge and call the papers. Say that Mary Bellman is in Bellevue in a serious condition. That due to an anonymous phone call, the police found her and rushed her to the hospital.
I know, and she's expected to recover consciousness at any moment.
Right. Otis, how would you look in a blonde wig?
Huh?
Come on, I'm going to put you to bed.
Lieutenant!
Walt called in the reporters on the police beat and gave them the story. Then went over to Bellevue and set it up with the staff. All the rooms in one section of the second floor were emptied, and we took over 207. The boys came over from the station with the blonde wig, and Walt and I slapped it on Otis and tucked him away to go Betty by. A screen was put up in the back of the room, and Walt and I sat down behind it to wait.
I've got 6 of our boys dressed as interns on this floor and a policewoman on the switchboard. McCarthy is making like the night physician. If anyone tries to see Mary...
Bless her little heart.
He's to show them up. Tell them they can't stay long. The minute anyone shows, they'll call us on... Oh, that might be it. Yeah?
A girl, Lieutenant. Nice looking. Wearing a big mink and carrying a handbag.
Right. Girl.
Gene Willis.
Might be. Be here in a second.
Keep well behind this screen.
You can only stay a minute. I'll be outside.
Thanks, Doctor. Mary?
She's digging into her handbag.
Let's take her.
What?
Let's have the...
Take your hands off of me.
Hang on for a Walt.
What's the meaning of this?
Ah, you always carry a gun, Jeannie?
She was going to kill me.
Who's that? That ain't Mary.
She was going to kill me, Lieutenant.
Shut up, Otis, or I'll give her back the gun.
You can't pin anything on me.
I think we can, baby.
Holy cow. More company. Yeah?
You can't do this.
Dear, shut up now.
Yeah. Okay.
More company?
Yeah, Hall and his gorillas. Said they were
Louis. Oh, no.
Honey, I
no.
warned you.
Keep it down, lady.
I won't let him get caught. I don't want him to get caught.
Shut her up.
I don't want him to get caught.
Sorry, honey, but I have
don't want
to.
Him to get caught.
Okay, lift her over behind the screen.
All right.
Yeah.
There.
All right, let me back there.
Who's making noise?
You can only stay a minute.
Okay, Doc. You stay out here, Tony.
Right, boss.
Mary. Mary, baby. I'll get the guy who done this.
All right, Louis.
Who's there?
The police, and you're covered.
Okay.
Try anything, and the guy on the bed will start shooting.
The guy in the frame.
Give me your gun.
Then Mary,
She's really dead, Louis.
I guess maybe I wish too much. I ain't smart. Here's your gun, Shunks.
You had the right gun, all right, but the wrong boy. Here, Walt, give it to ballistics.
We got Jean Willis over behind that screen. She came up here with some crazy idea of protecting you.
Jeannie, she think I done it. Yeah, the crazy kid, she ain't got no...
It's getting crowded. Yeah?
What's going on?
Trying to run down a killer, Louis.
Okay. A guy just came in.
Wearing a beard?
No, he asked what room Mary Bellman was in and then left some flowers, walked out.
Oh, we better get that girl out of here. Get her out in the hall.
All right. Come on, honey.
Oh, Louis. Louis, I didn't mean to...
I'll give you a hand, Lieutenant.
Hey, Lieutenant, the fire escape. Somebody out there.
Oh, Louis, I only wanted to help you.
Quiet. Don't move anybody. Maybe without the light, he won't see us.
Look out. He's going to shoot from there.
Get the light.
Who got him? I didn't even have time to get my gun out.
I didn't. I was too scared.
Well, I thought he'd at least get in the room.
Lieutenant, you okay?
Yeah, keep everybody out of here.
Where'd you get the other gun, Louis?
I only give you yours. Remember, Shunks?
Let's have that one, Louis.
I done what I said I was going to do. I don't know who the guy is, but I guess he's the one that killed Mary.
Can you see the guy, Rick? Is it Webb?
Yeah. Alias Raymond R. Waldron, attorney at law and very dead. New outfit, Helen, baby?
Uh-huh. You like it?
Make a silkworm lose his mind.
I fixed some sandwiches. Thought you could eat them in here in the study.
Oh, beats the kitchen. How can I see what I'm eating? A moth would crack up if he had to land by one lousy candle.
Thought it was kind of romantic. Soft lights, music.
Oh, honey. My rural stomach has been neglected all day. Food should make it happy.
I hope so. Hard day?
Yes. What's this? Oh, very toothy. Peanut butter and caviar. You make them?
Of course. Oh. Yes?
Walt, Helen, right there.
Beating his face. Wait a minute, Walt.
Now, Walt.
Here's the way it breaks down. Waldron or Webb decided to kill 3 birds with one stone.
Oh, the big pig.
He wanted you for sending him up. He wanted Mary Bellman because she was blackmailing him. Seems she threatened to tell the police that he was the one who got that payroll.
Oh, that's why she asked for an envelope. She thought I was bringing the payoff.
Yeah.
Well, Louis Hall was the 3rd bird.
For stealing Webb's girl while he was doing time. That's it.
You've been a living doll.
What are you eating?
I think this one's cheese and liverwurst.
How are you going to sing?
I hadn't thought about it. Me.
You'll never make it.
Don't bet on it.
I will bet on it, a double sawbuck.
I know you haven't got it, but you're on. Hoop-de-doo, hoop-de-doo. I hear a polka and my troubles are through. Hoop-de-doo, hoop-de-dee. This kind of music is like heaven to me. Hoop-de-doo, hoop-de-doo. It's got me higher than a kite. Hand me down my soup and fish. I am gonna get my wish. Hoop-de-doo in it tonight. When there's a trombone playing, I get a thrill. I always will. When there's a concertina, I always smile, 'cause that's my style. When there's a fiddle in the middle and it really is a riddle, plays the tune so sweet that I could die. Lead me to the floor and hear me yell for more, 'cause I'm a hoop-de-dooing kind of guy. Hoop-de-doo, hoop-de-doo. I hear a polka and my troubles are through. Hoop-de-doo, hoop-de-dee. This kind of music is like heaven to me. Hoop-de-doo, hoop-de-doo. it do? It's got me higher than a kite. Hand me down my soup and fish. I am gonna get my wish. Hoop-de-doo in it tonight. Oh, honey, go to that phone. All right, Fatty, what do you got to say now? Didn't think I could sing with a mouthful of liverwurst.
It was worth the 20. I bet you feel awful.
No, but I'm sure glad I wasn't eating spaghetti.
Why?
Well, I strained so much on that last note, I would have knitted a T-shirt for my tonsils.
Dick Powell will be back in just a moment. And now, once more, here's your Rexall family druggist.
It's the time of year for a friendly warning about sunburn. Remember that overexposure may cause serious and painful burns. But in case you do get a sunburn, I want you to know about Rexall Gypsy Cream. You'll actually be amazed at the immediate cooling, soothing relief you get with Rexall Gypsy Cream. And what's more, it's not a messy ointment, but a quick-drying, greaseless liquid, easy to apply, harmless to close. Ask for Rexall Gypsy Cream at Rexall drugstores everywhere. And remember, you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
Good health to all from Rexall.
Ladies and gentlemen, last year, a great part of America's security went up in smoke. When traveling this summer, you can guard against forest fires by following these few simple rules. Crush out all cigarette, cigar, and pipe ashes. Break matches in two before throwing them away. Drown all campfires twice before leaving them. And always find out the law before using fire in wooded areas. Remember, only you can prevent forest fires. Good night, everyone.
This program was transcribed. This is Bill Foreman inviting you to be with us next Wednesday at this same time when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective. For the woman in 10 with sensitive skin.
There's Karanome hand cream.
Statistics show that 1 woman in 10 has an extra sensitive, extra tender skin. And for that woman,
there's Karanome hand cream. For like all Karanome beauty aids, Karanome hand cream is hypoallergenic, pure, mild, safe for most sensitive skins. It softens, beautifies, protects.
remember, for the woman in 10 with sensitive skin,
There's Karanome hand cream. Only one of Karanome's beauty aids, designed especially for women with sensitive skin.
ask for Karanome at Rexall drugstores everywhere.
Hear Juvenile Menace on Dragnet tomorrow night on NBC.